playing a farming game on his phone, he unexpectedly arrived in the realm of cultivation, born into the Beast Sect. He discovered that he had a mysterious space for farming and ranching with rare spiritual herbs. Are the seeds rare? If the seeds aren't rare, then they aren't called rare. Using numbers to overpower individuals? Releasing spirit pets from the ranch, with everything from close combat to ranged attacks. One person is equivalent to an entire sect. Chapter 1. Arrival. In Country M. At a high-end academic conference, a gray-haired old professor spoke eloquently at the podium, while below elite individuals from various fields either ignored him, mocked him, or disrespected each other by discussing other topics. According to Einstein's theory of black holes, if we enter a black hole, we will be transported to another time and space. However, this has never been proven, it's just a hypothesis. Our missile research lab has conducted various studies on this hypothesis, and the results indicate that only rotating black holes may facilitate such travel. The rotation and gravitational force within a black hole distort the surrounding time and space, and objects falling into a black hole are not particularly destroyed. To artificially create a black hole requires immense energy and sufficiently concentrated equipment. I hope interested professors here can join this research area. In Country Z, City N, Chun Shun, a 22-year-old male university student in his senior year, heard some exciting news today. Due to his lack of effort, he only managed to get into a third-tier university, but unexpectedly, government policy disallowed third-tier institutions, and the school worked hard to elevate him to a second-tier graduation, the pie falling from the sky. Such good fortune? No doubt, he planned to gather with friends that evening. Even if it rained lightly outside, it couldn't stop a few close friends from meeting up with enthusiasm. Holding umbrellas, they arrived at a small restaurant, and after everyone was there, they ordered drinks and dishes, sharing their circumstances and joking about past campus events. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, it was time to part ways and the rain outside was getting heavier. Old Chun, do you really not need a ride home? No need, just this little bit of alcohol, it's fine. I live so close I might get home before you do. As seniors, they all chose internships, eager to step into society and start earning money. Since each chose different companies, they went their separate ways. Chun Shin rented a house near the company, just a short distance from the restaurant. Saving a bit on travel was worthwhile. Burping from the drinks, holding an umbrella, he walked toward his rental. Today, he hadn't harvested from the farm or tended to the ranch pets. With this in mind, he took out his phone to log into the game. This was a farming game released by Penguin years ago, which had gone from being a hit to now having only a few friends still playing it. The game was simple, just a piece of virtual land for planting crops and a virtual ranch for raising pets. Recently, a pond feature was added for fishing. Chun Shin still played, not because the game was particularly fun, but out of habit. If he didn't log in to collect his harvest one day, he would feel uncomfortable. Holding an umbrella, with his phone in hand, he walked along a secluded path. Suddenly, a violent white light erupted before him, and a deafening roar pierced his eardrums, causing his phone to spark and explode. Then, Chun Shin knew nothing more. If there were a god's perspective, one could see 5 bolts of lightning striking in a pentagonal pattern, hitting the path. The distance was less than 10 meters from Chun Shun, and the thunder and lightning consumed him in a flash, close to the mighty force of heaven and earth, causing him to faint. But that wasn't the end, the center of the pentagonal lightning strike. A small black hole with a diameter of 1 meter quietly formed, slowly rotating and emitting a sucking force. Chun Shun, lying on the ground, was pulled into it, like garbage sucked in by a vacuum cleaner. The black hole lasted less than 2 seconds before vanishing quietly, as if it had never existed. On the high suspended continent, in the Su Xian domain at the Beast Sect, the sect consisted of 1 main peak and 6 satellite peaks. This place was a blessed land for immortals, abundant in spiritual energy, with radiant clouds and a long rainbow in the sky, the mountains shrouded in mist, making one feel as if they were riding clouds. It presented a mysterious and ethereal beauty. However, a black hole broke this beauty, suddenly forming above the sect's entrance and quietly rotating. At the top of the main peak, in a grand hall, a stunning woman sat on a meditation cushion, dressed in a red robe, with porcelain-like skin, a slender waist, and a graceful figure. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes opened as she looked up, seemingly breaking through the dome to see the black hole high above. The woman showed a look of shock, hurriedly took out a talisman to send a message, then vanished. Suddenly, layers of radiant light erupted from the sect's mountain gate, clouds swirling and hiding all the peaks, while sounds of panic echoed from within the mountain. How could the protective mountain formation activate? Who is so bold as to attack our Beastmaster sect? Sounds of birds, beasts, and insects were heard, but with a tremendous tiger roar, all noises fell silent. 5 individuals dressed similarly in red robes, like the stunning woman, flew towards the black hole. An old man stepping on a gourd, a young man riding a black panther, an old woman walking on clouds, a petite girl standing on a giant bird's head, and a middle-aged man stepping on a cloud of black insects. They arrived before the black hole, where the stunning woman was already floating beside it. Upon seeing the black hole, they all looked shocked, first bowing to the stunning woman before asking, "Elder, what is this?" The stunning woman shook her head and said, "I don't know. While cultivating, I suddenly felt a part of my divine consciousness missing from this position, which alerted me to something unusual here." The group was astonished. Was divine consciousness being absorbed? Or was it the elder's consciousness? The old man stepping on the gourd said to the middle-aged man with the insect cloud, "Old 3, why not let your treasures go in to investigate?" The middle-aged man nodded and was about to control the insect cloud to send some bugs in for a look when he was stopped by the stunning woman. With a serious expression, she said, "I have seen in ancient texts that this should be a spatial passage." A spatial passage? How could there be one here? This sect has been established for thousands of years. Every inch has been explored. How could there be a hidden space here? The petite girl standing on the giant bird's head looked quite surprised. The stunning woman replied gravely, "Therefore, I suspect that a powerful being has broken through space to come here, and it is even possible that an immortal has descended." The 5 were extremely shocked. An immortal has descended? Could it be our ancestor? I don't know, but the visitor may not have good intentions, so we must be cautious. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, they each took out talismans, which were communication talismans for sending messages. Just as they were about to arrange matters for the disciples of the sect, a pair of feet emerged from the black hole, startling everyone. Before they could react, a fainted young man, dressed in strange attire, was ejected from the black hole, first his feet, then his head, falling flat on the ground. As soon as the young man emerged, the black hole quietly disappeared, and under the pull of gravity, he fell from the sky. The stunning woman raised her hand, and the fainted young man stopped in midair as the 6 individuals in red robes stared at each other in astonishment. Chapter 2. The Visitor from Beyond. Chun-Shin had a dream where he imagined that he would soon get a promotion and a raise at work, becoming the general manager and marrying a rich and beautiful woman, reaching the pinnacle of life. Just as he was enjoying this success, a thunderclap struck from the sky, and he turned into a charred figure, emitting a puff of green smoke. Chun-Shin was startled, opened his eyes, and sat up. Thankfully, it was just a dream. Where am I? Still a bit dazed from waking up, Chun-Shin wondered why he was lying on a red stone block that was still warm. As he looked around, he found himself in a magnificent palace, ancient and solemn in atmosphere. The entire palace was empty, except for a red jade stone in the center, on which he was lying. Surrounding him were 6 large cushions, on which sat 6 individuals dressed in red robes that resembled Taoist garments. One figure in front of him caught Chun-Shin's attention. Beautiful. So beautiful. How did this woman look like this? It was as if heaven had favored her, gathering the essence of the world. Any addition or subtraction would make her either too long or too short. Chun-Shin lamented his lack of culture. Seeing such an exquisite beauty left him speechless, only able to mumble incoherently. "You're awake?" A melodious voice emerged from the beautiful woman, her gaze fixed on Chun-Shin. This person was too mysterious. They had brought him into the hall, and the elders had conducted a detailed examination of his body. The results revealed to everyone that he was just an ordinary person. Aside from his strange hairstyle and clothing, there was nothing unusual. He had no magical power or spiritual energy. In fact, one could say his body was filled with impurities and his meridians were blocked, making it impossible for him to be a practitioner. But if he wasn't a practitioner, how could he have crossed the spatial passage? Even the strongest tearing force contained in a stable spatial passage could not be crossed by an ordinary person. Where's this? Who are you? How did I get here? Despite being awestruck by the woman's beauty, Chun-Shin still managed to ask the questions that were foremost in his mind. "I am Chun-Shin, a senior student from the city, Su-Shin Domain. What is the Beastmaster sect?" Su-Shin Domain is one of the regions on the high suspended continent, and our Beastmaster sect is located there. It is a sect established for the mastery of spiritual beasts. What city? What does senior student mean? Chun-Shin's mouth hung open, internally screaming, "What the hell? Are these people a bunch of hardcore anime fans? And what else with this sect and controlling spiritual beasts? This looks like a grand hall. It can't be some abandoned temple in the wilderness that these lunatics have occupied and declared themselves kings?" Chun-Shin forced a smile, wanting to cry without tears. "Sister, stop joking. I'm still interning. I need to leave right away, or I'll get fired." With that, He attempted to get up and run away. An old woman sitting to Chun Shin's left said ominously, "You can't leave before finishing your words." A golden talisman floated from her fingertip, transforming into a light barrier several meters in diameter that trapped Chun Shin inside. Chun Shin rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it. He touched the golden barrier with his hands, feeling it was like a wall. A hard sensation transmitted to his palm as he punched the barrier. The elders watched with wide eyes, fully focused. They saw Chun Shin's fist strike the barrier, which didn't budge, and he clutched his fist in pain. The elders were filled with great confusion. Was this it? After easing the pain in his fist, Chun Shin calmly said, "I understand now. That was a virtual projection. And this is just some tempered glass with golden lighting effects, right? Trying to trick me into thinking you're immortals? What do you really want?" "I don't have any money." The elders exchanged glances, puzzled by the young man's behavior. Jin Xiaoyan, the first elder, was silent for a moment before speaking. "Based on his expressions, tone, heartbeat, pulse, and blood flow, I can tell he is not lying, but he seems to not believe our words or what he sees." An old man to Chun Shin's right asked, "Could he be pretending?" While Chun Shin was still confidently exposing this group of delusional individuals, a sudden gust of wind swept him away towards the palace door. Just as he was about to scream in shock, a delicate hand rested on his left shoulder. Looking to the left, he saw the beautiful woman standing calmly beside him, and the strong wind lifted both of them into the air without disturbing a single strand of her hair. A celestial crane soared in the sky, and the two stood on its back as it flew. Jin Xiaoyan pointed downwards and whispered to Chun Shin, "This is where our Beast Master Sect is located. The central peak is the Beast Master Peak, surrounded by 6 guard peaks. The Spirit Beast Peak, Spirit Bird Peak, Spirit Insect Peak, Spirit Herb Peak, Refining Peak, and Talisman Peak." Looking at the mist-covered mountain peaks below, Chun Shin felt he might lose control of his bladder. The crane was unaware of the collapse and destruction Chun Shin felt within. It flew according to Jin Xiaoyan's instructions. "Here is the Spirit Beast Forest. Our Beast Master Sect is backed by the Spirit Beast Forest, established along the entire Spirit Beast mountain range. We divide the Spirit Beast Forest into several sections. Look over there. That area mainly raises tiger-type spirit beasts, and that canyon primarily raises poisonous insects." Chun Shin felt a bit dizzy. In just a moment, there was a lush green primitive jungle beneath him, but regarding the tiger, leopard, and spirit insects Jin Xiaoyan mentioned, he couldn't see any of them with his eyesight. The crane continued flying, and below appeared a square town. "This is the closest town to our Beastmaster sect. Besides cultivators like us, many ordinary people live here, and most of our supplies are procured from this town." With a loud slap, Chun Shin gave himself a wake-up call. This was not a dream. The dense black dots moving in the town below made him feel a chill rise from his feet, running up his spine to his head. This was definitely not Earth. Jin Xiaoyan said sternly, "Now, I ask you, who are you?" The elders stared intently at Chun Shin. Chun Shin calmed his emotions, his mouth opening and closing for a while before asking, "How did I get here?" A light screen appeared, showing an image of a black hole from which Chun Shin had emerged. The image vanished. After a long pause, Chun Shin trembled and said, "Do you know what crossing over means?" "Crossing over? Do you know about parallel spaces?" "What is a parallel space?" After exerting considerable effort, the elders finally understood what Chun Shin was saying. He came from another world. This astonished the elders greatly. A visitor from another world had arrived at their Beastmaster sect. What would this bring? Moreover, why was the language of this young man from another world the common language here? Through their conversation, Chun Shin learned that the 6 people dressed in red were the highest leaders of the Beastmaster sect, the 6 elders. The beautiful woman, Jin Xiaoyan, was the first elder. The old man who occasionally took a sip from a gourd was Gu Xing, the second elder. The middle-aged man whose face was wrapped in a red robe was Su Yuanqing, the third elder, looking rather ominous. The old woman who seemed on the verge of death was the 4th elder, named Luo Yinhua. The young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes was Rong Jian, the 5th elder. The quirky girl with constantly spinning eyes was the 6th elder, named Tang Jiao. This was a world of cultivators, where the lifespan of cultivators was completely different from that of ordinary people. Chun Shin casually asked the seemingly delicate 6th elder about her age, only to discover that they were all several hundred years old, shocking him immensely. Chapter 3, Science. Everyone was digesting the information when Chun Shin, acting recklessly, asked, "In our world, I've read some novels about immortals. Do you guys check memories or something?" The first elder, Jin Xiaoyan, smiled and replied, "The soul and the brain are the most mysterious places. Even if we are powerful cultivators, we cannot check others' memories. However, I have seen in ancient texts that ancient immortals seem to be able to do it, and there are practitioners who specialize in the soul path that have similar methods. But this practice has many drawbacks." The 6th elder, Tang Jiao, inquired, "What is this science you just mentioned?" Her voice was as crisp and pleasant as a lark. Many subjects taught in schools, such as mathematics, language arts, physics, chemistry, and so on, help us understand and change the world. This is what I believe. Elder Gu Xing became interested and asked, "Can you tell us more about it? Do you have paper and pen?" "Yes," said Elder Gu, waving his right hand. A ring on the elder's finger shimmered, and a brush along with a stack of yellow paper appeared in front of Chen Shun. Looking at the brush, Chen Shun felt a bit of a toothache. Noticing Chen Shun's hesitation, Elder Gu seemed to think of something and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is something off?" Chen Shun awkwardly replied, "It's nothing. I just haven't used a brush in many years." After saying that, he began to write numbers 0 and 9 on the yellow paper, demonstrating addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division one by one. The elders watched intently, occasionally asking questions and expressing amazement, like eager students. Cultivators have an extraordinary understanding. They grasp concepts as soon as they are mentioned. Chen Shun felt that in just half a day's time, his 9 years of compulsory education were almost insufficient. To avoid embarrassment, he quickly switched to physics. Light speed and sound speed explain why we see lightning before hearing thunder. Light travels faster than sound, reaching our eyes first while sound takes a bit longer to reach our ears. Elder Jin Xiaoyan looked shocked. This was a mortal's perspective on understanding the essence of the world. A mortal from another world had taken a different path and arrived at a unique understanding. Speaking of light, it actually consists of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Here we can do a small experiment. I need a mirror and a basin filled halfway with water. With a wave of her hand, Jin Xiaoyan summoned over a dozen mirrors of various styles and several basins. She then formed a spell with her fingers, and water appeared in the basin out of nowhere. This. Elder Gu Xing couldn't believe it. The hall erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Elder Rong Jian, who looked young, stood up and found a sunlit window, took out a basin and a mirror, and similarly created a rainbow that reflected on the wall. He stood there muttering, "So that's how it is, so that's why?" It seemed he had figured out something he previously couldn't understand, and suddenly a mysterious aura enveloped him, just as Chen Shun was about to speak about something else. Elder Jin Xiaoyan gestured for him to stop. After a while, Elder Rong Jian returned to his senses and bowed to Chen Shun, leaving him confused. The elders laughed, saying, "Epiphany. Congratulations, Elder Rong. You've broken through your bottleneck and your cultivation will surge in a short time." Rong Jian smiled and said, "I must thank young friend Shun." Chen Shun was puzzled and continued to explain universal gravitation. Halfway through, Elder Gu Xing interrupted, "Are you saying we are standing on a ball?" "Yes. But this ball is so large that we don't perceive it as round. Just like an ant standing on a giant ball would think the ground is flat." Jin Xiaoyan frowned and asked, "What evidence do you have?" "When we see a ship sailing in from the distance by the sea, we always first see the mast and then the hull. When we watch a sailboat leave, we first can't see the hull and only later the mast. This fact indicates that the earth we stand on is a sphere. Of course, you can fly, so it should be easier for you to notice. If our ground were flat, we should see the same distance regardless of height, but in reality, the higher we go, the farther we can see." Elder Tang Jiao scoffed. "According to your theory, this ball is constantly rotating, which is why we have day and night and tidal changes. But if we are on a rotating ball, why don't we fall off?" "That's the reason for gravity," Chen Shun replied. "Gravity? You can think of it as this ball having a kind of attractive force that keeps us on it." Jin Xiaoyan frowned. "How do you prove that?" Chen Shun smiled. "It's simple. I need 2 balls, which can be the same material but different sizes, or different materials but the same size. Which of these 2 balls is heavier?" Tang Jiao exclaimed, "That's the Grand Elder's golden eye law ball, made from 1,000-year-old mysterious iron. A small piece is heavier than a cartload of ordinary iron. That law ball probably weighs as much as half a mountain, not comparable to just a 1,000-year-old wooden root." Even though he understood he had come to another world, Chen Shun couldn't help but want to laugh at the absurdity of her words about a small metal ball weighing half a mountain. Thankfully, reason held him back, and he managed to suppress it. "Grand Elder, you fly to a high altitude without exerting any force. Both balls will naturally fall from the same height, and we'll see which one hits the ground first." Tang Jiao looked at Chen Shun as if he were a fool. "Isn't that obvious? The law ball will hit the ground first. The heavier one falls first." The elders stepped outside the hall, and soon the Grand Elder Jin Xiaoyan soared into the sky at an incredible speed until Chen Shun could barely see her as a black dot. Gasps of astonishment echoed in his ears. Chen Shun hadn't seen anything yet, and after several seconds, he vaguely saw both balls falling from the same height, crashing to the ground with a loud bang, and stones flew everywhere. Chen Shun didn't expect such a commotion from the balls hitting the ground. The flying debris nearly hit his face, and just as he was about to dodge, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a transparent barrier around him. The stones shattered around him, but didn't come within half a foot. Chapter 4. entering the sect. Jin Xiaoyan slowly descended from the air, glancing at the stunned and incredulous faces of the elders below, as if their worldviews had been completely overturned. She herself wasn't much better. It took her a while to calm her inner turmoil in the air before she slowly flew over, wanting to maintain the Grand Elder's dignity. Elder Tang Jiao Jiao's lips trembled as she looked at Jin Xiaoyan in disbelief and asked, "Grand Elder, you really didn't use any magical power?" "No. Your spiritual sense should have seen clearly. I didn't use any magical power at all." Suddenly, Elder Gu Xing floated into the air, holding a fist-sized blue crystal ball. And then several sheets of yellow paper that Chen Shun had just written on floated up, rolling into paper balls of the same fist size, which then fell to the ground simultaneously. Elder Gu's expression turned wild as a large iron stone appeared in front of him. He pointed at the iron stone, and it split in two, one piece 3 times the size of the other. The 2 pieces of iron then rolled and spun in the air, quickly transforming into 2 iron balls, one large and one small, which fell to the ground and landed simultaneously. Elder Gu froze in midair, a mysterious aura flowing through his body. The other elders stared wide-eyed. Was this another epiphany? They looked at Chen Shun in disbelief. Was this still a rare occurrence that happened once in 1,000 years? When did such an opportunity become as simple as eating and drinking? Occurring twice in such a short time right beside them? Jin Xiaoyan's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Chen Shun, lost in thought. After a while, laughter rang out from the sky, and Elder Gu floated down, bowing to Chen Shun and saying, "Thank you, young friend Chen, for allowing this old man to reduce 100 years of hard cultivation." Chen Shun smiled awkwardly, still unaware of what this meant. After speaking, Gu Xing took out a cloth bag and handed it to Chen Shun, saying, "This is a storage bag, filled with some of my intentions. Although you can't open it now, you will find it useful in the future, so don't refuse." Chen Shun initially wanted to decline, but as he had just arrived in this place, unfamiliar and empty-handed, he accepted it gratefully. Beside him, Elder Rong Jian blushed and also took out a storage bag, handing it to Chen Shun, saying, "I didn't think it through. I just thank you for your guidance." Since he had already accepted Elder Gu's storage bag, he couldn't refuse another elder's offer, so Chen Shun accepted it with thanks. The elders were about to invite Chen Shun to explain further in the hall when unexpectedly, Chen Shun's stomach let out a loud growl, causing the elders to smile. "We have already fasted and do not need grains. But we did not consider that the young friend is still immortal and needs to eat." Following Chen Shun's advice, he was hesitant to swallow that gray, mysterious dumpling all at once. Holding the bowl given by the Grand Elder, which already contained half a bowl of water, he scraped a bit of powder off the dumpling with his fingernail, mixed it with the water, and gulped it down. In fact, before swallowing, Chen Shun was still skeptical. Would such a small amount really be filling? Even compressed biscuits wouldn't make such claims. What about the law of conservation of energy? It wasn't until the water in the bowl went down and a warm current rose in his abdomen that Chen Shun not only felt full, but also let out a satisfied burp, which made him believe it. For the next few weeks, Chen Shun lived in this great hall, explaining his knowledge every day upon waking, drinking water, and taking medicine, leading a monotonous life. Several red-robed elders listened attentively by his side, occasionally asking questions which Chen Shun answered one by one. Until today, they still hadn't exhausted the knowledge he had to share. Over these days, Chen Shun received more than a dozen storage bags, which he hung at his waist. The 4th elder, Luo Yinhua, searched him but still gave him other items. During this time, the Grand Elder, Jin Xiaoyan, had 3 moments of enlightenment, but never gave Chen Shun any benefits, which made him curse his luck inwardly. Does the young friend really have no more knowledge to impart to us? The 2nd elder, Gu Xing, asked eagerly. "I really can't think of anything more. Some knowledge, like English, isn't needed by you, right? Well then, thank you for your help during this time. Young friend, if you think of anything else, please do not hesitate to enlighten us." "Definitely, definitely." Suddenly, Jin Xiaoyan spoke up. "Young friend Chen Shun has benefited us greatly these past few days, and these external possessions cannot compare. Currently, the young friend has just arrived at our sect and is still immortal. I wonder if the elders have any arrangements." Elder Gu quickly said, "I wish to take Chen Shun as my disciple. Although he has passed the best cultivation period, I have come to understand his vision and knowledge over these days. As long as some resources are invested, I believe with his talent and aptitude, he will surely surpass others." The 4th elder, Luo Yinhua, hurriedly added, "Everyone knows my lifespan is limited. I have a connection with this child and want him to become my heir. Elders, please do not compete with me." The 6th elder, Tang Jiao, sneered, "Our beast taming sect is based on beast taming. What do you want from my path of refining talismans? A meager inheritance? You should come under my wing." The 5th elder, Rong Jian, said, "Young friend Chen Shun, it is better for you to come under me. My lineage is the strongest in the entire beast taming sect." The 3rd elder, Su Yuanqing, spoke softly, "Come under me." and I'll give you a purple swallowing bee queen next. Chun-Shin found it difficult to choose, not expecting to suddenly become so sought after. Fortunately, at this moment, the Grand Elder came to the rescue. Chun-Shun, come under my wing. The 5 elders looked at Grand Elder Jin Xiaoyan in disbelief, but did not speak further. Chun-Shin had some insight and quickly agreed. Jin Xiaoyan took out a set of purple robes, a purple seal, and a dark red box, saying, Chun-Shun, this is the attire of a core disciple. It is not only clothing, but also a rare magical tool. This seal is an important proof of your identity, which will be used in many matters within the sect in the future. As for what is in this box, it is an opening aperture pill. Opening aperture pill? The elders exclaimed. Seeing that Chun-Shin still did not understand the importance of this pill, the 6th elder, Tang Jiaojiao, explained, to become a cultivator, one's birth determines everything. Those born with open meridians and pure bodies are called those with spiritual roots. Only those with spiritual roots have the possibility of entering our cultivation sect. Those without spiritual roots, no matter how hard they try, often find it difficult to achieve success and may perish before their time. However, the opening aperture pill can allow an ordinary mortal to open their meridians, clear blocked pathways, and purify their body. The main ingredient of the opening aperture pill is the Pansho root, which is also the main ingredient of the conception pill. Very few people would refine such a precious herb into an opening aperture pill to change a mortal's fate. You should know that many late-stage golden core cultivators would spend their entire fortune for a single conception pill. Grand Elder, how did you come by the opening aperture pill? By chance, I obtained one. Seeing that the Grand Elder did not want to elaborate, the other elders did not ask further. Chun-Shin respectfully put away the 3 items. Take the pill now and sit cross-legged. I will protect you. Yes, Grand Elder. Yes, Master. Chapter 5, Mysterious Icon. Chun-Shin opened the box, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. A peach-colored pill lay quietly in the center of the box. He tossed the pill into his mouth, and it melted instantly, turning into a warm current that sank down his esophagus. Closing his eyes to feel it, Chun-Shin quickly sensed that his body was getting hotter, as if he were in a furnace, being roasted on a fire. The intense heat surged towards his head, making him feel as if he would explode. Just as he was about to open his eyes in restlessness, a jade-like finger touched his forehead, and his brain suddenly transitioned from the scorching summer heat to a bone-chilling cold. Just as Chun-Shun was about to make a move, he was interrupted by Jin Xiaoyan. Close your eyes, concentrate, and feel the energy I am guiding into your body. Control it and dissolve the medicinal power. With the finger on his forehead, Chun-Shun's mind became icy calm, but he could still feel the intense heat from his body below the neck. Due to the tranquility of his mind, he felt everything even more clearly. It seemed as if there was a small snake running through his meridians in a special trajectory. Chun-Shun tried to control it, but found it impossible. The small snake circulated within him repeatedly, maintaining a constant speed and a determined direction, completing a cycle around his body before repeating it again. Chun-Shun could sense that the small snake was growing stronger, and the pathways it traversed were gradually expanding. Where there were obstacles, it quickly melted away like snow. Control it, Chun-Shin shouted inwardly. Suddenly, it felt as though time and space had slowed down, and a more detailed route of internal circulation appeared in his mind. It seemed there were invisible arms capable of manipulating every bit of power within his body. Good aptitude. Grasping the method of circulation so quickly, Elder Guxing said, stroking his beard and smiling. We shall take our leave first. The other elders cupped their hands. Chun-Shin's control over the small snake became increasingly proficient as it flowed through his body, growing longer and thicker, moving faster. As the speed increased, the discomfort in his body gradually lessened. However, a faint shadow appeared in his mind, which puzzled Chun-Shun. Never mind. This must be something that all cultivators experience when they begin their journey, right? But one thing Chun-Shun was certain of was that the shadow in his mind was definitely not something all cultivators would have. The shadow was no longer a mere shadow, but gradually transformed into a familiar icon in Chun-Shin's mind. A farming game? Am I getting game mechanics in my head? Even in this ghostly world, I can't forget about collecting crops and raising livestock, not knowing how long the mysterious little snake had been running. His body was no longer hot, and the snake was no longer visibly growing like before. Each cycle took longer than before, and if Chun-Shun had not been perceptive, he might not have noticed the snake had grown to the thickness of a hair. A sticky feeling covered his skin and through his nose. He could smell a sour odor. Chun-Shin understood that this was likely some impurities being expelled from his body. Feeling the need to continue, the little snake showed little growth, and he was nearly suffocated by the stench. Chun-Shin opened his eyes. What he saw was that his clothes were soaked in black, yellow, white, and bloody stains, and the ground beneath him was a puddle of filth. He wondered if he had fallen into a cesspool and been fished out. Feeling a wave of nausea, looking around, Chun-Shun felt that something was different about him. The dim great hall seemed much brighter, and his hearing was sharper, as if he could hear the rustling of leaves outside the hall. In the empty hall, only Jin Xiaoyan remained. The other elders had disappeared. At this moment, Jin Xiaoyan was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed on a cushion. Chun Shen awkwardly said, "Master, did you fall asleep?" Jin Xiaoyan opened her eyes and said, "I am in meditation. At my level, I no longer need to replenish my energy through sleep like ordinary people. Master, I am very dirty and don't know where I can take a shower." Jin Xiaoyan pointed at Chun Shen, and the stains clinging to his body and clothes gathered like a vast ocean into a small ball, which spontaneously ignited and turned to ashes without any wind. Chun Shen was dumbfounded. "Am I clean now? Can cultivating immortality eliminate the need for bathing?" This is the cleansing technique and the fire creation technique, the most basic spells of the Qi refining stage. As she spoke, Jin Xiaoyan took out a jade slip and handed it to Chun Shen. "This is a jade slip, containing various information I have organized for you, including cultivation knowledge, sect rules, cultivation methods from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage, entry-level spells, and some identification of spiritual herbs and beasts. You must study it well." Chun Shen held the jade slip. "How do I look at this? Is it some kind of disc that needs a player?" Noticing Chun Shen's confusion, Jin Xiaoyan said helplessly, "After all, you have used the enlightenment pill to leap from a mortal to the third layer of Qi refining. Control your mind, and as your Qi enters the jade slip, you will see what you want to see." Following her instructions, Chun Shen closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, wrapping his thoughts around the little snake, slowly infusing it into the jade slip through his arm, palm, and fingers. It felt like parting the heavy fog, and in the void, he saw many characters. During the language class earlier, Chun Shen had noticed that the characters in this world were all traditional Chinese characters, and reading them was not difficult. Even when encountering obscure characters, their meanings could be understood through this magical method, which was simply unbelievable. Cultivation realms, Qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, out-of-body, transformation, integration, tribulation, and great ascension. The Beast Taming sect, to which he belonged, ranked 7th among the 6 sects for teachings, and one valley in the Su-Xian domain of the High Suspended Continent. The Beast Taming sect is located to the south of the Su-Xian domain, backed by the Yu-Bo Sea, and is based on the spiritual Beast Mountain range, turning the entire spiritual beast forest into its backyard. The little snake within him is the Qi refined by the Beast Taming technique, a method of the Beast Taming sect for beginners in Qi refining. In the cultivation world, the power cultivated in the Qi refining stage is called true essence. Almost the entire sect practices this technique. Its characteristics make it most suitable for controlling spiritual beasts, and they need not worry about other sects stealing this technique. The characteristic of this technique is its neutrality and naturalness, making it easy to transfer power into the bodies of spiritual beasts while also having the advantage of resisting negative emotions. Other sects have their own advantages and practice foundational techniques that suit what they study. Even if someone learns the beast taming technique, it is useless without a suitable spiritual beast. The Beast Taming sect has domesticated the entire spiritual beast mountain range, with a wide variety of spiritual beasts available. The rules of the Beast Taming sect are numerous, such as prohibiting harm among fellow disciples, respecting elders, and caring for brothers. All in all, being a good person. For someone like Chun Shen, who has never killed a chicken and is a model student, this is not difficult. Because he has already reached the 3rd layer of Qi refining, he feels a sense of enlightenment when looking at the first 3 layers. It's like having memorized a classical text and being able to recite it, but not fully understanding its meaning solely based on his comprehension, which could lead to misconceptions. Here, however, there are detailed interpretations explaining why things are this way, what the benefits are, and so on. Chun Shen can still interpret the contents of the 4th to 6th layers, but after the 6th layer, it becomes somewhat obscure and difficult to understand. As for the foundation establishment techniques, Chun Shen tries to focus his mind, but the characters remain a blur. He understands that this is due to his insufficient cultivation level, preventing him from seeing the content clearly. The spell section contains only a few: cleansing technique, fire creation technique, water creation technique, wind control technique, and contract spirit technique. The cleansing technique is for cleaning the body, while the fire creation and water creation techniques can create fire and turn water into a basin, respectively. Chun Shen initially thought that mastering the wind control technique would allow him to fly like the elders, but upon closer inspection of the introduction, he realized it merely manipulates wind to accelerate movement for travel. The contract spirit technique is the most advanced contract method of the Beast Taming sect, allowed only for core disciples. It allows one to sign a contract with spiritual beasts and can contract beasts across one major realm. The terms of the contract can be freely formulated. Once the contract is established, the spiritual beast and its master must act according to the contract. Isn't this just a contract? Such a powerful spell, of course, has its limitations. Otherwise, how would one fight against a group of subordinates? The limitation is that one can only contract one spiritual beast. To contract another, one must dissolve the previous contract. As for contracting a spiritual beast across a major realm, it means the spiritual beast's cultivation cannot exceed the master's by one major realm. Otherwise, the contract cannot be established. For example, a mid-chi refining cultivator can contract a mid-foundation establishment spiritual beast, but not one from the late foundation establishment stage. This is the strongest aspect of the Beast Taming sect, the ability to contract spiritual beasts across realms. Other sects can only contract within the same realm, and some can only contract beasts weaker than themselves by one major realm. Relying on this advantage, the Beast Taming sect has become a top sect in the Su-Xian domain. The identification of spiritual beasts and herbs, Jin Xiaoyan said, is just a small part, but it occupies more than half of the entire Jade Slip's content. The identification of spiritual beasts and herbs also includes images and detailed descriptions, such as the name of a spiritual herb, its growth cycle, its appearance at each stage, suitable growing conditions, and common uses. The same goes for spiritual beasts, with detailed descriptions from their juvenile to adult forms, cultivation abilities, growth environments, and habits, including likes and dislikes. Chapter 6, Farm and Ranch Space. Chen Shun was somewhat flustered. Not knowing what was happening, Jin Xiaoyan smiled and said, "Viewing the Jade Slip also consumes your true essence. Being able to persist for the time of an incense stick means your foundation is quite solid. By recirculating your cultivation method, you can gradually condense your true essence and restore your cultivation." Yes, sitting cross-legged in silence, the beast taming technique flowed through him. This time, Chen Shun could clearly feel his skin's pores opening, and a refreshing breath entered his body from the outside, gradually gathering in his meridians, circulating according to the technique throughout his body. Is this what the beast taming technique refers to as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? During the first operation, due to the enlightenment pill, the medicinal power within him was enormous, and he couldn't digest it in time. His pores seemed to expel the scattered spiritual energy that he couldn't control. Now he truly felt the charm of refining oneself with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing his physique and transcending nature. The thrill of breaking free from the confines of life was addictive. Time passed, and his true essence was abundant. Chen Shun realized he had restored his cultivation to the third layer of qi refining. The fourth layer of qi refining requires opening 3 additional meridians outside the existing cultivation path, and Chen Shun decided to give it a try. As true essence flowed through the unfamiliar meridian, Chen Shun found that although this unfamiliar meridian had been transformed by the medicinal power of the enlightenment pill, it was different from the meridians he was currently circulating through at the third layer of qi refining. While there were no blockages or impurities, the meridian was narrow and delicate, requiring careful flow of true essence to nourish and expand it. After much effort, he completed one cycle through the 3 newly opened meridians. However, instead of increasing, his true essence had decreased by a small fraction. Opening his eyes, he found his master was very close, staring at him without blinking. Startling Chen Shun. "Master, what's wrong?" "This should be due to the enlightenment pill you consumed." 4 ordinary cultivators in the qi refining stage. Each layer requires cultivation to its peak, expanding the cultivated meridians to their limits before they can absorb true essence for nourishment. Only then can true essence have the force to break through the blockages of the next layer of meridians and continue cultivating. Because of the enlightenment pill, you have already cleared all the blockages in your meridians, so even if you have not yet cultivated to the peak of the third layer, you can still run the fourth layer's technique without obstruction. Then, Master, do I need to reach the peak of the third layer of qi refining before cultivating the fourth layer of meridians? That is not necessary. As I mentioned earlier, cultivating to the peak of the third layer, expanding the meridians to their utmost, ensures true essence is not depleted and becomes more condensed, which increases the chances of successfully breaking through to the next realm and opening the fourth layer of meridians. You must understand that lacking foundation and failing to break through could mean re-establishing your foundation for another attempt, or worse, death. However, because of the enlightenment pill, your meridians are connected, impurities removed. They just need true essence to nourish them since they are still weak and narrow. Therefore, you can cultivate early, which will greatly accelerate your training speed in the qi refining stage. The storage bag given to you by the elders can now be opened by you. It should contain quite a few spirit stones and elixirs, which can serve as resources for your cultivation and speed up your progress. Chen Shun looked at his waist, where there were a dozen storage bags. Among them, 3 were labeled with beast and 12 with items. The ones labeled beast were spirit beast storage bags, each given to him by the 3 elders for their respective spirit beasts. while the ones labeled items were ordinary storage bags for holding inanimate objects. He casually picked up a pink storage bag, which seemed to belong to the sixth elder, Tang Jiao. Using the method of opening the jade slip, he followed suit and directed his consciousness into a space. Several piles of items appeared in Chunshin's mind, among which a large and prominent mound made of broken glass shards stood out the most. Is this the spirit stone? There were also various bottles, jars, tree trunks, and other miscellaneous items. What Chunshin didn't realize was that these seemingly trivial items were actually the most valuable spiritual treasures and materials. If taken to the outside world, any of them would cause a bloody storm. He took 2 spirit stones and held them in his hands to continue his cultivation. Chunshin could clearly feel that the minuscule spiritual energy entering his body through the air and skin was completely insufficient. It felt as if he were holding a spiritual vein spring in his hand, like a small flowing river of spiritual energy that poured into his body and transformed into true essence. Jin Xiaoyan watched as Chunshin's spirit stones twitched in his hands. High-grade spirit stones? That girl Tang Jiao is really generous. Chunshin wouldn't think that all spirit stones are like this, would he? These high-grade spirit stones, which don't need to be refined and directly turn into pure energy, are resources only available to elders for cultivation. It would be too extravagant for a chi refining stage junior to use them. Chunshin felt that the speed at which the spiritual energy entered his body was faster than the speed at which his meridians absorbed it. Should he limit the speed of spiritual energy entering his body or open another channel? He was already familiar with the operation route of the 4th layer of meridians, and after receiving nourishment, they had become much more resilient, requiring less focus on avoiding errors. Without hesitation, he quickly expanded the cultivation route and opened several new channels. Jin Xiaoyan had been covering her cheap disciple with her divine sense, knowing every move he made. When she saw Chunshin cultivating to the 5th layer of chi refinement, she was shocked by his bold actions, feeling that something was off, as it overturned her understanding of cultivation. She vividly remembered her own master saying that cultivation is like rowing upstream. One must be steady and methodical, progressing step by step. As the operation of the new meridians in the 5th layer became increasingly proficient, the entry of spiritual energy into his body balanced out with the energy used to nourish the meridians. Chunshin mindlessly operated the cultivation method, and after an unknown amount of time, he realized that he didn't need to consciously control it. The chi circulation in his body seemed to have a kind of inertia and would flow on its own. He relaxed his mind, and sure enough, the true essence in his body continued to circulate along a specific route without mental control, though it was much slower. When his mind stopped focusing on his body, a familiar icon in his mind caught his attention. Chunshin had always been curious about this mysterious thing. He hadn't mentioned it to his chief master, as he was sure that even if he did, she wouldn't be able to explain it. A game icon in his mind. Curious about what it was, he focused his consciousness on the icon, similar to checking a jade slip or a storage bag. Soon, a scene of farmland and pasture in a game appeared in his mind. However, all 24 grids of the farmland were untapped green squares, with a wooden sign indicating that it was uncultivated. The pasture was even simpler, just a fenced muddy area without any shelter, with a pond nearby. Wasn't this the scene of a new account just starting to play a game? Well, coming here could be considered a fresh start, but what was the use of this? Playing a game? Killing time in cultivation? Chunshin's thoughts were chaotic as he focused on the uncultivated wooden sign. The sign shattered, revealing a piece of ordinary yellow land in the square, and the sign automatically retreated to the second piece of land. This, cultivated? But this was just a game interface. There were no options for a store, warehouse, or activity check-in. What to plant? He directed his consciousness to the wooden sign again and injected it once more, causing another piece of yellow land to appear. The sign retreated to the third untapped green area, and this time the text on the sign changed from uncultivated to can be cultivated after reaching the late stage of chi refinement. Chunshin was stunned. Chi refinement? Isn't that something characteristic of this cultivation world? No need for gold coins or money. Just cultivation level? Chunshin wanted to test if there were any loopholes in this modified game, so he injected his consciousness into the wooden sign. Sure enough, he thought too much. His consciousness was no longer as easily injected into the sign as before. It was like a fly trying to penetrate a seamless egg. He couldn't get in at all. What did I just do? Where's my chi? Where are the spirit stones? Does cultivating the land cost spiritual energy? Chapter 7. Leaving the Grandmaster Hall. He took out 2 more spirit stones and continued to cultivate. Cultivation really can become addictive. The spiritual energy penetrating his skin felt so refreshing as it flowed into his body like a river, and this visible strength was truly addictive. In fact, this was Chunshin's ignorance showing. He was cultivating in the Beast Taming sect, a place that is a fairyland, especially in the Grandmaster Hall on the main peak, where only the Grand Elder Jin Xiaoyan had the qualification to preside over it. The concentration of spiritual energy here was incomparable to the outside world. To experience such spiritual energy penetrating your body as if heaven were feeding you was something others couldn't even dare to imagine. Moreover, using high-grade spirit stones for cultivation was simply wasteful. One must know that high-grade spirit stones are rare treasures, used in the outside world for advanced formations or to power high-tier magical artifacts. Ordinary cultivators use low-grade spirit stones, and they don't absorb and refine them directly for cultivation. Instead, they set up a spirit-gathering formation to attract a portion of free spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Even with minimal spiritual energy, some is better than none. Every little bit counts. Given such harsh conditions, it takes a long time to feel even a slight increase in strength. That's why ordinary cultivators don't have the feeling of addiction to cultivation. It's always dull and tedious. The rolling spiritual energy transformed into true essence and circulated within him. Chunshin focused and discovered that 1 point of spiritual energy could actually be converted into 3 points of true essence. Did this mean the level of spiritual energy was higher? It was just his lack of foundational knowledge. The jade slip didn't he mention it. After restoring the true essence in his body, Chunshin sought advice from his chief master. Actually, I overlooked this. It's common knowledge among cultivators. When you first enter the chi refinement stage, the energy in your body is thin spiritual energy, which we call true essence. As you continuously condense true essence to break through to the next level, true essence gradually condenses into spiritual energy. When all your true essence transforms into spiritual energy, it can be called spiritual power. At that point, you can begin to establish your foundation. Continuing to refine spiritual power, the spiritual energy turns into a liquid state. And since the dantian is the pivot for all techniques, the liquid spiritual energy in the dantian will solidify. When the dantian forms a solid golden core, that is the core formation stage. The golden core continues to cultivate and nurture, leading to the breaking of the core and the birth of an infant, forming a magical infant whose power is called magical power. And then, Jin Xiaoyan tapped Chunshin's head and said, after that, when you truly cultivate into a magical infant, you'll naturally understand. Knowing too much now is of no benefit to you. Chunshin understood. It's true that one cannot chew more than they can swallow. That's the principle. With her white jade fingers pointed at Chunshin's forehead, Jin Xiaoyan looked at his handsome face. As a novice who hadn't been in a relationship for over 20 years, Chunshin's face flushed. However, reason kept whispering in his heart, Amitba, Amitba. His chief master looked young and beautiful, but as the grand elder, she must be at least a few hundred years old. Chunshin reminded himself not to be blinded by beauty. Thus, Chunshin began his cultivation life in the Grandmaster Hall. Whenever he encountered problems, he would occasionally ask Jin Xiaoyan for advice, and if he suddenly recalled some past knowledge, he would share it with her. 3 months later, he finally gained some foundational knowledge about this world. The jade slips given by his master had been thoroughly read and memorized. With ample resources, Chunshin also completed all the meridians in the Beast Taming decision during the chi refinement stage, but his overall strength still remained as true essence, with no signs of condensing into spiritual energy. If he could condense it into spiritual energy, he would truly become a peak chi refining practitioner. And with his master as protection, entering the foundation establishment stage would be a piece of cake. During this time, he also studied the mysterious game space in his mind. He had already cultivated 3 plots of yellow land, and the words on the wooden plaque had changed to indicate that it could be cultivated at the foundation establishment stage. However, the cultivated land was still empty. He had rummaged through the numerous storage bags for spiritual flowers and herbs, but it seemed that none could be planted in that game space. He had built 1 ranch shed, but to build a second one, it required the foundation establishment stage, indicating that he had 1 breeding spot, which was also empty. The pond was the same. There was 1 spot, but opening the next one needed the foundation establishment stage. Jin Xiaoyan looked at her disciple and said, the reason you can't find a way to condense your true essence is simply because your realm is insufficient and you lack opportunities. You can't just keep shutting yourself in the ancestral hall. Your perspective and experience are too limited. Let me think. After speaking, Chunshin saw his master lower her head in thought, and suddenly a smile appeared on her face. Seeing that mischievous smile, Chunshin had a bad premonition. A gray robe, a gray-black seal, and a talisman appeared in her hands one after another. You shouldn't use your core disciples' clothing and seal for now. This is the attire worn by outer sect disciples of our sect. This seal is also for outer sect disciples only. I have already recorded your identity information inside. Change into these clothes, and I will take you to the outer sect. There, you will experience significant growth. As for this sound transmission talisman, you can consult me if you have any questions in the future. After receiving the sound transmission talisman, Chunshin followed her instructions and changed into the gray robe. This robe resembled that of a mortal, and once he put it on, Chun felt that if he wore a gray hat, he would look exactly like a servant from an ancient noble family. He neatly folded his clothes from another world and stored them in his storage bag, as if bidding farewell to the past. Hesitating for a moment, Jin Xiaoyan still reached out and pointed at Chun forehead. He felt as if a small point, like a seed, had been added to his mind. This is a restriction. You have learned the beast control technique, which is the core inheritance technique of the beast control sect. Anyone who learns this technique will have a restriction planted in their mind. If you teach it to others without the sect's permission, even if you inscribe it onto a jade slip, the restriction's power will be triggered. Chun never expected that a time bomb would be planted in his head, but the die was cast. Even if he was unhappy, he could only nod. Seeing her disciple's dissatisfaction, Jin Xiaoyan took off a delicate necklace she had always worn from her slender neck and handed it to Chun. The necklace was also delicate, with a purple gold chain of unknown material connecting a dark green jade. Master, what is this? This is a protective item for you. Wearing it will ensure your safety, but it's best to cover it with your collar and wear it inside your clothes to avoid exposure. After all, there are quite a few people who have seen this pendant of mine, which may hinder your cultivation in the outer sect. A protective item? Upon hearing that his master arranged for him to go to the outer sect, Chun initially felt anxious, like starting school, a mix of unease and excitement. But now, with a protective item, he felt he couldn't be polite anymore. Thank you, master, he said, and then put the pendant close to him. Chun decided that he would keep this pendant close to his chest and never take it off. Let's go. Okay. Jin Xiaoyan pressed Chun shoulder, and the wind began to swirl. Chun only saw the surrounding scenery change rapidly. It felt like the speed was too fast for his eyes to follow. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at a stone staircase winding up the mountain. This is the Wei Feng Lingchong Peak. Outer sect disciples will first cultivate at 6 Wei peaks. When they meet specific assessment standards, they can apply to go to the main peak, the Beast Peak, to become inner sect disciples. As for why I chose Lingchong Peak for you, you'll find out once you reach the mountain. After speaking, she vanished. Chun gaped. I have to go up alone. Chapter 8. Lingchong Peak Outer Sect. Following the winding stone steps, Chun climbed step by step. The seemingly endless stone stairs appeared to have at least several thousand steps, but by the time he reached the middle, his face was still calm and he wasn't out of breath. Is this the benefit of cultivation? After being a recluse for a few months and not exercising, he had instead become stronger and more energetic. Finally reaching the end of the stone steps, he saw a broad white jade platform. At the entrance of the platform, 2 young outer sect disciples in gray were seated. Behind the jade platform, layers of majestic buildings could be faintly seen. As Chun approached the entrance of the platform, the 2 young men stood up, one tall and one short, and greeted Chun with a fist salute. This senior brother, what brings you to Lingchong Peak? Senior brother? The short young man said. Senior brother, your true essence is surging and unhidden. We could sense that you have already connected all the meridians of the beast control technique at the chi refining stage and are a perfected chi refining practitioner. Please do not take offense. Sensing method? What is that? How come I have no perception of it? However, there seemed to be a problem with this sensing method. He was a fake perfected chi refining practitioner, and his body only contained true essence, with no signs of condensing it into spiritual energy at all. Chun internally complained, but did not show it. As for being called senior brother, Chun was not surprised. Through the jade slip, he already knew that in the world of cultivators, strength was paramount, and age did not dictate hierarchy. I want to join the outer sect of Lingchong Peak. Please take a look at my seal. The short young man took the black-gray seal Chun handed over, then pulled out a booklet from his chest and flipped through it. Chun, side branch of the Jin clan, has been cultivating since childhood. I see. So you are a disciple of the Jin clan. That's the family of the elder. The tall young man sneered. Did you not see what was written in the roster? It's a side branch disciple. There are more than 10,000 side branch disciples of the Jin clan, not to mention the elder. Even the head of the Jin clan, who manages affairs, probably doesn't even know such a person. Chun awkwardly smiled. So, he had become a side branch disciple of his master's family? The short young man, fearing a conflict between the two, proactively offered to guide Chun to familiarize himself with the outer sect of Lingchong Peak. Chun was more than happy to accept, as he was completely in the dark. On the way, the short young man took the initiative to say, My name is Gujing. That was Brother Gong. Now that you are joining Lingchong Peak, I believe it's for that matter, as Brother Gong's brother is a strong competitor in this regard. What matter? What competitor? Don't you know? I don't know. Forget it. It seems like a misunderstanding. Gashitty, could you tell me what this matter is? The Purple Spider Queen. Do you know about it? The Purple Spider Queen? Chun fell into thought. About 3 months ago, Elder Su Yuanqing suggested that he become his disciple and mentioned giving him a young Purple Spider Queen. Seeing that Chun seemed genuinely unaware of the matter, Gujing said, This is the strongest spiritual insect of Lingchong Peak. It can only produce a new queen every 30 years. To ensure fairness, when the queen produces a young queen, the first prize of the Outer Sect Disciple competition, held every 3 years, automatically becomes the new purple spider queen. Only the first place in the Outer Sect competition is qualified to have the young queen as its master. The Outer Sect competition for Lingchong Peak is in half a year, and the young queen will soon be born. Many disciples from various peaks or family elites are joining Lingchong Peak, hoping to try their luck. I really didn't know about this. Thank you, Gu Shixiao, for clearing my confusion. Chen Shixiao, you flatter me. I'm only at the 6th layer of qi refining. If others hear this, they'll think I, Gu Jing, am taking advantage of my early entry and not following the rules. Please don't mention it again in the future. Alright then, Gu Shitty. I've been focused on cultivation and just entered the sect, so there are many things I don't understand. Please teach me. After saying this, Chun Shun took out a spirit stone from his waist and handed it to Gu Jing. Gu Jing's eyes widened. It was a high-grade spirit stone. He hesitated briefly but could not suppress his greed. He solemnly accepted it and patted his chest, promising Chun Shun that he would share everything he knew. Such a person who is solely focused on cultivation and comes from a family background is quite unaware of many matters in the sect. They can simply expend some common knowledge and receive high-quality spirit stones, which Gu Jing never anticipated, underestimating the financial power of the Jin family. After a few months, Chun Shun was no longer a novice in the cultivation world. He understood that spirit stones were categorized into high, middle, and low grades. However, among all the storage bags, there were no spirit stones below high grade. Everything else he recognized through jade slips was priceless and must not be revealed. He understood the principle that wealth should not be exposed. Thus, the most abundant high-grade spirit stones were of the lowest value. Although he knew about the grading of spirit stones, he did not comprehend the vast differences in their values, leaving him unaware of market prices, which planted a hidden danger for the future. As they arrived at a cluster of buildings through the platform, many gray-robed cultivators hurried past them. Occasionally, familiar cultivators stopped to greet Gu Jing, who also introduced Chun Shun to them. A gray-robed cultivator took out a map and pointed out several areas, telling Chun Shun that the places marked with white circles were residences for outer disciples. And a small black dot inside the white circle indicated that the residence was already occupied. Chun Shun wondered why some circles had more than one black dot. Gu Jing explained, these residences are built according to the flow of the earth veins and are situated above the spiritual veins of the mountains, which greatly benefits our cultivation. They are definitely not places to stay casually in some remote corners, so these residences are not free. Each year, a considerable amount of spirit stones must be submitted. Many outer disciples cannot afford it, so several people often share a cave dwelling. Knowing he had many secrets and that sharing a residence would inevitably expose him, Chun Shun decided to choose an empty circle to live alone. Gu Jing noticed his intention and said, how about you live with me in the purple bamboo forest? I happen to have an idle cave dwelling not far away, and it would be convenient for us to communicate. After saying this, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a cloth bag from his waist, handing it to the gray-robed cultivator. I have known Chen Shixiang for a long time. This 100 low-grade spirit stones is the annual rent for this cave dwelling. I will rent it for my Shixiao. Chun Shun could not refuse and nodded in agreement, thinking that it seemed he had just been rather generous. Did this junior brother think he was wealthy and wanted to curry favor? The gray-robed cultivator looked at Gu Jing with some surprise, but said nothing more, handing several jade tokens to Chen Shun. These are the cave dwelling keys. Only with these keys can you unlock the cave's restrictions and enter. After saying this, he marked a spot on the map that depicted a bamboo forest. After bidding farewell to the gray-robed cultivator, the two arrived at a magnificent alley, where the plaque on the door read Canteen. The aroma of food wafted toward them. Gu Jing said, although we have embarked on the path of immortality, with low cultivation and mortal bodies, we still cannot avoid eating grains like profound cultivators. This is where we outer disciples solve our basic needs. Ordinary mortals eat for free here, but if you want to eat celestial delicacies, you can go upstairs. As long as you have spirit stones, even foundation-building spirit beasts can enjoy them. Chun Shun glanced around. The first floor was bustling with people, while the second floor was almost empty, with only a few scattered individuals looking down with an air of superiority. Chun Shun had not eaten normal food for a long time and wanted to try some, but seeing this scene immediately killed his appetite. He signaled to Gu Jing to move on to the next place. Understanding his intent, Gu Jing led Chun Shun out of the alley to 4 pavilions across the street, each labeled Spirit Treasure Pavilion, Spirit Herb Pavilion, Refining Pavilion, and Talisman Pavilion. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion sold a variety of items, such as formation diagrams, spiritual materials, and mysterious iron, while the Spirit Herb Pavilion, as the name suggests, sold medicinal pills from the Spirit Herb Peak. The refining pavilion sold spiritual tools produced by the refining peak, and the talisman pavilion sold various talismans from the talisman peak. In addition to selling, they also purchased items. But the prices were not friendly. After all, these were established by the sect, and the items sold were generally 30 higher than market prices, with purchases being similarly lower by 30. However, the quality was guaranteed, allowing for safe purchases. Over the past few days, Chen Shun had gained quite a bit of understanding about the sect. Although the Beastmaster sect was based on beast taming, pills, tools, and talismans were indispensable for cultivators. The Beastmaster sect also dabbled in these areas, but had a gap compared to sects that specialized in them. Just like other sects had cultivators who could tame spirit beasts but were often lacking compared to the Beastmaster sect. This was akin to Chun Shun's original world, where a sports university also had an English major. Studying English in a sports university was unquestionable. Another analogy would be biology. Could biology at Qingbei compare to that of a second-tier university? One is about cloning sheep, while the other studies pesticides or becomes a biology teacher. The fields are completely different. Chapter 9, Task Hall. Gujing did not lead Chun Shun into the sect's marketplace for a visit, but continued to walk toward the back mountain. A spacious hall came into view, with a large open area in front bustling with at least hundreds of gray-robed cultivators gathered there. Various noises reached Chun Shun's ears. Some were selling treasures, some were seeking pills, and others were applying to form teams, creating a noisy atmosphere. Gujing smiled and said, "That hall is the sect's task hall, where many tasks such as raising spiritual insects, tending to medicinal fields, collecting spiritual materials, and searching for specific spirit beasts can be taken by us. By completing these tasks, we can earn rewards from the sect in the form of spirit stones and pills, which provide the resources for us outer disciples to grow faster. Since this is where most disciples gather, it has gradually formed a marketplace for trading. Disciples can exchange items they find less useful for things they urgently need, and can also find teams here to complete difficult tasks. Isn't private trading among disciples going to affect the business of the sect's marketplace?" Qinshan asked. Gujing sneered. "If you want to trade normally here, or even find bargains, it requires extraordinary insight. You need to know that the sect does not guarantee transactions here. Many cunning individuals specifically sell defective pills or treasures. Think about it. If you needed to break through in your cultivation and took an ineffective or harmful pill, or if your treasure suddenly broke while fighting a monster, what evidence would you have to say the seller sold you fake goods? They might have purchased it without realizing its flaws, just as you did. You can only blame yourself for being blind. If it escalates and attracts the sect's enforcement team, everyone will get punished, and you will only suffer greater losses. It's better to just observe quietly and avoid trouble." Qinshan realized he was gaining insights. Soon, the two entered the marketplace formed by the gathered disciples, where an array of treasures seemed casually placed on the ground, with price tags haphazardly stuck to them. It felt like walking through an antique street, stirring an impulse in Qinshan, who had only seen a few jade slips and had half his knowledge rattling around in his head, to find a bargain. Suddenly, Qinshan's eyes widened. He had spotted a pansho root. This was the main ingredient for the conception pill, and the opening pill he had consumed was made from this item. Therefore, when he viewed the jade slips given by his master and saw the introduction about the pansho root, he had paid special attention to it. The plant before him looked exactly like the one in the illustrations. Could it be that this spiritual plant was of such high grade that the seller did not recognize it? You see it too? This pansho root is exactly like what I saw in the illustrated guide. Could it be fake? It's not fake, but this pansho root has borne fruit. Borne fruit. Yes, it has borne fruit at the root, which is how the pansho root propagates its seeds. All the medicinal essence has transferred to the seeds, leaving only this empty shell, which is useless. That's why the pansho root is so precious. Not only is it rare and requires specific conditions to grow, but it also has to be harvested at a particular time to be useful. That senior brother Ian just acquired this thing last month from who knows where. Removed the seeds, and is trying to scam others. If the pansho root is real, then the seeds infused with its essence are also treasures. What if they are planted? Gujing smiled and said, "Just the time for growth is not something we can afford to wait for. From seed to maturity, it takes a full 1,000 years. Who would spend generations of manpower and resources, turning themselves into dust to illuminate future generations? Even if someone truly did, it wouldn't work. Why? The growth of the pansho root requires a specific environment. I've only heard that it exists in a secret realm, but I don't know exactly where. Planting it in the outside world, it wouldn't even be able to germinate, let alone grow to maturity." During their conversation, the two had already passed through the market and arrived at the mission hall, where there were significantly fewer people, only a few dozen inside. In the center of the hall was a table with a monk in a white robe sitting at it. Gujing clasped his fists and bowed to the monk, and Qinshan did the same. The white-robed monk represented the status of an inner sect disciple in the sect. which Chen Shun had learned a lot about through hard study of sect knowledge, so he was clear on this point. The white-robed monk didn't even glance at the two, lost in his own thoughts. Gujing was not displeased and pulled Chen Shun to look at the task lists posted on the walls of the hall. Gujing explained, "The sect's tasks are all posted on the walls of the mission hall, and the required rewards are clearly written on the task sheets. Look, the tasks here are distinctly divided into 4 areas. The southeast corner generally posts urgent tasks with high rewards. The southwest corner has various sect chores. The northwest corner mostly contains high difficulty and high-risk tasks, most of which require a team to complete. As for the northeast corner, those tasks are usually posted by the disciples themselves. One of the most prominent tasks was a request to purchase the inner core of a carving bear, needing a late-stage first-tier inner core with a hefty payment offered. It also mentioned that one could go to the Spirit Beast Mountain Range's Bear Forest area to hunt. Note, if accepting the hunting task, the Bear Forest has a high danger level. Please form a team of more than 10 people to go, with a reward of 200 low-grade spirit stones or 2 medium-grade spirit stones." Chen Shun was stunned. He had seen a picture of the carving bear in the jade slip. It was a huge demon beast resembling an owl in the head and a gray bear in body, preferring to roam at night, with immense strength and sharp eyesight, making it a troublesome beast. What shocked Chen Shun was not the difficulty of the carving bear, but the reward. Mobilizing more than 10 people for just 200 low-grade spirit stones? Divided among them, it would be less than 20 stones each. Is that it? This is what Gujing called a high-reward urgent task? Moreover, was the price difference between low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones 100? He had thought it was 10. So that pile of high-grade spirit stones in his storage bag was worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? Seeing Chen Shun's expression was off, Gujing thought for a moment and smiled. This high reward is only considered high in the eyes of us common disciples. For someone like you, senior brother Chen, who comes from a prestigious family, it's naturally not worth much. Chen Shun kept his composure and continued to look at the chores listed in the southwest corner of the hall, which were mostly about caring for spirit fields, looking after flowers, and tending to spirit beasts. He understood from the Jade Slip's sect introduction that in this world, many wild beasts gained intelligence through certain opportunities, such as consuming spirit flowers and herbs, and could cultivate like humans by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Of course, there were also many that were incredibly powerful by nature, and even without intelligence, they were not something ordinary people could contend with. These transcendent beasts were collectively referred to as demon beasts by cultivators. However, later on, due to various opportunities, cultivators subdued demon beasts. And it wouldn't do to have a bear demon or a monkey demon calling out in front of their master. Thus, they were given respectful titles. The subdued demon beasts were called spirit beasts or spirit pets. But low-ranking disciples wouldn't differentiate too carefully, as most of the demon beasts they dealt with were low-ranking, and it was difficult to respect fellow disciples at the same level. However, for high-ranking cultivators or elders of the sect, one couldn't be careless at all. The rewards for these sect chores were actually not low. There was even a task sheet posted from the Spirit Medicine Peak, needing a boy to watch over the alchemy furnace. The reward was 60 low-grade spirit stones, but these chores were all calculated annually, so when distributed monthly, it amounted to only 5 low-grade spirit stones. Gujing explained beside him, "These sect chores can be completed as long as you work hard and don't slack off. You see, this task for looking after spirit pasture grass is the food for the sect's herbivorous spirit beasts. Although the demand is huge, the spirit pasture grass is particularly easy to cultivate, unlike some delicate spirit flowers and herbs. As long as you water it on time, remove pests occasionally, and loosen the soil now and then, it can grow in batches. Earning 30 low-grade spirit stones a year is a bit low, but most of the time you can allocate your schedule freely. You don't need to stay in the field all the time." Many disciples take on multiple roles, and they often choose to look after the spirit pasture grass, earning 30 spirit stones a year as free money. Chen Shun examined the wall and wondered, why do these spirit plants seem to be mostly low-tier spirit plants? Why aren't there any high-tier spirit plants that require care? Gujing laughed. High-tier spirit plants have very high planting conditions, mostly requiring areas rich in spiritual energy, which are already excellent cultivation locations. Even if you were to work for spirit stones, you'd have to break your head to get in. These locations are mostly controlled by powerful upper-tier cultivators, leaving only for direct disciples. With a fortune at his disposal, Chen Shun couldn't care less about these. After taking a tour, he and Gujing left together. The white-robed inner sect disciple had been lost in thought the whole time, paying no attention to them. Chapter 10, Successful Planting. Next, Gujing led Chen Shun to visit the library, the Enlightenment Hall, and several other places, even bringing him to a cliff where disciples often came to admire the scenery, jokingly calling it the Enlightenment Cliff. He said that there was indeed an elder from the sect who once admired the swirling clouds here and then had an epiphany, achieving enlightenment after 3 days and nights. Through Gujing's explanations, Chun Shun had a rough understanding of the Outer Sect. There was no such thing as getting something for nothing. Nor was there any opportunity to do nothing while the sect would provide benefits at specific times. Outer Sect disciples had to complete tasks while cultivating. If they only cultivated without doing any work, they would have no source of income and wouldn't even be able to pay the annual rent for their cave dwelling, leaving them without a place to live. Only by completing tasks and earning rewards could they afford to reside in a cave with more abundant spiritual energy, buy treasure, and consume elixirs to improve their cultivation. If they wanted to seek explanations for the essentials of cultivation in the Enlightenment Hall or learn spells in the library, that was not free and required spending spirit stones. In one sentence, this was a paradise for the wealthy. Without money, one would find it hard to move an inch. As they walked, Gujing said, "These bamboos cannot be touched randomly. They were planted by a senior brother. His master has a steel-eating beast as a spirit pet, and these are all food for that beast." "I see." Soon, the two arrived at a mountain wall, where a stone door blocked the view of the internal space. Gujing perceptively said, "Senior brother Chun, I won't disturb your rest. My cave dwelling is through the first stone door on the left along this mountain wall. If you need anything, you can call for me." Chun Shin nodded in thanks, watching Gujing disappear at the bamboo forest's end. He took out the door talisman, which emitted a faint yellow glow, making the stone door disappear as if it were melting like snow. This stone door turned out not to be a physical object, but an illusion created by a restriction. Chun Shin stepped inside, and soon the door that had vanished reappeared, sealing the cave dwelling. Looking at this so-called cave dwelling, it was just a hole dug into the mountain, with a little space opened up on each side. In the middle was a stone platform, presumably for receiving guests, and an additional hole was opened deeper into the mountain to create a quiet room, with a mat placed on the ground, which should be the cultivation area. As for the spaces on the left and right, there was nothing in them, likely for storing miscellaneous items. Wasn't this too rudimentary? It hardly even counted as a shell, and Chun Shun felt somewhat speechless. After checking the cave dwelling and finding no issues, Chun Shin sat cross-legged on the mat. Actually, since coming from the market, he had a vague idea in his heart that now needed verification. He took out a peculiar spirit plant from his waist storage bag. From the Jade Slips illustrations, he already knew that this was called the 9-serpent fruit. When this spirit plant matures, it produces 9 purple fruits, which are essential materials for foundation-building pills. Chun Shin picked one fruit and directed his consciousness into the mysterious farming space in his mind. Various attempts yielded no response at all. Could it be wrong? Is this truly a useless space? Opening his eyes, Chun Shun examined the fruit in his hand for a long time, then suddenly threw it to the ground and stomped on it hard, crushing it. Such wasteful behavior, if seen by outsiders, would surely cause them to lament, but fortunately, no one was around to witness it. Did he really bring it in? With his consciousness controlling the seed, he planted it in the first patch of yellow earth. On the empty land, a black seed was embedded in the soil, and information appeared on the seed. 1 season, 12 hours to germinate. Opening his eyes, Chun Shin showed a look of astonishment. He could really plant it? No wonder his previous attempts had failed. He forgot the farming game settings and could only start planting from seeds. The existing mature spiritual plants could not be replanted. The same should apply to the ranch. Looking at his 3 spiritual beast bags, they contained either adult or growing spiritual beasts. None were cubs. It seemed he needed to find some spiritual beast cubs to try out. Of course, Chun Shun was not in a hurry. He would wait to see if the 9-serpent fruit could actually grow and be extracted into the real world. Taking out the jade slip, he checked the information about the 9-serpent fruit and quickly found the content he needed. The 9-serpent fruit thrives in valleys inhabited by venomous snakes, growing with the saliva left behind by the snakes. It can also be planted in the corresponding environment, taking at least 10 years to mature for medicinal use. The illustration also provided forms of the 9-serpent fruit after 20 years, 30 years, and even over 100 years, essentially showing that the fruit's color changes from light purple to deep purple-black over time. Chun Shin looked down at the crushed 9-serpent fruit and judged by its color that it should be around 80 years old. Yes, most spiritual plants in the cultivation world are like the 9-serpent fruit. The longer they grow, the stronger their medicinal properties, which allows for the refinement of powerful elixirs. However, there are also many like the Pansho root, which must be harvested at a specific time. Once they bloom and bear fruit, they become useless. Looking at the jade slip stating that natural growth requires 10 years, while the farming information told him it would germinate in just 12 hours. Various thoughts turned in Chun Shin's mind. He seemed to see endless resources rushing towards him. Suppressing his excitement, he decided to wait until everything became real. For now, his priority was to eat. Taking out a small basin from his storage bag, Chun Shin formed a hand seal with his right hand, and soon a stream of water surged from the basin. This was the life water technique, a spell from the jade slip. In the Master S Hall, he quickly learned all 5 spells from the slip, and even his master, Jin Xiaoyan, praised him, saying Chun Shun had a unique understanding of spells. Without the detailed spell explanations, Chun Shun would have been like someone watching a magic trick, unable to comprehend, thinking that the water appeared out of nowhere. But after carefully studying the principles of the spell and using knowledge from another world, Chun Shun understood that this was the cultivation world, where energy derived from his own practice was manipulated through skill. The life water technique allowed him to use his mastered true essence to control it and alter its properties, enabling it to condense moisture from the air. Then, by changing the technique with his fingertips, he directed where it formed. This led to the scene of water appearing from nothing that Chun Shun had seen for the first time. Knowing the principle now, he could only say, it's nothing special. Taking out the powder from the fasting elixir, this fasting elixir was still the one given to him by his master earlier. It had started as a small pill, but had now truly become an elixir, and it was almost gone. As Chun Shun's cultivation level increased, the amount of powder he needed also grew. He had organized the storage bags given by the elders, which contained many bottles and jars, but none held fasting elixirs. Just rare elixirs. Perhaps because the elders were too high-ranking, they did not have the daily supplies suitable for low-level cultivators like him. In fact, this was a misunderstanding on Chun Shun's part. Low-level cultivators had their own supplies, and even if they didn't use them, they were reserved as rewards for their disciples. However, since Chun Shun had helped them greatly, it was inappropriate to use low-level supplies to dismiss him. If they did so, they would lose face among their peers. And even they would look down on themselves, so they could only grit their teeth and take out their treasures. After dissolving the fasting elixir powder in water, Chun Shun practiced the beast control technique on his meditation cushion. Day turned to night, and there was no further discussion. Now he could practice instead of sleeping. And it was even more effective than sleep. As for the so-called cave dwelling built atop the spiritual vein, Gu Jing said it would greatly benefit cultivation. But Chun Shun felt no such effect. This weak and sparse spiritual energy was helpful. He might as well use spirit stones. 12 hours quickly passed. In the farming space, the patch where the 9-serpent fruit was planted also changed. A small green sprout broke through the soil, and the information changed. 1 season. 2 days until small leaves. Confirming the change, Chun Shun opened his eyes. Having been confined in the Master S Hall for so many days, he was already restless. Today he wanted to go out and gain knowledge of the outside world. Chapter 11, Arena Competition. Stepping out of the cave dwelling, Chun Shun did not seek Gu Jing. Today he wanted to experience life in the outer sect alone. Passing through the bamboo forest, he pondered where to wander when 2 gray-robed female disciples ran past him, chattering excitedly. Junior Sister Wang, is Senior Brother Gao challenging Senior Sister Song again this time? Is there any doubt? He issued the challenge yesterday, and they're set to face off on the arena this morning. Let us hurry. It's all my fault for not going out yesterday and learning the news too late. I hope the match hasn't started yet. Chun Shun watched the 2 girls' retreating figures. An arena match? His interest was immediately piqued, and he followed them, eager to witness the duel between cultivators. Soon, a high platform appeared in the distance, surrounded by a dense crowd, with voices buzzing everywhere. Chun Shun stood at the back of the crowd and saw a man and a woman sitting cross-legged on the high platform, adjusting themselves. He silently thanked his luck for not arriving late. 2 gray-clad cultivators in front were whispering to each other, their voices reaching Chun Shun's ears. Senior Brother Gao has just broken through to the 8th level of Qi refinement and is immediately challenging Senior Sister Song. It seems he has some confidence. Not necessarily. Senior Sister Song has been at the 9th level of Qi refinement for almost 2 years, and she is definitely not someone who just entered the 8th level can compare to. Senior Sister Song might have already fully cultivated to the peak of the 9th level. I think she has a greater chance of winning. If we only look at cultivation levels, then what is the point of comparing cultivators? Once the realms are revealed, the lower ones have to concede, whereas the possibility of the weak defeating the strong. Moreover, this is the beast control sect, where the strengths and weaknesses of spiritual beasts interact. It's not uncommon for the weak to defeat the strong, even with several levels of difference. Knowing that his friend had placed a heavy bet, the gray-clad cultivator could only nod in agreement. If they continued to argue, their friendship would likely break apart. Chun Shun's eyes lit up. There would be spiritual beast battles? Thinking of the 3 lords in his spiritual beast bag, Chun Shun sighed helplessly. It seemed he needed to find time to communicate with them again. A white-clad inner sect disciple quickly leaped onto the high platform from a distance. The 2 competitors on the platform saw the white-clad man and respectfully cupped their fists in greeting. The white-clad man nodded, walked to the edge of the arena, and waved his hand, signaling that they could begin. Through the jade slip, Chun Shun also learned some rules of the sect. Disciples may need to duel for various reasons, whether to gain insights through battle, resolve mutual conflicts, or even for the sake of those obsessed with fighting, who take pleasure in it. The sect cannot suppress this need. And dueling also helps disciples grow and increases their practical experience. However, this need requires supervision. He remembered a specific example noted in the Jade Slip. There were disciples who fought privately within the sect, but who doesn't have some friends or relatives. The onlookers later joined the fray, and the scale of the conflict quickly escalated into a group fight. Many participants died in this riot. Because of this incident, the sect issued a decree. If one wants to fight, they can do so, but must first issue a challenge letter. Once the other party agrees, they must report to the law enforcement hall, and under the supervision of the disciples of the law enforcement hall, both sides can compete on the arena. With the oversight of high-level cultivators, casualties can be greatly reduced. Of course, there is another situation, which is to sign a life and death contract. Once on the arena, both the outcome and life or death will be decided. Generally, this method is not used unless they are sworn enemies. Some people, however, do not believe in the rules and secretly engage in private duels, the consequence of which is expulsion from the sect, with strict penalties that deter disciples from crossing this red line. On the high platform, the senior brother saw that the enforcer had waved to indicate that they could start, and said, "Sister Song, let us begin." All right. Both sides had spirit beast bags at their waists, which emitted red light, revealing a giant red scorpion that stood in front of the senior brother, its tail raised high, the hook sharp and dripping with blood. Sister Song also had a huge yellow-brown centipede coiling around her like a serpent, its tongue flicking like a venomous snake, glaring fiercely at the scorpion. Before the main event even started, countless small scorpions and centipedes surged like two torrents beneath the feet of the spirit beasts, launching attacks at each other like two ferocious waves crashing together. Chen Shun's eyes nearly bulged out. Was there really such a vast difference in strength between having a spirit beast and not having one? His peak chi refining was already weak, and he didn't expect the disparity in power to be so significant. If he faced either of them, before anyone even moved, the swarming little disciples on the ground would overwhelm him, and he'd be done for. The two spirit beasts watched their offspring tear each other apart with cold, fierce gazes, showing no sign of emotion, merely staring at each other. The two contestants also gazed at one another, and suddenly spoke in unison, "Attack." The two spirit beasts collided like cannonballs, leaving craters in the arena floor. They rolled and fought in the arena, while the two disciples began casting spells continuously, some enhancing their spirit beast speed with wind control, while others used fireballs and water arrows to disrupt the opponent's spirit beast attacks. Chunshin gaped. Was this how the beast control sect fought? The spirit beasts did the fighting while he provided support? At this moment, a disciple watching in front of Chunshin spoke. It turns out senior brother Gao has established dominance over the red sand scorpion. No wonder he came to challenge with such confidence. The venom of the red sand scorpion is stronger than Sister Song's centipede, and its power is greater too. Sister Song is probably in danger. The scorpion raised its tail high, trying to stab the centipede in the head with its hook. But the tail of the centipede tightly wrapped around it, preventing the strike. Sister Song, admit defeat. If you don't, my red sand scorpion will tear your precious centipede in half. Sister Song's face darkened as she cast spells continuously, launching fireballs towards the red sand scorpion. But they were blocked by senior brother Gao's water arrows. The two spells collided in midair, creating a mist that obscured the view. Just when everyone thought Sister Song was on the verge of defeat and would soon admit defeat, senior brother Gao suddenly let out a cry of pain. As the mist cleared, two small centipedes crawled up his ankles, leaving bite marks, and he was rolling on the ground in pain. The white-clad referee approached, took out a medicinal pill from his waist, and tossed it into senior brother Gao's mouth, while the two centipedes wrapped around his ankles released their hold and scurried away. Senior brother Gao's originally pale face slowly regained some color under the effect of the pill. After a moment of silence in the audience, cheers erupted. The gray-clad disciple who had placed a heavy bed in front of Chunshin looked like a wilted eggplant, and his friend comforted him. Senior brother Gao should have won. But unfortunately, he was careless and didn't expect Sister Song still had the strength to control the centipede. Senior brother Gao slowly stood up, casting a complex glance at Sister Song, and sighed softly, "I lost." Chapter 12, Bloodthirsty Ant-Emperor. Chen Shun weighed the blue spirit beast bag in his hand, which was given to him by Elder Su Yuanqing. Inside was a giant ant and many smaller ones. From the diagram, he learned that the giant ant was called the Bloodthirsty Ant-Emperor. It was noted to have foundation establishment strength, making it suitable for Chen Shun to contract. Once again, he activated the Beast Control Sect's contract spirit technique, and his consciousness connected with the creature. Bloodthirst, madness, and other negative emotions surged into Chen Shun's mind. When the consciousness of a person connects with that of a fierce beast, the innate brutal traits of the beast also seep into the person's awareness. Fortunately, the fundamental technique of beast control could effectively mitigate these negative emotions. "Emperor, I'm back," he said. "Little brat, have you thought about what I said last time?" I can't dare to sign a life and death contract, but I have a better idea for a contract this time. Oh, let us hear it then. Chen Shun had actually tried to contract the spirit beasts gifted by the elders while studying the contract spirit technique in the ancestral hall. The contract spirit technique can be thought of as a type of contract. Its binding power comes from the heavens and earth. If violated, one will suffer the penalties outlined in the contract. Humans do not trust fierce beasts, and fierce beasts do not trust humans either. Humans fear rebellion from beasts, while beasts fear being treated as pawns. However, under the witness of the contract spirit technique, they can form some trust between each other. The strongest binding contract is the life and death contract, which literally means living and dying together. Their life forces are connected. If one dies, the other will also perish. This greatly ensures that both parties are honest with each other and do not harbor ill intentions. Of course, there are also those who rely on strength to directly suppress the fierce beasts, and if they do not sign a contract, they will die immediately. Under the fear of death, some fierce beasts are forced to sign enslavement contracts. This can be seen as an unequal treaty, where the beast only bears the restrictions of the contract, while the master faces no penalties. But the consequences are also clear. Fierce beasts are not mindless creatures. Knowing the inequality of the contract, they may be treated as expendable pawns and may eventually meet their demise. Their inherent wildness makes them inherently rebellious, and given the chance, they will drag their enslaving masters down with them, even at the cost of their own lives. Master Jin Xiaoyan once illustrated to Chen Shun how a certain prodigy met his end when his controlled spirit beast rebelled at a critical moment in a fight. This is why Chen Shun did not ask his master to help him contract a spirit beast through sheer power. Even without the help of a spirit beast, he did not want to be surrounded by a group of rebellious creatures, especially if he did not subdue them by his own strength. The fierceness of the beasts would be more pronounced, and he could end up torn to pieces without a place to cry. Do you want freedom? Little brat. Are you going to let me go? Of course not. What I want is for you to help me for a few years, and when the time is up, the contract will be dissolved, and I will let you leave. You little brat want to play tricks. In those few years, I have to risk my life for you. Who knows if I'll even live to see the day of freedom. We can draft a contract. I will never deliberately put you in danger. If there is a real life and death crisis, you can leave at the right moment. How about that? Really? Then I can play with you little brat for a while. Chen Shun was overjoyed. He didn't dare to sign a life and death contract, as he couldn't bind his life to another S. He was so afraid of dying. And he also didn't dare to sign an enslavement contract. Otherwise, releasing the spirit beast would be like unleashing a bomb. If he were to engage in combat with others, he would have to split his focus to prevent his spirit beast from attacking him as well. Moreover, he had an idea that his ranch space should be able to nurture spirit beast cubs, and raising them from young Wu and Ti required too many demands. After watching the arena competition, he was eager for strength. Even if he made promises of freedom to the spirit beast, he had no regrets. As long as he could get through his initial awkward development, once he found suitable spirit beasts for his ranch in the future, losing the Ant Emperor wouldn't matter. Soon, a person and a demon beast revised the contract through the, which essentially meant that the Ant Emperor would not betray as long as its life was not in danger, and Chen Shun also had to treat the Ant Emperor well, not to command it casually, and to provide it with blood food regularly. Everything proceeded in a harmonious atmosphere. But there was a conflict regarding the Ant Emperor's freedom after helping Chen Shun for a few years. The Ant Emperor shamelessly claimed 1 year, while Chen Shun, with a lion's mouth, demanded 100 years. In the end, both sides stepped back, and amidst the quarrel, they signed for 10 years. Both parties checked the contract for correctness, then infused their spiritual power into it, and soon the contract was established. Chen Shun felt as if something had been added to his mind. A vague connection with the Ant Emperor was established. He touched the pendant given by his master at his chest. Hoping that this wasn't a reckless spiritual beast and that it could abide by the agreement, Chen Shun thought to himself. The spirit beast bag spewed red mist, and a huge blood-colored ant appeared in the cave, its size comparable to a tiger or leopard. This was Chen Shun's first time seeing the Ant Emperor in reality. The spirit beast bag was both the living place of the spirit beast and a kind of shackles on it. If the contract wasn't signed and it was recklessly released, it would likely start a war immediately. At this moment, both sides were staring at each other, examining one another. A familiar voice echoed in Chen Shun's mind. Kid, you look really ugly. Chen Shun's face turned pale. Although he wasn't the handsome type, he couldn't be described as ugly, right? Just an ordinary face that would be hard to spot in a crowd. He could only call it unremarkable. He could only blame the difference in races for not being able to discern beauty and ugliness. Chen Shun secretly complained in his heart. Ant Emperor, what level of strength do you have? Mid-stage of the second tier. Mid-stage of the second tier? That corresponds to the mid-stage of the foundation establishment for human cultivators. I thought you were at the late stage or peak. Chen Shun curled his lips. Kid, what do you know? This emperor is a mutated species among the blood-sucking ants, appearing only once in every 1,000 nests. My strength is not comparable to that of the blood-sucking ant emperor. Although my realm is at the mid-stage of the second tier, I can still hold my own against your human foundation establishment late-stage cultivators. Seeing that the ant emperor didn't seem to be bragging, Chun Shin felt a surge of joy inside. Indeed, elders produce quality products, either rare spirit beasts or mutated species. What a pity, only 10 years. The ant emperor is impressive. Chun Shin timely showered praise. The ant emperor's fierce and sharp gaze surprisingly revealed satisfaction. And continued, we blood-sucking ants have a special skill that allows us to burn our own blood to unleash potential, increasing speed and strength. And we can also devour the blood of enemies during battle to recover ourselves. If you can learn some recovery spells or auxiliary spells that increase strength and speed, our combat power will be even stronger. Okay, I will check out spells in the library regarding this. I will not personally intervene in battles below the foundation establishment stage. When the time comes, I will send my descendants to fight for you. Good. Chapter 13, Shopping, Part 1. Chun Shin hurried to the library. The library was a large building resembling a pagoda. Upon entering, he saw an old man lazily lying on a recliner. Chun Shin looked around and, seeing no one else, thought that this old man was probably the only one managing this place. He smiled and said, Senior, this is my first time in the library. Here is my seal. And I want to find some spells. Without lifting his eyelids, the old man said, Chi training period spells are on the first floor. Find them yourself. It costs 100 low-grade spirit stones to record a copy, and it's not to be shared. Seeing that the old man had no interest in continuing the conversation, Chun Shin began searching on the first floor. The shelves were filled with an array of books, and just as Chun Shin was at a loss, he noticed that each shelf had a category labeled. Chun Shin moved from one shelf to another and found that they were all organized by categories. And the first floor contained not only spell books. There were shelves introducing general knowledge of the continent, interesting anecdotes, descriptions of spirit flowers and herbs, descriptions of flying birds and beasts, as well as books on alchemy, weapon refining, and talisman crafting. Of course, there were also many spell books. The spell books were also categorized based on their effects, such as attack, defense, speed, contract, recovery, restriction, concealment, formation, and a special category. Chun Shin casually picked up a book and saw that it taught a technique for feigning death. Although there were many books, each one only had a few lines of introduction when opened, followed by the beginning of the technique, but the rest of the content was blank. Chun Shin understood that payment was required to see the full content, to prevent disciples from stealing notes. First, he looked at the contract category. These were all spirit techniques for signing contracts with spirit beasts, such as blood contracts and life contracts. And indeed, there were no contract spirit techniques in there. Next, Chun Shin looked at the speed category, which was further divided into 3 types. There were techniques for human cultivators, those enhancing spirit beasts, and those usable by both. Among them, the wind control technique that Chun Shin already knew belonged to the category for human cultivators. If one couldn't win, then at least they should be able to run away. Chun Shin thought that while his wind control technique was good for travel and had good endurance, it didn't seem suitable for combat escape. After flipping through the books for a while, he quickly found a book titled Blood Burning Escape Technique. As the name suggests, it involved burning internal blood to explode in speed, making it the fastest among speed techniques, but its side effects were also the greatest. The blood within the human body could be said to be the source of life. Once it exceeded the limit, it could cause serious injuries affecting the foundation, or worse, lead to instant death. However, there seemed to be a fierce determination deep in Chun Shin's bones. If he encountered danger and couldn't even run away, leading to instant death, what was there to talk about regarding consequences? Resolutely, he took this book and continued searching. A day passed quickly, and Chun Shin walked up to the old man with a stack of books. Looking at the pile in front of him, the old man kindly said, Kid, being greedy is not good. You should know that cultivation is fundamental. Don't exchange all your wealth for these. I understand, old man. I want to delay my cultivation. The old man shook his head and took the books Chun Shin selected. Do you have any blank jade slips? No. The old man then took out a jade slip, a faint light flickering in his hand, and touched each book one by one with the jade slip. In no time, he finished touching a dozen books and said, 8 spell books, 1 each for introductory formations, weapon refining, talisman crafting, and alchemy, plus 4 general knowledge books, and a blank jade slip, totaling 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chun Shin casually took out a high-grade spirit stone and handed it to the old man. The old man looked at Chun Shin strangely, but said nothing, took the spirit stone, and then found a pile of spirit stones for Chun Shin. Chun Shin looked at the amount, astonished. Why so many? You should have received 80 mid-grade spirit stones, but this old man only has 60 mid-grade spirit stones. The rest is replaced with 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was the first time Qinshin saw mid-grade and low-grade spirit stones. Previously, Gujing had given him rent directly in a small cloth bag, and the spirit stones were not taken out. These spirit stones, like high-grade spirit stones, were cut into equal sizes, just with slightly different shapes. High-grade spirit stones were transparent and crystal-like, resembling a piece of glass. Mid-grade spirit stones had some mixed colors within this crystal body, due to impurities. Their spiritual energy was not as pure as high-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones were even more so. At first glance, one might think they were colored jade stones. But some edges revealed a pure crystal color. After collecting the spirit stones and jade slips, Qinshin thanked the old man and quickly left the library. After practicing spells in the cave for 9 days, Qinshin saw in his mind's game space that the 9-serpent fruit had matured. 1 season, 1 day later. Grows in a year. Indeed, in the game, planting spirit plants took 1 year in the outside world, while in the game, it only took 1 day. Could he take it out? He was about to get rich. Various thoughts whirled in Qinshin's mind, and his heart could no longer remain calm. No longer continuing to practice spells, Qinshin decided to explore the trading place to see if he could find something good. The first place Qinshin went to was the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, opposite the dining hall, which had 4 pavilions: Spirit Treasure Pavilion, Spirit Medicine Pavilion, Weapon Refining Pavilion, and Talisman Pavilion. The Spirit Medicine Pavilion is the largest and most unadorned building. Compared to the luxurious Spirit Treasure Pavilion, the Spirit Medicine Pavilion has an antique charm. Built not with intricately carved jade, but with wooden structures. Upon entering the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, a disciple from the outer sect immediately came over to guide Qinshin. Having seen in the task hall that there were 4 pavilions hiring service staff among the miscellaneous tasks, this was considered a high-paying category among them. This senior brother, what do you need to purchase? My name is Huang Lian, and I can introduce you. Huang Lian? The gray-clad youth showed a pained expression and said, "This is the name given by the pavilion steward, saying that anyone working in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion must have a memorable name related to medicine for him to remember. I'm considered lucky. Some people are named Pig Shit Bean." Qinshin couldn't help but chuckle. I just joined the sect, and the materials used here are quite different from those in my family. Let me browse a bit. Then let me introduce everything to you. Qinshin began to speak casually, even without a hint of embarrassment. There were many disciples purchasing items in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, and the places with dense crowds were usually where the most common medicinal items were located, which should be essential pills for cultivators. Qinshin quickly walked to the crowded area, and Huang Lian followed closely behind, introducing the items. These are chi-boosting pills. The spiritual energy provided by low-grade spirit stones is still somewhat insufficient during battles or breakthroughs, and chi-boosting pills are needed as assistance. This is the Cleansing Yuan pill. When absorbing the spiritual energy from low-grade spirit stones, the mixed spiritual energies take time and effort to refine on their own, and the Cleansing Yuan pill can assist in refining and cultivation. In Chapter 14, Purchasing Part 2, Qinshin also saw many large barrels filled with a blood-red substance that seemed like fresh blood but emitted a medicinal fragrance akin to fresh grass. This is the special blood food made by the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. It contains many spiritual herbs and is full of medicinal power, which is extremely beneficial for spirit beasts that require blood food. It's not comparable to ordinary blood food. Thinking of his agreement with the Ant King, which required regular blood food, Qinshin asked, "How many spirit stones for this barrel?" 30 low-grade spirit stones per barrel. If you think that's too much, we can also sell it in smaller quantities. Then I'll take 10 barrels. Qinshin, possessing a large sum of money, didn't find it expensive. However, Huang Lian's eyes nearly popped out. He had seen big spenders before, but they usually spent on rare treasures. Buying so many barrels of blood food for spirit beasts was unheard of. Seeing Qinshin pull out 3 medium-grade spirit stones to settle the bill, he was delighted. It seemed he had encountered a wealthy client this time. If he served him well during this shopping trip, his commission might be substantial. Next, Huang Lian put forth his utmost enthusiasm, continuously introducing various spiritual pills and treasures. Qinshin, with a curious mindset, bought some chi-boosting pills, cleansing yuan pills, foundation-building pills, and various detoxification pills. He also purchased a batch of commonly used medicinal materials and spiritual plants, as he had bought an introductory alchemy book from the library, which included several basic pill recipes he wanted to try out. Does the Spirit Medicine Pavilion sell seeds? Yes, but not many people buy them. Growing spiritual plants requires a lot of related knowledge. Even if you buy mature spiritual plants, improper planting can lead to them withering, let alone purchasing seeds. Are you sure you want to buy seeds? Yes. What kinds of seeds are available? There are many. The spiritual plants grown on Spirit Herb Peak basically have seeds reserved. At least thousands of types. What kind of spiritual plant seeds do you need? If I want a few seeds of each type, how many spirit stones would that be? Each type? Well, Let's say 3 seeds of each. The seeds aren't expensive, but the quantity you're asking for is too broad. I need to consult with the steward. Okay. Watching Huang Lian hurriedly leave, Chun-Shin casually continued to browse within the pavilion. In the back hall, Chun-Shin finally met the steward of the spirit medicine pavilion, who loved to give others nicknames. He was a big, rotund man dressed in white. This was the oldest inner sect disciple Chun-Shun had seen. On the way, Huang Lian had told Chun-Shun that the steward's surname was Tang. So, upon seeing Steward Tang, Chun-Shin politely cupped his fists in greeting. Steward Tang. The big man took a sip from his teacup and said, I heard that you want to purchase all types of seeds from the spirit medicine pavilion? Yes, Steward Tang, is that not allowed? That's not the case. I'm just very curious. There are no less than thousands of types of seeds, and some of them have never been successfully cultivated here. Are you sure you want these seeds? Yes, I want them. For what purpose? The steward's eyes were fixed on Chun-Shun, knowing that cultivators could discern lies through observation. Chun-Shun, although he could control his heart rate and blood flow to some extent, could not do so without leaving any traces, since he couldn't reveal his secret. And even if he did, others would think he was crazy. He could only honestly say, that's something I can't disclose. Nodding, Steward Tang asked to see Chun-Shun's seal. After examining Chun-Shun's dark gray seal carefully, he took out a booklet to compare. Chun-Shun, from the Jin clan's collateral branch, joined Spirit Insect Peak 10 days ago. Steward Tang's small eyes, squeezed on his chubby face, turned. The collateral branch of that clan? No problem with your identity. With the resources from that clan, it's not impossible to get seeds, let alone mature spiritual plants of all types. Not understanding, he thought, forget it. Huang Lian, take him down to get the seeds. Huang Lian hurriedly complied. Chun-Shin also thanked him and withdrew. At this moment, he realized that taking all types of seeds at once would make anyone suspicious about his intentions. Just like going to a pharmacy and buying one of every type of medicine, others would find it odd. He blamed himself for being startled by the events in the game space and not thinking it through. If he bought them in batches, it wouldn't raise suspicion. Huang Lian didn't rush to get the seeds, but instead pulled out a catalog to calculate the costs for Chun-Shun. Some seeds, like those for spiritual grazing grass used as food for herbivorous spirit beasts, had very low value, with one low-grade spirit stone able to buy a sack of seeds. However, some rare seeds could be worth as much as one medium-grade spirit stone each. He was worried that Chun-Shin wouldn't understand the market and might not be able to pay, wasting his efforts. Soon, the total was calculated. 3,681 types of seeds. 3 of each, totaling 110, 300. After rounding down, it would be 110,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chun-Shun waved his hand and handed Huang Lian 11 medium-grade spirit stones. Huang Lian happily accepted them, although he didn't know what Chun-Shun was going to do. He was sure that Chun-Shin was someone who had access to family resources and was procuring supplies for his family. Otherwise, a regular outer sect disciple wouldn't be so affluent. Not bothering to calculate how much commission he would earn from this, he hurried to get the seeds for Chun-Shun. Before long, Chun-Shin received a storage bag from Huang Lian. There were many items inside, making it difficult to take them out. This advanced storage bag was a complimentary gift and was already categorized. Chun-Shun took the storage bag, and as he probed inside with his consciousness, he quickly saw that it was packed full, with some items wrapped in bags, others in bottles and jars, and even some in jade boxes, with labels recording names and even descriptions and effects. However, this so-called advanced storage bag had less than half the space of the storage bag given to him by the elder, indicating that the elder's storage bag was not an ordinary item. Knowing that Huang Lian had put in effort, Chun-Shin casually gave him a medium-grade spirit stone as thanks. Huang Lian declined a couple of times before accepting it with a smile, enthusiastically recommending that if Chun-Shun needed to buy anything in the future, he should definitely come to find him for the best discounts. Chun-Shin also smiled and nodded in agreement. Next, Chun-Shun went to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, the Refining Pavilion, and the Talisman Pavilion. In the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, he bought several array discs, including the Essential Gathering Spirit Array Disc for cultivators. For those who didn't know how to manipulate formations, this array disc was a great invention. It could activate the formation by simply placing spirit stones in the array's eye. In the Refining Pavilion, Chun-Shin originally intended to buy a medicinal cauldron to learn alchemy, but upon seeing the dazzling array of armors and treasures, he couldn't resist buying some. Only in this way could he feel a sense of security in this suddenly arrived unfamiliar world. Daofu Pavilion's Chun-Shin spent money like water. Stacks of various talismans seemed to flow into his storage bag without cost, making the disciples see him as a human-shaped nuclear bomb by the end. Chapter 15, The Descent Mission. In the Ancestor Hall. After ending the communication with Chun-Shun through the sound transmission talisman, Jean Xiaoyan rubbed her temples. Ever since sending him to Spirit Bug Peak, it had been over a month, and he hadn't even come down from the peak. Moreover, He was being overly cautious, consulting her for every little issue. At this rate, what was the point of sending him to Spirit Bug Peak? Staying here was the same, after all. It was just too much support given to him, leaving him without the motivation to go out and gather resources. No, he couldn't continue to stay cooped up. He had to go out and train. Just after finishing the communication, Chun-Shin suddenly received another message through the sound transmission talisman. He probed into it, and a familiar voice rang out. Within 3 days, go to the mission hall to receive an outbound mission. Closing the door and building a car will never lead to progress. Chun-Shin looked at the sound transmission talisman with a bitter heart. He had just begun to get the hang of refining the pure yuan pill, and he was likely to succeed on the next batch, but now he was being dispatched. He couldn't afford to delay alchemy. Chun-Shin hurried to the mission hall to check what outbound missions were available within these 3 days. First, he saluted the outer door disciple guarding the hall, who still looked like he was lost in thought, showing no signs of acknowledgement. Chun-Shin didn't mind and directly started to look at the tasks posted on the wall. In fact, there were many outbound missions, some of which could be considered completely safe, like transporting sect supplies to the nearest market. Because it was so close to the sect, there hadn't been any issues for hundreds of years, and each time it was a large group setting off. However, there were only 1 or 2 trips each month, and the next transport was still a week away, which left him feeling helpless. After checking around, there were only 3 or 4 urgent outbound missions that needed to be completed within 3 days, all of which had cultivation requirements, needing at least mid-stage chi refinement to take on. Since all outbound missions carried some degree of danger and were team tasks, Chun-Shin cleverly chose the task in the Spirit Beast mountain range. After all, going down the mountain was still going down, and stepping out of the sect by a meter was still considered leaving the sect. This task was issued by an inner door steward from the Spirit Herb Peak, requiring them to go to Snake Valley to hunt a large number of colorful snakes to extract their snake gallbladders. Although the colorful snakes lived on the outskirts of Snake Valley, there were often fierce poisonous snakes that would occasionally come out from the inner areas. For safety, this task recruited 6 people, which was just right to speed up the hunting process, allowing for quick in and out and preventing unexpected situations. Moreover, if more people were recruited, the rewards would not be enough to split. 5 people had already signed up, and the task sheet specifically noted the number of participants who had accepted the task, as well as the requirement of being at least late-stage chi refinement to take on the task. Taking down the task sheet, Chun-Shin approached the guarding disciple. Before Chun-Shin could speak, this spaced-out inner door disciple tossed him a sound transmission talisman without moving his head, and a hoarse voice said, "This is the mission, Captain. Contact directly." Chun-Shin was truly taken aback. This guy hadn't even opened his mouth. Ventriloquism? Feeling as if he had seen a ghost, Chun-Shin hurriedly ran out of the hall. Over the next 2 days, Chun-Shin practiced the spells he had learned in his cave dwelling. He had mastered these spells, but they were still not proficient. The preparation time was too long, and he feared he wouldn't be able to use them in actual combat, needing to improve his casting speed. Soon, 2 days passed, and Chun-Shin went to the White Jade platform early. For safety, Chun-Shin used the concealment technique he had learned to hide his cultivation level. If his mediocre great perfection were to be sent into battle, it would be troublesome. The more cultivation he concealed with the concealment technique, the more true essence it consumed. So Chun-Shin made himself appear as if he had just reached the 7th layer of chi refinement, meeting the task standard for late-stage chi refinement. He also wore the lightweight and powerful protective armor purchased from the artifact refining pavilion under his clothes. This armor was said to be able to withstand foundation-building experts without being instantly killed. Upon arriving at the place, a familiar figure stood at the entrance of the stone steps leading down the mountain. Senior Sister Song? This was indeed the Senior Sister Song he had seen during the last arena competition. No wonder her voice sounded so familiar. Senior Sister Song was not surprised that this unfamiliar team member recognized her, as she was already a prominent figure among the outer sect. She nodded coldly and said, "You must be Chun-Shin. You said during the transmission that it's your first time down the mountain, so don't stray too far while hunting." Although her tone was cold, Chun-Shin still felt the concern in her words, and his heart warmed, nodding in agreement. Soon, at the agreed time, the members arrived one after another, including the tall senior brother Gao who had competed alongside Senior Sister Song. Once everyone gathered, Senior Sister Song glanced at the other members, who all knew each other and exchanged a few words, while Chun-Shin sat quietly, looking unfamiliar to everyone. After a moment, she said, "Since we have new members joining this time, let us introduce ourselves. Song Yufei, Poison Centipede Lineage, Spirit Beast, Multi-Spiked Centipede." The tall senior brother Gao cooperatively introduced himself. Gao Haoran, Giant Scorpion Lineage, Spirit Beast, Red Sand Scorpion. A female disciple with an unknown ink smeared on her face said, Lu Xiaoli, Poison Spider Lineage, Spirit Beast, Human-Faced Demon Spider. A simple-looking young man said, I'm Huafeng, shell bug lineage, spirit beast, armor bug. Another middle-aged uncle with a bit of age said. Just call me Old Lu, or Old Lu is fine, spirit beast, amber butterfly. Chun Shun was feeling confused. What was this lineage nonsense? Fortunately, Old Lu did not introduce himself further. Chun Shun gritted his teeth and said, Chun Shun, bloodthirsty ant. No one questioned Chun Shun's introduction. Senior sister Song Yufei clapped her hands and said, All right, it's getting late. We can talk more on the way. The six of them then used the wind control technique, channeling the power of the wind into their legs. And the six figures sped down the stone steps at high speed. As Chun Shun ran, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Thankfully, he had practiced a bit, or he would have stumbled down the mountain and made a fool of himself. Down the stone steps was an endless spirit beast forest. There were a few small paths opened up by predecessors within the forest. After running for almost half a day, when the path came to an end, Senior Sister Song led the team toward a patch of forest. Seeing Senior Sister Song leading the way in a curved line, Chun Shun couldn't help but wonder. Glancing back at the honest-looking Huafeng, Chun Shun asked, Senior Brother Hua, why aren't we going in a straight line? That would be faster. Exactly. Although this spirit beast forest was controlled by our beast control sect and had become an endless source of resources for the sect, it didn't mean we were enslaving them. Rather, it was a free-range approach. The various groups of spirit beasts living inside had their own territories. Only when a particular group was on the brink of extinction would the sect intervene. The area we just bypassed was the territory of the saber-toothed tiger. If we had passed directly through their territory, we would have sparked a conflict and unnecessary slaughter, slowing us down instead. Furthermore, many beast territories contain terrifying existences that we shouldn't provoke. I see. Chun Shun nodded in gratitude. Chapter 16, Camping. Soon, night fell, and Song Yufei chose a slope to set up camp. We have to stay overnight. Chun Shun voiced his confusion, eliciting laughter from everyone. How underestimated do you think the vastness of the spirit beast forest is? Lu Qiaoli smiled brightly. Just crossing the spirit beast forest without any interruptions will take at least 10 days or half a month. To reach Snake Valley, it's still a 3-day journey, which is considered short, Old Lu kindly reminded. Chun Shun was taken aback. When he had flown through the sky with his master, the scenery had changed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the forest would be out of sight. He hadn't expected the spirit beast forest to be this large. He had underestimated it. As night fell, it was not suitable to travel, as some nocturnal beasts would come out to hunt, which could lead to trouble. Captain Song Yufei chose a slope to set up camp. The six of them were somewhat exhausted after a day's journey, and their true essence had been greatly depleted. Soon, Captain Song Yufei arranged the night watch. She and Chun Shun would take the first half of the night, while Gao Haoran and Huafeng would take the latter half, leaving Lu Qiaoli and Old Lu for the next day. Chun Shun didn't expect Song Yufei to want him to keep watch with her, especially the warning glance Gao Haoran gave him when he left, which left him somewhat perplexed. What was going on? Soon, the other members took spirit pills and sat down to rest, while one of them, Huafeng, meditated without using any spirit stones or elixirs. He was a poor simpleton, Chun Shun thought to himself. Chun Shun walked back and forth, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Junior Brother Chun, there's no need to be so tense, Song Yufei said as she fiddled with a formation plate, which soon activated, and a transparent glow rapidly spread out before vanishing. Sister, what is this? It's a warning formation. It will alert us if any living creatures approach. Looking at the spirit stones embedded in the formation plate, Chun Shun asked in confusion, the task's rewards are not much for 6 people. Do we really need to consume these spirit stones? Seeing that the captain didn't say much more, Chun Shun didn't want to be a bore, especially with that warning glance from Senior Brother Gao. He didn't want to get involved in this mess for no reason. He took out a low-grade spirit stone, entered a meditative state, and quickly absorbed the spiritual energy. This was Chun Shun's first time absorbing a low-grade spirit stone, and he felt a bit of novelty. It felt bland, like having eaten sumptuous dishes and suddenly being served rough rice. Low-grade spirit stones contained many impurities that wouldn't be filtered before entering the body. They needed to be refined and expelled using true essence. This elixir acted like a sieve, directly helping to filter out the impurities without needing to search slowly. Although it sped up the process, it still couldn't compare to using high-grade spirit stones. But he was no longer a novice in the cultivation world. If he took out a high-grade spirit stone to recover true essence, others would suspect his motives. Why use a high-grade spirit stone for recovery? What was he trying to do? A night passed without incident, and as the sun rose, the group continued their journey. The second day was not as peaceful as the first, although they were still traversing the boundary of the monster territory. There were often monsters curious to see how vast the outside world was. Soon, they encountered a creature with an owl's face and a bear's body. Chun Shun had seen this giant before. The first time he entered the mission hall, He saw a hefty reward for its inner organs, and he didn't expect to run into it here. The roared at the group. It's just a small one. In the early stage of the first rank, Lao Lu sneered, ready to take action. But Song Yufei stopped him. This is the Bear Forest, close to this territory. That roar might have already alerted the big ones inside. We shouldn't stir up trouble. Song Yufei quickly summoned 2 small centipedes from her spirit beast pouch, which rushed forward and bit the once imposing immediately stood still, dazed. It's paralyzed by my centipede toxin. Hurry past it, let's go. The group quickly leaped past running for a while before faintly hearing the angry roars behind them. Chen Shun was still a bit confused. That was just a small one? What would the big ones look like? Before night fell, with the sun still high, Song Yufei led the group to a mountainside to set up camp. Just ahead was the territory of once the sun set, they would come out to hunt, so they could not proceed further. There were many temporary caves carved by previous travelers at the mountainside, and soon they chose one to rest inside. Lu Qiaoli and Lao Lu naturally took on the responsibility of keeping watch, while Song Yufei did not rest immediately, but used the formation plate again. After the glow from the formation plate faded, she finally sat down to meditate and recover, just when they thought it would be another uneventful night. During the shift change between Song Yufei, Chen Shun, and Lao Lu, sounds of fighting emerged from outside. The group was startled and quickly stood at the cave entrance to look out. Talismans flew, and exploding fireballs splattered in the air, with shadows falling from the sky. It's people, Lao Lu furrowed his brow. Lu Qiaoli looked at Captain Song Yufei and asked, Sister, should we go help? At that moment, Gao Haoran and Huafeng also heard the commotion and ran over, casually saying, it's just another reckless team. How dare they engage at night? Why should we care? Song Yufei's expression changed, and she waved for everyone to follow. Chapter 17. A stream of red light burst from the waists of the group, transforming into spirit beasts. Chen Shun had seen Song Yufei and Gao Haoran's spirit beasts before. They were which charged into the battle with their little brothers. The spirit beasts of the other members were new to Chen Shun. Huafeng commanded a group of beetles resembling a bull, which formed for shields rotating around him. Lu Qiaoli's spirit beast was a giant face spider, with a massive human face on its abdomen. It constantly sprayed silk into the sky, ensnaring the shadows above and causing them to fall. At that moment, Chen Shun finally saw what the looked like. Its body glistened with a metallic sheen. He had seen introductions in jade slips before. This type of bat had a body as hard as iron, wings that could slice through anything. And most were only in the early stage of the first rank, with a few in the mid-stage, but they were in large numbers and excelled in collective hunting. Lao Lu's amber butterfly was also quite distinctive. It was a transparent yellow butterfly the size of a human, with thin red veins visible within its body. Every time it flapped its wings, yellow specks scattered, indistinguishable from either powder or some kind of spell. The wood immediately becomes stiff and fall from the sky upon contact, as if frozen in amber. Lu Qiaoli and Lao Lu's spirit insects were clearly male. They had no little brothers with them. As far as Chen Shun knew, only royal or female spirit insects could hatch little brothers. However, that didn't mean that females with little brothers were better. Some female spirit insects had low reproductive rates or no combat abilities at all, making contracting male spirit insects more advantageous. Chen Shun also had a burst of red light, and he was already standing on a dense ant nest. A small dog-sized bloodthirsty ant commanded a fist-sized swarm of ants, tearing at on the ground. This lead ant was a subordinate given to him by the bloodthirsty ant king, and Chen Shun had given it an amusing name, Little Ant, possessing late-stage first-rank strength. Perfectly posing as his contracted spirit beast, the bloodthirsty ants played a supplementary role, attacking the that were ensnared by silk and controlled by the amber butterfly. These bats were only temporarily restrained, as they kept trying to tear the silk apart, indicating that once freed, they could fly up and create trouble for them. The team surrounded by consisted of only 4 people, and they had noticed Chen Shun and his group's rescue. They shouted their thanks while fighting and retreating toward Chen Shun's team. Chen Shun recognized the 4 rescued individuals, 2 men and 2 women, one of whom was a familiar face. Gujing, who had just shown him around the spirit insect peak. They were caught off guard by the sudden addition of the new team, but they quickly reacted. The small encirclement that had originally targeted the 4 expanded, enveloping both teams. They had a unique attack method. They would emit a silent screech in the air, which could be seen as a form of invisible sonic attack. The ears couldn't hear any piercing sounds, but a sudden dizziness clearly indicated that one had been hit. This sonic attack could not be blocked by simply closing one's ears, and they would take the opportunity to swoop down and sever a person's head with their hard wings. The 4 people surrounded had deep cuts on their arms and backs, indicating they had been through a tough battle for quite some time. Although they were numerous, they were limited by their cultivation levels, and with more people joining the fray, they soon began to show signs of disorder as they were killed. Chen Shun also secretly conjured a few fireballs, knocking down several unfortunate bats. The bats fell in front of his army of bloodthirsty ants, quickly turning into bat corpses. The bloodthirsty ants did not consume the bodies of the demon beasts. They only loved to drink blood, making them more akin to mosquitoes. As the chaos grew, the crowd was soon able to break free from the encirclement. Suddenly, a clattering sound echoed through the night, resembling the sound of teeth clashing, disorienting everyone. Large shadows flew in from the distance. They were reinforcements of the iron-boned bats. The bat swarm, which had been battling the group for a long time, immediately became energized upon hearing the sound, organizing themselves into a more disciplined formation. Brother Gong Jiaqing hissed, "Be careful, the Bat King is coming too." The iron-boned Bat King? The crowd tightened their hearts. They were not afraid of scattered enemies, but they dreaded an organized and disciplined army of bats, with reinforcements and order. It wasn't long before 3 out of the 6 members of Song Yufei's team were injured. Knowing the principle of to catch a thief, first catch the king, old Lu, clutching his severed left arm, said to Hua Fong, "Cover me. Let me find the Bat King." Originally, the iron-boned bats would fall upon contact with powder. But now, after being coated with it, they emitted a faint yellow glow, making them particularly conspicuous in the shadows of the night. Among them was a particularly large one, standing out like a lit torch, perched on the highest branch of a distant tree, surrounded by countless iron-boned bats. To the east, the iron-boned Bat King. Old Lu shouted hoarsely. The 10-member team charged towards the direction of the Bat King. They had to kill or drive it away, or everyone would die. Brother Gong Jiaqing took the lead, riding on a giant scorpion as his spirit pet. He lightly stomped on the ground and leapt onto the scorpion's head, directing it toward the Bat King. Song Yufei and Gao Haoran commanded their centipede scorpion army, flanking left and right as guards. However, Gao Haoran's large scorpion appeared tiny compared to Gong Jiaqing's giant scorpion. The remaining 7, including Chen Shun, followed behind the 3, braving sudden bouts of dizziness, leaning on each other and pushing forward. The iron-boned bats, seeing them getting closer to their king, became increasingly frantic in their attacks. One iron-boned bat took advantage of Chen Shun being momentarily stunned by the sonic attack and lunged at his face. The bloodthirsty ant, his guardian spirit beast, jumped up and bit the iron-boned bat's wing, dragging it down into the ant swarm. Soon, the sound of crunching and slurping filled the air as the poor iron-boned bat was covered in bite marks and turned into a dry corpse before its blood could last even half a second. Chen Shun regained his senses and praised the leading bloodthirsty ant. "Well done, little ant." As the crowd was about to approach the Bat King, it sensed danger and spread its wings to fly from the treetop. Song Yufei shouted, "Don't let it escape. Use attack talismans, use more." Talismans could be considered another great invention of this world. If casting spells by oneself was like shooting arrows, then using talismans was like using crossbows. The more talismans there were, the more like Zhuge Liang's repeating crossbow. Each had its advantages. Talismans stored spells in advance on talisman paper, requiring only a small amount of true essence as a trigger to launch, allowing for quick casting with minimal consumption. Of course, the drawbacks were also obvious, unlike self-casting spells, which allowed for precise control over the spell's power and further manipulation through hand seals. Spells sealed in talismans had their power determined at the moment of sealing. Chen Shun obediently took out a stack of talismans from the storage bag specifically for talismans at his waist, surged his true essence, and shot the talismans toward the iron-boned Bat King. Then everyone witnessed a jarring scene. Amidst the groups of 2 to 4 talisman spells, a torrent of countless talismans overwhelmed the iron-boned Bat King. The torrent of spells composed of thunder, fire, and wind blades surged through, sweeping past the Bat King and exploding in the distance, leaving only a cloud of gray-black powder where the Bat King had been. The crowd looked at Chun Shun in surprise, wondering if he had spent all his savings on talismans at once. Only Gu Jing revealed a different shade in her eyes. Chen Shun was also surprised. Wasn't he said to use several more? Chapter 18, The Iron-Blooded Bat King. With the Bat King gone, the iron-boned bat swarm scattered like a headless chicken. Hua Fong ran to the pile of powder left by the Bat King and rubbed it with his hand, lamenting the loss, saying the Bat King's teeth were exceptional materials for refining weapons, now turned to dust. At this moment, everyone learned why there was a female disciple in their team who did not control a spirit beast. In their last group mission, an unforeseen incident led to this female disciple, named Ma Shuer, losing her spirit beast. Brother Gong Jiaqing was the captain of that last mission, and perhaps out of guilt or mixed feelings of admiration, he promised that when Ma Shuer obtained a new spirit beast, he would provide assistance without any charge. Thus, this female disciple invited her close friend, Sister Zhang, who then invited Gu Jing. The 4 began to capture suitable spirit beasts in the spirit beast forest. While investigating the iron-boned bat cave, Brother Gong inferred from the bat's behavior that the Bat King was likely producing the next Bat King. They cleverly stole a nest of young bats, but the Bat King quickly discovered this and sent out many subordinates to search, and unfortunately, they were caught by a pair of them head-on. In the cave, Ma Shu'er opened her spirit beast bag, and 3 young iron-boned bats cried out. 2 of them had claws that glowed golden like the Bat King, embodying the so-called kingly demeanor. The other was entirely red, even its eyes were red. Old Lu exclaimed, "A variant. The iron-blooded Bat King? What a pity." Chun Shin asked curiously, "Old Lu, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the variant?" "The adult iron-blooded Bat King has a top-tier bloodline and a chance to reach tier 3, but it's a cub." Seeing that Chun Shin still didn't understand, Song Yufei explained, "Do you know why we at Spirit Insect Peak consider the Purple Bee King the strongest?" Chun Shin nodded. "The Purple Bee King has a chance to grow into a tier 3 spirit beast and can produce guard male bees, commanding a swarm." Song Yufei nodded but then shook her head. "That is correct, but many spirit beasts have the potential to grow into tier 3 or even tier 4 beasts. Why does Spirit Insect Peak exclusively praise the Purple Bee King?" The colorful-faced Lu Qiaoli smiled and said, "Because of the growth cycle, you fool. The Purple Bee King can grow quickly and soon become the master's reliable support." Chun Shin suddenly understood. Gu Jing, who had been treating wounds, suddenly interjected. "The bloodline of the iron-blooded Bat King is too good, but its growth is slow. It takes 50 years to reach the peak of tier 1. It probably won't have any buyers." "Brother Gong, what do you plan to do?" Gong Jiaqing rubbed his nose and said, "The iron-blooded Bat King can also be considered a medicinal material. At worst, we can give it to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion for refining." Everyone looked at the young iron-blooded Bat King with eyes that regarded it as a medicinal material, scaring the Bat King into retracting its neck. Chun Shun had actually had an idea about these 3 cubs for a long time, knowing he had no hope of the iron-boned Bat King cub. He didn't expect to see a glimmer of hope again. These people actually wanted to sell the iron-blooded Bat King cub cheaply, to use it for refining medicine? When it was time to act, Chun Shin said, "I wonder if you senior brothers and sisters could sell the iron-blooded Bat King to me." "Oh, you want it?" Gong Jiaqing looked at Chun Shun, and everyone else looked at him in surprise. After a moment's thought, Gong Jiaqing said, "Since little brother just used so many talismans, we'll give you this iron-blooded Bat King as compensation for your loss. That won't do. This is what you all worked hard for. How can it be given for free? Besides, everyone helped, and I'm the only one benefiting. Isn't that inappropriate?" Taking the iron-blooded Bat King that Ma Shu'er had brought, Chun Shun felt overjoyed. He suppressed the urge to immediately try it in the game space, and instead honestly stored it in the spirit beast bag. The cave was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Some were healing, some were resting, and especially the 3 women who sat together chatting quickly became close friends, occasionally bursting out in silver bell-like laughter, which changed the mood entirely. Outside the cave, Chun Shun and senior sister Song continued to keep watch at night, observing the group inside engaging in conversation. Song Yufei said, "If you want to go in and chat, just go ahead. I'm fine here alone." Chun Shin shook his head in refusal. He glanced at the lively conversation happening inside and said, "Is this Brother Gong quite popular? His father is a strong candidate for the next peak master of Lingchong Peak, and he himself is the young master of the Scorpion Vein. Whether genuine or not, he has to appear neutral and kind. The peak master of Lingchong cannot show favoritism towards any of the branches under him." Upon hearing this, Chun Shin understood this was politics. No matter what mountain one was born from, once they sat in a position representing fairness, they had to be impartial. Otherwise, it would be hard to gain the people's trust. He hadn't expected that the Beastmaster sect had so many twists and turns. Chun Shun threw out another question. "We killed the Iron-Bone Bat King, and we took its young. Will they still give birth to a new Bat King?" Beasts can give birth to kings not only through bloodlines, but also by devouring each other to gain the inherited power from the flesh. "Do you know about raising Gu?" "Yes. When there is a Bat King, it will deliberately control its subordinates to kill each other to avoid a new Bat King challenging its position. Now that there is no Bat King, they will soon give birth to a new ruler through fighting." "I see." Having eliminated the major threat near their cave, they had a peaceful night. When the morning sun rose, the group gradually emerged from the cave. The 3 women naturally walked out hand in hand, which did not surprise Chun Shun, but he was taken aback to see Gu Jing and Gao Haoran with their arms around each other's shoulders, as if they had suddenly encountered long-lost brothers. He clearly remembered that the 2 were not familiar yesterday. Gu Jing's spirit beast was not a scorpion, but a crab the size of a brown bear, which constantly blew bubbles and wrapped the iron-bone bat to make it fall. At that time, he had still been wondering if that counted as an insect. The group prepared to set off, and the leader naturally became Brother Gong. With a wave of his hand, the wind rose, and everyone followed his pace forward. This time they directly passed through the territory of the iron-bone bats. Without a Bat King, they were like a scattered sand, and they rarely appeared during the day, mostly hiding in the iron boneback caves. Next stop, Snake Valley. Chapter 19, Snake Valley. The benefit of not taking a detour immediately became apparent. Before noon, under the sun that had not yet reached its zenith, the group arrived at their destination, Snake Valley. Looking at the menacingly large cave opening before him, Chen felt a bit puzzled. Knowing there was a little white in the team, Song Yufei whispered, Snake Valley is a basin surrounded by 6 peaks. Each of these 6 peaks is home to ferocious beasts that our outer disciples cannot match. Even the canyon between the mountains is not safe. The elders of the sect directly broke through this mountain to reach Snake Valley. Are there formidable beings in Snake Valley as well? Song Yufei gave Chen a deep look and said, of course there are, and many. As long as we don't delve deep into Snake Valley, we will be fine. Why is that? In the depths of Snake Valley, there are snake demons that possess intelligence comparable to humans. They are the true rulers of this area. The 6 peaks that we cannot look down upon are merely food resources for them. Unfortunately, this is the Beastmaster sect. They cannot breed freely here. Even a major demon must sign an agreement not to step out of the depths of Snake Valley, or else they will face the elders' punishment. If a snake demon violates the rules before the elders come to punish them, wouldn't we be in trouble? Looking at the fearful junior, Song Yufei chuckled. Then that would mean we are just unlucky. If we really encounter them, it is fate. The group stepped into the cave, and in this dark and damp environment, countless small snakes and insects were reproducing wildly. The hissing of snakes echoed around, especially from above, sending chills down people's spines. Chen particularly disliked this environment. Before he could make any moves, he saw Zhang's senior sister, who was a friend of Ma Shuer, her shadow constantly surging beneath her feet like waves. While the sounds of snakes, insects, and ants gradually faded away, taking advantage of the dim light, Chen focused his vision and clearly saw that the snake above, which could not be considered a demon beast and had no cultivation, was merely a wild giant python. Its body gradually dissipated, as if it were originally just a snake-shaped ash being blown away by the wind. In fact, these non-cultivated snakes could be easily killed even by ordinary people skilled in martial arts. The group was all at the later stage of chi refinement, so they originally did not need to pay attention to them. However, since someone took action to eliminate them, they would not stop them, as it reduced the noise. The team soon delved deeper into the mountain's interior. By this point, they no longer encountered wild beast snakes without cultivation. Sporadic encounters with a few demon snakes occurred, mostly at the early stage of the first level. Regardless of what kind of demon snake they encountered, the team would directly strike to kill, carefully collecting the corpses in storage bags. Any snake with cultivation could be said to be a treasure, unlike the iron-boned bats, which were discarded carelessly. The most encountered demon snake was the colorful snake, as they lived in the outskirts of Snake Valley and frequently wandered into the cave. They were not small, about the thickness of a forearm and approximately 5 meters long, with red, yellow, blue, green, and purple color blocks. According to the Jade Slip, their venom was very potent. Even though cultivators had some resistance to toxins, if bitten, they would have to take detoxification pills immediately, or within a short time, the poison would enter their heart veins. And no matter how good the spiritual elixirs were, they could not save them. Unfortunately, there were too few demon snakes, and the team was too strong. So Chen didn't dare to act carelessly, fearing that if he used even a bit more strength, the precious medicine would turn to ash. Soon, the cave reached its end, revealing an endless expanse of primal thorny jungle. In the valley, mist rose, and at the innermost part, there was even a purple mist shrouding the area. Brother Gong turned his back to the group and said, "We've arrived. The area covered by purple mist ahead is the inner area of Snake Valley. No one should step inside. Even a single creature in there is beyond our capability to contend with. It's best not to enter even the area covered by white mist. We just need to search the outskirts along the mountain wall." Song Yufei nodded and was about to assign team members when Gao Haoran suddenly said, "I feel a kindred spirit with Brother Gujing. I have some insights I want to verify during the upcoming hunt. I hope to be in a group with Brother Gu." With that, Gao Haoran and Gujing stood together. Chen looked at the two with a strange expression. What were these two doing? Unexpectedly, at this moment, Zhang's senior sister, who used insect goo, also stepped forward and joined the two. Were they forming a 3-person team? Brother Gong and Ma Shuer silently stood together, while Chen remained behind senior sister Song and did not move. Only Lu Qiaoli, Huafeng, and old Lu needed to be arranged. Lu Qiaoli shrugged and walked over to Ma Shuer, saying as she walked, "I'll stick with Sister Shui." Huafeng and old Lu both chose Chen and senior sister Song. Thus, their 3 teams of 334 were formed. Since senior sister Song's team had the most members, they unreservedly chose the largest mountain depression on the left. The other 2 teams chose the 2 branches on the right. The colorful snake was not considered a very powerful demon beast for cultivators. They were low in cultivation and had not yet escaped the category of ordinary beast attack methods. Their attack method was also very simple. They would hide themselves and suddenly spring out when prey approached, using their venom to kill the prey. As long as they were careful and did not step into or clear unknown grass patches to prevent ambushes, they could discover them in advance and strike them down directly. The task required 600 colorful snake gallbladders. Originally, each person needed to kill 100 snakes, but with Brother Gong and their team joining, each person only needed to kill 60. Huafeng, wielding his sword and shield, directly severed the head of a colorful snake. Although the snake's body was already gone, its head remained firmly biting onto the insect's shield, while the headless body struggled on the ground before he stored it in his bag. Glancing at the amused Huafeng, Song Yufei doused the enthusiasm, saying, "The other two valleys might not have as many colorful snakes. After all, they also migrate. Let's kill enough, at least 100. Before we talk." Huafeng began to wail, as his efficiency was the slowest. It was a bit difficult for him to kill 100 colorful snakes before sunset. Huafeng gave Chun Shin a thumbs up, saying, "Junior Brother Chun is on the right track. If you want to learn sword techniques, I can teach you this set. I purchased it outside and it's not restricted by the sect." Lao Lu rolled his eyes and said, "This set of mountain-splitting sword techniques consumes a lot of true essence. With that essence, it would be more practical to strengthen a spirit beast with an auxiliary spell." After a few days together, the group gradually got familiar and even started joking. As they ventured deeper into the valley, they encountered all sorts of strange and bizarre demon snakes, increasing the pressure on everyone and making progress difficult. Chun Shin's bloodthirsty ants also suffered heavy casualties, except for the leading small ant with late-stage cultivation. Most of the other ants were in the early stage of cultivation. They could handle skirmishes or take advantage of numbers. But in a tough battle against a large number of demon snakes, casualties were inevitable. This was despite Chun Shin using a lot of true essence to cast the auxiliary spell to enhance their strength, which allowed the bloodthirsty ants to maintain the upper hand. Without the spell, the small ants would likely soon be wiped out. Chapter 20, Ambushed. They encountered a late-stage fire scale snake, which had rough skin and thick flesh and could spit fire, containing fire poison that couldn't be touched. After suffering many casualties among the centipede ants, they finally managed to pile up and kill it, just as the four were about to take a moment to recover. Huafeng suddenly clutched his stomach and fell to the ground. "Huafeng, what's wrong?" The others were alarmed, fearing he might have been bitten by a poisonous snake in the earlier battle. Song Yufei's expression darkened as she spoke. "We've been poisoned." The group struggled to huddle together. Fortunately, they were close enough to support each other in their effort to eliminate the demon beasts. Chun Shin's face turned grim as he asked, "Sister Song, how could we be poisoned? Was it the snake?" "It was human poison." The group was shocked. Some dared not meet their teammates' eyes, fearing their doubts might be discovered. "It's a curse poison. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the work of that Sister Zhang." "Am I right, Sister Zhang?" Song Yufei looked toward the thick jungle ahead, probing. "I underestimated you. How did you find out this is curse poison?" Zhang's sister said, wanting to see if they would suspect each other and whether they could withstand mutual slaughter to entertain her. "We? Who else?" Song Yufei caught a flaw in Zhang's sister's words. A pale light emerged from around them, forming a dome that enveloped the space of thousands of meters around Song Yufei and the others. Song Yufei looked at the transparent milky white shield with a grim expression and said, "A restriction formation, cutting off sound transmission symbols and distress signals." Lao Lu, observing everything, spoke in a low voice, "What kind of curse poison did you use, and why didn't we detect it?" "I started as soon as you entered the cave, using a reduced dosage to avoid your detection, just a little bit at a time, until it finally erupted now." Countless bubbles flew out from the forest toward the four of them. It was Gu Jing. It was the unique ability of his crab spirit beast. Chun Shin and Song Yufei commanded the small ants and many bristled centipedes to destroy those bubbles. As soon as the ants and centipedes' tendrils touched the bubbles, they were instantly enveloped, seeing their little brothers struggling desperately within, but they had no way to help. Fortunately, any ant or centipede encased in a bubble would temporarily stop moving. At that moment, Gu Jing emerged from behind a tree, smiling as he said, "The bubbles from my trapped giant crab can only trap the encased creatures. Once the bubble's spiritual energy is exhausted, it will naturally burst. However, when combined with the drowning technique, it can suffocate the creatures inside. Don't underestimate my cultivation at the 6th level of Qi training. The synergy of my spirit beast's ability and my spells produces an effect greater than the sum of its parts, making me more troublesome than many late-stage Qi training cultivators." Chun Shin looked at this familiar figure in disbelief. "Gu Jing, why are you targeting us? We are all from the same sect, and the sect has rules." Gu Jing looked at Chun Shin with pity. "Our target is you. As for the sect's rules, If you enter the inner layers of the Snake Valley and are killed by demon beasts, it has nothing to do with us. Chunshin pointed at himself. Me? Huafeng and Lao Lu also looked at Chunshin curiously, wondering what made him different that they were willing to risk being discovered by the sect's rules to kill him. That's right, it's you. Ever since we parted that day, I've been keeping an eye on you. What a big move you made. I didn't expect you to stay in your cave for over a month without going out. Just as I was about to give up and take on other tasks, fate led me to meet you while being pursued by iron-boned bats. Song Yufei's expression turned cold. For some trivial resources, you would engage in such murderous and smuggling activities. If discovered, is it worth the consequences and the reward? Gu Jing shook his head and remained silent. It seemed that this sister did not realize what kind of wealthy person was beside her. Yufei, since we are acquaintances, I can give you a chance. Gao Haoran, accompanied by his red sand scorpion, slowly emerged from the forest, surrounded by countless small scorpions protecting him in a circular formation. Song Yufei looked at Gao Haoran with a cold smile. I knew it was you. Your group must not be strangers. Gao Haoran replied calmly. We've actually been familiar for a long time and have done similar things before. If it weren't for you, Yufei, we wouldn't have come out to say anything. When the toxin acts up, we would immediately attack. As the longer it drags on, the greater your chance of detoxifying. He then looked at Song Yufei with passionate eyes. As long as you join us to kill the three of them and vow with a heart demon oath to never disclose what happened today, I guarantee your safety. And the spoils will be shared with you. Delusional. Lao Lu and Huafeng glanced at each other pitifully. They were not even targets and were not mentioned at all. Yet they were to use their heads as a pledge. It seemed there was no way to resolve this peacefully. Gu Jing watched as spirit beasts suffocated and fell from the bubbles. The bubbles began to slowly move. He impatiently said, Senior Brother Gao, kill those three first. Capture Sister Song, and then we can concoct something later. I believe that when she sees those treasures and the threat of death, Sister Song will make the right choice. Gao Haoran sighed helplessly. All right. Huafeng wrapped the armored insect around the four of them to block the fireball and wind blade attacks from Gu Jing. Lao Lu spat out a mouthful of black blood, channeling spiritual energy into the amber butterfly's body, and the amber butterfly's wings flapped, releasing a yellow powder glow that surprisingly blocked the influx of curse poison. Song Yufei also had blood trickling from the corner of her mouth and began to fight back desperately, her hands constantly forming seals, causing the many bristled centipedes to suddenly speed up, piercing through the bubbles that had previously been impenetrable. Chunshin also commanded the bloodthirsty ants to use their innate abilities. The bloodthirsty ants glowed with a bloody light. Their strength and speed greatly increased, transforming into a blood-red wave crashing onto the scorpions, steadily overpowering one. The scorpions' heads and tails flew off, but Chunshin understood this was only temporary. This technique, which burned their own blood to unleash potential, could only last for a short while. Once the time was up, they would become weak and unable to move, becoming easy prey. Just moments ago, Chunshin had distributed detoxification pills to the others. The quality of detoxification pills varied, and those he bought from the spiritual medicine pavilion were top tier. However, since the poison had already taken effect and the pills had just been taken, their effects wouldn't be immediate. Enduring immense pain, Chunshin spat out a mouthful of poisoned blood extracted by the medicinal power and pulled out a stack of talismans from his storage bag. Seeing Chunshin pull out a stack of attack talismans, Gu Jing roared, Don't let Chunshin use the talismans. Kill him first. After speaking, he sent a massive fireball shooting towards Chunshin, but unfortunately, it was firmly blocked by Huafeng's armored insects. Only a few charred armored insects fell. Chunshin's insides were churning, feeling nauseous. This was the clash between the detoxification pill's potency and the poison of the goo. He admired Song Yufei. In such a situation, she actually managed to cast a spell? The intermittent true essence could not effectively activate the talisman. Wanting to pass the talisman to Song Yufei beside him, he saw her twisting her fingers, her chest already stained black with dark blood, showing no reaction to the offered spell talisman. It was at the limit. Chunshin sighed inwardly. Gao Haoran and the others were also afraid of Chunshin activating the talisman. After all, the memory of the spell feast that killed the Iron Bone Bat King was still fresh. They frantically urged their spells, the onslaught becoming increasingly fierce, while Chunshin and the others struggled to defend themselves, looking as if their defenses were about to break. Chapter 21, Growth. In his mind, Chunshin had been cursing for a long time. Bloodthirsty Ant-Emperor, are you going to make a move or not? I'm about to die? Have you forgotten the agreement with this deity? Only during Foundation establishment disputes will this deity intervene. During Qi refining disputes, only my descendants will help you. But your descendants are useless. Look, they're about to be beaten by the red sand scorpions. That has nothing to do with me. As you said back then, I'm acting according to the contract. What good does it do you if I die? The benefits are enormous. I will immediately be free. This is betrayal. How can it be betrayal? My children are still risking their lives for you. Chun Shin realized he had been tricked. It was due to his inexperience and narrow vision. The contract spirit technique had bound him to a high-level spirit beast, but during the class setting, he had been outsmarted by the cunning Ant Emperor. At that time, the Ant Emperor said he could not be summoned at will. Calling him for trivial matters was not acceptable. Chun Shin thought there was nothing wrong with that. The Ant Emperor also stated that he was a second-tier spirit beast and would intervene against second-tier demon beasts or Foundation establishment experts. But against chi refining cultivators below the second tier, he could send his first-tier late-stage descendants to battle. This sounded reasonable to Chun Shin at the time, and he never considered the current situation, effectively reducing the cross-border contract spirit technique to a regular contract technique. What to do? Cold sweat dripped from Chun Shin's forehead. He had just tried the transmission talisman, and the master did not respond. Should he gamble on the protective necklace given by the master? What if it didn't work? Wouldn't he be losing his life? Also, if the protective necklace turned into a shield to protect him or transformed into a wind to carry him away, wouldn't that put Song and the others in trouble? Revealing his identity? Saying he was the Grand Elder's disciple? Once they knew he had offended such an existence, they would not only want to kill him but also turn him to ashes, fearing any traces would be left behind. Chun Shin glanced at the various bags hanging from his waist, his mind racing, and one of the bags caught his attention. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and his true essence wrapped around his consciousness and entered inside. A voice like that of a lark rang out. Little chi refining cultivator. Do you want to contract with me again? Your cultivation is insufficient. Even if I let you, you can't succeed, so don't waste your breath. Rong Jian has given me to you. What are you thinking? You said you were a snake demon from Snake Valley. My companions and I are now in life-threatening danger, and I seek your help. Oh, so you're at death's door. Ha! Why should I help you? I can let you out now. Return your freedom. If the spirit beast bag is taken by others, I doubt they would let you go so easily. That makes sense. Are you not afraid that after I get out, I won't keep my promise and will kill you too? I just realized a principle, risk versus benefit. You must kill my enemies to gain freedom. But if you kill me too, you only get temporary satisfaction with no real benefit, and it would instead invite hidden dangers. Elder Rong Jian might come to my aid. And you live in Snake Valley, so finding you again would be easy. Chun Shin's expression darkened. Gu Jing's words struck at his heart. The risk of violating sect rules was negligible in the face of enormous benefits. Benefits. Risks. He seemed to have some kind of epiphany. You've convinced me. Let me out. Boom. The armored insect shield was broken, and Chun Shin's bloodthirsty ant had reached the cooldown time for its innate abilities. The ants collapsed on the ground, still being devoured by the scorpions. Gao Howren controlled the red sand scorpion, directly bypassing the ant swarm. The giant scorpion's tail pierced through the body of the amber butterfly, and its grotesque mandibles faced the four, the stench of death filling the air. Except for Chun Shin, the three others turned ashen. Are we going to die? Time seemed to stand still as Chun Shin saw the gleeful smile on Gao Howren's face. The madness in Gu Jing's eyes, the kind of madness that came from a small person finally rising up to become someone great, and the resentment in Zhang Shiji's eyes, revealing that she too had a story. With a faint sigh, the spirit beast bag at his waist erupted with red light, and Gao Howren scattered like torn paper around them, still wearing that smug expression until the end. Gu Jing's eyes bulged as his expression shifted from madness to shock. Before he could react, he turned into a paper figure, scattering into pieces on the ground. Zhang Shiji, slightly farther away, sensed something was wrong and had just twisted her waist to escape. Before she could take a step, she followed the fate of the first two. A woman with long dark green hair stood before the four, her back to them. She slightly turned to glance at Chun Shin. What kind of face was that? Snow-white skin cracked in patches. No, not cracked. More like scales. Snake scales adhered to her face, and a pair of slender snake eyes, gray pupils devoid of emotion, glanced over the crowd. Under that gaze, the four felt as if their throats were being gripped. A snake tongue flicked from her mouth, and she surprisingly spoke human words. I have kept my promise. I hope you do as well. I don't want to see you again in the future. After speaking, she vanished without a trace. The four gasped for air, their survival after the ordeal feeling far from celebratory. They were completely terrified by the snake demon they had just encountered. Huafeng trembled, looking at Chun Shin, and said, Brother Chun, what was that just now? How could there be such an existence in your spirit beast bag? Song Yufei's bright eyes were fixed on Chun Shin, equally shocked and fearful. That was a transformed snake elder, at least above third-tier cultivation, comparable to the core formation stage, existing on the same level as the peak masters. How could this be? Seeing that the danger had passed, Chun Shin chuckled. This is a life-saving gift from my family, a one-time opportunity. I didn't expect it to be so powerful, wasted on the chi refining stage. Chun Shin could clearly see that the originally transparent body of the amber butterfly, though slender, had stopped the flowing blood, indicating that it was dead. Having met the Grand Elder, the green-haired snake demon respectfully bowed before a woman in a red dress. Since Chunshin chose to set you free, you may go. Thank you, Grand Elder. The green-haired snake demon bowed again, secretly relieved that it had kept its promise. It hadn't expected to draw the attention of the Grand Elder. Chunshin, who exactly are you? Ignoring the departing snake demon, Jin Xiaoyan stood at the mountain peak, her stunning eyes seeming to pierce through layers of obstacles, seeing the distant valley clearly. Disciple, you should have grown from this experience. A gentle breeze passed, and her figure vanished. The once quiet mountain peak was once again filled with the sounds of insects and birds. Killing demon beasts was fine. After all, they were animals. People, though not killed by Chunshin's own hands, still died because of him. Chunshin originally thought he would feel sad, fearful, or regretful. But none of these feelings arose. Picking up the storage bags they left behind, he felt no joy. Is this the world of cultivation? Even though he clearly knew he had come to another world, he had been resisting internally. In his hidden consciousness, he had always viewed everything he saw from the perspective of an observer. Until this mission, it seemed he had found friendship, faced crises, and smelled the scent of death. This was a living world, and he was already a part of this realm. The poison was slowly being cleared away, and Chunshin seemed to have some insights. He stood still, as if a certain shackle within him had been unlocked. His true essence surged wildly, condensing, and unexpectedly forming a small ball of spiritual energy in his abdomen. He had finally succeeded in condensing true essence into spiritual energy. It was like a seed. With this seed, he could transform all of his true essence into spiritual energy and truly reach the peak of Qi training. Chapter 22, Heart of the Same Pulse. Returning to the cave, Brother Gong's group had long been waiting there. Seeing the disheveled and embarrassed appearance of the few people, they couldn't help but ask, "What happened to you? Did you encounter some troublesome demon beast? Did you see Gujing and the others?" The expressions of the few were not good. And it was still Huafeng who ran over and quietly explained the whole situation, only briefly mentioning Gujing and the others, saying that they had greedily taken their possessions. Brother Gong Jiaqing clicked his tongue and murmured, I see. Indeed, there have been disciples who mysteriously disappeared while on missions. I once asked the law enforcement disciples, and there were indeed a few cases where bodies were found. The law enforcement disciples judged that they had been ambushed, showing signs of poisoning, and some even died from asphyxiation. So it was them. I didn't expect that our scorpion pulse would produce a tumor like Gauhauren. Don't worry, the law enforcement hall will definitely investigate this thoroughly. Once they find the people, the evidence will be easy to verify. All the way, Gauhauren had treated himself as Brother Gong Jiaqing's close little brother. Now that people were dead, he merely brushed it off. Even if they deserved to die, it shouldn't be so heartless. Chunshin felt a bit uncomfortable and became wary of this person. The few of them counted the colorful snakes they had hunted, and surprisingly, Brother Gong and his group had hunted quite a few as well. The total easily exceeded the mission's required number. They did not count the storage bags of Gujing and the others who had died, as these bags typically had restrictions, like password locks, which they couldn't open temporarily due to their cultivation level. They would need to slowly resolve the restrictions to open them. And now those relics were entrusted to Song Yufei for safekeeping. Therefore, along the way, Brother Gong Jiaqing took special care of Chunshin, patting his chest and assuring him that he could come to the Scorpion Pulse for any issues he encountered. You don't hit someone who offers a smile. And since there was no conflict between them, Chunshin gladly accepted Brother Gong Jiaqing's overtures and promised to seek him out if there was anything. Song Yufei and Huafeng also secretly communicated with Chunshin. Although the storage bags of Gujing and the others would be submitted to the sect, the law enforcement hall would generally only take away some evidence confirming the three as the culprits, while returning the rest to them along with a certain reward. As this was also considered eliminating harm for the sect, she planned to calculate more treasures for Old Liu. And Chunshin thought it was only right since Old Liu had lost his spirit beast. Knowing that this guy was a rookie, Song Yufei had to explain further. Chunshin, do you know which lineage Old Liu belongs to in the spirit insect peak? The flower butterfly lineage? Chunshin randomly guessed, rolling her eyes. Song Yufei said, it's the heart of the same pulse. Heart of the same pulse? What is that? The heart of the same pulse primarily consists of the main peak of the heart of the same pulse, with the other 6 satellite peaks having branches of the same pulse, known as the heart branches. The biggest characteristic of their lineage is that the spirit beasts are contracted with their owners from their juvenile stage or even right after hatching, growing together. This is why Old Liu, at such an old age, is still in Qi training. He has given most of his cultivation resources to the amber butterfly. Contracted as a cub? Chunshin was shocked internally. The growth of demon beasts is no less than that of humans. Many of them, after decades, still possess the mentality of a human child. To expect them to make rapid advancements in cultivation under such a mentality is impossible. Most demon beasts need to have an adult mentality, which takes at least hundreds of years. Indeed, because the contract is made during the juvenile stage. The cost of the contract is small. Some demon beasts even regard their owners as parents. Without the constraints of the contract, they will charge into battle and fight to the death for their owners. Moreover, because they grow together, they share the same heart and are the closest partners, never betraying. Chun-Shin thought of the bloodthirsty Ant Emperor, having learned a lesson from that guy, and he felt a bit irritated. Old thing, I remember you. Song Yufei continued. Now that old Lu has lost the amber butterfly, most of his life's resources have been wasted in an instant, which is a huge loss. Of course, Chun-Shun, you also used a life-saving spirit beast, which is likewise a considerable expense, so I want to ask for your opinion. My loss isn't much. Let it all count as a loss for old Lu. Song Yufei looked deeply at Chun-Shun, realizing that indeed. Gu Jing and the others had targeted this guy for a reason, but they had underestimated his hidden cards, and their deaths were not unjust. This was the first time Chun-Shun had seen a so-called disciple of the law enforcement hall, and their appearance did not seem like that of good people. The law enforcement disciple wearing a Firefox mask reached out and received the 7 or 8 storage bags handed over by Song Yufei. Those bags, which had been restricted, were easily cracked open by the Firefox mask disciple. After rummaging through them, he quickly took out several bloodstained law robes and magical tools. Returning the storage bags to Song Yufei, the Firefox mask disciple said in a gentle voice, "These are indeed the relics of those missing or killed disciples. Can someone come with us to the law enforcement hall to detail the events? The law enforcement hall needs to record them." Song Yufei nodded, indicating that she would go, glanced at Chun-Shun and the others, waved goodbye, and then left with the 3 law enforcement disciples. Brother Gong Jiaqing also waved goodbye with Ma Shui'er and the others, and before leaving, he warmly invited Chun-Shin to visit the Scorpion Pulse, which Chun-Shin declined, saying he would visit another day. The two nodded. Old Lu's heartache was a lifelong investment destroyed in an instant, which was not something that medicine could cure. The so-called pulse refers to the mountain range extending from the peaks, with each pulse having a pulse master. The heart of the same pulse is located in the mountain range between the Spirit Insect Peak and the main peak, Beast Master Peak. Chun-Shun heard Song Yufei say that not only the main peak had the heart of the same pulse, but the other 6 satellite peaks also had it. He thought it was a large pulse, but when he arrived, he discovered that it was pitifully sparse, with only a few thatched huts, which could be described as destitute. Seeing someone coming, a young boy came out of the thatched hut. When he saw old Lu on Chun-Shin's back, his expression changed drastically, and he called out loudly. Soon, several figures came out of the thatched hut, all dressed in black and gray outer sect garments, except for the leading middle-aged man, who wore a blue long robe. They quickly rushed to Chun-Shun and the others, anxiously asking, "Old Lu, what happened to you? Disciple, what happened?" Supporting old Lu to sit down. The few displayed anxious and nervous expressions, not knowing what had happened to old Lu. Seeing their demeanor did not seem fake, Chun-Shun felt a warmth in his heart. Sensing a camaraderie like that in a university dorm, Chun-Shun recounted the events in the Snake Valley to the few of them. Now that Song Yufei was not present, Huafeng and Lu Qiaoli implicitly regarded Chun-Shun as the leader. Chapter 23. The Den has an owner. Pouring 3 cups of tea for Chun-Shun and the others. They thanked him and gently held the cups. With a sigh, the man in the blue long robe said, "As long as he is okay, that's good." This middle-aged man was in Yangshu, the pulse master of the heart of the same pulse in the Spirit Insect Peak, a foundational period cultivator, and also old Lu's master. Among the pulse masters, foundational level cultivators were considered the lowest tier. Many powerful pulse masters were often golden core experts, just like the pulse master of the Scorpion Pulse, who was a candidate for the peak master. It was my miscalculation that caused Brother Lu to lose the amber butterfly. I wonder when Brother Lu will be able to recover? Chun-Shun felt a sense of guilt in his heart. If it hadn't been for wasting time on the bloodthirsty Ant Emperor, releasing the snake demon earlier might have prevented the amber butterfly's death. The amber butterfly was like his child. Whether it could come out depended on itself. Although Chun-Shun could not empathize, thinking of it another way. It was like those families that had lost their only child, with no hope for descendants. That must be so despairing. He could somewhat understand Brother Lu's feelings at this moment. Seeing Master and serving tea and sending them off, Chun-Shun and the others wisely stood up to take their leave. On the way, Chun-Shun curiously asked his 2 companions. "It seems that this master and won't let it go easily, but isn't there the law enforcement hall to uphold justice? This master and's cultivation is only foundational. How will he seek an explanation from the Scorpion Pulse?" Chun-Shun only mentioned the Scorpion Pulse, as he was not familiar with the cultivation levels of the Water Crab Pulse and the Poison Pulse's masters. Lu Qiaoli chuckled. Although the Tongxin clan has seen a decline in their numbers, they still have a very powerful main lineage leader at the peak. And the Tongxin clan has always been extremely protective of their own. Right now, senior brother Lu has been harmed by their disciples, so they will definitely step in. Even if there are powerful elders in the sect, can they bypass the law enforcement hall's judgment and seek compensation elsewhere? It's all politics. Chun Shen looked at Huafeng in astonishment, his mouth twitching as he said, "How come you all are so cunning? I feel like I've been sold and didn't even know it. Old Hua, I've misjudged you." Huafeng scratched his head in a silly manner. After sealing the cave, Chun Shen didn't start cultivating immediately. Instead, he took out the young Iron Bloodbat King from the Spirit Beast pouch. Throughout this journey, he had companions around him. And with so many eyes, he didn't attempt to put it into the game space. Glancing at the young Iron Bloodbat sucking on his finger, Chun Shen closed his eyes and once again entered that mysterious game space. A blood-red bat floated in the air, following Chun Shen's consciousness. Sure enough, arriving at the fenced area of the game space, he tossed the blood-red bat into the enclosure. The blood-red bat seemed to be stuck with glue and couldn't be thrown in. Seeing the solitary, shabby shack inside the fenced area, he simply placed it into the shack. The little bat had an additional piece of information. 0th rank, will reach juvenile stage in 10 days. The Iron Bloodbat King has a certain probability of breaking through to become a 3rd rank monster, so this 0th rank might indicate its current lack of cultivation. Chun Shen thought. Beside the shack, there was an empty feeding machine. Chun Shen pondered, should I put in some food? In the game, if there's no food in the feeding machine, the animals will stop growing. Should it be grass? Arriving at the farm, in the 3 patches of yellow soil, 3 clusters of robust spirit grass had matured. Ever since he had the Iron Bloodbat King, he had consciously planted some grass. And these spirit grass seeds were bought from the Spirit Herb Pavilion. Harvesting the grass, in the real world. Chun Shen looked at the grass piled on his legs with a doubtful expression. Bats eat grass. After several attempts, indeed, the grass could not be put into the feeding machine. Whether it was grass grown in his farm space or matured grass bought from the outside, he couldn't place them inside. Stroking his chin, Chun Shen thought to himself, could it be? He recalled when he was clearing land. The top-grade spirit stones with abundant spiritual energy had been consumed by him in just a few tries. According to his cultivation level back then, 1 top-grade spirit stone would take him a month to absorb completely. Holding 3 spirit stones in his hand, 1 low-grade, 1 mid-grade, and 1 top-grade, he entered the game space again. As his consciousness entered the feeding machine, he felt a different sensation. He could feel that his physical body outside became lighter. And the information on the feeding machine changed. 1 top-grade spirit stone, 1,000, 1 mid-grade spirit stone, 1,000, 1 low-grade spirit stone, 1,000. Chun Shen gasped at the numbers before him. A high spender had arrived, quickly replenishing the low-grade spirit stones to 1,000, 1,000. And he also had quite a few mid-grade spirit stones due to purchasing, similarly replenishing them to 1,000, 1,000. However, the top-grade spirit stones seemed lacking in comparison. Counting his inventory, he still had over 400 left, so he put 99 into the feeding machine, and the number of top-grade spirit stones changed to 100, 1,000. Chun Shen had a preference for round numbers. Looking at the remaining 300 top-grade spirit stones, he thought he should still be considered wealthy, right? Such a large pile of top-grade spirit stones had now turned into such a small pile. He originally thought that by planting rare spiritual plants on the farm and selling them, he would become a wealthy figure in the cultivation world. He didn't expect there to be such a high expenditure. He didn't know how much he would have to spend on the feeding machine in the future. Before he could finish his thoughts, Chun Shen saw the information on the feeding machine change. 100 top-grade spirit stones, 1,000, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 999 low-grade spirit stones. Consuming 1 low-grade spirit stone per hour was acceptable, but he hoped it wouldn't grow larger and consume more in the future. Next, Chun Shen planted some rare spiritual plant seeds on the farm and then settled down to cultivate. Holding the top-grade spirit stone, he directly absorbed the pure spiritual energy inside. The mass of spiritual energy in his abdomen seemed to have some kind of gravitational pull, continuously assimilating the surrounding true essence, compressing, condensing, transforming into spiritual energy. While the vacated portion would be filled by the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. 2 months later, Chun Shen stretched in the cave, his whole body cracking with pops and cracks. Cultivating with top-grade spirit stones was indeed comfortable. Low-grade spirit stones were simply torturous. How could those who didn't use spirit stones and relied solely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth cultivate? After his wealth had shrunk, Chun Shen had once whimsically tried to cultivate with low-grade spirit stones. While using them to absorb spiritual energy to restore strength was okay. Now that his true essence had also transformed into spiritual energy, using them for cultivation was simply terrible. Aside from the known differences in the amount of spiritual energy and purity, the levels of spiritual energy also varied in strength, which could be measured by energy density. The density of spiritual energy from top-grade spirit stones was much higher than that from low-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy density from top-grade spirit stones could be quickly and conveniently transformed into his energy. But using low-grade spirit stones with a density lower than that of his internal spiritual energy required compression and refinement, which was 100 times more difficult. It turned out that the kind of cultivation that made one addicted and immersed was an illusion. Cultivating with high-grade resources was indeed addictive, as every moment felt like a leap in one's life level. But with low-grade resources, the dullness and monotony made it frustrating, and after a long time, there was no sign of growth. It was just like when he was learning, without a superior brain, while others could grasp concepts immediately. He had to put in many more efforts, reading dozens of times to understand, which gradually made him feel disgusted. Without great determination, he couldn't even get into a good university. It all started from the outer sect competition of the Spirit Bug Peak. Chapter 24, Registration for the Competition. Stepping out of the cave, Chun-Shin took out a sound transmission talisman. Sister Song, I've exited my seclusion. Good. I'll come find you. Okay. Song Yufei arrived quickly and immediately spotted Chun-Shin standing under the bamboo forest. Teasingly, she said, 2 months at the peak of chi refining. It seems you concealed your cultivation level during the last mission, junior brother Chun. Song Yufei's expression darkened, still not out yet. After saying that, she tossed a storage bag to Chun-Shin and said, this is your share. Without even looking, Chun-Shin pocketed it. This little bit of wealth wasn't worth counting. His gaze was fixed on Song Yufei. Sister, take me to apply for the competition and discuss important matters. What is it? Don't look at me like that. Although I will also participate in the outer sect competition, we are rivals, but we can also say we are not rivals. How so? Chun-Shin was somewhat puzzled. Let us walk and talk. I will take you to apply first. All right. Chun-Shin knew very little about the outer sect competition of Spirit Bug Peak. He only knew that the first prize was a purple lotus bee, and only disciples who joined the Spirit Bug Peak's outer sect were eligible to participate. Everything else was basically unknown to him. Through Sister Song's narration, the mysterious veil of the competition was lifted before Chun-Shin's eyes. To avoid burying disciples with no quality potential, the competition set the threshold for entry at the 4th layer of chi refining. However, looking at the previous competition winners, most were at the 9th layer of chi refining or its peak, with very few 8th layer winners, and the 7th layer champions were from 1,000 years ago. Due to the relaxed restrictions, there were many participants. It was not a one-on-one duel to gradually determine the winner, but rather everyone would head to the Purple Lotus Bee Valley, and only those who could last for 3 days would qualify for the subsequent arena competitions. The final winner would have the priority to contract with the Purple Lotus Bee Queen. Priority qualification? Yes, it's called priority qualification, but basically, whoever goes to contract first will be recognized as the master. After all, this is a newly born bee queen with immature intelligence. It has previously chosen a master but didn't select the competition champion, which is why it's called priority qualification. What about the situation in the Purple Lotus Bee Valley? Because the first generation of the Purple Bee Queen resides there, that valley has been designated as a forbidden area for the sect, and disciples are usually not allowed to enter freely. However, many previous participants, even those who have competed multiple times, have shared snippets of information, saying that it is a sea of flowers, a paradise, but of course, it also hides countless dangers. The first generation of the Purple Bee Queen lives inside? Hasn't it been contracted? The 6th generation of the Spirit Insect Peak's Peak Master, after failing to break through to the nascent soul stage, became a wild spirit beast after his lifespan was exhausted, and has never recognized another master since. As they chatted, the two soon arrived at the highest point of Spirit Insect Peak, standing atop the majestic cloud peak, overlooking the white clouds swirling below, with mist enveloping the exquisite ancient architectural complex. The main hall in the center is the Peak Master's Hall of Spirit Insect Peak. The Law Enforcement Hall is on the left, and the Affairs Hall is on the right. To participate in the grand competition, one must first register at the Affairs Hall. Any major dispatch or decision from the main peak that needs to be handled by each peak is generally communicated through the Affairs Hall. Seeing Chun-Shin's bewildered expression, Song Yufei knew that he had never been here before and had to explain. Chun-Shin observed that the Affairs Hall contrasted sharply with the Peak Master's Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall, where there wasn't even a fly at the entrance. But at the moment, the entrance to the Affairs Hall was bustling with people engaged in conversation. This is similar to the situation at the Task Hall. To survive better in the Purple Bee Valley, some people would stop the arriving cultivators to register and form alliances to better cope with the valley's conditions. This is what I wanted to talk about. I hope you can join my team. Lu Xiaoli and Huafeng are also in the team. All right. Chun-Shin readily agreed. He knew nothing, and taking risks alone was too dangerous. Rather than joining an unfamiliar team, it was better to join Song Yufei's team. After all, they had a bond of trust. At that time, under the pressure of Gao Haoran, she didn't hesitate. as she was heavily poisoned and had just hunted a fire scale snake, with her internal energy greatly depleted. No one would have thought their group could win. So her character was trustworthy. Hearing Chunshin's immediate agreement, Song Yufei smiled. The disciples gathered at the entrance of the affairs hall saw Song Yufei bringing Chunshin and wisely refrained from approaching to chat. He was someone with a team. Passing through the crowd and entering the affairs hall, an old man in white was sitting at a desk. Song Yufei quickly stepped forward, calling out Grandpa Song, and moved to the old man's side, while Chunshin respectfully called out Senior and bowed. Yufei, haven't you already registered? Why, come to see Grandpa. I'm here with a friend. He also wants to participate in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Oh, the old man, with white hair and beard, stroked his beard playfully and said, Yufei's friend, how come I haven't seen you bring other friends to register? Not just any friend, right? Grandpa. Song Yufei pinched the old man's waist, and only after he begged for mercy did she let go. Chunshin was stunned. Was this adorable demeanor really Song Yufei? It seemed like two different people. After releasing the pinch, Song Yufei blushed and said, Chunshin is new to the sect and doesn't understand many things. He has never even been to the peak, so I brought him here. Then she shot a glance at Chunshin and said, aren't you going to bring over the seal? Okay. Unsure about the relationship between Song Yufei and the old man, Chunshin didn't dare to ask further and quickly handed the seal to the old man. The old man pressed the seal onto a book on the desk, leaving a mark. The black-gray seal emitted a faint yellow light as the old man said, you are contestant number 9527. The seal has recorded your pass. Tomorrow morning, just bring the seal to the platform to gather. After saying that, he returned the seal to Chunshin. Just as Chunshin was about to thank him, he was pulled away by Song Yufei. As they walked away, she said, I won't come to see you again. You always tease me. Grandpa Song smiled bitterly. This girl. After exiting the affairs hall, Chunshin asked in confusion, is that your grandpa? Yes, I'm an orphan, abandoned by the roadside. I would have either starved or frozen to death if he hadn't taken me in, raised me, and taught me the ways of cultivation. He is my only relative. Watching Song Yufei's endearing demeanor disappear and revert to her usual calm expression, Chunshin secretly thought, what a two-faced person. Do you think I act differently in front of my grandpa? No. Chunshin nodded while pondering. Chapter 25, Preparations. Next, Song Yufei took Chunshin to meet many people, all of whom were her acquaintances or friendly disciples. As she put it, it's good to show familiar faces. If they meet in the Bee Valley, at least they won't act maliciously. This was Song Yufei's good intention, which Chunshin appreciated. After meeting many brothers and sisters from Spirit Insect Peak, Chunshin noticed that he had never smiled so much in his life. The corners of his mouth twitched. As evening approached, Song Yufei took Chunshin to find Lu Qiaoli. She mentioned that a disciple from Lu Qiaoli's lineage participated in the last grand competition and had gathered information yesterday. Originally, she would have shared the details yesterday. But since Chunshin hadn't come out of seclusion yet, they agreed to meet at her cave dwelling this evening to discuss it in detail. Lu Qiaoli lived in the poison spider lineage, located between Spirit Insect Peak and Daofu Peak, close to Spirit Insect Peak. The poison spider lineage is a significant lineage, completely incomparable to the concentric lineage that Chunshin had seen. The cave dwellings stretched along the mountain's contours, densely packed on all sides, somewhat resembling a tenement building. Chunshin asked, how much is the annual rent for these cave dwellings? The cave residences on the mountain are managed by the lineage, and some wealthy lineage masters look down on these small amounts and only collect a few spirit stones as a formality. The annual rent for the poison spider lineage is about 20 low-grade spirit stones. Only 20? What if I move my cave dwelling here? Chunshin didn't rely on the cave's spiritual energy for cultivation. A high-quality cave wouldn't help him much. Do you want to join the poison spider lineage? Only disciples of the poison spider lineage are allowed to establish cave dwellings here. Chunshin wasn't sure if joining a branch lineage would be seen as betraying his master. He had heard that many had to take the lineage master as their teacher. Soon, the two arrived at Lu Qiaoli's cave dwelling. Compared to the tenement building, this place could be called a villa. A large expanse of high-grade spiritual fields stood before them, with a 3-story small Western-style building in the middle. Huafeng and Lu Qiaoli were already waiting at the entrance of the spiritual field, waving to the two who arrived late. Chunshin was taken aback and joked with Lu Qiaoli, whose face was painted with makeup, a rich lady. I didn't see that coming. Lu Qiaoli laughed and said, this isn't mine. If I really had these high-grade spiritual fields, would I need to risk my life doing tasks? I just manage the spiritual fields, watering and weeding on time, and the dwelling is provided for me. Sect chores? Song Yufei laughed. This isn't the kind of menial work assigned by the task hall. High-grade spiritual plants require a place with abundant spiritual energy to cultivate, and the dwelling is an excellent cultivation location. Many people want to pay to work here, but they don't get the chance. Qiaoli's father is a disciple of the lineage master, So this good fortune fell to her. Lu Xiaoli pouted, her expression mocking, hee hee. Compared to the resources my brother has, this is just a drop in the bucket. Who told me my talent isn't as good? Realizing she had misspoken, Lu Xiaoli quickly invited everyone inside with a laugh. The interior was simply furnished, lacking gaudy decorations like one might find in a woman's dwelling. After all, they were cultivators. Soon, Xiaoli shared the information she had gathered. Tomorrow morning, the elders of the sect would operate a huge flying ship magic tool to pick people up at the Jadestone platform, providing each person with a life-saving item. Then the flying ship would fly over the Bee Valley, randomly scattering the disciples throughout the valley. They would need to survive in the valley for 3 days, during which they would be attacked by the purple bees. Defending alone would be quite difficult, as the purple bees would attack day and night. Finding good partners in the valley or encountering trustworthy acquaintances would be especially important. The elders of the sect would also monitor the situation in the valley at all times, checking the number of assembled teams and their safety. They would only allow a maximum of 4 people to form a team. Otherwise, if the team was too large, survival would be relatively easier. Then Lu Xiaoli informed everyone about the habits and attack methods of the purple bee she had gathered intelligence on, while Song Yufei timely took out 3 flying insects that looked like dragonflies and handed them to a few people. What is this? Chun Xin asked in confusion. Lu Xiaoli covered her mouth and exclaimed, Xiangyin flying dragonfly. This is a rare bug for finding people. I heard it costs 1 mid-grade spirit stone each, and it's hard to find. How did senior sister obtain it? It seems my purchase of the tracking talisman was in vain. 1 mid-grade spirit stone? Chun Xin reached into his pocket to get some money, but was stopped by Song Yufei. We are a team. There's no need to be so calculative. Xiaoli spent a lot on gathering intelligence and didn't withhold it from us. Do you have to pay to gather information from fellow disciples as well? Well, there's no free lunch in this world. After chatting for a while, the group reluctantly parted ways. The moment Chun Xin stepped out, he sighed, it's great to have friends. Back in the cave, Chun Xin habitually glanced at the game space. The little bat, after 2 months of nurturing, had passed through 10 days of infancy, 40 days of growth, and entered the production phase 9 days ago. After 1 day's effort, it had laid a nest of blood-red bat pups in the nest. Now, the information of the Iron Blood Bat King was, peak of stage 1, will reach production stage in 7 days. Is this going to keep cycling? Always giving birth? The pups in the nest hadn't shown any signs of growth over the past few days. He thought that since they were in the same game space, as long as he didn't take them out, the little bats would grow rapidly. The nest, 1, indeed had no loopholes. Tomorrow is the big competition. The Ant Emperor has lost Chun Xin's trust, so it's better to hold some cards close to the chest. Moreover, if the Iron Blood Bat King advances to stage 2, he wouldn't even know whether to take it out, fearing rebellion. It's time to try taking out the nest pets. He concentrated his mind and easily pulled the Iron Blood Bat King along with its pups out of the game space. Seeing Chun Xin staring at it, the big bat flapped its wings and obediently landed in front of him. Chun Xin didn't move. For some reason, he could clearly sense this creature's goodwill, as if it were his own child. Ugh, how did I end up with such a monster? Anyway, the Iron Blood Bat King will never betray me. Looking at the blood-colored bat the size of a person, Chun Xin asked it, what is your name? Ji. What can you do? Ji. From now on, your name will be Ji. He knocked on its head. This creature could only make sounds and couldn't communicate. The contract spirit technique could only bind one spirit beast, and if they encountered battles at the building foundation level, the bloodthirsty Ant Emperor couldn't refuse. It still had its uses. Although this Iron Blood Bat seemed easy to contract, forming a mental connection through the contract to communicate could better utilize its abilities. But Chun Xin still decided to give up. Fly. The Iron Blood Bat King spread its wings and flew around the cave. Damn, you can understand me? Circle around me. The Iron Blood Bat King complied, swirling above Chun Xin's head. He glanced at the living room, if it could be called that, where there was a stone platform. Attack that stone platform. The Iron Blood Bat King turned into a streak of blood light, its wings flashing past the center of the stone platform, and with a crack, the platform split in 2. Hiss. Chun Xin gasped, so fast. This guy can be commanded? It can fight. Stand beside me. The Iron Blood Bat King obediently stood next to Chun Xin, who placed his hand on its wing, surprised to find the wing was smooth and glossy. He had imagined it would feel fleshy, but it turned out to be furry. Upon closer inspection, short shiny hairs covered its body. I didn't expect you to still be a little furry creature. Now there was only one thing left to do. He took out a Spirit Beast pouch. The mechanism of the Spirit Beast pouch made Chun Xin feel a bit like a Pokemon Pokeball. It needed the Spirit Beast to have no resistance to be captured inside. For instance, through contracts, overpowering them, or directly knocking them out. A slight rebellious thought would cause a conflict with the pouch's entrance restriction. He opened the Spirit Beast pouch, infused it with power, and it erupted with a suction force. Go in. Ji transformed into red light and obediently dove inside. Chun stood there in a daze, thinking, did I just get another spirit pet? Aside from needing to give commands, which was somewhat troublesome, it didn't have much of an impact. He glanced at the little bats sucking their fingers in his hand. Each looked like it was carved from the same mold. He casually chose 7 of them and successfully tossed them into the spirit beast pouch. These pups were still small and had no rebellious thoughts. And they also gave Chun a strange feeling, a sense of a father-child blood bond. Ugh, leaving one pup behind. He closed his eyes again and entered the game space. One of the pups was naturally thrown into the nest, and the nest's information changed. 1. Infinite reproduction. Damn. Chun seemed to see his future self standing atop a mountain peak, waving his arms as countless bat armies poured out, while below, Huafeng knelt and shouted, Batman. The illusion shattered, and Chun shivered. Chapter 26, Flying Boat. As the warm sun rose, Chun left the cave and headed towards the platform. After researching the Iron Bloodbat King for a long time last night, fortunately, cultivators are not like ordinary people. Just a little meditation can recover in a few hours, reaching a state comparable to a full night's sleep, with his mental state at its peak. Upon arriving at the Jadestone platform, it was Chun first time seeing so many spirit insect bees. The entire Jade Square was densely packed with people, at least several thousand, and many more were arriving. Usually, many disciples were either out on missions or in closed-door cultivation, rarely wandering outside. If there was something to do, it was in and out, hurriedly handled. Like Chun, he hadn't spent much time outside at Spirit Insect Peak, mostly staying in his cave to cultivate. He focused his vision, and as thousands of heads passed by his eyes, he quickly found the targets he was looking for. Huafeng, Lu Qiaoli, and Song Yufei had already gathered early, and they were also looking around, almost simultaneously spotting each other and waving. Chun quickened his pace, weaving through the crowd to meet up with them. Another strong team. How are we mid-stage Qi practitioners going to get by? Just as Chun was about to exchange pleasantries with his teammates, a strange voice reached his ears. This was the first time Chun encountered someone summoning their spirit beast outside of battle. The spirit beast pouch had a unique structure that wouldn't restrict the growth of the spirit beast, making it convenient for cultivators to carry. Moreover, exposing a spirit beast before a battle was equivalent to showing one's trump card, allowing enemies to respond accordingly, which was unwise, so few people revealed their spirit beasts. Some lone wolves treated what spirit beasts they had as their biggest secret, often leading to their demise. Lu Qiaoli sneered, Ji Inkai, during the last mission. You fled in the face of danger, and you still have the nerve to show up. What's wrong? Did senior sister Song reject your joining, and you're unhappy? Song Yufei nodded, but didn't say much. Chun quietly inquired about the situation from Huafeng, who whispered, Ji Inkai used to team up with us on missions, and was considered a friend, but once we encountered a strong enemy, he fled, causing the death of our team leader, senior brother Wu. We haven't had any contact since. I didn't expect him to have the audacity to want to join senior sister Song's team. Just showing off, a mutated black-spotted mosquito, the spotted mosquito. Is our team that appealing? You'll know once you use the detection technique to look around. There are many detection spells. Chun had also obtained one called the Qi observation technique from the library. This detection method was powerful but consumed a lot of true essence. Fortunately, now that true essence had been converted into spiritual energy, the power levels were different, allowing it to be used normally. He circulated his spiritual energy, which flowed into his eyes, causing them to emit a faint blue light. The world transformed. The invisible and colorless spiritual energy in the air turned a light blue, varying in depth. The higher the peaks, the darker the color, while the color faded as one moved down the mountain. People's bodies also radiated this blue energy. The lighter the blue energy, the lower the cultivation level, and the deeper the blue energy, the higher the cultivation level. Now Chun no longer concealed his cultivation level. He and Song Yufei both emitted a deep blue aura, while Lu Qiaoli and Huafeng were slightly inferior. Most people in the square exuded a light blue aura, with only a few deep blue auras scattered among them, and those were grouped with the light blue ones. Only a few groups, like Chun were entirely composed of deep blue. Chun was still surveying the surroundings when he suddenly noticed what seemed to be a figure in the sky, emitting dazzling white light. A cold snort exploded in Chun ears, causing him intense pain and interrupting the incantation of his perception technique, causing the blue light in his eyes to fade. A middle-aged cultivator dressed in a purple robe appeared above everyone's heads, and the noisy square immediately fell silent, with only faint murmurs audible. The Peak Master has arrived. Chun looked up at the middle-aged cultivator, who had white hair and stood on the air above everyone. Is this the master of Lingchong Peak? Also, why does his robe look so familiar? It seems like my master also gave me a purple robe, and the style looks the same. But I was told not to wear it, and kept it in my storage bag. A huge rainbow light shot down from the peak of Lingchong, transforming into a massive flying boat that hovered in the air, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Chun Shin glanced at it. The bottom was smooth and curved, and above the flying boat, he could vaguely see towering palaces. Strands of ropes were thrown down from the flying boat, swaying like countless willows above the platform. The purple-robed Peak Master spoke lightly in the air. Come up. His voice was not loud, but it felt as if he was speaking directly into everyone's ears, very clear. Chun Shun confirmed that the cold snort he heard earlier also belonged to this voice. He felt a bit anxious. Would he be put at a disadvantage for this? Had he offended the Peak Master? Cultivators often refrain from casually using probing techniques to detect others' cultivation levels, as being noticed would be an extremely disrespectful act. Those with good temperaments might let it slide, but those with bad tempers might retaliate. This is akin to taking photos of someone without their consent. Probing techniques are used to detect cultivation levels, which is a highly private matter, far beyond mere portrait rights. As the Peak Master's voice fell, many experienced disciples leaped up, climbing the ropes that resembled drooping willow branches with swift movements, using their arms to pull themselves up to the flying boat's deck like monkeys. Other disciples followed suit. Showcasing their skills, some stood on the ropes as if they had adhesive on their feet, gracefully walking sideways, while others used spells to flow upwards like water. And some even summoned spirit pets to sit atop them as they swiftly climbed. Upon reaching the top of the flying boat, several disciples jumped off the back of a centipede and were stunned by the sight before them. From a distance, the platform looked far away, but up close, they realized that every detail of the flying boat was extraordinary. The palaces atop the flying boat could be described as extravagantly luxurious, adorned with intricate carvings and resplendent gold. Even the small eaves were uniquely crafted, with exquisite engravings, and even the deck beneath their feet was made from a 1,000-year-old iron tree core. It wasn't just Qin Shun or his group who were awestruck by the magnificent scenery. Almost all the outer disciples who boarded the flying boat were shocked by the grandeur before them. A white-clad inner disciple looked down on the group of rustic disciples, and seeing that Chun Shun and the others weren't moving, impatiently said, "Go to the center of the deck. Why are you still standing here? There are others coming up behind." Only then did Song Yufei and the others wake up and carefully move their feet, realizing that they were stepping on what amounted to wealth, as even a small piece could be a spirit stone. In the center of the deck, many inner disciples were conducting inspections, requiring the outer disciples to present their seals. Once verified, they would be given a yellow jade token. And Chun Shin's group each received one. Chun Shun examined the rough yellow jade token in his hand. Was this what Lu Xiaoli referred to as a life-saving item? Chapter 27. Entering the valley. After all the outer disciples boarded the flying boat, they saw the purple-robed Peak Master forming a hand seal. And the flying boat slowly ascended from the sect, gaining speed until only a rainbow light was visible outside. However, the people on the treasure ship did not feel the sensation of acceleration, as if they were standing still. The inner disciples continued to methodically distribute the yellow jade tokens. While waiting in line, through whispers from teammates and other disciples, Chun Shun gained a clearer understanding of this grand competition. Besides the rewards for the top Purple Thunderbee King, the top 10 disciples had the opportunity to join the inner sect, and the top 50 disciples would receive rewards like Foundation Establishment pills and other treasures. Just the rewards alone made these struggling disciples drool. Not to mention joining the inner sect, where the resources were incomparable to those of the outer sect. Thus, everyone was itching to perform well in the Bee Valley. A faint floral scent lingered in the air. Had they arrived? On the flying boat, Chun Shun gazed into the distance. Even without standing at the edge of the boat, he could see the magnificent scenery far away. This was no valley. It was clearly a sea of flowers, with vibrant colors competing for beauty. Countless black dots flew among the flowers. Those must be the purple thunder bees. The flying boat did not stop, continuing to fly at what seemed like a very fast speed from the perspective of the outer disciples. "All right, we've arrived. Everyone come forward." The leading disciples of the 10 lines quickly approached upon hearing the command from Peak Master Tsang Jianbai. They saw the Peak Master wave his large sleeves, and the first disciple from each of the 10 lines was scattered from the flying boat like beans. Then they saw the lines continue forward, with the Peak Master continuously scattering disciples. No wonder they had to form the lines in advance. Being grouped together meant that although the flying boat was moving quickly, the distance between them and their teammates wouldn't stretch too far. As they got closer, Chun Shen noticed that the Peak Master's method of scattering disciples seemed to hide a strange wind in his sleeves. With a flick, the wind swept the disciples downward. This was not a fixed throwing motion. The 10 people would be thrown down in a chaotic, random manner, not in the order of their lines, which would make it difficult to find their teammates. Suddenly, a yellow light emitted from the jade token of an inner disciple, and Song Jinbai scoffed. "So soon to need help?" There are still half of you on the boat. He then told the disciple, go save him. The white-clad inner disciple bowed and was sent off by a wave of the Peak Master's hand, shooting towards the back of the flying boat. Chun-Shin's heart sank. They hadn't even gotten off the boat yet, and there was already someone being eliminated? Finally, it was time for Chun-Shin's group. Song Yufei, Huafeng, and Lu Qiaoli were all methodically tossed down by the Peak Master. When it was Chun-Shin's turn, Song Jianbai glanced at him and said, it's you, little brat. Then he skipped over Chun-Shin and tossed down another outer disciple behind him. Wang Defa? What is going on? Just a glance, and he recognized me? Does he have such a small mind? Chun-Shin cursed inwardly, but dared not say anything more. The outer disciples in the lines on both sides looked at Chun-Shin with strange expressions, whispering to each other, pondering how this guy had offended the Peak Master. One female disciple blushed as she glanced at Chun-Shin and the Peak Master, her imagination running wild. After tossing several dozen people, seeing that Chun-Shin was still standing there in a daze, staring blankly as if counting his hair, the Peak Master muttered to himself, then waved his sleeve again. Chun-Shin was swept down with the first disciple from the other 9 lines, caught in a whirlwind-like gust. This whirlwind didn't cause people to spin along with it. It just made them dart left and right at high speed. Chun-Shin saw one disciple being swept away by the whirlwind, disappearing like a shooting star in the blink of an eye, making it hard to tell whether he was moving fast or the other person was. At the moment they were thrown from the flying boat, Chun-Shin clearly saw it rapidly shrinking and moving away, in the blink of an eye. It was out of sight. Only then did Chun-Shin realize the flying boat's speed. The sensation of standing still on the boat was an illusion. How far had he strayed from the group? Is the Purple Bee Valley really this vast? The wind seemed to have a buoyancy, gently lowering Chun-Shin's feet to the ground, and as he landed, the tornado dissipated. At a glance, there was an endless sea of flowers and bushes, and of course, countless purple bees rose up, their bodies covered in purple spots, their eyes fixed intently on this stranger who had intruded into their territory. Damn! Little ants, attack! The spirit beast pouch emitted a red light, and countless bloodthirsty ants surrounded Chun-Shin. At that moment, Chun-Shin felt a bit grateful to that dead ghost Gao-Howren. Back then, after the bloodthirsty ants used their innate abilities, their strength increased significantly without much loss. When their abilities became ineffective and they fell into a weakened state, Gao-Howren, eager to eliminate Chun-Shin, did not command his army of scorpions to slaughter the powerless army of ants, thus allowing the bloodthirsty ant legion to survive. In the Beastmaster sect, the depletion of spirit beast strength has a huge impact on the fighting power of cultivators. The information obtained from Lu Qiaoli was consistent. The Purple Bee Valley was full of purple bees, and they were all worker bees out collecting pollen. The powerful guard bees generally stayed close to the hive and did not venture out easily. Of course, these worker bees should not be underestimated. Although the vast majority of them were at the early stage of the first level, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. After all, many ants can take down an elephant, and they could call for reinforcements. So killing them endlessly would only waste strength. The purple bees love purple flowers, and when battling enemies, they adeptly use the stinger on their tails. The stingers are hard and sharp, and when they strike an enemy, unlike ordinary bees that leave their stingers embedded in the victim, pulling out their innards and killing 8,000 while harming themselves 10,000. The purple bees can strike once and not perish themselves. The toxin contained in the stinger is also different from ordinary toxins. It is a type of neurotoxin. When stung, the intense pain immediately reaches the brain, making you forget everything around you and become immersed in unbearable pain. After the pain subsides, the stung area will experience paralysis symptoms because it targets the nerves, and no medicine can alleviate the toxin. It can only be worn down slowly by spiritual power. This is the purple bee, revered as the spirit insect of the spirit insect peak. There have been ruthless people who tried to cut flesh to remove the toxin, but the effects were unsatisfactory, as it could not completely eliminate the feeling of paralysis, and such self-harm methods depend on the location of the sting. Led by the late-stage bloodthirsty ants, the ant swarm formed a protective barrier against the assault of the purple bees. The resilient stingers of the purple bees clashed with the powerful mandibles of the bloodthirsty ants, creating a sound like iron clashing. The ant nest had no gaps, and they could not let a single bee sting Chun-Shin. Chapter 28, Earth Element Sunday. Having been running through the flower fields for quite a while, the guiding fireflies still pointed in the same direction. Chun-Shin couldn't help but curse in his heart. The Peak Master must be crazy. Just how far has he led me? The shield formed by the bloodthirsty ants enveloped Chun-Shin like a bell jar, and through the faint gaps, he could see the dense swarm of bees outside, which had expanded threefold, with more purple bees gathering. If someone with a phobia of clusters saw this, they would definitely feel their scalp tingle and faint. But fortunately, Chun-Shin did not have such a condition and was someone who had walked the line of death before. So he was not frightened by the sight before him. The bloodthirsty ants prioritized protecting Chen and did not aim to kill the purple bees. But being in a situation where they could only take hits without fighting back, and with the enemy constantly receiving reinforcements, made the bloodthirsty ants feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, the nature of ants allowed them to work together seamlessly, and their opponents were not strong. No matter how many purple bees there were, they could only attack through the points of contact, which was just enough to maintain their position. Chen was aware of the situation. The bloodthirsty ants were nearing their limit, and some weaker or less fortunate ones had already begun to die. The defensive net revealed a gap, and just as Chen was pondering how to respond, a stray purple bee stung his right arm. Hiss! Without hesitation, Chen cast the auxiliary spell, Strengthening Decision. Originally requiring a large amount of true essence, he now used spiritual energy, consuming only 2 layers of his spiritual power. The ants seemed to be invigorated, breaking through the purple bee encirclement and leading Chen to escape forward. While fleeing, Chen thought about countermeasures. He hadn't expected to use a spell so soon. The journey should be long, and if he continued to consume energy like this, he would exhaust his spiritual power first and face a tragic elimination. But he also didn't dare to let the purple bees sting him again. Experiencing that kind of pain once was enough. The options available to Chen were limited. The blood-burning escape technique could allow for a quick escape, but it consumed a lot of energy and was short-lived. Given the current situation, with purple bees swarming everywhere, it was useless. If he escaped to a new place, he would still be hunted by the purple bees there. When he initially chose an escape technique, Chen had fantasized about the water and earth escape techniques from mythological novels, but reality told him that there were none of these abilities. A cultivator's capabilities rely entirely on the spiritual power within. They cannot turn their body into soil and merge into the ground. That's unscientific. At least for a chi refining stage cultivator, such spells and abilities do not exist. Forget it. No need to rush to find a team. Stabilize myself first. He gave the little ants new orders, and the bloodthirsty ants brought out their specialty, digging. The ants, like a whirlpool at sea, rapidly burrowed into the ground. And as Chen looked at the dark hole before him, clumps of mud and stones were tossed aside. With his eyes closed, he jumped down. Feeling as if he had jumped into a cesspit, he was now dirty all over. Beneath him was a thick layer of bloodthirsty ants, wriggling and carrying Chen deeper. The ants kept covering him with deep soil from above, but the purple bees were still desperately chasing after them. From the sounds, it seemed they also began transporting sand and soil. Were they crazy? They were already digging underground and still wouldn't let go? Well, if digging underground were effective, then passing this trial would be too easy. Everyone would become earth element sons. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure, and the tighter the soil and stones became, making it more difficult for the bloodthirsty ants to dig. Chen adjusted their direction, instructing them to dig southwest. As long as they filled in the mud and stones behind them, the purple bees could take their time moving it. After all, he had ant-type spirit beasts. They were masters of digging, and their speed far exceeded the pace of the purple bees pursuing them. While walking underground, Chen also had the leisure to think about his 3 teammates. I wonder how Sister Song and the others are doing. Have the 3 of them successfully regrouped? At that moment, far in the southwest of the Bee Valley, Song Yufei, Huofeng, and Lu Xiaoli had just gathered. Song Yufei looked at the direction indicated by the guiding fireflies, and, while fending off the purple bees, said, Chen is in the northeast. He should be heading towards us as well, and the distance shouldn't be too far. Then let's go? Lu Xiaoli smiled. She was at the front of the flying boat that Chen had taken, unaware that behind her, Chen was being sabotaged by the Peak Master. At that moment, they were still a great distance apart, joyfully heading towards Chen location. Achu! Chen rubbed his nose, feeling as if someone was cursing him. It had been more than half a day since he started advancing underground, and as he walked, he used his internal spiritual power to wash away the swelling on his arm, the numbness just subsiding. At this time, the bloodthirsty ants were also exhausted. Chen gave the leading little ant an instruction, and another team of resting bloodthirsty ants immediately came forward to replace the digging ones. Chen had unexpectedly set up a 2-shift system underground. He could still hear the sparse sounds of purple bees transporting sand and soil in pursuit. And Chen was speechless. He hadn't done anything significant. Why did it feel like he had killed their queen bee, making them so relentless? These purple bees were a bit too aggressive. Although the bloodthirsty ants were adept at digging, they needed to create enough space for Chen to fit, which required a significant amount of digging work. Conversely, the purple bees, while not as capable of digging as the bloodthirsty ants, only needed fist-sized tunnels to accommodate themselves and could pursue him. Their speed was not much slower than Chen. This was still the result of Chen bending down and walking. Of course, if Chen chose to crawl, his speed would greatly increase. But the pursuit of the purple bees had not yet forced him to that extent. As long as he maintained his pace without being caught, that was enough. Chun Shun was digging underground alongside the purple bees, and he excavated a bit upwards. The soil layer above was softer, which significantly accelerated the digging progress. However, he dared not tunnel too close to the surface, as these purple bees were quite intelligent, seemingly led by a commander who could devise the best strategies to locate Chun Shun, whether they were walking or digging underground. The purple bees would always take the most direct route. If they got too close to the surface, some purple bees would start digging holes above, trying to unearth Chun Shun in the fastest and most efficient way. There was no choice. Chun Shun chose an optimal depth, 8 meters underground. If he dug just 1 more meter upwards, the purple bees would start making holes at the surface. Thus, he continued to progress in a straight line towards the southwest. Boom. The sound of a magical explosion echoed above Chun Shun's head. Why were there more purple bees? But they didn't seem to join in attacking them, which was strange. Had they encountered another team? Chun Shun didn't want to get involved and planned to continue moving southwest. A familiar voice called out from above, "Second brother. Why hasn't Song Yufei been found yet? Is it in this direction? It can't be wrong. Just now on the platform, I used a drop of my blood to create mist that stained her clothes. The black-spotted mosquito is extremely sensitive to my blood. The distance might be a bit far, but the direction is definitely correct." Ji and Kai and his second brother? What were they looking for Song Yufei for? Chun Shun halted his steps and stood still, as if the bloodthirsty ants sensed something and paused their digging as well. Chapter 29, The Spotted Mosquito. At this moment, on the surface, Ji Ingsai's second brother's black-spotted mosquitoes were fighting against the countless purple bees along with Ji Ingsai's spotted mosquitoes. The spotted mosquitoes were yellow, black, and white, while the black-spotted mosquitoes were only black and white. Otherwise, they looked identical, all about the size of a fist. Ji Ingsai's teammates were no pushovers either. They controlled 2 massive, fire-red toads. When they channeled their spiritual energy to the spirit beasts, the 2 spirit beasts would spit out 2 fiery serpents, which danced in the air like whips, striking the purple bees. Any purple bee hit by these whips would burst into flames as if struck by a spell. Their wings charred before they fell. If you hadn't run away last time, as teammates, this wouldn't have been so difficult, and I wouldn't have to collude with the inner disciples, risking so much. Ji Ingsai's second brother was fighting the purple bees while reprimanding Ji Ingkai. This is the last chance. If Song Yufei enters the inner sect, there will be no more opportunities. That's why I colluded with the inner disciples. Even if someone shatters their life-saving jade token here, they will be half an hour late. As long as we quickly break the barrier, everything will be fine. Chun Shun furrowed his brows, wondering what these guys were planning. It seemed he couldn't leave now and needed to investigate further before making a judgment. The purple bees continued to chase from behind, so Chun Shun carefully directed the bloodthirsty ants to dig upwards a bit more. Sure enough, the purple bees stopped pursuing, and he overheard some angry shouts from above. The group of purple bees in the sky had also come to attack them. How were the purple bees still emerging from the soil? This place wasn't safe. They had to leave quickly. Ji Ingsai's team was fighting back while heading southwest. Chun Shun followed them underground and learned from their intermittent exchanges that Ji Ingkai was searching for Song Yufei for a specific reason. Ji Ingsai's spotted mosquitoes were a mutated species that needed to absorb special blood to evolve. Otherwise, their potential couldn't be developed, and they would be no different from black-spotted mosquitoes. To find the blood necessary for the spotted mosquito's evolution, Ji Ingkai had developed the habit of carrying them on his shoulders. A chance encounter made him realize that Song Yufei's blood was precisely what the spotted mosquitoes were seeking. At first, Ji Ingkai didn't intend to harm Song Yufei. He just wanted to befriend her, complete some tasks together, and then extract some blood from her as a friend. Although he needed a lot of blood, as long as he could obtain a little every few days, it would accumulate over time. Given the recovery capabilities of cultivators, it wouldn't harm Song Yufei, allowing him to acquire the blood he needed. The problem arose during their first task, when they were merely searching for sand fleas on a beach. Unexpectedly, a second-tier monster suddenly emerged from the water. Knowing he was no match for it, Ji Ingkai fled first, abandoning his team to face the monster. The team leader, a martial brother, was killed in the encounter, which caused animosity towards Song Yufei's team. From then on, whenever they met, there was no goodwill, and he couldn't even mention his need for blood. This time, Song Yufei had a high chance of entering the inner sect. Once she did, there would be no more connection between them. They would no longer be from the same world. That was why he urgently sought his second brother's help. His second brother also understood what the evolution of the spotted mosquitoes meant for his younger brother and invited his longtime friends, the Fire-Toad brothers, Inda and In-Air, and bribed the inner disciples, vowing to capture Song Yufei in the Bee Valley. This time, they didn't have time to slowly obtain Song Yufei's blood. They needed to extract a sufficient amount for evolution all at once. Song Yufei is in danger. The team is in danger. Chun Shun followed the team above, not daring to act recklessly. This team had used divination methods to check. Only Ji Yingcai's second brother had peak Qi refining strength, while the other three were at mid-Qi refining level. Yet, they were determined to find trouble with him, confident that they could succeed. What hidden cards did they have? Second brother, there are too many bees. Let's release the spirit pet borrowed from big brother. My spotted mosquitoes have suffered too many casualties and are about to collapse. Looking at the spotted and black-spotted mosquitoes falling like snowflakes, suffering heavy losses. The fire-toad brothers had stopped using fire and were solely relying on their spirit beast tongues to attack the purple bees. Their tongues had been stung multiple times, swelling painfully. But thankfully, the poisonous fire toads had significant resistance to toxins. If it had been a human, the pain would have been unbearable. Chun Shun's eyes shone with a green light as he peered through the layers of mud and stone above, observing the 10 dark green black-spotted mosquitoes. That was equivalent to 10 peak Qi refining cultivators. This was cheating. How could they play like this? He had to prevent them from encountering Song Yufei. What should he do? Chun Shun fell into deep thought. Watching the 10 black-spotted mosquitoes in the air, Ji Yingcai laughed. Big Brother's black-spotted mosquitoes are impressive. Big Brother's mother mosquito has second-tier strength. If my mother mosquito can also advance to the second tier, it can lead this group of peak first-tier mosquitoes. Then, who would dare provoke me? Wait until you reach Foundation establishment before talking. Until then, you think your spirit beast can outpace you? You really don't know what you're getting into. Ji Yingcai's second brother said disdainfully, looking at his inept younger brother. After we deal with Song Yufei, we'll take these 10 black-spotted mosquitoes to find other teams. We'll definitely reap great rewards. Ji Yingcai licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with malice. Changing his expression, Ji Yingcai's second brother said seriously, don't cause trouble for big brother. He's a top practitioner in the inner sect, completely beyond the reach of ordinary inner disciples. We're from entirely different worlds. If it weren't for the bloodline connection, he wouldn't care about us. This time, borrowing 10 peak first-tier black-spotted mosquitoes was contingent on my assurance that they would only be used in life-threatening situations. If he finds out we're using them against others, he won't lend them to us. You know what could happen if he learns the truth? Ji Yingcai seemed to recall something terrifying, fear showing in his eyes as he nodded and fell silent. They continued moving southwest. The bee swarm's assault wasn't constant. Some areas had large numbers of bees congregating, while others had relatively few. Of course, just because an area had fewer bees didn't mean it was safe. One shouldn't forget their ability to call for reinforcements. Before long, the bees would gather in greater numbers, making it impossible to stay in one place for long. During this time, the team led by Ji Yingcai encountered several large swarms of bees, but, relying on the strength of their spirit beasts and being pressed for time, they boldly passed through without hesitation. Of course, there were also several inexplicable purple bees attacking them from nowhere, but they were all fended off one by one. Chun Shun understood that these purple bees were coming after him. To be honest, Chun Shun was somewhat puzzled, even in such a situation. The purple bees were still relentlessly pursuing him. This couldn't simply be explained by instinct. Did he have something that attracted them? Or had the bee queen given some command to the bees in this valley to pursue him to the death? The Ji Yingcai team arrived at a flower field filled with blooming flowers, where thousands of purple bees rose from the ground. This was the largest swarm they had encountered. The flower field was vast, and they did not want to waste time taking a detour. 10 peak-level first-stage black-spotted mosquitoes were released immediately, and countless smaller black-spotted mosquitoes joined the fray. They saw countless bee and mosquito bodies falling from the sky like raindrops. Chun Shun realized the opportunity had come. Chapter 30. The Fire Toad Brothers. Inda and In Air placed their hands on the back of the fire toad. The blood-red bumps on the fire toad's back were disgusting, but the two of them were unconcerned, continuously pouring their spiritual energy into it. The fiery lines in the sky were actually the fire toad's tongue, which was its innate divine ability. The spiritual energy within allowed its tongue to spew flames and fire poison. Originally just a life-saving technique, since becoming a cultivator's spirit pet, the shortcoming of insufficient spiritual energy was compensated for. The spiritual energy transmitted from the cultivator turned this life-saving technique into a combat skill, causing heavy losses to the purple bees with every strike. At this moment, the two brothers had their backs pressed together, and the two fire toads faced in opposite directions, creating a crossfire that continuously swept the purple bees from the air, each one ablaze and falling helplessly to the ground. Suddenly, one fire toad blinked, seeming to hesitate, and even the fiery tongue in the air missed its target several times. Don't get distracted. Inda kicked the fire toad's backside, and the fire toad quickly focused again on sweeping the swarm of bees. Innate divine ability, power amplification technique. Crack, crack. The two brothers suddenly felt something grab their ankles, and in an instant, they were dragged down into the ground, where they saw countless ants glowing with blood. No, Countless massive mandibles pierced their bodies, and with a hiss, in less than a second, the two became dried corpses, unable to use their life-saving jade tokens in time. The bloodthirsty ants beneath Ji Inkai also launched their attacks at the same time, but Ji Inkai's second brother had an acute sense of danger. At the critical moment, he pulled Ji Inkai to jump, causing the bloodthirsty ants to miss. Unfortunately, the two drained corpses were dragged before Chen Shun, who casually collected their storage bags. Among them, Air's shriveled face caught Chen Shun's attention. It seemed like the first time he had come to Spirit Insect Peak, where he had seen him selling a plant called Panshou Jin, but it had turned out to be a seedless shell. He hadn't expected to die at his hands. This should be considered Chen Shun's first kill. The last time with the snake demon didn't count, as he hadn't directed it with his thoughts. Looking at the two corpses with bulging eyes and a look of unclosed death, Chen Shun sighed internally and closed their eyes. Just underground. He had also hesitated. Should he kill? Is it necessary? Yes, it is. Rationality told him that if it weren't for the fact that he had been led a bit further by the Peak Master, and if he hadn't accidentally discovered the malice of this group when he and his team had encountered them in ignorance, they wouldn't have had time to escape the chase of those 10 peak-level first-stage black-spotted mosquitoes, nor would they have had time to dig a tunnel to flee. Even using the life-saving jade tokens would have been useless. The inner sect disciples had already colluded, and it would have been a certain death. There would never be another chance like this, where he was in the dark and the enemy was in the light. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Chen Shun understood this principle. Once he thought through all this, Chen Shun decided to go all out. Not only letting the bloodthirsty ants use their innate divine ability to burn their own blood to increase their strength and speed, but also using the auxiliary spell power amplification technique to further enhance the bloodthirsty ants' power. While the four on the ground were being attacked by the swarm, standing still and fighting, he secretly commanded the bloodthirsty ants to dig beneath their feet and launch attacks together. Unfortunately, despite a full-force attack, the main culprit remained, but eliminating two of the small brothers was still a good thing. When Air's fire toad perished at the moment of his death, its eyes rolled back, and it burst into flames, turning itself to ashes, leaving only some skeletal remains behind. Air had signed a life-and-death contract with the fire toad. His death also dragged the fire toad into the underworld. It was unknown which expert was hiding underground. This valley of purple bees had only heard of purple bees and no other spirit insects living here. Ji Yingcai's second brother continued. We do not know where we have offended. Please inform us. If there is a misunderstanding, we will resolve it. There is no need for unnecessary conflict. Second brother. Ji Yingcai's expression was fierce, his narrow eyes constantly scanning the ground, ready to jump at the slightest movement. Hearing his second brother's polite inquiry, he was somewhat confused. A rustling sound came from nearby underground, and Ji Yingcai's second brother took out a talisman, casting the spell. Countless yellow spikes formed from talismans poured down onto the land like rain, and his tone turned from gentle to vengeful. Mountain Breaker Spike, die for me. Damn it. The rumbling continued, leaving only a deep pit in that area, about 2 zhang wide and 6 zhang deep, with dozens of bloodthirsty ants dying at the bottom of the pit. Both sides fell into a tense standoff. The two could not discern Chen Shun's exact position underground. And even with precautions, the bloodthirsty ants could no longer be as stealthy as before, unable to nearly catch them like they had just done. However, the external swarm of bees helped, and with the sudden loss of 2 allies, the situation was unfavorable for Ji Inkai and his brother. The 10 borrowed black-spotted mosquitoes fighting the purple bees suddenly emitted screeching sounds. Third brother, take the blood food. Okay. 10 human corpses were thrown out from Ji Inkai's storage bag, consisting of men, women, old, and young. The sharp proboscis of the black-spotted mosquitoes pierced into the corpses, sucking the blood, and the 10 corpses visibly shriveled up. Sounds came from the left and right underground. You actually used human corpses as blood food? Even children. Aren't you afraid of punishment from the sect? Hee hee, as long as you are dead, who will know? With so much blood food available, why use humans? Did you kill these people? They're just ordinary mortals without cultivation. What is the difference from livestock? It seems this junior brother still lacks experience. A few corpses have you so worked up. Ji Yingcai's second brother mocked. Hee hee, let me make you a clear ghost. These borrowed black-spotted mosquitoes are not my own spirit beasts. Controlling them for a long time inevitably leads to some minor conflicts and disobedience. But as long as their conditions are met, they can be commanded like an extension of the owner. These are merely the offerings they need. After all, human blood is the most enticing. Did you kill them too? Of course. Damn it. Hee hee. Ji Yingcai's second brother was not a good person who answered every question. He just wanted to determine Chen Shun's position through conversation. For tunnels, in a shape, the black-spotted mosquitoes directly burrowed down, and countless smaller black-spotted mosquitoes surged in after the larger ones, quickly reaching a weak layer of soil at the tunnel entrance. Boom! The soil layer was broken, and the black-spotted mosquitoes surged into the tunnel. At this moment, the tunnel resembled blood vessels, suddenly bursting with 10 small holes. And then countless black-spotted mosquitoes frantically searched within the tunnel, trying to find Chen Shun. Chapter 31. Slaying Ji Inkai. While Ji Inkai was fending off the purple bees, he looked at the hole that had been penetrated by the 10 black-spotted mosquitoes. The buzzing sounds continued to resonate from underground, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that this cunning guy underground was about to meet his end. Suddenly, the soil nearby broke open, and a blood-red bat shot out from the ground. A bat? Isn't it a bloodthirsty ant? How could there be a bat? The location where the Iron Blood Bat King emerged was very cunningly chosen by Chen Shun. It formed a straight line with the positions of Ji Inkai and his second brother. 3 points in a line. The Iron Blood Bat King opened its large mouth, and a silent sound wave erupted. The Iron Bone Bat had a type of silent infrasound attack that could not be blocked simply by plugging one's ears. Once hit in the head, the target would become dizzy. But what about the mutated Iron Blood Bat King? Iron blood does not mean that its blood is as hard as iron. On the contrary, when struck by sound waves, its head wouldn't experience dizziness or discomfort. However, the blood of the struck enemy would stop flowing, becoming immobile like steel, with not even a single platelet able to move. Of course, some might argue that coagulation would be more fitting, but the victims simply experienced a halt in blood flow, not a solidification into clots, which is why it was named Iron Blood. Ji Inkai suddenly felt a chill throughout his body, his hands and feet numb and unable to move. The world seemed to slow down. His ankle tightened suddenly, and he clearly realized what had caught him. He wanted to crush the jade token, but not even half a finger could move. He was dragged into darkness, and even as he became a dried corpse, his facial expression didn't change at all. Chen Shun emerged from the cave behind the Iron Blood Bat King, and Ji Inkai's second brother stood at the entrance of the cave where Ji Inkai had disappeared, pulling Ji Inkai's corpse out. Bloodthirsty ants, oblivious to the situation, were sucking on his corpse, only to be crushed by his second brother, blood and flesh splattering, as he looked at Chen Shun with a resentful gaze. At this moment, Ji Inkai's second brother was not much better off. Since he attacked 2 people simultaneously with 3 points in a line, how could the bloodthirsty ants not pay attention to this highest-rank practitioner? Perhaps due to the distance. The impact of the Iron Blood Bat King's attack was not as obvious as it was on Ji Inkai, or perhaps it was due to his cultivation level. After all, he was a peak chi refinement cultivator radiating a deep cyan aura. He quickly broke free from the effects of the Iron Blood attack, but even so, his face was sunken, and his exposed arms were thin as sticks, clearly having had a large amount of blood drained by the bloodthirsty ants. Even if he didn't die, he was severely weakened. Countless small black-spotted mosquitoes surrounded him for protection. I've seen you. You are from Song Yufei's team. Chen Shun, very good. I underestimated you. I didn't expect a character like you to emerge in this outer door competition, 2 spirit beasts, and are you of the same heart vein? I am Ji Ingshi. I misjudged you. If I had known there was a person like you, I would never have thought about attacking your team. But the mistake was in you killing my third brother. At this moment, Ji Ingshi also realized why Chen Shun would take action against their team. This guy must have been lurking in the shadows and overheard their conversation, which is why he made his move. Chen Shun's bloodthirsty ant's innate ability had just come off cooldown. Seeing that Ji Ingshi did not intend to attack immediately, he planned to take a moment to let the bloodthirsty ants recover. However, he felt that something was off. The sky? He looked up at the sky. The wild mosquitoes seemed to have lost their minds, fighting madly with the purple buzzers rather than opting to flee like the fire toad. The 10 borrowed black-spotted mosquitoes had not emerged from the ground either. It seemed they had discovered something. Ji Ingshi turned sideways, exposing his back, and one by one, the small black-spotted mosquitoes pierced into his body, constantly regurgitating something, then cycling through to another group of small black-spotted mosquitoes. His originally withered arms became robust. This is... Seeing the shocked expression on Chen Shun's face, Ji Ingshi laughed. You missed your chance. My black-spotted mosquitoes are nourished by my blood. They can absorb my blood and also return the favor to me. This was bad. Just now, the small black-spotted mosquitoes surrounded Ji Ingshi, and Chen Shun instinctively thought they were merely protecting their master, only to realize that they were actually sucking his blood and could also nourish him. How careless. 10 peak first-stage black-spotted mosquitoes broke through the ground, and Chen Shun turned to flee, not forgetting to put the swarm of bloodthirsty ants and the Iron Blood Bat King into his spirit beast bag, using the wind control technique. Chen Shun discovered that Ji Ingshi was stepping with a strange rhythm, moving left and right, his speed actually surpassing Chen Shun's. Just as he was about to enter the attack range of the black-spotted mosquitoes, Chen Shun gritted his teeth and used the blood escape technique. He transformed into a blood-colored arrow, directly vanishing into the distance. This was the first time Chun Shun used the blood escape technique in actual combat. He never expected to use this life-saving skill here. Ji Ingshi watched as Chun Shun transformed into a beam of blood light, growing farther away, unwilling to give up. He also steeled his heart. For peak first stage, black-spotted mosquitoes clung to his limbs, their massive mouthparts piercing into his arms and legs to suck blood. The gigantic mosquitoes carried him close to the ground, while countless small black-spotted mosquitoes densely clustered on his back, continuously replenishing his blood, forming a peculiar balance. Not knowing how long he had escaped, Chun Shun went from feeling thirsty to dizzy and sluggish, sensing that he might faint at any moment. By then, it wouldn't be Ji Ingshi chasing him. The purple buzzers left behind would swarm him and finish him off. His internal blood volume had dropped over 40. If this continued, his foundation would likely suffer damage. He could no longer continue fleeing. It seemed he could only fight back with all his might. Chun Shun stopped using the blood escape technique, standing still, pulling out a stack of talismans from his storage bag. Why aren't you running anymore? The voice from Ji Ingshi sounded like it came from the depths of hell. At this moment, his black-gray robe had turned black-red, blood dripping onto the ground beneath him. There was no trace left of a prestigious sect. He looked like a true demon. He stood not far from Chun Shun, looking at him maliciously. Calming the boiling blood within him, Chun Shun looked at Ji Ingshi and noticed that aside from the 10-peak first-stage black-spotted mosquitoes, the small black-spotted mosquitoes that had once densely surrounded him had now dwindled to just a few. The rest had been put into Ji Ingshi's spirit beast bag. It seemed that replenishing his master's blood had taken a significant toll on these small black-spotted mosquitoes. Countless bloodthirsty ants poured out from the spirit beast bag, transforming into a nest that enveloped Chun Shun, while the blood-colored iron bloodbat king flew in the air, facing off against the black-spotted mosquitoes. A great battle was about to break out. Chapter 32, A Fight to the Death. Countless purple buzzers charged at the two, but at this moment, both of them only had eyes for each other. Everything outside, including the environment and the purple buzzers, no longer mattered. The purple buzzers targeted Ji Ingshi, as he was the one who pursued from behind, being closest to them. Ji Ingshi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood flowing from his mouth and nose. Chun Shun's eyes gleamed with excitement, taking advantage of your illness to kill you. The Iron Bloodbat King's sound wave attack commenced, and the bloodthirsty ants activated their innate ability once again. Their cooldown time had expired. Boosted by the enhancement technique Chun Shun had secretly prepared, they surged forward to attack Ji Ingshi. Countless talismans were also activated by Chun Shun, aimed at the 10 black-spotted mosquitoes. Spells exploded in the air. Spirit beasts clashed before him, and a rain of blood and a stench of battle filled the air. Ji Ingshi looked up at Chun Shun, grinning widely. Do you know why I have been relentlessly pursuing you? With my body in such poor condition, I may not necessarily be able to defeat you. A black-spotted mosquito the size of a human was released by Ji Ingshi, and he laughed maniacally. Different populations of black-spotted mosquitoes have different rules. Many kings do not allow their subordinates of the same rank to exist. But black-spotted mosquitoes are different. My elder brother even granted me a second-stage early black-spotted mosquito. Haha. This is a foundation-building existence. You are doomed. Black-spotted mosquito, I promise you 100 human sacrifices. Once I kill him, I will satisfy you. Chun Shun's expression was strange, and a bloodthirsty ant the size of a tiger was released. The blood tide surged in the sea of flowers, and the purple buzzers buzzed as they spread out in all directions. Ji Ingshi's expression stiffened, looking incredulously at the completely different bloodthirsty ants. He glanced between the bloodthirsty ant king and the late-stage small ants still leading the charge, as if judging who was truly the leader. Chun Shun looked solemnly at the bloodthirsty ant king and calmly said, "Kill." Humph. The bloodthirsty ant emperor transformed into a red light, piercing through the second-tier black-spotted mosquito. The blood-sucking black-spotted mosquito never expected that it would meet the day of having all its blood drained. It turned into a withered, desiccated corpse lying on the ground. The ant emperor was not satisfied, as it seemed that the blood of the black-spotted mosquito was to its liking. With its small, transparent wings fluttering, it transformed into red light and took down the peak first-tier black-spotted mosquitoes in the air one by one, as if in pursuit. One by one, the black-spotted mosquitoes turned into corpses and fell to the ground. The jade talisman was shattered, and a yellow shield enveloped Ji Ingshi. He wanted to run, but how could the bloodthirsty ant emperor let such fresh blood food go? Just as he took a few steps, he was chased down by the bloodthirsty ant emperor, who had just finished off the black-spotted mosquitoes, and its huge, menacing mandible struck against the yellow shield. The yellow shield visibly grew fainter and thinner. Chun Shun remained unmoved, while Ji Ingshi went from begging for mercy to finally cursing with resentment. Even if I die and turn into a vengeful spirit, I won't let you go. My elder brother will avenge us. You have no idea what kind of existence my elder brother is. I will wait for you below, wait for you. The purple luo bees had already fled, and at this moment, Chun Shun realized that he was in a sea of purple flowers. Purple luo? Enduring the dizziness in his brain, he had consumed a lot of energy, using the blood-burning escape technique along with a large number of spells and talismans, leaving him with less than a tenth of his spiritual energy. He needed to quickly find a safe place to recover. Moreover, this place was not suitable for long stays. Ji Ingshi had just shattered his jade talisman, sending out a distress signal. Heaven knows if this area was still managed by that colluding immerse sect disciple. If not, help would likely arrive soon. If it was, encountering them might lead to a fierce battle for Ji Ingshi and the others. The buzzing sound came again. Chun Shun, who was fiddling with the corpses, looked up and saw even larger purple luo bees swarming toward him. What was this? Guard bees. Second-tier purple luo bees. The bloodthirsty ant emperor stopped eating the corpses and transformed into red light, sneakily entering Chun Shun's spirit beast bag. Chun Shun cursed inwardly. Ant emperor, come out. Didn't you say you would intervene in a second-tier battle? Ant emperor, there are so many. How can this emperor help? Moreover, according to our contract, in a life-threatening situation, this emperor can choose not to intervene. Damn. Chun Shun had not shattered the jade talisman for life protection. Ji Ingshi had just shattered his talisman, allowing him to hold on for a few more moments under the ant emperor. If these guard bees attacked him, even shattering the jade talisman would only allow him to hold on for a few breaths. He touched the pendant on his chest, hoping that the life-protecting pendant given by his master would come through. It better be effective. The swarm surrounded Chun Shun, and the immense pressure made him feel somewhat suffocated. This was a sense of oppression given by the hierarchy. The gap between humans and ants was not so pronounced when there were just one or two, but now, with at least hundreds of second-tier purple luo bees before him, Chun Shun felt goosebumps all over. The swarm did not attack Chun Shun, but instead cleared a path toward the northwest. The bees buzzed, seemingly urging him to go. Let me go northwest? Whatever. I'll just go. I can't provoke the purple luo bees and risk getting stung. Chun Shun strode forward in the northwest direction, surrounded by the swarm, no longer disturbed by those first-tier purple luo bees. After Chun Shun had been away from the swarm for a while, a white-robed disciple arrived at the sea of purple flowers. Upon discovering Ji Ingshi, who had been drained of blood, his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly collected the body and left. Song Yufei, Horfang, and Lu Qiaoli were still making their way toward Chun Shun's direction. At this point, they looked travel-worn. The three spirit beasts were continuously repelling the attacks of the purple luo bees in their own ways. Song Yufei said. The guiding dragonfly suddenly changed direction. Chun Shun must be in trouble, which is why it changed direction. We need to hurry. Huafang cried out, Sister Song. How can we hurry? We were just too rushed, and the armor bug couldn't keep up. It got stung by the purple luo bee. And the swelling hasn't gone down yet. My right leg is still numb. Lu Qiaoli cursed. What is the Peak Master doing? Letting everyone behind Chun Shun go down first? I don't even know how many people he has passed. How far has he gone? They had already encountered other teams. And from the teams behind, they learned that the Peak Master had actually moved past Chun Shun, scattering people, and she was filled with resentment toward the Peak Master. Suddenly, the guiding dragonfly changed direction again, flying toward the northwest. Damn, the team had to quicken their pace again, and although they were cursing and making noise, their movements became faster. They truly regarded Chun Shun as a friend. Chapter 33, The Purple Luo Bee Emperor. How can flowers grow larger? Chun Shun walked along the path guided by the swarm, feeling that the scenery was becoming increasingly strange. The various flowers were growing larger. He had just felt this in the sea of purple flowers, as if they had grown considerably sturdier. But what was happening now? The petals were above his head, and he was weaving through thick green stems. The dappled sunlight filtered through the gaps in the flowers, making it hard to tell if he had shrunk or if the flowers had grown, as if he had become a part of a little people's kingdom. After walking for over half an hour, he suddenly came to a clearing. Under the moonlight, a gigantic purple wisteria tree came into view. That wasn't just a purple wisteria flower. It should be called a purple wisteria tree or a purple wisteria building, rising at least dozens of meters high, with no weeds or flowers growing around it, standing abruptly before Chun Shun. In the middle of the purple wisteria tree hung a gigantic golden beehive, with more purple luo bees constantly entering and exiting, densely packed, roughly at least 1,000. This might be able to take down a small sect. According to the knowledge in the mainland, many small sects only had foundational cultivators at most. With this beehive, sweeping through those sects would likely be a piece of cake. A layer of cyan light spread over Chun Shun's eyes, and the entire beehive emitted a scorching white light, as if he had suddenly seen a massive, incandescent bulb of tens of thousands of watts. Chun Shun's eyes welled with tears. and he quickly closed them to ease the stinging pain. As for the inside of the beehive, he could vaguely see a giant purple wisteria bee, its abdomen long and resembling a massive white worm. Unexpectedly, you are able to see me. A soft, ethereal female voice came from within the beehive. Chun-Shin looked at the beehive in astonishment. It was yet another monster that could speak human language. Narrowing his eyes, Chun-Shin asked, "Are you the first-generation purple Luo bee emperor?" "Correct. I do not know why you summoned me here. What business do you have?" "In the Bee Valley, it is rare for outer disciples to compete with foundational tier strength. I only wanted to see the prodigy of this generation from the Spirit Insect Peak and did not wish to converse with you. However, since you can see my true form, it piqued my interest." "What probing method did you just use?" Chun-Shin hurriedly explained. "Senior, it was not my intention to pry. I just used the Qi observation technique." "The Qi observation technique? I did not expect that there are still people who can cultivate this technique." Chun-Shin was puzzled. Wasn't this the technique from the first floor of the library? There were many probing techniques, and Chun-Shin found this one simple, so he picked it. "Senior, is this technique difficult?" "Not only is it difficult, but it also requires a certain amount of fate. I am quite curious about how you learned it." "I don't know about fate, but it's just a simulation of cone cell neuron cells." "Cone cell neurons?" "The human eye can only see 3 primary colors: red, green, and blue. Other colors are composed of mixtures of these 3 primary colors. The inventor of the Qi observation technique is truly a genius. He simulated the operation of spiritual energy into a cone cell neuron, allowing the 3 primary colors to become 4 primary colors, enabling one to distinguish more colors. By using the 4th color as the primary color, one can observe the strength of others' emitted spiritual energy through color differentiation." Chun-Shin continued to speak about the wonders of the Qi observation technique and praised the creator's talent, saying how creatively he simulated the cone cell neuron with spiritual energy. If colorblind cultivators practiced it, it might very well change their colorblindness. Chun-Shin also thought of another point of knowledge to share with his master, hoping it might earn him something in return. The Purple Bee Queen had been quietly listening. Although it couldn't understand, every word from Chun-Shin made it feel a deep sense of respect, as if the heavens were about to collapse. Was this a sign of fortune? Only after Chun-Shin finished speaking did it exclaim, "Old Miao has successors." "Old Miao? My former master, the 6th-generation master of the Spirit Insect Peak. Could it be?" Indeed, this method of fortune-telling was left behind by him, but unfortunately, no one learned it after that. Chun-Shin opened his mouth wide and stammered, "The 6th-generation master. A genius. My master created this method through my eyes." "The eyes of the Bee Queen?" "Yes, bees possess an incredibly sharp visual system. They can recognize different colored flowers under various natural light conditions and can still identify flowers even in more complex lighting environments. Bees are true color experts in the animal kingdom." Chun-Shin sighed, thinking about how many scientists in the world have made numerous inventions by studying animal characteristics, using science to change human lifestyles. However, in this world, someone similarly researched the traits of spirit beasts through cultivation techniques and invented remarkable skills. "Little one, what is your name?" "Junior Chun-Shin. Very few humans catch my eye like this." Well, let's break the rules just this once." A plump, white, and fat maggot was floated in the air and brought before Chun-Shin. Looking at this creature, Chun-Shin was puzzled. "What is the Bee Queen inviting me to eat? How does one eat this? Fried?" Before Chun-Shin could ask, the Bee Queen gently said, "This is the new generation Purple Bee Queen. I will entrust it to you." Chun-Shin was taken aback, relieved that he didn't have time to ask how to eat it. Is this thing really the newly born queen? It hasn't even matured yet, and it's already separated from its mother's embrace. Isn't it afraid of dying? Chun-Shin held the greasy worm in both hands, feeling his hands covered in oil. He hesitantly said, "Bee Queen, it said that the reward for the first place in this competition will be the new generation Purple Bee Queen. Is it appropriate for you to give it to me now? Do you have another one?" "Twins?" "Yes." Chun-Shin took out a new Spirit Beast bag and put the young Bee Queen inside. Looking at the Spirit Beast bag in his hand, Chun-Shin was astonished. He got the final reward in the first trial? I wonder what Master would say if he knew. The Purple Bee Queen also gifted Chun-Shin a piece of royal jelly the size of a house. This royal jelly doesn't need to be refined. It is already a top-grade spirit medicine. However, it is food for the new queen's growth, and there might be a little left over, which Chun-Shin can accept. After storing the royal jelly in his storage bag, the Bee Queen proceeded to inform Chun-Shin about some knowledge regarding the Purple Bee Queen. From level 1 to level 2, it has no combat power. It only continuously produces purple bees, essentially a living production machine. The Purple Bee Queen randomly produces worker bees and guard bees. Guard bees are fewer in number, have strong bloodlines, and can grow to higher levels, while worker bees are numerous, have weaker bloodlines, and limited growth potential. As the level of the Purple Bee Queen increases, the produced purple bees will also become stronger. After giving all the necessary reminders, the Bee Queen let Chun Shun leave on his own. After exiting the massive Purple Bee building, Chun Shun did not go far. He noticed that the purple bees flying overhead no longer had any hostility towards him. Some even circled around him, playing games, completely different from when he first entered this place. He couldn't help but suspect that the Purple Bee Queen must have reached some kind of agreement with the Beastmaster sect. The relentless pursuit of outer sect disciples by the purple bees must have been instructed by the Bee Queen. Even now, he hadn't yet contracted with the new queen, and these purple bees treated him as one of their own. It was already nighttime, not suitable for traveling. And he was also heavily injured and hadn't had time to recover. There was no safer place than here. Chun Shun sat cross-legged, stuffing his mouth with blood-replenishing and energy-restoring pills as if they were free, holding a piece of top-grade spirit stone in his hand, and entered a meditative state for cultivation. Chapter 34 Reunion. The morning sunlight shone on Chun Shun's face, and the purple bees were already up early, going out to collect pollen. Chun Shun exhaled a breath of stale air, opened his eyes, and found them clear. Having money is great. With money, one can do as one pleases. After just one night, with a large amount of medicinal stones consumed, not only had his injuries and cultivation completely recovered, but he had even made some progress. It was time to find Song Yufei and the others. What is the most terrifying thing about the Purple Bee Valley? It's the purple bees that are everywhere. And when they regard you as nothing, even playing around in front of you, what kind of trial is that? Chun Shun felt like he was on a picnic. With the wind control technique, Chun Shun moved quickly, and clusters of flowering trees passed by him. Following the flying dragonfly at full speed was like a sharp arrow shooting forward. Chun Shun easily kept pace beside it, and wherever he went. The purple bees merely glanced at him, and, upon realizing it was Chun Shun, continued to collect pollen. After a short while, Chun Shun finally spotted Song Yufei and the others from a distance. The three of them, with panda eyes, were struggling to fend off the attacks of the purple bees. Huafeng was completely wrapped in armor, with only a dark insect-like figure and a broad sword sticking out. The sword danced, its energy soaring for miles. And with one swing, the light of the sword chilled the 19 continents. Although it looked extravagant, the purple bees easily dodged, with only one unfortunate bee being hit, falling to the ground and then flying back up. It was just a bystander. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoli and Song Yufei were reliable. They worked together seamlessly. The giant human-faced demon spider spat out silk, forming protective webs, and any careless purple bee would get stuck in the webs and unable to escape. The purple bees flew cautiously in the limited space, getting close to the two women, only to be blocked by Song Yufei's multi-spiked centipede. The multi-spiked centipede fought alongside its centipede minions, but the minions were clearly worn out, leaving only one position for Huafeng to hold, while the other two had to rely on Song Yufei and her spells to eliminate them. It was a precarious situation, not daring to watch the excitement. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants surged towards Chun Shun. Chun Shun, the three shouted in surprise. Haha, I'm here. Huafeng laughed and scolded. Why did you come so late? At this point, Chun Shun had joined the group. When he was about to help fend off the attacks, he was taken aback. The purple bees were all avoiding him. In the blink of an eye, the swarm retreated from the battle, circling above their heads and buzzing. What is going on? If Chun Shun could understand the bee speech at this moment, they would be saying, the enemy has captured our ally. We request support, request support. Seeing the purple bees merely circling above and no longer attacking, the four quickly gathered together. While recovering, Song Yufei and the others inquired about what Chun Shun encountered yesterday, as the sudden change in direction was definitely unusual. Chun Shun did not hide anything. He recounted how he was chased by the purple bees, with nowhere to run, which drew giggles from Lu Xiaoli. Chun Shun, far from feeling embarrassed, took pride in mentioning that he had overheard Qi Inkai and the others plotting against Song Yufei. Song Yufei covered her mouth and said, no wonder, now it makes sense. Lu Xiaoli said angrily, I noticed this guy looking at our sister Song with the wrong eyes. Not like he was looking at a fellow disciple. Turns out he wanted to treat our sister Song as food. How despicable. Huafeng couldn't help but worry. So old Chun was discovered by them and barely escaped? No wonder. When Chun Shun reached the peak of Qi refining, Huafeng immediately changed his address to senior brother. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount, and even friends and family cannot escape this rule. However, Chun Shun was not used to it, and at his strong suggestion, Huafeng continued to call him Old Chun. I killed them. Huh. The group looked at Chun Shun in shock. They knew very well what kind of person Chun Shun was. He wouldn't casually make such claims. Next, Chun Shun briefly summarized their battle, emphasizing the core idea that Qi Inkai and the others had been careless and failed to notice Chun Shun hiding underground, which allowed him to successfully ambush them. The bloodthirsty ant emperor, the iron-blooded bat king, and the second-stage black-spotted mosquitoes, he didn't want to say much about them. Song Yufei knew that things wouldn't be so simple. But Chen Shun didn't want to elaborate, so she naturally wouldn't pry into it. After thinking for a moment, she suggested, let's not report the matter of Ji Yingcai's team to the sect for now. Unlike Gao Haoran and his group, who have a notorious record and have been found guilty of many misdeeds, Ji Yingcai's older brother, Ji Yinglai, has some background. He is a strong contender among the inner disciples. Right now, you, Chen Shun, are still an outer disciple, and the difference in status is too great. If they want to make things difficult for you, the law enforcement hall is likely to side with him. Wait until you become an inner disciple. Then the status difference will be smaller, and we can see how things go from there. Huafeng comforted Chen Shun, don't worry. With over 10,000 disciples in the valley, as long as we don't say anything, they won't necessarily find out it was you. Chen Shun nodded. Then why did we suddenly head northwest? Lu Qiaoli asked curiously. This girl, Song Yufei cursed inwardly, who doesn't have some secrets. Can't she be more perceptive? She had just regretted asking Chen Shun, letting him reveal such a big secret. Fortunately, everyone here was trustworthy, but she didn't expect Qiaoli to have such a curious nature. Chen Shun hesitated and said, I encountered the Purple Honeybee Emperor. The Purple Honeybee Emperor? The three exclaimed in surprise. He nodded. What did the Purple Honeybee Emperor want with you? Song Yufei immediately transformed into a curious child, disregarding any secrets. It said we are fated and even gifted me the newly born Purple Honeybee Emperor. The three looked at Chen Shun with disdain, thinking he was kidding. Did he really expect them to believe such nonsense? Seeing their disbelief, Chen Shun had no choice but to take the Purple Honeybee Emperor out of his spirit beast pouch. A red light burst forth, and a large maggot appeared before them. At the moment the maggot appeared, the purple honeybees above them buzzed violently. Their spiraling speed suddenly increased significantly, but they still did not attack the four. This thing is the new Purple Honeybee Emperor? Huafeng asked, trembling. Song Yufei rubbed her chin and nodded. So that's it. No wonder these purple honeybees aren't attacking us. It must be because of you, Chen Shun. They probably see you as one of their own. I'm not one of the bees. Chen Shun couldn't refute, looking up at the increasing number of purple honeybees, which seemed to turn into a cloud of insects, but they carefully maintained a distance of several feet from the four. A glint of light flashed in Song Yufei's eyes. Listen to me. Chapter 35, The Legend of the Bee Valley. A small team of four was covered in unknown mud, cautiously lying in the flower bushes. Occasionally, when a few purple honeybees discovered them, they would be torn apart by the suddenly rising spirit pets. Senior brother, this magical mud of yours is great. I think in this Purple Honeybee Valley, there's no team that can handle it more easily than us. How is this magical mud made? Hee, junior brother. This was obtained at great cost from my master. It's better you don't know how it's made. The more people who know, the less it can be kept secret. If it gets leaked, it will inevitably cause trouble. Yes, senior brother is right. It's my fault for being too inquisitive. It's a great blessing to follow you through this Purple Honeybee Valley trial. I wouldn't dare to ask for too much. That's good. Lu Qiaoli happily looked at the four yellow lights in the distance, holding the tracking talisman, and said, Haha, I found another team. Quickly, there were more footprints over there. Let's hurry. Chen Shun looked at Lu Qiaoli, who was covered in paint and in high spirits, thinking she was a devil. Was she letting her true nature out? Senior Sister Song's guiding dragonfly had eliminated the tracking talisman that Lu Qiaoli had worked hard to obtain, unexpectedly proving effective here. Right now, the four of them were like a human hornet's nest. Touching them would mean death. Song Yufei suddenly had an idea. The more purple honeybees gathered and dared not attack the four. Why not use them to eliminate more outer disciples and more opponents? How to say it? Chen Shun only gave one word. Brilliant. Then the hornet's nest team set out, and the four even put away their spirit beasts, using the wind control technique to move faster. As yellow lights lit up one after another, Lu Qiaoli grew more and more joyous, as if she had found her life's goal. Her short legs ran more and more joyfully through the flower bushes, while the other three panted and chased after her, afraid she would rush out of the small circle and get stung by the purple honeybees. Huafeng cursed. Lu Qiaoli, are you rushing to reincarnate? If you don't stop, I'm going to tell Chen Shun your nickname. Chen Shun perked up. You dare. Lu Qiaoli stopped, hands on her hips, glaring at Huafeng. The three caught up, panting heavily. Chen Shun looked at Lu Qiaoli, cursing internally. Why stop? What nickname? What else don't I know? Huafeng, just say it. This half-spoken teasing is the most annoying. Chen Shun stared eagerly at Huafeng, and Lu Qiaoli snorted. If we're going to talk about it, I'll say it. It's Spider-Woman, what's wrong? Hurry up, we only have a day and a half, and time is not on our side. Not on our side. Lu Qiaoli snorted. Did you not take the first place reward? Do you have confidence in the upcoming elimination rounds to eliminate all the opponents who passed the Bee Valley trial? This? Humph. Then hurry up and take this opportunity to eliminate more opponents in the Bee Valley. With our help, you'll secure first place. So what if you get the Bee Emperor first? It's still yours. Chen Shun's heart warmed. She was actually doing this for me? Looking at Liqiaoli, who was excitedly adjusting her tracking talisman, he thought, damn, almost got tricked. This is just an excuse. She's a killer. Starlight does not ask about the traveler. And time does not disappoint those who are earnest. The Hornet's Nest team did not rest at night, traveling day and night, continuously eliminating the remaining teams in the B Valley. Watching the yellow lights rise and drift away, only bitter faces were left behind. On the flying boat, Peakmaster, are we just going to let them go? Such reckless behavior? Song Jianbai looked at the white-clothed inner disciple and said, have they violated any rules? The white-clothed disciple couldn't believe it. Is this not a violation? Using the purple honeybees to eliminate unqualified disciples is precisely the purpose of this trial. If they can't resist, it's their incompetence. If they encountered this, it's just bad luck. The white-clothed inner disciple looked at the defeated soldiers rescued onto the flying boat and said, what if they are not attacked by the purple honeybees? Isn't that unfair? That's their ability. The cultivation world never speaks of fairness. Cultivators seek survival in adversity, seek opportunities, and seek miracles. If this were not a trial but a real insect disaster, these disciples would have already perished. Moreover, their methods are not ruthless. They use the outer layer of purple honeybees to force opponents to use their jade tokens layer by layer. Once the opponents use their tokens, they will immediately retreat. Without further pressure. This is quite to my liking. This is their opportunity. Even if they drive away the disciples of the B Valley, leaving only their team. I wouldn't mind. Yes, I understand. The swarm of bees grew larger, and the cloud of insects slowly expanded, stretching as far as the eye could see. The Hornet's Nest team no longer needed tracking talismans, they just kept running. Due to the vast coverage of the insect cloud, even with foolish operations, they could envelop teams with bad luck. The efficiency was even higher than when using tracking talismans. As the last night's darkness slowly dissipated and the sun began to rise, a dirty-faced outer disciple looked at the receding insect cloud in the distance, tears streaming down his face in excitement as he finally escaped. Thankfully, he was at the periphery of the insect cloud, pitying his 3 teammates who were swallowed up. What changes had occurred in the B Valley? With so many purple honeybees gathered, how could Chi refining stage disciples defend against them? He still didn't know that the eliminated disciples on the flying boat had already speculated the reason. The purple honeybee valley had too many purple honeybees. And once the environmental space was fixed, without natural enemies, the number of the king species would become excessive, leading to an outbreak of beast disasters. Under the guidance of the king, they would gather and expand outward. Whether successful or not, it could effectively alleviate the living space. The Bee Valley gave birth to a terrifying legend from this trial. As long as there are more than 500 purple wasps in a flower sea of 10 acres, then a pest disaster is not far away. If you see them, it's best to run quickly. They will gather, transforming into a cloud of pests, eliminating all invading enemies while depleting their own numbers. The sunlight spreads across the land, piercing through the gloom of heaven and earth. Some survivors, still fighting desperately against the purple wasps, are astonished to find that the wasps, which were just engaged in battle with them, immediately flee upon being illuminated by sunlight and start gathering nectar for themselves. In just 3 days, it seems as if a great change has occurred in the world, with fierce pests turning into beneficial insects. Chun Shun watched as the cloud of pests gradually dissipated, transforming into diligent little bees happily gathering nectar among the flowers. He was somewhat speechless. The purple wasps attacking the disciples were definitely under the orders of the bee queen. Look at these guys, after 3 days. They clock out just like a 9 to 6 office worker. Not a second to waste. Lu Qiaoli looked regretfully at the dissipating cloud of pests and stepped on Huafang's foot, causing him to scream in pain. It's all your fault for running too slowly, hum. Huafang was speechless and choked up. His cultivation level was not as high as Qin Shan's, and he had been fighting all along. Now, the numbness in his right leg from being stung had just begun to fade. He indeed slowed down the team's progress. How did he get stung in the leg? Getting stung on the head would be better. It would eliminate fewer people. A beam of rainbow light glided from afar and stopped above everyone. An airship has arrived. Chapter 36, The Arena Competition. This understated attitude put a lot of pressure on Qin Shan. In this Bee Valley trial, there were 530 participants and 274 eliminations. The Peak Master, Song Jianbai, paused for a moment, glanced at Chun Shun's small team of 4, and continued, 39 deaths, and 256 passed the trial. The noise filled the area beneath the arena. Less than 200 people? I didn't expect this pest disaster to have such a big impact. Yes. If it weren't for the pest disaster, when was there ever a time with fewer than 600 participants? Look, even Senior Brother Tong and the others were eliminated. I was going to bet on Senior Brother Tong, but who knew he would be eliminated in the first round? Every time. Quite a few stubborn ones die, without smashing their jade tokens. There's a pest disaster. It's unfair, right? This time their essay pest disaster. We had bad luck. I refuse to accept it. Silence. If you don't quiet down, you'll face the regulations. A white-clothed inner door disciple shouted loudly, finally suppressing the restless crowd. In fact, most of those leading the commotion were opportunists, many of whom had only reached the 4th level of chi training, barely meeting the registration standards for the mid-chi stage, and had little chance of passing the B Valley trial. They just wanted to try their luck. Now they used the pest disaster as an excuse to test the sect's response, watching the inner door disciples bring out the sect regulations, and their thoughts were extinguished. Chun Xin glanced at the peak master strangely, thinking to himself, why is he looking at us? Does he know what happened in the B Valley? That's right. We didn't hide anything. It would be strange if the peak master didn't notice what we did. However, with nearly 10,000 eliminations, not all of them were caused by us. It was only 2,000 or 3,000 at most. It made it seem as if we had wiped everyone out. In the B Valley, aside from not exceeding team limits, mutual sabotage and attacks between teams were allowed. Why not take advantage of favorable conditions to reduce opponents? This was also the reason why Song Yufei brought Chun Xin to mingle at the start of the trial. She was afraid he would be eliminated carelessly. Unfortunately, Chun Xin didn't make use of it. Later, with the cloud of pests, Song Yufei led the charge, not caring about familiar faces. Luck is also a part of strength. Well, those who pass the first round, come to the front and prepare to go on stage. Others may leave. Song Jianbai made a direct decision. Many eliminated participants left unwillingly, while some injured ones were helped away. Of course, there were also those who loved to watch the excitement and stayed behind. Looking at the bustling crowd, Chun Xin asked in confusion, are we starting the second round already? No time for recovery? I see that some of the winners from the B Valley are still holding on, and some are even injured. Song Yufei smiled and said, our peak master believes in real combat. In his words, the enemy 1T give you time to recover. Entering the arena injured means your strength is not enough, and it has nothing to do with others. The devil instructor. A square box was brought over, and Song Jianbai said, there are 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. This time, there aren't many left from the trial. Based on the heavenly stems and earthly branches, 22 arenas are established, and today we only need to open 8 of the heavenly stems. Inside this box, there are 256 paper talismans, divided into 8 groups: Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gong, Xin. Each person will draw one. Don't think about using any probing methods to detect what's written inside. I will be watching you draw. After drawing the talismans, find the corresponding arena based on the heavenly stem written on it, and then fight against an opponent with the same number. Now come up and draw. Yes. One after another, outer door disciples came up to draw talismans. After drawing, they would publicly open and announce it to avoid private exchanges. Chun Xin and Song Yufei exchanged glances and also went up to draw talismans. The process was quick, like a lottery. Song Yufei drew Jiao 1. Lu Qiali drew Ding 2. Horfang drew Wu 8. And Chun Xin reached into the box, casually grabbing a paper talisman, unfolding it to reveal Gong 16. Lu Qiali smiled and said, great. We are not on the same arena. The distribution is good. I was worried about what to do if we ran into you guys. Horfang was still lamenting, saying that in the last big competition, there were lucky ones who had 2 rounds off and made it into the top 50. But this time there were no free slots. It's just awful. Chun Xin looked at this guy and wondered if you really had a free slot. Would it be your turn? Song Yufei looked seriously at everyone and said, we strive to get first place in these 4 arenas. That way, we can be in the top 8 and join the inner door. Good. Everyone was filled with confidence. In the past 2 days, although the Hornet Nest team couldn't be called well-rested, compared to other groups, they were just running away, while others had been continuously fighting, depleting their spiritual power and spirit beasts. Even though Huafeng and Lu Qiali were not at the peak of chi training, their later strength still gave them a chance to contend for the title. 8 white-clothed inner door disciples walked to the 8 arenas, loudly announcing, Jiao 1, 2 disciples to the stage. Yi 1, 2 disciples to the stage. Bing 1, 2 disciples to the stage. The few looked towards Song Yufei, who with a resolute gaze said, I'll go first. After saying that, she strode towards the Bing arena. And Chun Xin and the others followed the crowd to the front of the Bing arena to watch the battle. A young disciple was already standing on the stage. Upon seeing Song Yufei, he showed a bitter expression but did not give up. He just nodded, signaling that he was ready. The white-clothed inner door disciple looked at both sides and said, no talismans may be used in this match. Start. A red light erupted, turning half of the arena into a sea of centipedes, and a giant ladybug appeared in front of the young man. Chun Xin shouted, 7-star ladybug. Lu Qiali disdainfully shot a glance at Chun Xin and said to herself, 6-spotted ladybug. Chun Xin's face flushed. Everyone from the insect peak was an entomologist, and he embarrassed himself as a latecomer. The six-spotted ladybug continuously spewed yellow mist in front of the boy, while Song Yufei's many-bristled centipede subordinates seemed to sense a natural enemy and dared not step into the yellow mist, even a single step. Only the leading giant many-bristled centipede could ignore the yellow mist and fought fiercely against the giant ladybug. The boy had been making hand signs since the beginning. This was the longest hand sign Qin Shun had ever seen. What was he trying to release? Song Yufei kept using spells to interfere, but the boy just dodged or stood behind the two spirit pets during their battle, letting the spirit beast take the hits. He had no intention of stopping. Two small centipedes wrapped around the boy's ankle. Was it this move again? The boy was poisoned and fell. The white-clothed inner door disciple stepped forward to check and signaled that Song Yufei had won. Chapter 37, Arena Gong. Now Qin Shun knows that these two small centipedes are a mutated species produced by Song Yufei's giant centipede. There are only these two, and they don't usually fight. They possess the talent of being immune to all poisons, moving with incredible speed and eeriness. And they resemble other small centipedes so closely that they are hard to detect in the sea of centipedes. Qin Shun seemed to have an epiphany. Lu Qiaoli looked at Qin Shun, who had a dazed expression, and smiled. Brother Qin, what's with that look? Did you discover something? It seemed that fighting spirit beasts was quite different from fighting humans. The combat method that Song Yufei was currently using appeared to be more practical and efficient. Of course, Lu Qiaoli continued, spirit beasts have limited intelligence. Many only know how to fight blindly. But humans are different. They always know that defeating the master is the most important. As long as you defeat the master, what use is a powerful spirit beast? This statement broke through the heavy fog like lightning, prompting deep reflection. I see now. Song Yufei jumped down from the arena and said, let's go. Qiaoli's second match should be starting soon. We can't delay. The group arrived at Ding's arena just as the winner was determined, but their attention was drawn to the figures in the adjacent sea arena. A giant scorpion sent its opponent flying, Gong Jiaqing. Who would have thought he was in sea arena? Gong Jiaqing also saw Qin Shun and the others, nodding and smiling at them. Lu Qiaoli had incredible luck. A young cultivator with a shaky step climbed onto the arena, and from his pale complexion, it was clear he was seriously injured. The outcome was predictable. Without much effort, the web ensnared him tightly, and Lu Qiaoli won. Huafeng had a peculiar attack method. He let the armored bug wrap around him tightly, while wielding a broadsword to hack at his opponent's mantis spirit beast. The mantis's sharp blade struck the shoulder protected by the armored bug, only knocking off a few of the protective bugs, which were quickly replaced. Huafeng's broad sword hit the mantis's body, splattering green blood. This guy didn't defend at all, trading blow for blow. His opponent looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant, and with his magical attacks being ineffective. He could only wave a white flag and surrender as he saw his six-winged mantis was about to be beaten to death. All three had won and accompanied Qin Shun to Gong Arena. They didn't stay to observe their opponent's methods, but unanimously went to Gong Arena to cheer for Qin Shun. At that moment, Gong Arena was already in the seventh match. Song Yufei and the others weren't too worried about Qin Shun. After all, this guy had single-handedly taken out Qi Yingkai and his team. This was a step towards the ladder to heaven. Once they entered the inner sect, their status would undergo a dramatic change, with countless resources. Everyone wanted to seize the opportunity, and the arena battles had become quite fierce. If it weren't for the inner sect disciples acting as judges, it could have resulted in disciples' deaths. Finally, it was Qin Shun's turn. He stepped onto the arena calmly, and a woman followed him onto the stage. A familiar face. Ma Shui'er, that red-faced confidant of Gong Jiaqing. Indeed, Gong Jiaqing was standing below the stage. And upon seeing Qin Shun, he anxiously shouted, Brother Qin Shun, please show mercy. Qin Shun frowned slightly. The inner sect disciple on stage sternly shouted, no interference from outsiders during the arena battle. Ma Shui'er said, Senior Brother Qin, feel free to unleash your full strength. There's no need to hold back. All right. Qin Shun's goal was to be first in the competition. He had already received rewards, so he couldn't hold back. Two young ironbone bat kings flew out of the spirit beast bag. To his surprise, they had already reached the early stage of the first level in just a few months, becoming spirit beasts. But that wasn't enough. Sure enough, a giant silkworm was released by Ma Shui'er, its green glow shimmering in Qin Shun's eyes. Using the Qi observation technique, Qin Shun discovered that this giant silkworm had late-stage first-level strength. 3 spirit beasts. Did you join the Tongxin vein? Yes. The Tongxin vein has many techniques and methods to better cultivate the Ironbone Bat King. The vein master mentioned you, Senior Brother Qin. The judge saw that the two were turning the arena into a tea party and coughed, saying, no talismans allowed. Start quickly. Yes. Blood-red ants surged out, forming an anthill that wrapped around Qin Shun. The 2 Bat Kings flew into the sky, circling above Qin Shun. The giant silkworm continuously spat silk, trying to envelop the anthill. Song Yufei watched the battle on the arena and sighed. Ma Shuai is going to lose. Lu Xiaoli was a bit puzzled. She had a natural fondness for those that could spit silk, and even though Chen Shun was her friend, she was still somewhat unconvinced that the giant silkworm was useless. She asked, "Senior sister, what do you see?" "It's obvious. Shuai is going for control, but the Bat Kings are small, and their sonic attacks can't affect Chen Shun at all. Meanwhile, the silkworm silk is just right for the bloodthirsty ants, which can't be restricted." Sure enough, the silk wrapping the anthill shattered inch by inch, and the strong biting power of the bloodthirsty ants rendered the giant silkworm's efforts useless. The iron-boned Bat Kings emitted sonic wave attacks, but the vast difference in cultivation made Chen Shun only feel slightly irritated. The bloodthirsty ants surged like a flood, ignoring the giant silkworm and rushing towards Ma Shuai. "I lost." The ant flood halted just inches from Ma Shuai's nose, her pretty face pale and bitter as she spoke. "I concede. The winner was Gung 16, Chen Shun." Cheers erupted as Chen Shun stepped down from the arena and reunited with Song Yufei and the others. Gong Jiaqing and Ma Shuai came over to express their gratitude. Indeed, Chen Shun had held back. Ma Shuai hadn't lost a single hair. Now, they had made it into the top 128. The winners of Gung 1 and Gung 2 continued. The inner sect disciples on stage spoke loudly, not giving any time to rest. After encouraging each other, Song Yufei and the others left one by one. They couldn't continue watching the next battles. Eliminations would happen quickly, and if their names were called and they weren't present, it would count as a voluntary forfeit. Didn't you see how Song Yufei was constantly glancing at the Jiao arena? In the round of 16, Chen Shun's wins weren't too difficult. The quarterfinals took quite some time, mainly because talismans weren't allowed. Otherwise, with money paving the way, Chen Shun felt he could even go head-to-head with foundation-building experts. The Iron Blood Bat Kings also hadn't been exposed. He could keep his trump cards for as long as possible. After the quarterfinals, along with the other 8 arenas, they entered the top 32. There were rewards for the top 50 in the competition, while the remaining 18 spots would be decided through battles among the eliminated contestants, which would be placed at the end. Chen Shun looked at a person beside him, Gung 13. This guy was using locusts. Soon, the match between Gung 9 and Gung 12 concluded, with Gung 9 winning, but he was also attacked by the opponent's poisonous insects. Feeling as if he was barely holding on to his life, Chen Shun exchanged glances with Gung 13, and sparks flew. Defeating the opponent meant entering the top 8 and gaining access to the inner sect. The judging disciple helped the Gung 9 disciple off the arena, then stood on stage again and said, "Gung 13, Gung 16, step up." Chen Shun and Gung 13 walked onto the arena one after the other. The audience erupted in cheers, and more people gathered below. Many things that had been secretly plotted were now brought to light. "I bet Chen Shun will be the Gung arena champion. 100 low-grade spirit stones. Then you'll lose your capital. I bet on Chengyin Wang. His imperial treasure locust is only slightly inferior to the purple hive bee. Hee, you don't think that S an ordinary bloodthirsty ant, do you? That's a mutated bloodthirsty ant, even stronger. Hee, they're all first-level, powerful talent, but that is only for the late stage. Right now, the imperial treasure locust is a flying spirit insect, occupying the airspace. It's not something the bloodthirsty ant can compare to." Hearing the noise from the audience, Chen Shun nodded to indicate the judge could start. Begin. Chapter 38, Imperial Treasure Locust. Without any unnecessary words, 2 swarms of insects collided with a rumble. The Imperial Treasure Locust and Bloodthirsty Ant relied on their powerful mandibles to assert dominance, biting at each other. "Senior Brother Chen, I observed your battle just now. The Bloodthirsty Ant is nothing special. This time, I will win." Chengyin Wang's eyes were filled with intense desire to win, as long as he won. He would become an inner sect disciple, and he wanted to achieve full glory in one battle. A violent wave of spiritual power emanated from his body, and his aura visibly weakened rapidly. Chen Shun's eyes glowed with a green light, clearly seeing Chengyin Wang's color shift from deep green to light blue. What was he doing? Using up all his spiritual power? Not caring about the battles to come? Chen Shun was about to use the strengthening technique when a popping sound like frying beans erupted. One by one, the Imperial Treasure Locusts transformed into locust bombs, directly blasting holes in the solid fortress formed by the bloodthirsty ants. Following behind were more Imperial Treasure Locusts, charging towards Chen Shun amid the explosions. Self-explosion. He can make spirit beasts self-explode. The bloodthirsty ants fought desperately to block, but they couldn't withstand the dense explosions. They were thrown into the air by the shockwaves of the explosions or directly blown apart. There was no hiding it. A ball of red light shot out from Chen Shun's spirit beast bag, and the blood-red wings flew into the sky. Ji, attack the human. The silent sound wave slammed into Chengyin Wang's body, causing his blood to freeze. The spell he was operating suddenly went awry, and he took the wrong path. Chengyin Wang directly spat out blood and fell to the ground with a crash, staring intently at the Ji in the sky, the adult iron-blooded Bat King. The referee walked up to Cheng Yingguang, flipped his eyelids, and said, "Unconscious, Gung 16 wins." The audience erupted in applause, having just been stunned by Cheng Yingguang's performance. But before they could react, it was turned around decisively by Chen Shun, and only then did they begin to discuss it. "Did you see that? Dual spirit beasts. Chen Shun is impressive. Is he from the Heart Unity lineage? Our spirit insect Peak's Heart Unity lineage has faded. I haven't heard of such a character. It seems that Chen Shun has a good chance of being first in the competition." Yes. Having multiple spirit beasts made the disciples think of the Heart Unity lineage right away. Chen Shun himself was secretly contemplating whether he should join the Heart Unity lineage, thinking that if he had more spirit beasts in the future, he could push for it, but he didn't know if his master would agree. The inner sect disciple referee was not disturbed by the outside world and continued. "Gung 9, Gung 16, continue." "I concede." Gung 9 was severely injured, and the detoxification pill's effect had not yet taken full effect. He had just watched Chen Shun's match from below and knew that Chen Shun had suffered little damage, making it hard for him to win. It was better to sell a favor, and then he turned his gaze to the unconscious Cheng Yingguang, securing the second place for Gung stage, hoping that other stages would leave contestants like Cheng Yingguang so that the last two intersect spots would still have a chance. The crowd erupted in cheers again, and the disciple in white smiled at Chen Shun and said, "Congratulations, junior brother Chen. This guy can smile." Chen Shun quickly thanked him for the goodwill. At this moment, he remembered that he was the champion of the Gung stage, advancing to the top 8 and entering the inner sect. It turned out that this guy only smiled at inner sect disciples of the same level. Suddenly, Chen Shun noticed a familiar bitter face in the crowd and hurried down to ask, "Huofeng, what are you doing here?" "Old Chen, I lost." Which place?" "Second." "There's still a chance. Aren't there 2 spots left?" "Yeah. So I hurried to run to Sister Song and Xiao Li to let them be a bit tougher and leave some wounded for me, then come here. But I didn't expect it to be over already." Chen Shun pointed to Huofeng and said, "Look, we have Gung 9 and Gung 13. One is disabled, and the other is unconscious." "Thank you, Chen Gu." Huofeng called him Chen Gu now. Chen Shun knew that once the arena competition was completed, the devil coach would immediately start the champion competition, so he quickly found a quiet place to meditate and recover. The wheel battle had taken a toll on his spiritual power, so any recovery was good. Lu Qiaoli said proudly, "That goes without saying. This time the luck is good. Many experts were eliminated in the B Valley, and the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals are only Huofeng who can't deal with them." Song Yufei shook her head. "Don't underestimate the remaining people. Those who can become champions are elite disciples. Be careful not to capsize in the gutter. Our goal is to let Chen Shun get first, so we must defeat or weaken the opponent's strength as much as possible." Chen Shun felt warm inside. Was the arena battle not over yet? The last 2 competitors were 2 ironbound beetles grinding against each other. It seemed it would take a while to determine the winner. This was fine. Chen Shun's fabricated excuse was not used. It wasn't that Chen Shun intended to deceive. It was just that the game space was too shocking. If it got out, it would be a gathering of big shot sects, and Jin Xiaoyan might not be able to protect him. He hoped he wouldn't be dissected and turned into a lab rat. After about an incense stick's time, the Peak Master's voice came from afar. The 8 victorious champions come over. 4 people stood up and walked toward the Peak Master's voice. At this time, the arena changed. Originally, each arena was a 30-meter square, but now the Peak Master had combined the Wu, Ji, Gung, and Xian arenas into a huge arena of several thousand square meters. Was this not enough to fight? There were too many spectators. In response to Huofeng's question, Chen Shun gave a reasonable explanation, and the crowd filled the area around the arena. Chen Shun, Song Yufei, and Lu Qiaoli leaped onto the arena. At this time, 7 outer sect disciples were already standing on the arena, the remaining 7 arena champions, just waiting for Chen Shun and the other 3. Gong Jiaqing, sure enough, he had become the champion of the Bing arena. Chen Shun looked at the familiar face before him, and Gong Jiaqing also saw them, smiling at their group. The Peak Master stood on the arena and, seeing everyone gathered, said, "First of all, congratulations to each champion. This time, few people passed the B Valley trial. You have become champions and entered the top 8, becoming inner sect disciples." The audience revealed envious looks, wishing they could replace those on stage and enjoy the praise of everyone. The Peak Master, wanting to save trouble, directly said, "It's getting late. Let's strive to select the top 10 today, so there will be no redraw for the matches. We will fight according to the order of the heavenly stems." You really are saving trouble. According to the order of the heavenly stems, it would be Jia against Yi, Bing against Ding, Wu against Ji, and Gong against Xian. Xiaoli would face Gong Jiaqing, while it seemed he would have to face the ironbound beetle with its turtle shell. Those not participating Stand at the edge of the arena and let the arena be given to the Jia and E champions. Yes. Chapter 39, from 8 to 4. The Peak Master led the 8 to a corner of the arena, leaving Song Yufei alone with the E arena champion, who turned out to be a woman as well. Among the 8 champions, along with Lu Xiaoli, there were actually 3 women, which was a high proportion. It wasn't that Chun Shin looked down on women, but there were inherently more men than women in the sect, especially in combat, where men had innate advantages that women could not compare to. Before the competition began, they studied past events. It was extremely rare for 1 or 2 female inner sect disciples to emerge in the competition. Most female disciples joined the inner sect through alchemy or other talents. Let's begin. The Peak Master directly announced, acting as the referee this time. Sister Song, please show mercy. The E-Arena champion was a tall woman with long hair, and her snow-white thighs and lotus-like arms were wrapped in colorful centipedes, resembling tattoos, which made her appear not terrifying, but rather possessing a wild beauty. She was also a centipede user, sharing the same lineage as Song Yufei. Sister Jiang, please guide me. Song Yufei was clearly familiar with her opponent. As a champion, I've given it my all. I'm satisfied to join the inner sect. The first place should be left for Sister Song to compete for. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Song Yufei knew that although this Sister Jiang was not her opponent, consuming some of her energy was still acceptable. Now, conceding early was a favor she had to acknowledge. Bing and Ding champions, come to the stage. The Peak Master wasted no time. Go for it. Chun Shin cheered for Lu Xiaoli beside him. Lu Xiaoli nodded, looking at Gong Jiaqing beside her, her eyes sparkling with determination. Gong Jiaqing looked at Lu Xiaoli's spirited demeanor, smiled faintly, and then strode toward the center of the arena. The human-faced demon spider had clear strengths and weaknesses. It needed time. Yes, time. Chun Shun had discovered in the Bee Valley that if the human-faced demon spider was given enough time, it could arrange a web world. The densely packed webs could block opponents' attacks, and the confined space would trouble opponents. If they accidentally touched the webs, they would get stuck. And the more they struggled to break free, the tighter it would become. In the web world, the human-faced demon spider moved as if dancing, agile and unpredictable. It was suitable for defense, suitable for setting traps, but not for quick attacks. Gong Jiaqing was prepared. He only had a particularly large giant scorpion as his spirit pet. As soon as the Peak Master said to start, the giant scorpion pounced on the human-faced demon spider like a tiger leaping from its cage. Lu Xiaoli's expression changed, and her palms pressed against the abdomen of the demon spider. A massive amount of spiritual power surged in, causing the spider to spit silk at an increased speed, forming a huge web. The giant scorpion ignored the spider web, its massive pincers directly tearing it apart. Even though the web was entangled around its legs affecting its speed, it didn't care. The scorpion, now covered in webbing, grabbed the human-faced demon spider, its enormous stinger aimed straight at the spider's abdomen and human face. I lost. Lu Xiaoli's oil-painted face was pale, unable to believe she would lose so quickly. I concede. The two clearly knew each other, and their relationship was quite special. As soon as the Peak Master said to start, the challenger had already admitted defeat. After conceding, he wore a face that seemed to have profited immensely, indicating that a private deal had likely been made. The Peak Master was very unhappy with such behavior, scolding them a few times before urging Qinshin and Xian Lei Master to start quickly. The armored bug was small but numerous, allowing the insects to form a protective shield around it, but its movement still relied on its own legs. The iron-armored beetle was different. It was huge, covered in a hard shell. Disgustingly, its back could open up, providing space for a person to hide inside. The master concealed himself within, supplying spiritual power to the beetle to confront enemies. As the Peak Master issued the command to begin, Chun Shin saw Xian Lei Master quickly burrow into the iron-armored beetle's shell like a baby kangaroo. It was as if piloting a mech. The iron-armored beetle began to advance slowly toward Chun Shin. The ant swarm surged like a landslide of sand and stones, crashing against the iron-armored beetle's body. The beetle advanced through the swarm as if it were an armored vehicle. Only a few ants stuck to its wheels, ignoring the bloodthirsty ants' bites as it pressed forward against the current. This shell, although Chun Shin had been prepared, he was still startled by its defensive power. Physical spells probably wouldn't work. Fortunately, the iron-armored beetle had distinct pros and cons. It had strong defense and great power, but was slow, relying on steady advances to close in on enemies and crush opponents. In the outside world, the iron-armored beetle might not have much effect. If it couldn't break through, it could still run. However, in this ring fight, where the area was limited, it proved highly effective. The iron-armored beetle lacked intelligence, but people were different. In a confined space, it could gradually shrink the opponent's movement area, using its massive body to force them into a corner. Fortunately, the ring had been enlarged, increasing the challenge for the iron-armored beetle. If it could defend against physical spell attacks, what about sound? The Iron Blood Bat King soared into the sky. Since it had already been exposed, there was no need to hide. Squeak! Attack its back. There's someone under the shell. A silent sound wave enveloped the iron-armored beetle's body, causing it to momentarily halt. Any living creature with blood couldn't escape this move. Perhaps the beetle species had little blood to begin with. After a brief pause, it began to move again, albeit much slower. Chun Shun observed that at this speed, he could run circles around the iron-armored beetle. After delivering this strike, the Iron Blood Bat King dove down, landing on the beetle's back, its mouth aimed at the shell, ready to attack again. Brother Chun, show mercy, I concede. Squeak, stop. Since the Iron Blood Bat King was completely controlled by Chun Shun, by the time he finished speaking, the sound wave was already prepared and couldn't be held back. A hand grasped the Bat King's neck, tossing it away, and the sound wave hit the empty ring area. The shell opened, and a trembling arm emerged. Xin Lay Master looked at the Peak Master in gratitude. Chun Shun's gaze sharpened. He had been focused on the Bat King's movements. But the Peak Master's sudden action came without any warning. As if he had appeared out of thin air, the figure already right in front of him. Not using a spirit beast, but simply tossing the Bat King away with bare hands. Was this the power of a high-level cultivator? Chapter 40. Song Yufei vs. Gong Jiaqing. The top 4 contenders, the A-Ring Master Song Yufei, the C-Ring Master Gong Jiaqing, the E-Ring Master Zhou Tianlu, and the G-Ring Master Qin Shun. The crowd watching grew larger, with many disciples who had been injured in the ring quickly receiving treatment before coming to watch the battle. In fact, the ring battles for the title of Ring Master were the most brutal and bloody. For those 10 intersect spots, many would go to great lengths. Just like Cheng Yingguang, who had earlier controlled the Emperor's locusts. Even if the locusts all self-destructed, it would be worth it as long as they secured a spot in the top 8. In contrast, the rankings after the top 8 didn't matter much unless someone specifically aimed for first place to compete for the Zilluo B Queen. Other rewards were fairly similar. Battles were relatively restrained, only hitting to the point, after all, as peers. It wouldn't look good to injure each other since they would meet again in the intersect. Yufei, you probably have no need for the Zilluo B Queen. So why not let me win? My scorpion lineage will definitely be grateful. Brother Gong, your scorpion lineage is so knowledgeable about scorpion-type spirit beasts. Are you planning to exchange the Zilluo B Queen for a pet? Hee, you're right. The Zilluo B Queen is useless to me, but rankings are very important. If Yufei wants to fight me, I won't hold back for the sake of rankings. Then please guide me, Brother Gong. Gong Jiaqing was fighting for the ranking in the competition. If he secured first place, it would greatly benefit his father's bid for the next Peak Master position. The multi-spined centipede swayed its body, leading its little centipede brothers bravely forward, directly pouncing on Gong Jiaqing's giant scorpion. Gong Jiaqing smiled faintly, changing the spell in his hand. Sandification technique. The ring was made of hard rock, so this spell could be used. Though it was less agile than transforming soil into desert, and the area was quite large, consuming a lot of energy. He had used this spell only a few times before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chatting with Song Yufei. The giant scorpion moved on the ring like a swimming fish, jumping and diving into the sea of sand, splashing up clouds of yellow sand. Gong Jiaqing stood on the back of the giant scorpion, diving down suddenly, creating ripples in the sea of sand, causing the figures on the field to disappear along with the scorpion. Only the sea of sand continued to approach Song Yufei. Be careful. The onlookers at the bottom of the stands shouted loudly. Why? Because Song Yufei was beautiful. Chun Shun's eyes glinted. He could clearly see below the ring. Gong Jiaqing controlling the giant scorpion was burrowing underground, and it was now close to Song Yufei, causing his heart to tighten. The giant scorpion's massive pincers emerged from the ground, brushing against Song Yufei's foot, but failing to grasp her ankle. Song Yufei had already stood atop the giant multi-spined centipede. The giant scorpion burst out of the ground, and the decertified surface gradually turned back into stone. It seemed Gong Jiaqing couldn't maintain the sandification technique for much longer. But this was enough. He had gained an absolute advantage, and Song Yufei was destined to lose. Frenzy. She emitted a strange spiritual power fluctuation and pointed at the space between the multi-spined centipede's eyes. Trapped on the rocky ground, the multi-spined centipede was like a living target. When Song Yufei's finger struck it, its cold, fierce eyes instantly turned blood red. Roar. Its restricted tail broke free with brute force, green blood splattering onto the ring. Losing legs was an indelible harm to other spirit beasts. Even if they broke free from restraints, they would no longer have combat power. But centipedes were different. Their movements were only slightly uncoordinated, but still swift. You used frenzy technique? Gong Jiaqing looked at Song Yufei in disbelief. Song Yufei's snow-white delicate face calmly gazed at him, her hands forming a spell, seemingly a water-fire-wind blade type of spell, aiming for a fight between people. She glanced at her giant scorpion. feeling that if it continued like this, its head would be blown off. Of course, the multi-spined centipede wouldn't fare well either. Forget it, this woman is a lunatic. I concede. The Peak Master disappeared beside Chun-Shin at once, even though there was no danger this time. The multi-spined centipede had completely lost control, still desperately biting. The Peak Master slapped its head, and it collapsed like a puddle of mud, slowly sliding down. Song Yufei exclaimed and hurried toward her spirit pet. It's fine. I just knocked it out. When it wakes up, this energy will pass, the Peak Master said lightly. He did not look at Song Yufei, but instead gazed at the unwilling Gong Jiaqing. Do you know why you lost? The Peak Master shook his head. You have always judged things too early. Once things exceed your judgment, you want to know how to respond. This is your weakness. Yes. Being able to recognize one's shortcomings and grow in battle is more valuable than getting first place. I hope Gong Jiaqing can realize this, the Peak Master thought to himself. Chun-Shun, Lu Qiaoli had already helped Song Yufei to one side of the arena. Chun-Shun looked into Song Yufei's eyes, and his expression looked somewhat grim. Why? The frenzy technique. Chun-Shun knew about it. It was like injecting adrenaline into a spirit beast. Under the influence of the frenzy technique, the spirit beast would overdraw its potential and life, losing its rationality and attacking wildly without fear of pain, indulging in temporary pleasure. The consequence is a shortened life and diminished potential. A shortened life is easy to understand. Diminished potential means that a spirit beast that originally had the hope of advancing to a higher level after using this technique would have extremely slim chances of advancing because its potential has already been used up early. Chun-Shin wondered why. It was just a grand competition. What is wrong with admitting defeat? Why use the frenzy technique? What does a spirit beast mean to the disciples of the Beastmaster sect? Doesn't Tishi understand? Our goal is for Chun-Shin to obtain first place, to defeat or weaken our opponents as much as possible. Chun-Shin heard Song Yufei's words echoing in his ears, and his gaze became sharp and fierce. Chapter 41, The Earth Phone. Huafeng had never strayed far away. He had always been closest to Chun-Shun and the others on the sidelines. However, since he was not the arena master, he could not go up to the stage. Watching his friends compete on the stage made him anxious. Of course, he had also informed Chun-Shin early about the accurate intelligence regarding the master of the Wu arena. Zhou Tianlu, the master of the Wu arena, was the man who defeated Huafeng. He controlled the cicada worm, which, from its appearance, looked like a snot worm or a shell-less snail, giving people a sticky feeling. They attacked their enemies in hordes like bloodthirsty ants. Huafeng was not afraid of a huge opponent fighting him head-on, nor was he afraid of small ones trying to burrow into his defenses. He was just afraid of those that hung all over like pendants. Chun-Shin clearly remembered Huafeng mentioning this opponent with a face full of discomfort, looking nauseated. Right. This guy is from the Gu poison lineage. Looking at the opponent in front of him, Chun-Shin's expression turned cold, and his fighting spirit surged. Zhou Tianlu wanted to use the same tactics as the last arena master, paving the way with money, but seeing Chun-Shun's expression, he knew it was futile and changed his tone. Brother Chun, I am determined to obtain the Purple Flower Bee Emperor. I have offended you. Then please. At this moment, Song Yufei's spirit beast was heavily injured, and they were both at the end of their ropes. Their victory or defeat would determine who was first. A large number of spectators below continuously cheered, and the betting stakes were getting higher, but our Peak Master did not care about the matters below at all. Senior Zhou, I have bet my life on you, so please don't lose. Brother Chun, if you win, I will introduce my sister to you. Get lost. With your big monkey appearance, how good can your sister be? Don't affect Brother Chun's performance. Chun-Shun had a black line on his forehead. The tense atmosphere was disrupted by this guy. Peak Master Tsang Jianbai looked at both sides, who were already prepared, and nodded. Let us begin. The bloodthirsty ants surged forth, forming an ant nest, while the Iron Bloodbat King soared into the sky, circling above Zhou Tianlu's head. Each cicada worm was only the size of a thumb, numerous in quantity, and turned into a puddle of slime surrounding Zhou Tianlu, with them forming a large circle with a radius of 7 or 8 meters centered around Zhou Tianlu. Zhou Tianlu stepped on the slime and slowly approached Chun-Shun. The Iron Bloodbat King first struck this guy, sending an invisible sound wave towards Zhou Tianlu, but the cicada worms surged up from the ground, forming a shield that directly blocked the sound wave. Zhou Tianlu was not affected at all and continued to move forward. Chun-Shin narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he encountered a spirit beast that could resist the sound wave attack of the Iron Bloodbat King. Brother Chun, your Iron Bloodbat King is indeed powerful, capable of growing this large, consuming quite a bit of resources, but unfortunately, it has met my cicada worms. 99% of their body is water, perfectly resisting sound wave attacks. Sound transmission requires a medium, and water as a medium can absorb sound, reducing its penetrating power. Unable to penetrate the shell and heavily injure the opponent as in the previous round. leaving behind a few late-stage first-level small ants and a small number of ant minions as guards. Most of the bloodthirsty ants turned into a torrent, directly charging toward that large circle. The bloodthirsty ants, glowing with blood light, suddenly accelerated, leaving deeper crawling traces on the ground, with debris flying around, indicating that their power had greatly increased. With the enhancement of their innate abilities, the strength of the bloodthirsty ant minions was not much weaker than that of the late-stage first-level small ants. The ant swarm crashed into that sticky circle, directly tearing it apart. The bloodthirsty ants were covered in the sticky cicada worms, with slime dripping down but blocked by the bloodlight. Zhou Tianlu narrowed his eyes slightly. The slime dripping from his cicada worms was actually transformed from tiny goo worms, all of which were highly toxic, capable of slowly seeping into spirit insects. But how could this be blocked by the bloodlight? Back then, Huafeng also saw the situation was not good and decisively admitted defeat for fear of being contaminated by the deadly poison. A fierce look surged in Zhou Tianlu's eyes. He didn't want to use this trick, but for the sake of the purple flower bee emperor, it was worth everything. Besides, Song Yufei would also be a mere decoration in the next battle. The cicada worms underfoot suddenly seemed to lose moisture, becoming shriveled, steam rising, and the sticky, wet ground quickly dried up, with the cicada worms sticking to the ground like transparent wrappers. Chen Shun had been using the divination method from the beginning. The spectators thought that the bloodthirsty ants had sucked the liquid from the cicada worms dry, believing that Chen Shun had already won, erupting into intense applause. Only Chen Shun, with a green light in his eyes, saw large amounts of green mist rising, with the bloodthirsty ants frozen in the mist like fools. The mist rose, intending to envelop the Iron Bloodbat King, but the Iron Bloodbat King did not see this mist at all. Only feeling this was an opportunity and wanting to dive down to give Zhou Tianlu another strike. Squeak, fly high. The Iron Bloodbat King, although confused, still obeyed Chen Shun's will and flew toward the higher sky. Watching the Bat King leave the green mist, Chen Shun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect you could see, but seeing doesn't matter, just obediently admit defeat, Zhou Tianlu said as he stepped forward toward Chen Shun. And the invisible mist moved toward Chen Shun as well. The area of the mist was large, occupying more than half of the arena, and at such a distance. The sound wave attack of the Iron Bloodbat King was powerless. As the mist approached Chen Shun, it aimed to force him out of the arena. Leaving the arena meant admitting defeat. Chen Shun looked at the late-stage first-level small ants beside him, his eyes turning. At this moment, the small ants and his minions formed a chain of ants, with the lead being the late-stage first-level small ant. The innate abilities activated the enhancement technique, and the preparation guards also glowed with bloodlight. The ant squad that had just been guarding Chen Shun had not used their innate abilities, but now they unleashed them. The late-stage first-level small ant, pulling the ant chain, charged straight at Zhou Tianlu. They quickly entered the colorless mist, and the leading small ant paused slightly before continuing to run forward, but its speed slowed down. Letting the powerful main bloodthirsty ant lead, dragging along useless young bloodthirsty ants behind it, relying on it to bring the bloodthirsty ants over to attack me? Chen Shun, you underestimate my goo too much. The cicada worm is just their container. As expected, the speed of the bloodthirsty ants slowed down more and more, barely reaching Zhou Tianlu's feet before coming to a halt. Zhou Tianlu stepped on the head of the leading bloodthirsty ant and laughed again. Chen Shun picked up the end of the ant chain and placed it in the mouth of the squeaking ant. Squeak, sound wave attack. The silent sound wave transmitted through the ant chain, and Zhou Tianlu suddenly froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. A fireball shot out, directly hitting the frozen Zhou Tianlu's face, sending him flying. Another fireball condensed, and Zhou Tianlu lay on the ground, his face charred black, wanting to move his mouth to say something. But the coagulation of blood prevented him from speaking. Another fireball condensed and shot towards Zhou Tianlu, but was extinguished by a hand. Chen Shun, you won. How did you do it? Peak Master Song Jianbai looked at Chen Shun with disbelief as he said this. Not enough distance. The medium came to make up for it. It's the principle of Earth Phone. Peak Master Song Jianbai was somewhat speechless, not understanding what this kid was saying. Indeed, science is the hard truth. Chen Shun thought to himself. Chapter 42. The competition ends. I concede. Song Yufei looked at Chen Shun in front of her and smiled as she spoke. The Peak Master of Lingchong Peak, Song Jianbai, twitched the corner of his eye but said nothing more. Song Yufei's spirit beast was severely injured and indeed could not continue to fight. Thank you, senior sister Song. Chen Shun sincerely expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for Song Yufei, at this moment his spirit beast, even if Zhou Tianlu had resolved the poison of the goo worm, had used its innate supernatural abilities, and the skills had not yet cooled down, it would still be very difficult to resist relying solely on the Iron Bloodbat King and Gong Jiaqing. The first and second places of the competition were announced. Chen Shun in first place and Song Yufei in second. Cheers erupted from the audience. Not because they were happy for Chen Shun, but because they had bet on Chen Shun and made a fortune. Those who didn't bet on him suffered heavy losses and were cursing the eliminated contestants. Although the first and second places had appeared, the subsequent rankings had not yet been completed. The competition format was completely different from ordinary competitions. Which competition format declares the first and second places first? The reason is that Peak Master Tsang Jianbai set the rules for the Lingchong Peak Outer Door competition. He is the rule. The Purple Bee Queen was already out of the competition. The next 6 challengers did not continue to fight, but chose to conserve their strength, conceding defeat when they felt they could not win. The Beast Master Sect's disciples competing could be described as fighting with money. The spirit beasts they had lost were all accumulated through resources. Since they had already entered the inner door, what was the point of continuing to spend money? Zhou Tianlu's Chuangrong worm had turned into a shriveled shell and would probably take a long time to recover, automatically conceding defeat to Gong Jiaqing, who placed 3rd, while Zhou Tianlu placed 4th. The challenger in the 5th position had not fought at all. This guy had made a deal with Zhou Tianlu. And the other 3 had varying degrees of injury and did not want to clash with this guy, so he placed 5th. Poor Xian, the challenger, sat in his beetle, still not fully recovered from the attack by the Iron Blood Bat King. His blood circulation was sluggish, and he walked awkwardly like a zombie. Undoubtedly, 8th place belonged to you. Only the 6th challenger, Sister Jiang, and the 7th challenger, Lu Xiaoli, were left. Lu Xiaoli wanted to compete, but it was obvious that Sister Jiang had little interest and directly conceded the 6th place, ranking herself 7th. Huafeng had already started moving around the stage, stretching his legs and loosening his joints. He wanted to strive for the remaining 2 spots. Chen Shun, Song Yufei, and Lu Xiaoli stood behind him cheering him on. At this moment, the crowd around them looked at them with completely different eyes. These were 3 inner door disciples, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as having leaped through the Dragon Gate. Even the way they looked at Huafeng was filled with caution. As expected, the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals were no match for them. The 2nd place from the A stage and the 2nd place from the D stage were both heavily defeated by Song Yufei and Lu Xiaoli, who intentionally dealt heavy blows, directly incapacitating the opponent's spirit beasts, while the protection from the inner door disciples barely saved the lives of their spirit pets. Even so, this waste just barely met the standard, losing the 9th place by 1 move, becoming the 10th inner door disciple. Huafeng wore a proud smile, which earned him a roll of the eyes from Lu Xiaoli. Peak Master Tsang Jianbai directly took the 10 people away. The remaining disciples were still competing for the 11th to 50th places under the supervision of the inner door disciples, and the rewards were still quite generous, which was not what Tsang Jianbai was concerned about. Following the Peak Master, they passed through familiar mountains. This was the Tongxin Vein, and they would go directly to the main peak, the Beast Master Peak. Passing by the Tongxin Vein's residence, and my master was waiting there with Old Lu, clearly having received intelligence ahead of time. Old Lu. Several people rushed to this friend. They chatted warmly, sharing their respective situations. And Old Lu also expressed that he would start over and would go to the inner door for the next competition. And my master and Peak Master Tsang Jianbai were clearly old acquaintances. Tsang Jianbai took out a bag and handed it to Yangshu, saying, "This is compensation from the 3 vein masters of the giant scorpion vein, water crab vein, and goo poison vein. I can only do this much. After all, the forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. Those few guys even harm their own vein. Who do you complain to? Humph. They can only blame themselves for not being careful and taking in such bad people under their wing. They made a mistake and should compensate." Without lingering, the Peak Master took Chen Shun and the others directly to the Beast Master Peak. This was the main peak of the Beast Master sect, accessible only to inner door disciples. The gray-black outer door clothing you are wearing is made from ordinary spirit silkworm silk, which is slightly more durable than ordinary clothing. Soon you will change your attire. Inner door disciples wear white brocade robes, which are defensive magical treasures made by the refining peak. Peak Master. The blue long shirt that my master was wearing earlier. He is a foundation establishment cultivator. And the inner door disciples serving as judges are also at the foundation establishment level, while they are in white clothing. What is the difference? Chen Shun was somewhat confused by the sect's chaotic clothing, as it seemed to represent various ranks, distinguishing people. 40 years to enter foundation establishment. 60 years to enter the mid-foundation establishment, 80 years to enter the late foundation establishment, and 100 years to reach the peak of foundation establishment. Being able to enter the prescribed cultivation level at this age indicates potential for cultivation and the ability to continue advancing vigorously, thus remaining as inner door disciples. If one exceeds the limits and enters foundation establishment or subsequent realms, it indicates limited potential, and they will no longer be inner door disciples. At that time, they will be given a blue long shirt representing foundation establishment cultivation, allowing them to serve as stewards in some sect industries. most will be sent out, and only a few remain in the sect. The Peak Master nodded and said, "That's right. Don't think that entering the inner door means you will be worry-free. The sect does not support waste. You must also work hard and not be negligent in the inner door." Shin pondered. Is there such a rule in the outer door as well? For the current students, if they cannot complete the required credits and coursework within those years, they will also be eliminated and unable to graduate smoothly. The two worlds are completely different, yet there are many similar commonalities. It seems to conform to some fundamental truth: survival of the fittest. Chapter 43, Joining the Inner Door. With the Peak Master leading the way. Even if they encountered inquiries along the way, the Peak Master would explain, and they smoothly passed through. He did not show any regret about the elite disciples joining the inner door. Having learned from the recent lessons, Shin quietly asked Song Yufei, and he indeed received an answer. They reached the halfway point of the main peak and entered a magnificent hall, which was labeled Affairs Hall of the Beast Master Peak. You could say it's getting increasingly rough and simple. Haha, not at all. But for the other peaks, for the slots, who doesn't deliberate for a long time, selecting repeatedly? Without 10 days or half a month, they cannot make a decision. That's their incompetence. Ha ha ha. With your temperament, it's good that there are no outsiders here. If this word gets out, it could bring trouble to your disciples on the main peak. Humph. Song Jianbai was unconcerned. The person at the affairs hall, who was joking with the Peak Master, was also a middle-aged cultivator, but he had a baby face, making him look very young. You are the 10 disciples from this session of Lingchong Peak joining the inner door, right? My name is Du Wenla. This elder Du Wenla spoke very kindly. Greetings, elder. The pride of the 10 elite disciples vanished in front of high-level cultivators. Another person in purple clothing, the same as the Peak Master, represented a core formation expert. I leave them to you, old Du. I have something to attend to, so I will leave first. Haha, brother Tsong, don't worry. Hand over your seals to me. Yes. The 10 black seals were handed over to Elder Du, who then took out 10 white seals. Holding one black seal in his left hand and one white seal in his right, the 2 seals glowed slightly before he switched to another set. Is this synchronized with the mobile phone? Old machine replaced with a new one? 10 old phones. Cough. 10 black seals were synced and completed. Du Wenla directly collected them and then distributed new seals based on the rankings of this competition, starting from the last place. Of course, there were also sect rewards. Huafeng excitedly held a white seal and received a storage bag, standing aside like a fool with a silly grin. Cough. Really embarrassing. The top 10 came forward one by one, and when it was Song Yufei's turn, Du Wenla smiled and said, "This must be old Song's daughter. There are only a few of us in the affairs hall. Haha. Back then when you just joined the sect, I even held you in my arms. I didn't expect you to grow up so fast." Song Yufei's pretty face turned red as she took the seal and storage bag, awkwardly thanked him, and quickly slipped away, leaving Du Wenla sighing deeply. Shin stepped forward respectfully and was given a white seal and 2 bags. One was a spirit beast bag containing a purple bee king, and the other was the sect reward for winning this competition. After speaking, he winked at Shin. Shin directly ignored it and respectfully accepted the items. After the competition, Shin had secretly informed the Peak Master about the Bee King. So that's how it is. No wonder only you could find me that day. It turns out to be the 6th generation's divination technique. You are the first in this competition, and the Bee King is rightfully yours. Getting the Bee King earlier is nothing. I will handle this matter. The Peak Master was indeed impressive. He must have used a method that Shin didn't know to inform this person before him. This is all an act. After collecting the items, this person continued to act. Shin, if by any chance you cannot tame the Purple Bee King, remember to let Song Yufei try it out. Understood. This is the sect's property. If I cannot tame it, I won't handle it privately. The Purple Bee King, the guardian spirit beast of the Spirit Insect Peak, is registered and recorded with each generation. It is not something that can be traded casually. Next comes the allocation of caves. Each selected inner sect disciple to the main peak is actually arranged on the side, close to their respective satellite peaks. Very few lone wolves would live in the satellite peak areas where other disciples were selected. The disciples of Spirit Insect Peak are no exception and are assigned to caves in order. It turns out that standing on Spirit Insect Peak and looking towards the main peak, that side is indeed the area where the inner sect disciples of Spirit Insect Peak reside. The Beast Taming Peak is different from the satellite peaks. The caves do not require annual rent, and every month, you can go to the supply hall to receive cultivation resources, which are distributed according to your cultivation level. Of course, you can also receive it for a year or several years at once. The supply hall will not cut any of your resources. Your only task is to cultivate, and if you want to obtain more resources, you can go to the main peak's mission hall, where there will be many tasks for you to choose from. This is the benefit of getting into a good university. Countless scholarships chase after you, and studying costs nothing. After discussing many important matters regarding the main peak's inner sect, Do 1 look concluded. Right now, your only task is to quickly establish your foundation. Yes, on a stone wall. For caves arranged in a grid were embedded. These are the new caves for Chun Shun, Song Yufei, Liqiali, and Huafeng at the main peak of the intersect. When they saw that there were 4 vacant caves next to each other, the 4 immediately claimed them all. I gained a lot from this competition and need to go into seclusion for a while to adjust and cultivate the multi-spine centipede. I won't be leaving the cave for a short time. I also want to absorb the benefits brought by this trial. I should be close to reaching the peak of chi training, Lu Xiaoli said excitedly. Me too, Huafeng added, sitting cross-legged in the cave. Chun Shun habitually checked the farming game space, harvesting vegetables. No, harvesting spiritual plants, planting new spiritual plant seeds, and then took out a few storage bags. These storage bags belonged to the brothers Ji Ying and his brother, as well as the brothers Huachan. Should I report them to the law hall? Forget it. There's no evidence, and they have a so-called older brother named Ji Ying Lai. I can't let them accuse me of taking advantage of the chaos to kill. Without witnesses, it's hard to explain later, so I want to report it. I'll just take my time. The storage bags were sealed. You can think of them as cabinets with locks. If you are not the owner and don't have the key, there are 2 ways to open them. One is to use brute force, like smashing the cabinet on the ground, causing great damage to the items inside. The other is to wear it down, using spiritual power to slowly wear down the seal, much like using a small file to continuously grind the lock. This is due to Chun Shun's insufficient cultivation. If it were a high-level cultivator, they could directly cut or pry the lock open using tools like pliers or crowbars. For these ownerless objects, there is no situation where they cannot be opened. It's just a matter of time. Even high-level cultivators can eventually open storage bags. It's just a matter of perseverance. Chapter 44, Shameless People. A month later, after practicing and grinding the locks, Chun Shun finally opened the 4 storage bags. Ji Ying's storage bag was unfortunate. It even contained the corpse of Ji Ying Kai. After transferring the treasures inside to another storage bag, Chun Shun thought about burying the storage bag with the corpse in the cave, but decided against it. He added another storage bag to his waist, which would be used specifically for corpses in the future. In Yin Air's storage bag, Chun Shun not only found the empty shell of the pan shou root that had borne fruit, but also several black and yellow fruits. This scammer hadn't even sold them. Examining the unknown fruits in front of him, Chun Shun speculated that these might be the seeds of the pan shou root. The seeds given by the spiritual medicine pavilion did not include this thing. The land level is insufficient. Please upgrade to red land before planting. Damn. What the hell is red land? This game space has been with Chun Shun for almost a year. He has explored it enough and found no button to upgrade the land. Forget it. Let us put it aside. These seeds should be a good treasure. Most likely the seeds of the pan shou root. Chun Shun exhaled a breath of turbid air and took out a transmission talisman. Master, I'm ready to establish my foundation. Okay. Establishing a foundation. Jin Xiaoyan had once told Chun Shun that when he was about to establish his foundation, he should call her. The cave seal was merely a decoration. Jin Xiaoyan walked in gracefully in a red dress. Master, it's been a long time since we last met. It's been almost half a year since I left the Ancestor Hall. In cultivation, there is no day or night. It's just been a short half year. When your cultivation reaches a higher level, you will understand that this is just a fleeting moment. Yes. Jin Xiaoyan looked at her disciple and noticed that he had indeed grown. The impetuousness had disappeared, replaced by a sense of maturity and steadiness. Indeed, experiences of life and death are the most grinding. Slaughter can lead to growth. Do you know what establishing a foundation means? I know. Establishing a foundation is truly stepping into the world of cultivation, breaking away from the existence of mortals. No matter how strong a chi training cultivator is, they are still within the realm of humanity. When chi training cultivators battle against mortal armies, as long as the army is large enough, they can still be worn down. Just stronger humans. However, foundation building cultivators are different. They cannot be killed simply by numbers. Find your purpose in cultivation, your path. Establishing a foundation, establishing the root of cultivation. Beyond increasing strength, it's more about finding your own path. It's like choosing a major. You may know nothing about your chosen major, or even be assigned to it, but you must choose first, then walk down that path and slowly understand it. If you choose correctly, one that suits you, you can go further. If you choose incorrectly, one that doesn't suit you, you will suffer greatly and find it hard to achieve anything in the future. Remember, those who exhaust their hearts understand their nature, and knowing their nature means knowing the heavens. Try taking a foundation building pill. Okay. The foundation building pill is a rare item in the outside world. Many loose cultivators spend their entire lives just to obtain one. But in the Beast Taming sect, in addition to the 10 awarded to the first place in the competition, many were also granted by the elders. This is the foundation of a high-level sect in the Su Xuanyu region. A foundation building pill the size of a goose egg was swallowed by Chun Shun. transforming into a warm current that surged through his limbs and bones, making his body feel transparent. His consciousness soared infinitely, as if touching countless paths in the dark. Chun Shin felt somewhat at a loss. Those countless paths turned into rivers flowing in front of him, but he could not reach them. Jin Xiaoyan's voice echoed in the void. Chun Shin, you're very anxious. I understand, but my family and friends can't wait that long. This isn't a cultivation world, like mortals. We only have 100 years. Haste makes waste. It's only been less than a year, and anything is possible. First, calm your heart. You don't understand. If I report myself missing, the police will come to my dorm and find the 100 study materials on my computer, as well as the discs under my bed. This was Chun Shin's conscious space. Whatever he thought immediately came out without any concealment. The mysterious state shattered, and his foundation was failing. Jin Xiaoyan looked at Chun Shin with a flushed face and said softly, shameless. She regretted protecting Chun Shin. Chun Shin felt like he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes into the ground. It was embarrassing. Where could he hide his old face? Master, what did you see? Chun Shin was still resisting futilely. TSK. A single word told Chun Shin that Jin Xiaoyan had probably seen quite a lot, and his image was shattered. Chun Shin felt as if he had turned into a rock, cracking piece by piece. Establishing a foundation was the most important step for a cultivator to enter longevity. It was the root of all future growth. Even if Jin Xiaoyan wanted to turn around and leave right now, without the protection of a high-level cultivator, a failed foundation could lead to a regression in strength or even death, making it impossible for her to just walk away at this moment. Your path is wrong. Change it. Think carefully. Going home is the goal, but it's not the path. Chun Shin sat quietly on the meditation cushion, closed his eyes, and didn't dare to gaze into his master's eyes. Jin Xiaoyan stood quietly beside him, waiting. Gradually, Chun Shin's heart became calm. What is my path? Choosing a path. Don't do things you'll regret. His father's admonition echoed in his ears. This was something Chun Shin's father often said to him, which he had always taken as mere wind in his ears until he failed the college entrance examination. He regretted it, blaming himself for not working hard enough. Why be lazy? His studies had already failed, so he couldn't let himself regret in life anymore. From then on, in everything he did, he would ask himself, will I regret this? In college, during a dorm fight, students from a neighboring class came over to beat up his roommate over a trivial matter, and there were 5 of them attacking his classmate. Should he intervene? If he intervened, he'd be called by his parents. It wasn't even his business, but he would regret it. Even if he got hurt and his parents were called, Chun Shin didn't regret it. Why do we have to kill that team led by Ji Yingkai? I could find teammates and lead them to escape. So what if I escape this time? I'd still be targeted. The spotted mosquito wants Song Yufei's blood. Do I really want to see her die before me? I would regret it. So he acted ruthlessly. No regrets. Do what you won't regret, even if it's a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Master, it seems I found my path. Chun Shin's face was solemn as he gazed into Jin Xiaoyan's eyes, no longer showing the earlier embarrassment. Jin Xiaoyan looked at her beloved disciple. His eyes were clear and pure, with a kind of unstoppable strength. Swallow another one. Okay. Chapter 45. Establishing a foundation. The foundation pill was swallowed again. And in the dark, rivers surged, countless paths intertwined. A rushing stream splashed waves, sweeping Chun Shin away. The stream carried Chun Shin upstream, moving forward relentlessly. There was no end in sight ahead, and no retreat behind. Chun Shin's body emitted a bright glow, as if a bottle was being refined again, becoming tougher and able to store heavier liquids. Jin Xiaoyan nodded, waving her hand, and a spirit-gathering array made of high-grade spirit stones surrounded Chun Shin. Then, she sat cross-legged in his cave and began to cultivate with her eyes closed, establishing a foundation, building a foundational path. After finding his own path, Chun Shin felt as if he had broken through a certain bottleneck. Like a fish in the river suddenly jumping up, he saw a more brilliant scene in the distance. His body felt like it was being tempered by true fire, gradually strengthening. The spiritual energy within him further compressed, and its density became tighter, like a human-shaped spirit stone. The consciousness channel formed by the contract spirit technique also began to shine brilliantly. The bloodthirsty ant emperor woke from its slumber, feeling power surging into its body. Although it was weak, it was because it was already a second-tier spirit beast. This kid established his foundation so quickly. With the contract established, both master and servant would grow together. If one side broke through to a higher realm, the other would benefit as well. That's what is meant by the chicken and dog rise to heaven. 7 days later, Chun Shin opened his eyes. His whole body felt sticky again. Jin Xiaoyan immediately noticed that Chun Shin had awakened and smiled. Very good. You've taken the first step in establishing a foundation. Next, solidify your cultivation and officially enter the ranks of foundation establishment. Yes. As soon as Jin Xiaoyan's voice fell, her figure disappeared. As the Grand Elder of the Beast Control Sect, She had her own tasks to attend to and wouldn't stay in Shunshin's cave for long. The timing of her departure was just right. Shunshin felt the sticky sensation all over his body, knowing it was due to the refining of impurities. How can there be so many impurities in a person? Without needing to take a bath, he used the cleansing technique, feeling it chill all over. The hardest step was taken, the next steps would follow naturally. As long as he was careful, there would be no danger. Shunshin continued to close himself off in the cave, and according to the jade slip given by his master, he could now see the foundation establishment techniques within the third layer of the beast control technique. The spiritual energy in his abdomen was different from that in other parts of his body. The density of the abdominal spiritual energy was tighter, like a seed. As long as he operated according to the technique, and all his spiritual energy reached this density, he would officially step into foundation establishment. For now, it was just that the shell had reached the standard of capacity. A month later, Shunshin's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Foundation establishment level 1. Establishing a foundation was critical and important. His strength had increased, but he wasn't yet at the point of becoming an immortal on land. He had merely chosen a specialty. He hadn't even started studying yet. He felt a sense of harmony with heaven and earth, as long as he wished. The spiritual energy from the heavens and earth could be controlled and drawn into his body, as long as he didn't unleash his ultimate moves. Relying on the replenishment of spiritual energy, he could continue to fight. This is why foundation establishment cultivators are hard to kill. In the farming space, the shed had turned into 2, allowing for another pet to grow. Without hesitation, the Purple Bee Emperor was placed inside. The next shed opened, requiring core formation cultivation. 2 positions in the pond had also opened, but Shunshin didn't have any aquatic spirit beasts to cultivate, so it continued to be wasted. The farmland had been expanded again, and surprisingly, the first piece of yellow land had turned into red land. Indeed, as cultivation improved, the things in the game space would also expand and evolve. Now he had 1 piece of red land and 3 pieces of yellow land, totaling 4 pieces of land. The black and yellow seeds were arranged to be planted directly in the red land. Looking at the vibrating communication talisman, Shunshin sighed. I should go out for a bit. Horfang and the others have called me several times. With that, he stepped out of the cave. So fast, he thought. His speed doubled. He clenched his fist, feeling a powerful force emanating from his fingertips. Is this foundation establishment? Shunshin felt that now he could smash a late-stage first-tier little ant with just his fists. Cultivation was fundamental. It was so. In the supply hall, 2 white-robed inner disciples were collecting cultivation supplies, Huofeng and Lu Xiaoli. This was their second time coming to collect cultivation materials. They would come every month. If you ask why, one word, poor. They relied on these things to sustain their lives. After receiving the basic allowance, Huofeng smiled, showing his 2 snow-white big front teeth. Every month we get this many spirit stones and pills. It feels like we can't use them all. Lu Xiaoli scoffed. You're used to being poor, saving everything. Haven't you seen many senior brothers and sisters eating pills like they're candy? That's why they can progress so quickly. Wealth, partner law, and land. Wealth is the most important. We must do the same. Next, we need to take on tasks to exchange for more resources. Here, it should be noted that partner in other sects might refer to a romantic partner, but in the beast control sect, it only means spirit beasts. Another white-robed inner disciple walked in. Yo, Huofeng, Xiaoli, I'm here. Shunshin. The 2 were delighted to see the person in front of them. Old Shun, you've become much whiter. You should come out and bask in the sun. Huofeng teased Shunshin. The supply hall disciple noticed a few people speaking loudly and couldn't help but reprimand them. No noise in the supply hall. There were still many people in the supply hall, with dozens of disciples receiving supplies, making it a public place. The few quickly lowered their voices. Since they were already at the supply hall, they decided to collect the supplies. Shunshin queued at the back of the crowd and watched how others received their supplies. When it was Shunshin's turn, he handed over his seal to the supply hall disciple. The disciple took the seal, pulled out a notebook, and began to sketch. Shunshin, you joined the inner door 2 months ago and have not received supplies. You're at the peak of Qi training. Here, this is your cultivation food. Some bottles and jars, along with a pile of low-grade spirit stones, were poured out from the disciple's storage bag and spread out on the counter, indicating for Shunshin to collect them with his storage bag. I've already built my foundation, so I don't need these supplies. The supply hall disciple looked up in shock. Huofeng and Lu Xiaoli behind him also had their mouths agape. You've built your foundation? Shunshin built his foundation? It's only been 2 months since we last saw each other, and he's already a senior expert? It's like a summer vacation has passed, and the former classmate suddenly becomes the teacher at the podium, which is hard to accept. Please place your hand on this testing stone and channel your spiritual energy, the supply hall disciple said, pointing at a 5-colored stone on the counter. Spiritual energy cannot be faked. In fact, receiving supplies requires testing one's cultivation level with the testing stone beforehand, but the supply hall disciple, influenced by years of experience. Could never have imagined that a newcomer who had just joined the inner door 2 months ago would suddenly succeed in building his foundation. If Chun-Shin had been in the inner door for several years and suddenly came to collect supplies, he would definitely have used the testing stone to avoid such a blunder. Building a foundation is common among inner door members, but it's rare for someone to build their foundation right after joining the inner door. This disciple named Chun-Shin seems to be a top talent who might achieve remarkable accomplishments someday. He regretted reprimanding them earlier and dared not continue to act arrogantly. Chapter 46, Alchemy. Chun-Shun. No, Senior Chun, you've built your foundation? Huafeng looked at the familiar face in front of him. And although the fact was right in front of him, he still couldn't believe it and asked again. I really have built my foundation. Please don't call me Senior Chun. It feels quite uncomfortable. Chun Shixiao. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount. So it would be difficult for Huafeng to continue calling him Old Chun. Changing to Chun Shixiao was already the limit. Lu Qiaoli looked at Chun Shun with admiration, but then suddenly showed a look of regret, saying, Big brother Chun has already built his foundation, so he can't continue doing missions with us. What do you mean by that? Doing missions as Qi training disciples just has slightly lower rewards. Is there a restriction? Lu Qiaoli shook her head and said, there are not only divisions based on strength, but also coordination with other inner door disciples from different peaks. They won't allow disciples from one peak to team up continuously, as it's not beneficial for the growth of inner door disciples. I see. The Beast Sect also has Beast Peak and Spirit Bird Peak. Previously, the bamboo and the purple bamboo forest in front of the outer door cave was prepared for the iron-eating beasts, which belong to the beast category. The Spirit Bug Peak doesn't have such things. Qin Shixiao, what are your plans next? We are going to listen to some seniors give lectures on cultivation points. Would you like to join us? Huafeng asked. Listening to lectures costs money. Why not just ask Master through a sound transmission talisman for cheaper? Senior Song? Oh, you must be Chun Shun, Rain Fei's friend. Do you also live here? Senior Song, pointing at Song Yu Fei's cave, looked at Chun Shun with a complicated expression, thinking, have they moved in together? He felt like a cabbage he raised with great difficulty had been eaten by a pig. Chun Shun felt a black line forming on his forehead. This old guy, being disrespectful, is actually Song Yu Fei's grandfather. Chun Shun could only point to the adjacent cave and say, I live next door. We joined at the same time. So it's south convenient to live close to each other and look out for one another. Song Yu Fei felt embarrassed and wanted to dig a hole in the ground to hide. Pulling her grandfather into the cave, she said before leaving, Chun Shun, I will also build my foundation soon. Song Yu Fei didn't know what she was really thinking. She only knew that when she learned Chun Shun had already built his foundation, she felt a sense of panic inside, not wanting to fall behind. Huafeng, you big mouth, you sold me out. Song Yu Fei must have heard Huafeng's tips and immediately dragged her grandfather over to protect herself. She wanted to build her foundation too. Yes, next, Chun Shin planned to refine pills. In the cultivation world, the 4 major methods to get rich are formation, alchemy, talisman making, and weapon refining. Mastering any one of them can lead to a worry-free cultivation. While in the outer door, he ambitiously purchased 4 books. Introduction to Formation, Introduction to Weapon Refining, Introduction to Talisman Making, and Introduction to Alchemy. However, this stuff really requires talent. What is talisman making? Just scribbling on paper. I can't even understand it, let alone make talismans. As for weapon refining, he was ready to give up at the stage of refining the raw materials and extracting impurities, not because he couldn't refine, but because it was too labor-intensive. He had better things that could yield results, so there was no need to waste time on this. As for formations, Chun Shun had talent in this area. It involves calculations, geometry, and many aspects that have similarities with circuits. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he could always find the answer through careful calculations. Chun Shun decided to study this diligently whenever he had time. As for alchemy, Chun Shun had to admit that he wasn't a naturally talented individual, but he simply couldn't resist the support of the farm. Precious spiritual herbs were sprouting one after another in the yellow earth. Selling medicinal herbs directly would be a waste. How did sharpshooters come about? They were all fed with bullets, and Chun Shun was no exception. Lacking talent, he had to rely on resources. While others might refine 10 batches of pills and find their rhythm, Chun Shun would refine 100 batches to find his rhythm and subsequently produce in bulk. Qi training is, as the name suggests, about cultivating qi. No matter what is used, whether it's medicine or spirit stones, it's all to increase the qi within the body, allowing it to gradually transform. Building a foundation is different. It requires the use of pills. Putting aside the mysterious nature of realms, foundation building cultivators need to consume large amounts of heavenly treasures, refining the essence of heaven and earth into themselves. There are all sorts of pills, such as bone-quenching pills and muscle-refining pills, not less than 10 types, all for the sake of obtaining a good physical form. The large number of bottles and jars bestowed by the elders are all of this kind, but they're only enough for his personal needs. The supplies distributed for free in the supply hall are all low-grade pills. Now he also has friends. Shin wants to learn alchemy, while also making some high-grade pills for his classmates and friends. There are also pills for spirit beasts to consider, which can be refined. Spirit beasts generally eat blood food, and some even eat rice when they can't afford blood food. But with the farm's assistance, Shin has the resources to give spirit beast pills. Different types of spirit beasts eat slightly different spirit beast pills, and those that consume spirit beast pills can grow faster. A stack of pill formulas was spread out on the ground, sponsored by his master, so he didn't need to buy them. A large amount of spiritual herbs was also taken out. Over time, Shin had consciously had the farm plant these spiritual herbs, accumulating quite a bit. Shin picked up the alchemy furnace and began refining pills. Alchemy is a meticulous task that requires great control over spiritual energy. Shin had a good grasp of this, but lacked experience. And without a good teacher to guide him, he could only learn from his mistakes step by step and correct them. He took a spiritual herb, used his palm's spiritual energy to extract the moisture inside, and then threw it into the alchemy furnace. Below the furnace was a small formation plate embedded with spirit stones. Emitting a faint glow, he continuously adjusted the fire's shape and size with hand gestures, ensuring the alchemy furnace was heated evenly. If modern people saw this, they might think Shin was cooking noodles on a gas stove. This was Shin's unique method of refining pills, which consumed little spiritual energy. In the same realm, while others could refine 10 batches and exhaust their spiritual energy, Shin could refine 50 batches using this method. If the elders from the Spirit Herb Peak saw this, they would certainly scold him, saying, "How can you casually alter the ancestral techniques? If this pill is successfully refined, I'll swallow the furnace." The fragrance of medicine wafted through the air as 6 round, plump genuine pills lay quietly in the alchemy furnace. Very good. The genuine pills for the chi refining stage were successful. Judging by their color, they should be of high quality. My skills haven't dulled. I completed this practice effortlessly. After collecting the pills, Shin continued to refine alchemy. Black smoke rolled, and the sound of explosions came from the furnace. Fortunately, the expensive furnace bought at a great price showed no damage at all. He dumped the black ash from the furnace and cleaned it thoroughly. Shin began to summarize. The withered vine flower bloomed too early. Let's try again in 3 breaths. And so, a large number of spiritual herbs were wasted by Shin, and when those were used up, he took out another pile from his storage bag. Pills like bone-quenching pill, muscle-refining pill, and beast pills were successively refined, but their quality barely reached the lowest grade, resulting in a significant loss of medicinal power. A month passed quickly, and Shin realized that refining pills was also a form of cultivation, constantly using spiritual power, exhausting it, recovering, and repeating the cycle was surprisingly not slower than sitting still to cultivate. Whenever his spiritual power was exhausted, the new spiritual power that returned would become denser. Of course, this was also due to the combination of more than a dozen types of spiritual pills, making his body even stronger. Perhaps it was because it was his first time using these pills, his body had no tolerance, and he progressed rapidly, already reaching the strength of the second layer of foundation establishment. As long as his spiritual power kept up, he would officially step into the second layer of foundation establishment. With the herbs exhausted, Shin was contemplating whether to go out and buy some more to continue refining pills when a transmission talisman rang. Chapter 47. I've established my foundation. Song Yufei has established her foundation. Calculating the time, it was a success. Her talent was terrifying. Stepping out of the cave, a figure wrapped in a snow-white brocade stood outside the door. Song Yufei smiled faintly, as if the world itself would bow to her beauty, leaving Shin momentarily stunned. Cultivating immortality really can beautify and enhance one's temperament. Seeing Shin's foolish expression, Song Yufei couldn't help but scold. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing, nothing. Just feel that senior sister Song has suddenly become much prettier." Even though Shin had established his foundation first and could technically be considered her senior, he still couldn't change his habit of addressing her as senior sister. "Was I not pretty before?" No, you were pretty before, but now you are even prettier." "Humph. Women are really hard to please. Saying they are pretty is not enough. After breaking through to foundation establishment, I have hit a bottleneck. No matter how I cultivate, my progress is extremely slow. I need you to accompany me to take on some tasks and go out for some training." This was a cultivation fanatic. Judging by Song Yufei's expression, if it weren't for her slow progress, she wouldn't be planning to leave seclusion. "The realm, huh? Then let's go to the main peak's task hall to have a look." Okay. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning Horfang and the others. The tasks for foundation establishment cultivators mixed with chi refining disciples would only harm them. At the main peak's task hall, There was also a group of inner disciples at the entrance, some setting up stalls, some inviting others to form teams. This was a tradition of the Beastmaster sect. Passing through the bustling crowd, the two entered the hall. Tasks were similarly posted on the walls, but there was a difference. The tasks were divided into two sections. One for Chi refining inner disciples, and the other for Foundation establishment inner disciples. The tasks for Foundation establishment disciples were varied, even including participation in sect management. For example, joining the law enforcement hall, but that required passing the law enforcement hall's assessment. There were also many positions that did not require assessment, such as managing the supply hall's material distribution or the disciples responsible for issuing tasks. Song Yufei was looking for a suitable task. Those office-type jobs would not benefit her realm breakthrough at all. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside the hall, attracting the attention of the disciples inside. Qinshin also looked out from the hall and saw 4 people striding confidently through the crowd, which was constantly parting for them, walking towards the task hall. Their attire was markedly different from the others, and everyone looked at them with reverence. Purple-clad disciples. Qi Jiming, the core disciple. How did he end up here? And Ding Bingshan. Are they planning to form a team? What task requires 4 core disciples? Tang Tian, a direct disciple of Elder 6. And Jin Feiguang, the eldest son of the Jin family and a 6th disciple under Elder 5. Elder 5? Why not worship under Elder 1? That is their ancestor. Should keep it down. Elder 1 never takes disciples. That's why they went under Elder 5. So that's how it is. Chun Shun had a strange expression. He also had a purple robe. Purple with red trim, which was slightly different from the purple robe with blue trim worn by the Peak Master. However, his master made him wear gray to join the outer sect to compete for the Purple Bee Queen. After entering the inner sect, although it was not said that the restriction was lifted, Chun Shun was not an ostentatious person. That purple robe was still honestly stored in his storage bag. Also, Elder 1 doesn't take disciples. What does that make me? Is my identity not public? Ah, that's right. The outside world knows nothing about me. I'm a secret disciple. The only one. No wonder Elder 1 wanted to take me in. The expressions of the other elders were filled with disbelief. It turns out I am the first disciple of the Beastmaster sect's Elder 1. Everyone was awed by the identity of the core disciples, stopping their tasks and staring blankly at the 4. What a mess. Chun Shin thought of the 4, thinking of the successors. Feeling like a commoner watching the second generation of a wealthy family. Humph. The sect master is in seclusion and wants to break through to the infant stage. Otherwise, why would he need to come to the task hall to take on tasks and let these people watch like monkeys? Jin Feiguang said unhappily. We are all brothers in the sect. How can you use monkeys as a metaphor? Ding Bingshan was unhappy with Jin Feiguang's words about the sect disciples. Hehe, Bingshan. I'm not talking about you. I won't say it anymore. Jin Feiguang seemed very concerned about Ding Bingshan's dissatisfaction and immediately changed his tone. Tang Tian and Qi Jiming showed no reaction. They indeed were not from the same world as ordinary inner disciples. The sect master of the Beastmaster sect is not someone who has to be exceptionally skilled to become the sect master. They must be able to handle affairs. Just like a big company, it doesn't necessarily have to be the owner. They could just be a senior employee. Chen Shun had understood this from the sect's introduction. The 4 core disciples entered the hall, and Jin Feiguang, as if instructing a servant, pointed to the disciple managing the tasks and said, Yuhai, Xinchuan task to be taken. The inner disciple managing the tasks said carefully, the Xinchuan task has requirements. It requires 6 people to go. What cultivation level do we have to follow the task requirements? Jin Feiguang said unhappily. The inner disciple said cautiously, this task also has coordination requirements. It needs disciples who can control spiritual insects to participate. The coordination task, as the name suggests, requires disciples who can control beasts, birds, and insects to participate. As for those who refine weapons, talismans, and pills, there are no requirements. If you ask why, there is no reason. It is just to let disciples who control different types of spiritual beasts collaborate and complement each other, drawing on each other's strengths. The managing disciple clearly knew the backgrounds of the core disciples. None of them could control spiritual insects. Jin Feiguang looked at the inner disciple in shock, encountering a stubborn person. Why are you so inflexible? The inner disciple said awkwardly. The regulations given to me by the steward are like this. It's hard to change. Should I go ask the steward? Tang Tian wondered. It's a pity the little bee is in seclusion. Otherwise, we could have called her. Ding Bingshan, seeing Jin Feiguang and the inner disciple unable to come to a conclusion, noticed that more and more people were gathering around, and they were really going to be watched like monkeys. Glancing at the 2 closest to her, she casually asked, which peak are the 2 junior brothers and sisters from? Chun Shun and the others didn't expect to be questioned by the 4 members. Before Chun Shun could react, Song Yufei already answered, Spirit Insect Peak. Good, let's add them. That won't violate the regulations. Ding Bingshan made a decision. The other 3 core disciples also nodded. Adding 2 burdens was no big deal. They did not ask for Chun Shun and the others' opinions, as if their agreement was taken for granted, a kind of grace. Refusing would be unreasonable. The surrounding inner disciples looked at Chun Shun and the others with envy. They could actually team up with core disciples for training. It was truly a stroke of luck. Yeah, why wasn't I from Spirit Insect Peak? I am, but I just left too far. If I had known, I would have gone up too. There is a sense of fortunate fans and idol groups, a DJ view of participating in a reality show. Chun Shun glanced at Song Yufei and said, "Senior sister? All right then." After Song Yufei mentioned it, his interest was piqued. He wanted to see what kind of strength the regulars possessed. Jin Feiguang wasted no time and had the inner sect disciples in charge of the tasks add Chun Shun and himself, stamping the task sheet with 4 purple seals and 2 white seals. "Come with us," Ding Bingjin said, holding the task sheet and beckoning Chun Shun and the others to follow. Chapter 48, Yobwa City. The 4 core disciples all possessed late-stage foundation establishment strength. During the foundation establishment stage, one cannot fly. They can briefly hover, but will gradually descend. However, they were currently flying, sitting on the back of a spiritual bird. A giant vulture, released by Tang Tian, carried the 6 of them on its back. Its body was mostly snow white, with brown irises, a dark brown beak, and bluish-gray legs and toes, with black claws. This fellow was quite lazy, relying mainly on gliding for flight. Using its unique senses, it captured the invisible rising warm air currents. It relied on these updrafts to comfortably ascend higher and fly farther. While soaring, its wings extended in a straight line, rarely flapping, utilizing air currents to glide in the sky for extended periods. The 6 people, however, subtly divided into 2 circles. The core disciples formed one circle, while Chun Shun and Song Yufei formed another. The conversations they had were self-contained discussions, as if the 2 beside them were air. At first, Ding Bingjin had accused Jin Feiguang of not referring to the disciples as monkeys, and Chun Shun thought Ding Bingjin was a person who respected the talented and was unconcerned about his own status, not realizing that this was Chun Shun overthinking. Ding Bingjin's pride was ingrained in his bones, unlike Jin Feiguang's, which was merely on his lips. From their snippets of conversation, Chun Shun learned important information. Ding Bingjin, from the Dao symbol peak, was skilled in talismans. Qi Jiming was from the spiritual medicine peak. Tang Tian was from the spiritual bird peak. Jin Feiguang was from the spiritual beast peak. Their task this time was to head to Yobwa Sea to search for a monster called Shun. The Yobwa Sea is located south of the spiritual Beast Sect and requires crossing the spiritual beast forest. Shun, a water monster resembling a giant river clam, was adept at illusion and phantasm, causing people to fall into it and lose themselves until death. The purpose of finding this creature was for the Shun pearls in its belly. These pearls, ground into powder, were the main material for refining longevity pills. Cultivators do not need beauty. They cultivate step by step, undergoing a transformation. Even an ugly person can become handsome after reaching a high level of cultivation. Longevity, however, is different. Each realm has a lifespan limit. For instance, in the foundation establishment stage, if you are 100 years old and cannot break through to the golden core stage, you will not die, as foundation establishment cultivators can live to around 300 years, but they will begin to age. If you are lucky and finally break through to the golden core stage, you will only be left with an old appearance. This is why there are age limits for inner sect disciples. If you start to age, your potential declines, and you still want to cling to the inner sect? Chun Shun was somewhat skeptical about the true essence of cultivation. Human lifespan is related to cell division, with an average human cell dividing once roughly every 24 years and dividing 50 to 60 times in a lifetime, leading to a calculated lifespan of between 120 and 144 years. This also leads to a conclusion that the human lifespan limit is around 140 years. Is cultivation a form of evolution that increases the number of cell divisions or slows down the time between divisions? Chun Shun leaned more towards the former. If one could divide 200 times in a lifetime, while others would die after 50 divisions, you would still be youthful. Bingjin, is the information from Yobwa City credible? Is there really a Shun appearing at sea? Jin Feiguang was somewhat skeptical, noting that Shun had not appeared in Yobwa Sea for almost 400 years. This time, they said someone had seen Shun, and they hurriedly accepted the task to investigate the Yobwa Sea. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they had to look for it. The master had little time left. Ding Bingjin felt a bit sad. Keep your voices down. Qi Jiming glanced at Chun Shun and Song Yufei, who were sitting at the back. The sect elder's time was running out. This was a top-secret piece of information. If it were carelessly leaked, it could lead to unpredictable trouble. The balance of power could be overturned. Isn't it just Elder Luo Yinhua? I've not only met her, but she also made me a promise. She said it was to thank me for my guidance, allowing her a chance to advance further in her last moments. That old woman was stingy. If she died, all debts would be settled. Chun Shun did not know what the elder's promise meant. It was definitely not just a storage bag with some supplies to appease him. If Chun Shun wanted to become an emperor, it would be a matter of a single word. At that time, Chun Shun had not even entered the sect. It was evident how significant the help he provided to her was. Ding Bingjin was the leader of this mission, while the others were recruited helpers. She made the decision. First, let's go to Yobwa City to investigate the truth of the information. Yes, that seems reasonable. The vulture soared high, taking 15 days to reach the destination, during which it rested twice. Yobwa City, the nearest city to Yobwa Sea, was under the jurisdiction of the Beast Control Sect, with the city lord also being a disciple sent out by the sect. The vulture circled above Yobwa City. Who are you? Do you not know that flying is prohibited in Yobwa City? An old voice echoed from within the city. An elder shot up from the city, hovering next to the vulture, dressed like a squire. Upon seeing the 4 core disciples in purple clothing sitting on the vulture's back, he immediately bowed in midair, saying, I am Wu Feiyue, the city lord of Yobwa City. I greet the 4 true disciples. No need for formalities. Take us to the city lord's mansion, Ding Bingjin replied. Yes, Wu Feiyue, capable of flying, was a golden core cultivator, but his status could not be compared to that of core disciples. So it was he who needed to bow. As for the inner sect disciples, they had the opportunity to become true disciples. As long as they were respectful and did not contradict, they would not be considered disrespectful. Wu Feiyue led the way, and the vulture followed closely behind, heading straight for the city lord's mansion. Just a moment ago in the sky, Chun Shun could only vaguely see the general layout of Yobwa City and catch a whiff of the distinct, salty scent of the sea. Now, as the vulture descended, the veil of this city was unveiled to Chun Shun. Numerous small fishing boats lined the seashore, and many people gathered on the beach, pulling fishing nets. The city was dotted with ponds, indicating that fish farming was also being conducted. Before Chun Shun could take a closer look, the vulture had already landed at the entrance of a grand mansion. The gates of the city lord's mansion were wide open, and servants were already kneeling on the ground. The 6 of them jumped down from the vulture's back, which transformed into a red light, and returned to Tang Tian's spirit beast bag. Everyone followed City Lord Wu into the mansion. Chun Shun, somewhat puzzled, asked Song Yufei, isn't it said that you eat what you rely on, and that you eat fish by the water? Why are there so many fish ponds in Yobwa City? Song Yufei shook her head. The city lord, clearly having heard Chun Shun's question, smiled and said, the Yobwa Sea is a gathering place for sea beasts. Going out to hunt is not safe, even with cultivators guarding the ship. Every year, many loose cultivators meet their demise in the belly of fish. It is considered a high-risk industry, unless absolutely necessary. No one would willingly go out to hunt, which is why fish ponds are established in the city to maintain their livelihoods. Loose cultivators? Chun Shun asked. Indeed. Only loose cultivators would be willing to take the risk of sea beast attacks. Chapter 49, Loose Cultivators. Pavilions and towers, with flowing streams, left Chun Shun speechless. City Lord Wu was extravagant. Every corner of this mansion exuded elegance, each detail a scenic view. Leading everyone into the main hall, 7 chairs had already been prepared, arranged in a circle without distinction. Beautiful maidens awaited nearby, kneeling on the ground, holding trays filled with all sorts of fruits and desserts. They had not notified the city lord of their arrival, and yet such prompt preparations indicated that this was the usual arrangement. As if sensing the thoughts of the crowd, City Lord Wu smiled and said, those who have lost hope in cultivation often become enamored with these worldly possessions, making it a source of shame for my esteemed guests. I would love to live like this, Chun Shun said, his eyes turning red. It turned out that cultivators could live and be served like this, enjoying such food. Thinking of the impoverished cave dwelling and the fasting elixir, Chun Shun felt a bitter taste in his mouth. A few people took their seats, which had its own significance to avoid embarrassing the city lord, and since there were true disciples present, the main seat was out of his reach. There were 4 true disciples. Who should sit where? A circular arrangement was better, as it held importance. Chun Shun and Song Yufei sat next to each other. The maid beside them carefully picked cherries, wanting to feed them to Chun Shun. As Chun Shun opened his mouth, he was glared at by Song Yufei and closed it again. Ding Bingjin waved his hand to signal the maid to leave, and the city lord nodded, clapping his hands for the maids to exit in a line. Where are my cherries? Chun Shun cursed inwardly, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. City Lord Wu, there are reports of a Shun appearing in the Yuba Sea, which you sent to the sect. Is this matter true? Ding Bingjin was preoccupied with the task concerning the Shun. The intelligence had come from a loose cultivator he had never met but knew was significant. After a brief test, he reported the matter to the sect. Where's that loose cultivator? He has been detained in my residence. I will bring him here. A middle-aged loose cultivator with a scarred face was escorted into the main hall, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing. A flash of green light appeared in Chun Shun's eyes. He was at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Elders of the Beast Control Sect, please let me go. I really know nothing. Ding Bingjin frowned and coldly said, "Know nothing? I really know nothing. Please let me go." Jean Feiguang sneered, "If you know nothing, then what use do we have for you? We might as well kill you." Flames flickered in his hand. No, I know something, I know something." The flames extinguished. And Jean Feiguang coldly said, "Then speak." The loose cultivator was terrified, having been locked up for over half a month for speaking too much. He had just said he knew nothing and was now facing death threats. He extinguished his thoughts of escape and honestly recounted his experiences. That night, a thick fog enveloped their ship, a common occurrence at sea. At first, he didn't pay it much attention. As the ship sailed through the fog, a massive mountain became vaguely visible in the distance. Where did such a mountain come from? The loose cultivator did not dare to be careless. A sea beast as large as a mountain was not impossible. He focused his vision and scrutinized it closely. He discovered spiritual stones, a mountain full of spiritual stones. It was a mountain made entirely of them. At that time, aside from him, there were 6 other experts on the ship, including their captain, who was a Foundation establishment master. That night, he and another loose cultivator were on guard. He glanced at his teammate and found him fast asleep. At that moment, the mountain of spiritual stones was only discovered by him. "Did you discover something?" Ding Bingjin asked seriously. "What happened next?" Qi Jiming asked the loose cultivator with interest. Tang Tian scoffed, "You were quite lucky not to be swallowed by a sea beast." Upon hearing the city lord's inquiry, the loose cultivator's eyelids twitched, and his face turned pale. City Lord Wu took out a sea chart, marking a red circle on it. He pointed to the circle and said, "This is where the Shun has been appearing." Ding Bingjin carefully examined the sea chart before putting it away. "The ship is ready. I wonder when you esteemed disciples plan to set sail? There's south no place to stand on the sea, and vultures can't fly for long. A ship is necessary. No time to waste. We should set off immediately. It will be troublesome if the Shun escapes deep into the Yuba Sea." Ding Bingjin was a decisive person. Chun Shin glanced at the kneeling man and asked, "What about him? Should we take him with us?" City Lord Wu, along with the group, hurried to the dock. Chun Shin nodded in agreement. On the way, during introductions, Chun Shin's identity as a member of the Jin clan's branch was revealed, immediately catching Jean Feiguang's attention. "A member of your family's branch? I haven't seen you before, but it doesn't matter. There are so many branches. I've met very few of the main family's direct disciples." After that, he treated Chun Shun as a follower. Were it not for the fact that they were all cultivators, Chun Shun might have ended up doing laundry and cooking for this guy, which would have been truly unfortunate. Chapter 50, The Tower Ship. City Lord Wu was indeed well prepared. A massive tower ship was docked at the pier. Colorful flags fluttered on the ship, and an old man was directing a group of strong men, continuously loading supplies onto the ship. Upon seeing the city lord approach, the old man immediately bowed down, and the ordinary men also knelt. Their eyes revealed respect. Chun Shin could see it was genuine admiration, without any pretense. Qi Jiming smiled. City Lord Wu has a high reputation. There are many demon beasts attacking by the sea. I was appointed by the sect to ensure peace in this area, and over time, I have gained some affection. Chun Shin nodded. City Lord Wu was indeed doing practical work. He had thought the city lord only indulged in eating and drinking every day. City Lord Wu introduced the true disciples of the Beast Control sect to these ordinary men. Receiving another round of bows, watching the elderly men and so many strong men bowing to them, Chun Shun felt a bit uncomfortable. He glanced at his calm teammate beside him. These guys must have undergone some alcohol test, as everything in front of them seemed quite ordinary. While these people were bowing, City Lord Wu introduced the leading old man as the ship's captain, who had many years of sailing experience, named Old Meng. The other strong men were the specially selected sailors for this voyage. "When can we set sail?" Ding Bingjin was somewhat impatient. "We can solve the fresh water issue with spells. Let's set sail now." "All right, then I'll trouble you, Immortal." "Thank you, Immortal Master." Under Old Meng's command, the strong men began to operate the large ship. City Lord Wu watched the true disciples board the ship and quickly asked, "I wonder if the esteemed disciples want me to accompany you for protection?" City Lord Wu nodded. As a city lord under the Beast Control sect, he had a duty to protect his territory and could not easily leave. However, with 4 true disciples boarding, if anything happened, he would bear an unavoidable responsibility. Hearing Qi Jiming mention that there would be protectors, he felt relieved. As Chun Shun boarded the ship, he quietly asked Song Yufei beside him, "What is a protector?" "I heard that when the sect's core disciples go out to train, high-level cultivators will follow them in the shadows. They won't appear unless there is a life-and-death crisis." "Why not me?" In the unseen sky, an old man in a red robe was sipping from a gourd, with 2 black-robed experts from the law enforcement hall standing silently behind him. The 2 experts did not make a sound, but the trembling air around them indicated that their communication had not ceased for a moment. "Why is Elder Gu here?" "Shoo, keep your voice down." With 4 true disciples gathering and heading to the Yuba Sea, Any slight misstep could lead to significant losses for the sect. But that doesn't make sense. If the Elder is deployed, what tasks are left for the juniors? Just let Elder Gu find the Shun directly. Sending true disciples out to sea would be tying their hands. The Elder's thoughts are not for us to speculate. We should just serve honestly. The sea breeze brushed against Chun Shun's face as he took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Ah, the sea. It's all water, it's so vast." Song Yufei rolled her eyes and disdainfully said, "Hurry up and make fresh water." With no fresh water loaded onto the ship, the task of using the fresh water technique to gather fresh water fell squarely on Chun Shun and Song Yufei. Chun Shun was busy filling buckets on the deck when suddenly inspired, but due to his lack of culture, he was mocked by Song Yufei. "Senior sister, there are so many buckets to fill with fresh water. By the time we fill them, we won't have any spiritual energy left. How about we continue tomorrow? We're close to Bohai City now, and the chances of encountering sea demon beasts are minimal. We should take this opportunity to store water." Chun Shun thought it over and agreed, listening to Song Yufei. The fresh water technique, like the fire technique, was a basic chi refinement spell that consumed little spiritual energy. But there were just too many buckets. By the time the two finally filled the buckets, the moon was high in the sky. Chun Shun let out a long sigh of relief and smiled. Finally done. With such strong winds at sea, why do we need so many people? The Yuba Sea is unpredictable. Calm or contrary winds are quite common, and at that time, they would need sufficient manpower to sail the ship. This ship has nothing much, just a lot of rooms, and the decoration is quite exquisite. Chun Shun speculated with the worst intentions. Could this be Lord Wu's cruise ship, which he usually uses for leisure activities along the coast? Song Yufei opened the door, and suddenly Chun Shun called out to her from behind. "What's wrong?" Chun Shun took out a storage bag, looking hesitant. "Senior sister Song, I have quite a lot of cultivation resources that I won't be using, so I'm giving these to you." He shoved the storage bag into Song Yufei's hands and fled. It was his first time giving something to a girl, and Chun Shun felt a bit embarrassed. He had planned to do this as soon as he got out, but after hesitating for a long time, he finally mustered the courage today. As Song Yufei rubbed the storage bag in her palm and saw Chun Shun's awkward escape, she couldn't help but smile knowingly. Another 10 days passed, and Chun Shun lay bored on the deck, soaking up the sun. The Yuba Sea wasn't as terrifying as the Lord said. Captain Meng shivered slightly, but held back, not refuting. It had indeed been too calm these past 10 days. Not only had there been no attacks from beasts, but the weather had also been unusually good, with no storms or high waves. A large tuna curiously watched the big ship from the water, perhaps wondering what this giant object was. Chun Shun noticed it as well, and with a water arrow condensed in his palm, he swiftly shot it through. At sea, where water elements were abundant and fire elements scarce, using fire spells consumed more energy. Over the past few days, Chun Shun had dug out the basic spells he bought from the library and focused on practicing this water arrow technique. The water arrow was an enhanced version of the fire creation technique and water creation technique. Learning it wasn't difficult, but accuracy needed practice. So, seeing the silly tuna, Chun Shun couldn't resist practicing again. Fortunately and unfortunately, it was the first time Chun Shun hit a living creature with a water arrow. As he felt pleased, the tuna slowly sank, bleeding, and a shadow flashed past its corpse. The tuna disappeared. A green light burst from his eyes, and he saw that deep in the sea, several tiger sharks were swimming, subtly surrounding the ship. Enemy attack. Chapter 51, The Methods of 4. Hearing Chun Shun's shout, for true disciples came out of their quarters one after another. At this time, Song Yufei also arrived beside Chun Shun, looking serious as she surveyed the sea. The tiger sharks seemed to possess intelligence. They stealthily swam, and upon realizing they had been discovered, they stopped hiding, surfacing one by one and glaring fiercely at everyone on the ship. "Tiger sharks," Song Yufei exclaimed. "Let me handle this." Qi Jiming, a core disciple from Lingyao Peak, stepped forward boldly. The other 3 true disciples did not stop him. Qi Jiming walked to the ship's railing and casually threw out a massive alchemical furnace, with the mouth facing down, hovering above the sea. Dragon water absorption. Below the furnace, the sea suddenly formed a vortex that gradually expanded, pulling the tiger sharks towards its center. Suddenly, a stream of water erupted from the vortex, directly entering the furnace. The flow was continuous, resembling a dragon made of water. The tiger sharks struggled helplessly within, reluctantly being drawn into the furnace. Just a moment ago, Chun Shun had used the Qi observation technique and noted that most of these tiger sharks were at the late stage of the first rank, with weak cultivation. But this was at sea. On land, Chun Shun could easily handle them. But in the sea, he felt somewhat helpless. The bloodthirsty ant was not a good swimmer. Fire burn. The furnace erupted with blazing flames, and soon, a shiny milky white pill was refined. This is called the Tiger Shark Spirit Beast Pill. I should test its efficacy on aquatic spirit beasts when I have the time, Qi Jiming said, weighing the pill before putting it away. The disciples of Lingyao Peak were all inventors. How were alchemical pills created? They were developed through trial and error. Impressive, Song Yufei exclaimed beside him. Dealing with these tiger sharks would have been a fierce battle for her, as it was not her domain, and she could never handle it as lightly as Qi Jiming did. Chun Shen nodded. The vortex in the water hadn't affected the ship at all. As if the ship and Qi Jiming were one, and the spell couldn't reach it. This was truly remarkable. Lingyao Peak's control over spells was exquisite. You all continue to be on guard. Okay. The 4 core disciples returned to their rooms to rest, leaving Chun Shen and Song Yufei to guard the ship. Another 10 days passed. During this time, the sea became restless again, with sea beasts and monsters appearing frequently. However, with 4 true disciples present, nothing significant happened. Ding Bingjin was skilled in talismans. If Chun Shen were to be compared, his talismans were like dry batteries, disposable. Ding Bingjin was like a rechargeable battery, capable of being used repeatedly. Tang Tian had a vulture named Shuiyu Vulture. Tang Tian was at the 7th layer of Foundation establishment, just entering the late stage. But that big bird was a 3rd-rank spirit beast, equivalent to the core formation stage. Cross-rank contract spirit techniques. Although this vulture was high in rank, it was usually too lazy. Its appearance misled others into not noticing its rank. Chun Shen thought it looked rather plain, with no extra fur, but still somewhat attractive. It was skilled at catching fish and could even carry people flying, but that was about it. However, during one battle, they were surrounded by many sea beasts. The vulture soared in the sky while Tang Tian stood on its back and saw it spread its wings. With a sweep, heavy snow began to fall in the clear sky. The snowflakes seemed to have eyes, avoiding the ship and landing on the bodies of the sea beasts, forming thick frost. The vulture swooped down, freezing the sea beasts in ice and then tearing them apart. The battle scene was beautiful, but hidden within that beauty was a deadly threat. The snow feather vulture had held back, likely fearing it would freeze the sea surface and hinder the ship's navigation, which was why it resorted to using its body to finish off the sea beasts. Jin Feiguang, a giant lizard called the Earth Sea Iguana, had a cultivation level at the 8th layer of Foundation establishment, equal to the Earth Sea Iguana's rank. It seemed that 3rd-rank monsters were also rare and not casually contracted. The lizards of the Mike Star. The ship entered the red circle marked on the map, and at this moment, the sea was calm. Several ships emerged from the large ship, with sailors shouting, hey yo, as they rowed swiftly. Ding Bingjin held the map and discussed with Captain Meng. Let us search the area within the red circle first. If we don't find anything, we'll head deep into the Yuba Sea. Little old man listens to the ferry. The ship continued sailing. As the attacks from sea beasts began to become frequent, Chun Shen and Song Yufei only needed to keep watch during the day, while the 4 core disciples took turns guarding at night. Chun Shen stood on the deck, his eyes shining with a blue light. Every half an hour, he would use the Qi observation technique to check the surroundings. This method didn't consume much spiritual energy, yet it greatly enhanced early warning, reducing the occurrence of sudden situations. With this technique, he had made notable contributions over the past few days, providing excellent assistance to the core disciples, earning praise from Jin Feiguang, who felt it brought him face, and even gifted Chun Shen 2 medium-grade spirit stones. They searched the Red Circle Sea area day and night for 5 days without results. The ship raised its sails and set off towards the depths of the Yuba Sea. Hellfire. The sea surface ignited as if doused in oil, blazing with fierce flames, and countless sea beasts struggled in the inferno. Among them, several 2nd-rank sea beasts were unable to withstand the flames and turned to charcoal, sinking to the seabed. These were comparable to Foundation establishment stage monsters. The sea surface seemed to evaporate under the intense flames, lowering by several centimeters. Qi Jiming appeared unfazed. Not only was he a master of alchemy, but he was also an expert at playing with fire. Chun Shen gained a greater understanding of core disciple Qi Jiming. Just as he was peacefully meditating and cultivating at night, he suddenly heard a dramatic shout. As he stepped out of his room, he was greeted by a startling scene. The sea was almost boiling. Several core disciples were also alarmed by the violent commotion and rushed to the deck. A mist, barely perceptible, slowly enveloped the brightly lit ship in the darkness. Chapter 52. The Shun. Chun Shen habitually used the method of observing the atmosphere, intending to see if there were any hidden sea monsters beneath the sea. Suddenly, he discovered that in the distance, what was originally a pitch-black night was actually a patch of blue, a spell. Jin Feiguang was still joking with Qi Jiming, saying he made too much noise. Chun Shen's face turned serious. We are surrounded. Several core members looked puzzled, and Ding Bingjin suddenly looked up, gazing at the sea surface, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. There is no reflection of the moon on the sea surface. Song Yufei added. In the distant sky, there are no stars. Only the sky around us has them. The mist, it's not ordinary mist. The Shunsheng has arrived. I'll go take a look in the sky. Tang Tian released a snow-feathered vulture and directly jumped onto its back. The vulture soared into the sky and circled above everyone in the blink of an eye. Chun Shun's eyes flickered with blue light. Although he did not find the trace of the Shencheng, he still noticed something. This mist seems to be afraid of fire. In places where there are flames, it retreats further away. Ding Bingjin glanced at Qi Jiming, who nodded in understanding. He changed the spell in his hand, and his spiritual power surged. Fire ring. A huge fire circle appeared on the sea surface, with the center of the fire circle being the building ship. I'll let the Earth Sea Iguana dive into the sea to check. Jin Feiguang released a giant lizard and let it submerge into the depths of the sea. Not letting the Shencheng's mist drift closer and not falling into the illusion is a huge advantage. Taking this opportunity to find it and know where its true body is will reduce a lot of trouble. Where exactly is it? The range of the spell is so large. Chun Shin felt a bit confused. Looking at the distant layers of blue mist, he glanced above. There's nothing above. Could it be? Chun Shun went to the ship's railing and looked down at the seabed. A blue giant river clam lay quietly lurking in the depths beneath the building ship, surrounded by faint blue mist. I've lost contact with the Earth Sea Iguana. Jin Feiguang's face looked grim. It's right below us, Chun Shin exclaimed. The blue mist surged upward, directly enveloping the ship. What just happened to me? Oh, I can't hold my liquor. I drank a bit with my classmates and passed out by the roadside. Luckily, those beasts didn't see me. I would have died laughing. Chun Shun rubbed his head. It was such a strange dream. Cultivating immortality? Beastmaster Sect? What a laugh. Chun Shun limped along the small path, not knowing where he had lost his umbrella. Fortunately, the rain had stopped. By the dim streetlights, he walked towards his rental house. In the sky, a pair of eyes revealed fear. Another world? In the air, the second elder of the Beastmaster Sect, Gu Xing, stared at the woman before him and said coldly, I didn't expect that such an existence would be born in the small Yobwa Sea. Two experts from the law enforcement hall trembled and hid behind Elder Gu. Peak fourth stage, Shencheng. Peak nascent soul. The woman's face seemed to be shrouded in mist, making it hard to see her features. An ethereal voice came from her mouth. Yobwa Sea? No. We call it the Nine Nether Sea. You came across the sea? What do you want in my high-hanging continent? Hee, I can't disclose that. Oh, it's interesting that someone can discover my true body. Below them, the building ship was suddenly enveloped by mist. Gu Xing angrily shouted, You are not allowed to act. Hee, I still know the reputation of the Beastmaster Sect, even if we are thousands of miles apart. I'm just playing around. If you can't even pass this test, these useless people might as well be eliminated by me to save your sect's resources. I think even your sect's supreme elder or the Three Armies Fairy will not blame me for this. I won't let you succeed. Although she said she didn't dare to offend the Beastmaster Sect, there was a hint of ruthlessness in the woman's tone. Gu Xing was about to act. Oh, interesting. I really don't want to kill you. The woman, transformed from the Shencheng, who had just spoken with a murderous intent, suddenly seemed to discover a new world, turning curious as if she had found something novel, and the killing intent had vanished. Gu Xing stopped his intention to act. He lacked confidence. One-on-one. He wasn't sure he could win, let alone with so many burdens dragging him down. If he could avoid acting, that would be the best. He opened his computer, accessed the disk, and opened work materials and study materials. A few minutes later, a crumpled tissue was thrown into the trash can, feeling bland. An icon of a game clearly presented itself in his mind. Damn, the game has entered my mind. Dream, waking from the dream, could fade away in a few minutes. If no special events trigger it, dreams will be forgotten forever. But perhaps through some events, one might recall the dreams they once had. The Beastmaster Sect, Jin Xiaoyan, Song Yufei, Huafeng, Lu Qiaoli, Old Lu. The dreams from the past surged back like a tide. Chun Shun remembered everything. He was awake. Shencheng. This is the illusion of the Shencheng. Chun Shun touched the bed sheet, feeling the real texture. How to break it? The game. He closed his eyes, and the icon clearly appeared in his mind, his consciousness diving into it. The mist was thick, but he could still see everyone clearly at close range. What the hell is this? Everyone looks like zombies with talismans stuck on them. Spirit talismans were stuck on everyone's foreheads. Ding Bingjin, Qi Jiming, Jin Feiguang, Song Yufei, including Chun Shun himself, not one missing, all with a talisman on their foreheads. While everyone stood still, Ding Bingjin was awake. Ding Bingjin noticed Chun Shun and exclaimed, You broke free from the illusion? What is going on? The two spoke simultaneously. Chun Shun reached out, wanting to touch the talisman in front of him. Don't take it off. Chun Shun was puzzled. Ding Bingjin said, This is a barrier talisman. Barrier talisman? That's right. If it weren't for this talisman, even if you temporarily woke up, you would still be dragged back into the illusion by the mist. Chun Shun approached Song Yufei and saw her eyes closed, but her face showed a joyful expression, her mouth silently moving as if calling someone's name. Yufei, wake up. It's useless. I already tried. Calling from the outside, channeling spiritual energy, even getting injured cannot break free from the constraints of the illusion. After speaking, Ding Bingjin looked at Chun Shin curiously. How did you break free from the illusion? Releasing his grip on Song Yufei's shoulder, Chun Shin looked at Ding Bingjin and said, Aren't you also free from the illusion? Frowning slightly, Ding Bingjin felt a bit uncomfortable with Chun Shin calling her you. But with danger looming, it wasn't the time to be particular about it. She shook her head. I didn't enter the illusion. The moment the mist attacked, I stuck the barrier talisman on my forehead, but the time was too short to take care of others. By the time I was able to put the barrier talismans on you, you were already trapped in the illusion. Chapter 53, Entering the Sea. Chun Shin looked around. Tang Tian was not there. He had ridden the vulture into the air as soon as the mist began, and it was unclear if he had fled or was also trapped in the illusion, dreaming in the sea. Senior Sister Ding, what should we do now? Chun Shin was a bit anxious and nervous. Ding Bingjin noticed his worry and immediately changed her tone. Let's first try different methods to wake these people up. If that doesn't work, we will risk going into the sea. If we kill the Xinqiang, I don't believe the illusion won't break. The ability to drag so many Foundation establishment experts into an illusion is not something an ordinary cultivator can achieve. We have encountered a tough opponent. Ding Bingjin knew she might not be able to defeat it, so waking her teammates was the priority. You haven't told me how you broke free from the illusion. If you have a clever method, hurry up and use it. The longer it takes, the worse it will be for us. Chun Shin shook his head. There's no clever method. Maybe my willpower is just stronger. The farming game space, my master didn't tell me. How could I tell you? Besides, it only works for me. Can I catch people as spirit beasts and raise them in the space? Ding Bingjin nodded. To be honest, she didn't think Chun Shin had any clever method. Breaking free with sheer willpower fit her assumptions. This inner sect disciple's willpower is so strong. Waking up faster than core disciples. He is indeed a good seed for cultivating immortality. Once this matter is settled, she can recommend him to her master, Ding Bingjin thought. Just now, I cut through Jin Shidi's arm, but even with the physical injury, it didn't wake him up. Ding Bingjin timely added, It's you. A swarm of purple bees flew out from Chun Shin's spirit beast bag. The purple bee guardian bees, peak level 1. The purple bee queen is truly a breeding machine. But why are there peak level 1 guardian bees? Now, after more than 4 months, the purple bee queen has become a level 2 spirit beast, and its offspring are level 1 spirit bees. Taking the offspring out and raising them in the spirit beast bag, cultivating them with spirit beast pills. Peak level 1 purple bee guardian bees can be produced in batches. Purple bee, are you the queen of this generation? Ding Bingjin was a bit shocked. She didn't expect this unremarkable inner door disciple, casually picked to fill the numbers, to be the spirit insect peak's leading spirit insect, the newly appointed queen. It was the same as the core disciple, the little bee, who also controlled the purple bees. Quick, try the purple bees. One purple bee raised its butt and directly stung Jin Feiguang on the chest, producing a sound like iron colliding. And the bee needle surprisingly did not pierce this guy's skin. The high weight of late-stage foundation building, the physical refinement is terrifying, even without defenses. A small level 1 purple bee cannot penetrate it. The purple bee, nourished by spiritual power, immediately became different, its speed skyrocketed. And the bee needle pierced directly into Jin Feiguang's flesh. Jin Feiguang's face twitched violently, his brows furrowed into a shape. Effective. As spiritual power was poured out, the swarm of purple bees was nourished and continued to sting Jin Feiguang a few more times. Hiss. Jin Feiguang's eyes widened, painfully patting his chest. And he woke up just like that. Chun Shin, don't just keep stinging one spot. Jin Feiguang covered his swollen chest, his lips trembling as he spoke. Jin Feiguang was clearly more knowledgeable than Chun Shin, and he quickly assessed the situation without many questions. Hey, better to hurt in one place than hurt all over. I mean, don't sting my chest. At this moment, Chun Shin realized that one side of Jin Feiguang's chest was swollen, resembling a certain part of a woman. But it was cut in half. Mistake. Learning from Jin Feiguang's lesson, the spiritual power poured out, causing the swarm of bees to dance. And Shi Jimin and Song Yufei woke up, covering their butts. Shi Jimin was fine, but Song Yufei glared at Chun Shin, covering her even more prominent rear. Chun Shin felt a bit awkward. He had carefully chosen his target, but senior sister Song was not satisfied. Ding Bingjin looked at Chun Shin strangely. The spot he chose was truly remarkable. She quickly broke the awkward atmosphere and said, Should we give up the mission and escape now? Or dive into the sea and fight the Shuns? Shi Jimin stroked his chin and said, In an instant, we were dragged into an illusion. This Shuns is at least a level 3 demon beast. The protector hasn't made a move, so it should still be within our tolerance range. We can try diving. Jin Feiguang nodded in agreement. My Earth Sea lizard should still be at the bottom of the sea. No matter what, I need to find it. Spirit beasts are the limbs of the Beast Master Sect disciples. Losing a spirit beast would greatly diminish our combat strength. After speaking, the core disciples looked at Chun Shun and Song Yufei. The situation was quite tricky, and having more combat strength was good. Moreover, Chun Shun had just made a significant contribution that could not be underestimated. Chun Shun glanced at Song Yufei, saw her high spirits, sighed, and could only go down together. Didn't they say we just need to watch? Once the decision was made, the five of them wasted no time and entered the water. For safety. The moment Song Yufei entered the water, she released the multi-spined centipede, which surprisingly could swim. The multi-spined centipede led its little brothers ahead, like a school of fish. Furthermore, the multi-spined centipede not only had fully recovered from its injuries, but had also grown into a level 2 early-stage spirit beast. It seemed that Song Yufei's breakthrough greatly benefited it, as if it had taken a large tonic. Chun Shun's eyes emitted a green light. The giant river clam was still in place, quietly lurking at the bottom of the sea. Under the sea, Chun Shun's strength was greatly weakened. It could be described as 1/10 of his usual self. All his spirit beasts were not the kind that could fight underwater, so he did not release any helpers and could only rely on himself. The earth sea lizard swam up, glaring fiercely at everyone. The multi-spined centipede and its little brothers also turned their weapons against it, standing side by side with the earth sea lizard. Shadows swirled around, and various underwater demon beasts surrounded everyone. If one were to ask what they had in common, it was that their eyes were all tightly closed, as if they were sleepwalking. Trouble was coming. The Shuns could actually control demon beasts. Even contracted spirit pets could sever the bond of the contract and backfire on their masters. Everyone's expressions turned ugly. Chun Shun's face turned pale. There was also a misty magical power from the Shuns at the bottom of the sea. These sea beasts hid within it and did not notice until they were close. And by then, it was too late. Releasing spirit pets also requires isolation talismans, Ding Bingjin said. Her voice spread underwater, somewhat muffled. Several isolation talismans were sent into the teammates' hands, and Chun Shun held the isolation talisman, feeling a bit speechless. The Purple Bee Queen had no combat power before level 3. The Purple Bees were small and were flying spirit beasts, not good at underwater combat. The Iron Bloodbat King and the Bloodthirsty Ant Emperor were the same. If released, their strength would also be greatly reduced. What to do? Chun Shun had no solution, but it didn't mean Zhun Chuan had no solution. Chapter 54, Misjudgment. Leave the Earth Sea Lizard to me, Jin Feiguang said solemnly. The Earth Sea Lizard, a late-stage level 2 spirit beast, indeed needed a core sect disciple to restrain it. And as its master, Jin Feiguang was the most suitable. I'll handle the multi-spined centipede. Song Yufei also agreed. She never expected that one day she would face off against her own contracted spirit pet. The sea beasts would not wait for everyone to finish discussing. Seeing they had surrounded everyone, they charged together. Jin Feiguang moved like a fish, directly engaging the Earth Sea Lizard in battle underwater. With a punch, he sent the Earth Sea Lizard tumbling over, stabilizing it with his martial arts. Song Yufei was more normal. She released water-based spells, trapping the centipede's little brothers in a water prison, while the leader, the multi-spined centipede, was restrained by multiple water ropes. Unable to harm Song Yufei at all due to the bombardment of water arrows. Foundation-building cultivators also practice spells and martial arts. However, due to the influence of the Beast Master Sect, they focus more on their spirit beasts, and the power generated from their cooperation is more significant, which attracts attention. They are not to be underestimated themselves. Qi Jimin unleashed his full firepower, summoning an even larger furnace. The furnace spewed fire tongues, like an underwater laser, and the sea beasts touched by the flames were either dead or severely injured. Ding Bingjin transformed into a spell-casting firepower point. Various talismans flew out from her storage bag, twirling around her like floating ribbons. Lightning, ice arrows, and exploding fireballs rained down, blasting the sea beasts to pieces. Chun Shun was also helping by conjuring water arrows, but his efficiency was far below that of everyone else, compared to his fellow disciples who had practiced in the sect since childhood. The disadvantages of being a latecomer were evident. With no foundation and no spirit beasts, he couldn't produce any effective spells. Ding Bingjin noticed Chun Shun's embarrassment and said, "We'll hold off these sea beasts. Now that we've drawn their attention, you go subdue the Shuns." The Shuns, like the Purple Bee Queen, were of the kind that had no combat power in their initial form. A level 3 Shun was the same. If he could subdue its main body, the current predicament would be easily resolved. Chun Shun nodded and dove down. The commotion above was intense. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure from the sea. Chun Shun's foundation-building early-stage body was even squeaking under the pressure. "Shun, you're hiding quite deep." 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, the target was getting closer. And the giant river clam was now in sight. Suddenly, a small yellow ribbon fish swam past Chun Shun, leaving a blood mark on his shoulder. So fast. If Chun Shun hadn't dodged in time, he would have lost his head. He only felt a chill at his neck. The pendant master gave me is indeed a West bait product, Chun Shun cursed inwardly. Luckily, it wasn't poisonous. Late stage level 2. This was the result given to Chun Shun by the fortune-telling technique. He couldn't engage with it. The ribbon fish was about to attack again, blood-burning escape technique. Chun Shun was also fighting desperately. Underwater combat was extremely disadvantageous for him, and he couldn't hold on for long. Blood light and yellow figures intertwined, swiftly moving downward. The yellow ribbon fish stopped 10 meters away from the clam, but the blood-red arrow didn't care about that, piercing straight into the hard shell of the giant clam. Standing firmly on the shell, Chun Shun gazed at the ribbon fish above him. Seeing that it did not continue to attack, he immediately released his spirit pet, the Iron Bloodbat King, but it was no longer the same one. This was one of the offspring born by Ji before the grand competition, which Chun Shun had released into the pasture shed. Now, after more than 4 months, the second generation of Ji had surpassed its mother, becoming a low-level second-tier spirit beast. If it weren't for the current crisis, Chun Shun wouldn't want to release it. If he raised it for another year, it might even become a third-tier monster. The second generation Ji had a sealing talisman stuck to its head, which wasn't a talisman that could be brought into the game space, but because Chun Shun first put it into the spirit beast bag, discovered it wasn't controlled, and then placed the sealing talisman on it before releasing it. A large amount of spiritual power surged into the Iron Bloodbat King's body. The Iron Bloodbat King opened its mouth wide, not attacking the yellow ribbon fish but pressing its mouth tightly against the giant clam's shell, emitting a sonic attack. The clam's body trembled as the 2 shells, which had just been tightly closed, slightly revealed a gap. The gap, in relation to its massive size, would measure at least 2 or 3 meters wide at its largest point. Chun Shun didn't have time to feel happy. A surge of magical power gushed through the open gap. The once blue clam in the gazing technique transformed into a dazzling rainbow, blinding Chun Shun's eyes. A piercing scream came from above. It's not a third-tier clam, it's a 4th tier. Run. 4th tier? Nascent soul. The seawater surged with magical power, turning black, thick, and heavy, making it feel as if one had fallen into heavy oil. In an instant, the sea within a 1,000-foot radius turned pitch black. Damn, I'm standing on the forehead of a 4th-tier monster. Chun Shun felt a chill in his hands and feet. What about subduing the clam? What about clam pearls? Go to hell. Just as he thought about escaping, a small clam was spat out from the mouth of the giant clam, and the waves of magical power pushed it right to Chun Shun's feet. A clam baby? They say the bold die from overeating and the timid starve. How could he not pick it up when it landed at his feet? The spirit beast bag directly took it away. Chun Shun surged upward with the bloodlight, and the ribbon fish followed closely, unaffected by the changes in the seawater. The golden flying light was greatly affected by the seawater. Its speed and strength reduced to less than half of what it was before, yet the earth sea iguana was not affected at all. It directly bit through his arm. Ah, you beast. Golden flying light cursed, his eyes turning blood red. Flying light, don't worry about it, just go. Qi Jiming scolded. Don't worry about me. Song Yufei had already subdued the multi-spiked centipede, which could swim but was not adept at underwater combat. However, she did not leave. Instead, she wanted to dive deeper, only to be firmly held back by Ding Bingxin. Chun Shun is still down there. We can't wait any longer. If we do, we'll all die. Ding Bingxin dragged Song Yufei upward. A waterform drill could actually resist the changed seawater, moving at a decent speed. Qi Jiming saw golden flying light still entangled with his spirit beast, and said no more. He struck out with a palm, sending the attacking sea beast flying, then jumped into the massive furnace, the opening facing downwards, spitting out flames like a jet plane, rapidly breaking through the waves toward the sea surface. Surprisingly, he did not act overly dramatic or shout any skill names. Golden flying light pulled out a giant axe and said to the earth sea iguana, "Old buddy, I'm using a weapon now. If you die, don't blame me. It's just your bad luck." A sea beast rushed over trying to sneak attack golden flying light, but was split in half by a single axe strike. The blood-burning escape technique was indeed a great escape method, but it consumed a lot. The more blood you burned, the faster you went. Chun Shun felt as if he had the gas pedal pressed to the floor, his soul nearly flying out, just barely creating distance from that detestable ribbon fish. He hadn't felt much when he first dove down, but now, every second felt extremely long as he swam upward. The clam's magical power continued to spread, and the pressure from the seawater on Chun Shun grew stronger. Chapter 55, Escape. Crack, crack. His ribs broke. Chun Shun couldn't care about anything else. He was just running for his life. Entering the cultivation world, this underwater environment truly injured Chun Shun. No matter how dangerous the battles he faced before, he could always turn danger into safety, at most exhausting his magical power and suffering serious injuries. But direct harm to his body was something he had only experienced this time underwater. Was that golden flying light still alive? Golden flying light was not just facing the Earth Sea Iguana at this point. He was surrounded by a multitude of sea beasts. He regretted not listening to advice and prioritizing safety. He had already slashed off 2 of the Earth Sea Iguana's forelimbs, but now it was slowly recovering. In no time, it would grow new forelimbs. Those 2 forelimbs hindered him from attacking the head of the Earth Sea Iguana, making it impossible to knock it out. The impressive recovery ability of his spirit pet, which he had once been proud of, was now something he despised. Even worse were the sea beasts around him. A few were only mid-level second tier, but now with the change in seawater, their strength was limited, allowing each one to have the capability to entangle him. Suddenly, he saw a blood-red arrow racing upward beneath his feet. Chen-shun, he's still alive? Chen-shun, block the sea beasts for me. Without their interference, I just need a moment to subdue the Earth Sea Iguana. Don't talk about a moment. I barely have half a moment. Can't you see I'm being chased? With so many sea beasts, do you not know your own strength? Even one wouldn't be enough to fill your teeth. That is not for you to decide. Golden flying light sneered, seeing the blood-red arrow veering away from him, fleeing in another direction, immediately leading the sea beasts to the same direction, stopping at the path Chen-shun had to take. Damn it, Chen-shun cursed, looking at golden flying light above him, wishing he could cleave him in 2 for not giving him a way out. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape, using the blood-burning escape technique. Chen-shun quickly arrived at the battlefield, where half of the sea beasts charged toward the blood-red arrow, relieving golden flying light of half the pressure. With no way to avoid it, he decided to face it. Chen-shun took out the bee needles from his storage bag. Yes, the purple wasp's bee needles. The purple wasps couldn't fight underwater, but if he pulled out their bee needles to use as hidden weapons, they would be a significant tool against the enemy. Refining pills cost a lot, and he had just started to see some returns. The shed also raised his ancestors, consuming a considerable amount of spirit stones daily. To save money, Chen-shun stopped buying talismans. With the purple wasps, he could gather materials locally. Anyway, they could regrow after pulling them out. And the nerve toxin from the pulled bee needles was a one-time use. Not having learned any needle techniques or spells, he relied on one word. Mini. Storm of pear blossom. The spirit-filled bee needles were shot out by Chen-shun like scattering beans, causing the sea beasts hit to writhe in pain. Taking advantage of their suffering, he didn't know which unfortunate soul would die at his hands, but he had a magic sword in his storage bag, which he pulled out, and with one sword strike, the sea beast's head rolled. However, this obstruction attracted the yellow ribbon fish behind him, which also attacked Chen-shun. Another bee needle was shot out, but was skillfully dodged by it. Sure enough, this small, slick creature was impervious to his crude techniques. He could only deal with the larger ones. Golden flying light felt the pressure ease, wielding his axe without caring whether the Earth Sea Iguana would die, just hacking away furiously. The Earth Sea Iguana rolled its eyes, losing consciousness, and was collected into his spirit beast bag, holding his injured left arm. He glanced at Chen-shun still entangled with the sea beasts below, and a cold smile appeared on golden flying light's lips. With a mighty swing of his axe, he directly sent a sea beast flying above him, abandoning Chen-shun and swimming upward. How could I be the one to hold the rear while you escape? Without caring about friendly fire, he released the Iron Bloodbat King again, pouring a large amount of spiritual power into it as it unleashed a sonic attack upward. The waves spread out. Chen-shun's blood-burning escape technique was still in effect, his blood boiling like boiling water. Suddenly feeling as if cold water had been poured over it, calming down, and the blood-burning escape technique was interrupted. Water, as a conductor, even without targeting Chen-shun, was too close, and the residual waves affected him. Thankfully, due to the blood-burning escape technique, he was not affected by the sonic waves, solidifying his blood. Like a smooth swimming fish, it weaved through the stagnant sea beasts, directly surpassing Jin Feiguang and swimming upwards. Jin Feiguang, as a core disciple in the late Foundation establishment stage, was quick to break free from the influence of but after regaining his mobility, he did not take the chance to escape. Instead, he struck a hatchet towards Chen-shun above him. The axe transformed into axe energy, parting the waves and attacking Chen-shun from behind. The pressure of the transformed seawater was immense. The axe energy shrank from 3 zhong wide to 1 zhong in length as it approached Chen-shun, with a sword pressed against his back. A force propelled Chen-shun upwards towards the surface of the sea. Thank you, he said. Jin Feiguang's expression was grim. But it wasn't the time to argue with Chen-shun. There were even more terrifying entities below that had not yet acted for some unknown reason. Leaving the sea beasts behind, they also swam upwards. Shui Yu's vulture stood on the ship, while Tang Tian and Qi Jiming were still trying to persuade the 2 women. Hurry up. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. The ship was under attack by sea beasts, which were using their size advantage to crash into it. This ship, arranged by the city lord, was clearly not ordinary. It was built from 100-year-old ironwood and cost a fortune. However, it was not enough to withstand so many sea beasts. The massive hull had already been punctured in several places, with seawater flooding in, and it was about to sink. Countless mortal sailors on the deck cried out in despair, bowing to the immortals, hoping they could take them along. In the face of death, the difference in status meant nothing. Ding Bingjin, wait a moment. Song Yufei, Chun Shin hasn't arrived yet. Tang Tian, humph, if you don't leave soon, we will. The sea was dark, filled with death and fear. The mist had disappeared, allowing these mortals to awaken. With a loud crash, the ship's stern shook and the bow lifted up. Mortal sailors rolled on the deck, with some unfortunate ones falling off, plummeting into the water and being swallowed by the sea beasts waiting below, unable to even cry out. We can't wait any longer. Hurry up. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the sea, lifted by countless purple bees, flying towards the ship. Chun Shun, Song Yufei shouted excitedly. What about Jin Feiguang? Ding Bingjin asked. Behind. Sure enough, with another splash, Jin Feiguang burst out of the water. He walked on the surface and directly cleaved a sea beast in half with a single stroke of his axe. His strength was limited in the water, but now he could perform as usual. Are you hurt? Song Yufei asked concernedly. I'm fine. At this point, the ship's tilt had exceeded 30 degrees and was still slowly increasing. It might capsize in less than a quarter of an hour. The cultivators from the Beast Control Sect could still move as if on solid ground, but the mortal sailors could not. If it weren't for Song Yufei's timely assistance, there might not be a single mortal left on the ship. Song Yufei did not release all her centipede minions, keeping some in reserve. These aware centipede minions coiled together like snakes, protecting the sailors in the middle, preventing them from falling and becoming a meal for the sea beasts. Chapter 56, The Clan. Let's go. Tang Tian, Qi Jiming, and Jin Feiguang jumped onto the Shuiyu vulture. Ding Bingjin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately made the decision to jump onto the vulture. Chun Shun's face turned cold as he asked, what about these mortals? The other three core disciples remained silent, clearly agreeing with Jin Feiguang's statement. Sister Song, you should go up. The vulture began to flap its wings, preparing for takeoff. As a third-tier flying spirit beast, as long as they left in time, the fourth-tier Shinju might not be able to catch up. And you? I want to take them with me. I'll help you. You go quickly. You don't need to help. The path of no regrets, although not yet revealing any assistance, was subtly changing Chun Shin's character. The fourth-tier Shinju was right beneath the ship, and in a life-and-death crisis, prioritizing one's own safety was the choice of a smart person. However, Chun Shun could not overcome his inner struggle. He felt a vague sense of connection. If he chose to run away now, the path of no regrets would become a joke, making it difficult to progress in the future, even at the cost of his life. The vulture carried Ding Bingjin on its back, looked at the two on the ship, turned its head, and said in a voice only she could hear, narrow-minded. Then you can stay here and wait for death. With Jin Feiguang's words, the Shuiyu vulture soared into the sky. The lives of core disciples were far more valuable than those of inner disciples. Asking them one more question, wasting a few breaths of time, was already the greatest grace. They would not continue to delay. Chun Shin glared at Song Yufei and shouted, do you know what you're doing? They've already left. Do you still want to continue arguing? Let us go. Countless purple bees flew out of Chun Shun's spirit beast bag, forming a small cloud of insects, lifting Chun Shun as if they were supporting him to fly above the sea. Using their numerical advantage, they dragged Chun Shun, Song Yufei, and hundreds of mortals on the ship into the air. As soon as they left the deck, the ship capsized. The bow pointed upwards, the stern downwards, and it sank straight to the bottom of the sea, creating a massive black whirlpool on the dark surface of the ocean. The purple bees, unlike the Shuiyu vulture, could not soar high above the clouds. They could only barely reach 10 meters above sea level, still within the attack range of some sea beasts. Some sea beasts had the ability to attack from below, shooting water bullets into the air. The purple bees, weighed down by their burdens, moved slowly. To protect everyone, some purple bees flew out of the cloud to intercept the water bullets. The water bullets exploded in midair, and countless purple bees fell into the sea like raindrops. Screech. 2 iron bloodbat kings flew out of the spirit beast bag, one at peak first tier and the other at early second tier, both launching sound wave attacks at the sea surface. The ripples spread across the water, and the densely packed sea beasts beneath seemed to suddenly have their throats squeezed. And their chaotic attacks ceased, falling silent. With so many fixed targets, there was no need for hesitation. Chun Shun endured the sharp pain in his chest, activating his spells to target the sea beasts capable of attacking from below. Many centipede minions spilled from Song Yufei's spirit beast bag, falling into the sea and swimming towards the sea beasts, fiercely biting at them. The waves surged violently, and the entire dark sea surface turned red. The iron bloodbat king's attack quickly became ineffective as the sea beasts began to move again. The The centipede minions swimming in the sea were the first to suffer. With cracking sounds, they were thrown into the massive mouths of the sea beasts, becoming their food. The distance was too far to recall them into the spirit beast bag, and the centipede minions were quickly eliminated, but their sacrifice proved to be of great value, reducing the number of sea beasts surrounding Qinshan and the others by a fifth. The sea beasts were not mindless creatures. They recognized the threat posed by the Bat Kings and focused their attention on the two Bat Kings. Water arrows and water bullets continuously attacked the Bat Kings, preventing them from launching further soundwave attacks. The spiritual energy within Qinshan flowed into the purple bees attached to him, causing their speed to surge. Among the hundreds of people being dragged, Qinshan became a special presence, his speed increasing dramatically. Like an eagle swooping down from above, he continuously attacked, the sword light flashing as he severed the heads of sea beasts one after another. Numerous times he almost got bitten by the sea beasts or pulled into the water. However, Qinshan did not fear. Instead, he felt a sense of excitement, as if a combative instinct lay hidden within him. In a radius of over 1,000 zhong, he finally saw the boundary between the thick black sea and the normal sea. Good luck. This was the domain created by the Shinju's magical power. As long as it did not move, this massive black sea circle would not shift. At the same time, this also meant that the Shinju had not pursued them. Thank you for underestimating me. Qinshan felt a joy of survival in a desperate situation. It was like a mosquito inadvertently biting an elephant. The elephant could choose to crush it underfoot or simply ignore it. The Shinju did not care about him or the others at all. As they broke out of the Black Sea domain, the surrounding sea beasts also regained their senses. They looked at the non-kin creatures around them and immediately erupted into infighting. Blood was still dripping from Qinshan's shoulder, and he hadn't had time to treat it, which attracted quite a few sea beasts. They discovered Qinshan and continued to chase after him, leaving most of the sea beasts behind to attack each other, creating a wave of blood. Qinshan was still contemplating how to kill the sea beast under his feet when the pitch-black sea behind him suddenly disappeared and turned back into normal seawater. A familiar figure emerged from the depths of the ocean. It was the yellow ribbon fish. This creature was incredibly fast, with sharp teeth, moving through the water like a flying sword. In no time, it sliced through the surrounding sea beasts, turning them into chunks of meat that sank to the seabed. The yellow ribbon fish did not continue to attack Qinshan. Instead, it spat out a small yellow ribbon fish and swam away on its own. Qinshan was dumbfounded. What was this? Song Yufei, who had clearly seen a lot, still couldn't hide her confusion and said, "This is a kind of kin of the shuns, the golden swordfish. But why did it leave its offspring? Kin? What is kin?" Many sea overlords have their own kin, like a master-servant relationship. They serve their master and obey their every command. Qinshan began to understand. It was like a mortal raising a dog. Although they are different species, the dog will listen to its master. What was it doing? Did the shuns take me away because I was taken away by the shin baby? Did it also give me a kin baby? Then it must have noticed me. Why didn't it chase me down, but instead watch me take its offspring away? He couldn't think too much about it anymore. Qinshan scooped up the ribbon fish and stored it in his spirit beast bag. He looked up at the sky, puzzled. In the air, the woman transformed from the shun chuckled lightly and said, "The disciple of the Beast Control sect still has some connections." After saying this, her figure vanished without a trace. "Thank you for your mercy." Elder Gu looked at the dissipating phantom, with no intention of making a move. After Elder Gu spoke, he looked at the two law enforcers behind him and said, "You continue with your tasks. I have important matters to attend to." Yes. The two protectors showed no suspicion and took off in a flash toward the place where the snow-feathered vulture had disappeared. Elder Gu was in the air, uncorking a gourd and taking a sip of wine. He glanced down, seemingly seeing through the thick clouds to the hundreds of people flying just above the sea, and a look of appreciation appeared in his eyes. Chapter 57, Wuyo Island. He was observing from the sky on the snow-feathered vulture when he suddenly saw a mist engulfing the ships, covering the entire sea area. The mist blocked the communication talismans, preventing them from contacting anyone, so they could only continue to circle in the air. After a long time, when the mist dissipated and the sea turned black, he landed on the ship, and after waiting a while, they emerged from the sea. "Coward." Qinshan fell silent for a moment and suddenly asked, "Why didn't you leave back then? You should know that the shun could strike at any moment. Staying behind means little chance of survival." Song Yufei's eyes sparkled as she slowly said, "This is my path." "Your path?" "Yes. Foundation establishment, seeking the path, choosing a specialty. I am on the path of no regrets. What about you?" Qinshan thought of the myriad paths flowing before him. Was it really such a coincidence? "I remember you said you were an orphan. Without Grandpa Song, you would have frozen to death by the roadside. I was too young then. I seem to remember a woman radiating light, saying something, but I couldn't hear clearly. Then she put me down and left. Radiance? I don't know. Maybe I remembered it wrong." Chun Shun did not pursue the subject further. The abandoned Song Yufei was likely tied to her obsession, and her path might be related to it. She couldn't abandon Chun Shun. Wasn't his status in her heart extraordinary? Chun Shun felt a bit pleased with himself and wanted to tease Song Yufei, but he was interrupted by the snoring beside him. Captain Meng had fallen asleep, even though he had just been directing Chun Shun. Well, he was an older man, and after such a calamity, it was inevitable that he would suddenly relax. But in the darkness, with the surrounding sea looking identical, how could Chun Shun distinguish the direction? He had no sailing experience. Not wanting to disturb the sleeping Captain Meng, Chun Shun looked back at the team. A few young sailors were still excitedly chattering about flying. He picked one who could recognize directions, and the swarm of insects continued to move forward. Chun Shun felt he had the potential to be a team leader. The purple bees could only fly for 1 hour and needed 2 hours to recover. He smartly implemented a 3-shift policy, rotating the purple bees. So they kept flying over the sea with everyone. The silent sea suddenly became hazy, a glimmer of light rising in the distance, breaking the darkness. The eastern horizon glowed with a fish belly white, and the sunlight gradually spread over the sea. It was dawn. The early bird catches the worm. A flock of egrets soared in the air, and Chun Shun's poetic spirit was ignited. A line of egrets soaring in the blue sky. Oh, there are egrets above the blue sky. Song Yufei rolled her eyes. Captain Meng had already woken up. He might not be very educated or perhaps just pretending. But he praised, good poem, good poem. Chun Shun felt his face turn red. Daylight felt safer than night. For cultivators, they could perceive further distances. It was less friendly for mortals, though. Chun Shun had prepared food in his storage bag just in case, and it came in handy now. The water issue could be solved with fresh water. However, the problem now was the scorching sun. In just half a day, hundreds of sailors had their skin burned. The shimmering sea became a giant mirror, reflecting light and illuminating the crowd in the air. Captain Meng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Chun Shun, Master, at this speed, it will take us over 10 days to reach Yobwa City. I'm afraid we mortals can't last that long. Even if the purple bee's speed was slowed down, they were still slightly faster than the ship. Do you have any good ideas? Chun Shun asked. Captain Meng thought for a moment and said, to the north, about 3 days' journey, there's an island where we can rest. Deviating from the route would take them further from Yobwa City. Chun Shun was still pondering this when Song Yufei spoke up. Wuyo Island, the territory of the Huana sect. Huana sect? Is there trouble? The Huana sect borders the Beast Control sect, and their territories often intersect. This is one such place. Song Yufei shook her head and said, in this remote coastal area, as long as we are cautious, there shouldn't be too much trouble. In fact, the situation left Chun Shun little time to think. Heading straight to Yobwa City would likely cost the group half their numbers. 3 days later, a massive island became vaguely visible, its entire body a dark green, resembling an emerald set in the blue sea. There was no stealthy infiltration. The conspicuous swarm of insects pulled everyone along. And the once strong sailors now felt like dried salted fish, lacking even the strength to talk. They were taken to the island by the purple bees. Such a large commotion attracted the attention of the island's inhabitants, who pointed and whispered, giggling as they discussed. The sturdy sailors lying on the beach were wide-eyed, feeling as if they had come back to life. Being alive was truly wonderful. Captain Meng, with his insight, scolded loudly, telling the sailors not to gawk. Chun Shun's eyes widened. Was this paradise? The beach was full of enchanting young women, dressed provocatively, with sheer thin veils wrapping around their bodies. With Chun Shun's eyesight, he could vaguely see things he shouldn't see. Floral skirts wrapped around their snow-white legs, appearing even whiter under the sunlight. Damn this vision. Thank you, Cultivation. What are you looking at? Song Yufei's voice was chilling, making Chun Shun feel as if he had been transported to the depths of winter despite the sweltering heat. And no, I'm just admiring the scenery of the island. It's not like I made them dress like that. If they're a bargain, I have to take it. It's only fair. Chun Shun was talking nonsense while his eyes remained fixed. Song Yufei looked at Chun Shun's foolish expression, wishing she could kick him away. Before she could act, a woman walked over. She wore a light-colored skirt adorned with silver threads, with a water lily-colored sash gracefully wrapped around her waist. A pair of spiritual pearls shimmered with a jade-like smoothness, their gaze as clear as a stream beneath ice, untouched by any worldly filth. Long and thick eyelashes slightly curled like a fan, a delicate nose, and slender, fair fingers resembling finely sliced green onions. Her rosy lips glimmered with a crystalline hue, forming a beautifully pleasing arc. The earlobes, like jade, were adorned with light blue tassels that danced gently with the slightest breeze. A beauty beyond compare. She was barefoot, her white, jade-like feet lightly touching the sand without a speck of dust, like a lotus flower emerging from muddy waters. She gently bit her pearly teeth, her voice as soothing as a babbling brook. Who are you? Chapter 58. Disappearance. We are disciples of the Beastmaster sect. Our ship encountered a maritime disaster, and these mortals cannot withstand the storms at sea. We seek temporary refuge on your island to find a new ship, and we will leave immediately, Song Yufei interjected. Before entering Forgetting Worry Island, they had already unified their story, attributing the maritime incident to the mischief of sea monsters. And ordinary crew members were unaware of the existence of the mirage. Leave today and do not cause any trouble on the island. With just this statement, the stunning woman departed, not even bothering to ask for the names of Chun Shun and the others. The surrounding ladies sighed in relief as they watched her walk away, their voices growing louder in discussion. Some bold women had already begun to exchange glances with the robust sailors, and if not for Chun Shun and his companion's presence, they would likely have approached to flirt. Don't look, those are enchantresses. Mixing with them will lead to no good end. Old Meng scolded the disobedient sailors. Chun Shun, puzzled, asked, Captain Meng, what do you mean by that? Old Meng sighed and replied, maritime disasters occur frequently. Many who survive drift here. But once they cannot resist the allure and indulge in the pleasures here, when they see that person again, they are but a flickering candle in the wind, leaving only a withered body behind, regretting too late. Song Yufei sneered and added, the Hahuan sect absorbs the yang energy from men to nourish themselves and enhance their cultivation. Chun Shun, if you wish to try, don't blame me for not warning you. A flash of green light appeared in Chun Shun's eyes as he questioned, but these are all mortal women. Can they really absorb yang energy? For cultivators, mortals could be seen through at a glance, but to be safe, Chun Shun still used the Qi observation method. The Hahuan sect belongs to the demonic sect, and these remote islanders have learned minor techniques, hoping to ascend to immortality in one leap. Yang energy can be harvested, but whether one can stay and become a member of the immortal sect depends on their aptitude. Mortals without aptitude can also become members of the immortal sect. Chun Shun is the best example. As long as resources are abundant, one can succeed. These ladies feared Chun Shun and his companion and did not dare to approach. For cultivators, slaughtering mortals is commonplace. One might be killed for a slight displeasure without a chance for explanation. The righteous sects are better, but some demonic cultivators directly use people for blood-refining pills, not even bothering to find excuses, simply slaughtering thousands. They did not hope that someone of Chun Shun's cultivation would look favorably upon them. Instead, they turned their gazes toward the group of robust sailors, constantly throwing flirtatious glances. Song Yufei, unable to bear it, released the multi-jing centipede, which had returned to normal and now looked coldly at the group of mortal women. The mortal women were startled and scattered like birds and beasts, leading one to point toward the island, hoping the sailors would come over on their own. Watching the women leave, Chun Shun secretly felt it was a pity. The charm was gone. He wondered if he had not been discovered by his master upon arriving in this world and taken into the sect, and instead mingled among mortals. Would he have gone to any lengths to enter the cultivation community? Chun Shun could not know. Ignoring the women's advice, Chun Shun was still injured. The priority was to heal and recover, and then these mortals needed to be settled. They did not dare to damage a single thing on the island. So they gathered materials to build houses, moving along the beach with their group until they soon spotted a fishing village made up of fishermen. Captain Old Ming's time to shine had come. After chatting with the fishermen for a bit, they smoothly decided to rest there. Unfortunately, the fishing boats were very small, accommodating only 4 or 5 people, and if there were larger vessels, they would have rented or bought them outright. Chun Shun sat cross-legged in a simple dwelling, alone inside, which was one of the benefits of being a cultivator, as the other sailors shared cramped quarters filled with the smell of sweat and socks. A small river clam and a small yellow-ribboned fish appeared in his hands. Closing his eyes, he re-entered the game space. There were 2 empty spots in the pond, and effortlessly, the 2 little creatures were tossed in. Next was healing. Although there were spiritual pills and medicines to assist him on the way, he had to constantly observe the sea for any disturbances, fearing an ambush by sea beasts, and had no time to heal in peace. Nevertheless, his injuries had improved significantly. After popping a sugar bean into his mouth, Chun Shun sat in meditation to recover. The sailors had drifted at sea for quite a while, and being towed like this made it hard to sleep soundly. Inside the house, it wasn't long before snoring filled the air like thunder. At night, a melodious flute sound suddenly echoed on the island. Crisp and soft, it resonated, intertwining with delicacy and clarity, as if one were immersed in a beautiful dream. Intoxicating and exhilarating, as if flowers were blooming in the heart, captivating all who listened. The sound of pine waves and the wind through the valleys. The beautiful tune coming from the island piqued Chun Shun's curiosity. Even the spiritual energy within him became lively, and the speed of his recovery accelerated. In the morning, he was awakened by a knock on the door. Chun Shun stretched, and his body emitted crisp sounds like popping beans. Unbelievably, Wounds that should have taken 3 days to heal had completely recovered overnight. Moreover, not only had his injuries healed, but his cultivation had also advanced, reaching the second level of foundation establishment. Opening the door, he found Song Yufei looking grim. Someone has gone missing. Someone is missing? Cultivators are keenly aware. And how could they not notice when mortals leave, especially right under their noses? Indeed, Captain Old Meng was outside counting heads, and upon seeing the two approach, he immediately bowed deeply. He sincerely thanked the two immortals. Without them, he and the crew would have long since perished in the sea. Old Meng, how many are missing? Captain Meng's face flushed red as he scolded. 10 are missing. They must have fallen for the seduction of those enchantresses and sneaked off at night. Chun Shun and Song Yufei exchanged glances, knowing this was not simple. To evade their notice and take away 10 people was not something mere mortals could accomplish. But they did not voice their thoughts, fearing it would incite panic among the others. They then inquired with the local fishermen, who were all elderly but echoed Old Meng's views, claiming the sailors could not resist temptation and went to the island to have fun. It seemed they needed to explore the island. Chun Shun looked toward the distant island and said. The two bid farewell to Captain Old Meng and set off toward the island's interior. By day, the crew in the fishing village should be relatively safe. Deal done, hey. Let us go. My flying general will definitely beat your stinky cricket, tiger whip, and deer antler brew. I guarantee you'll drink enough to get tipsy 10 times a day. Hey, Old Huang, don't fool me. Zhou Yuanwei, how could I? Yesterday, he Yuanwei drank my Old Huang's wine and cried all night. The whole neighborhood heard it. Right, everyone? Ha ha ha. Yes, 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 Old Huang's wine is the best. The surrounding crowd gave a thumbs up. All right, I'll take 10 Jin. No, 30 Jin. Good. Chun Shun and Song Yufei did not expect the island to be like this, resembling a lively market filled with mortals. However, most people were thin and gaunt. Even the chubby Zhou Yuanwei had a darkened brow, and heavy bags hung under his eyes, clearly showing poor health. Chapter 59, Joyful Valley. Chun Shun and Song Yufei watched as Mr. Zhou drank, and after he finished, instead of paying, the shopkeeper, Old Huang, handed Mr. Zhou a few conch shells, which were imbued with spiritual energy and were items of cultivators. Using conch shells as currency? Furthermore, buying things without spending money and instead giving away items? Sure enough, at the nearby gambling tables, there were no gold or silver coins, nor any spirit stones used by cultivators. Everything was conch shells. The winners didn't collect their conch shells, but instead distributed their own to the losers, looking reluctant, yet seemingly relieved. The losers gazed at the large number of conch shells pushed towards them, as if looking at wolves and tigers. Strange, it all felt very strange. The two must be newcomers to this place, right? Would you like to sit at the little old man's tavern? Old Huang had sharp eyes and spotted Chun Shun and Song Yufei in the crowd, as if he had found a fat sheep. Yes, the shopkeeper. Seeing someone engaging him, Chun Shun and Song Yufei immediately walked into Old Huang's tavern. How did the shopkeeper see that we are outsiders? To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chun Shun and Song Yufei had already changed out of their Beastmaster Sect inner disciple attire and were dressed in ordinary civilian clothes. Old Huang glanced at Song Yufei beside Chun Shun and laughed, saying, coming to Forgetting Worry Island with a female companion, clearly unaware of the wonders of Forgetting Worry Island. Song Yufei's pretty face flushed. She understood the implication but did not react. Chun Shun ordered a jar of Old Huang's brewed tiger whip and deer antler wine, and naturally, Old Huang handed him a conch shell, rubbing it between his fingers as Chun Shun began to inquire about the situation on the island. Every month, the island master sends his subordinates to distribute a certain number of conch shells to the island's residents. The residents need to find ways to spend these conch shells. Gambling, selling wine, selling food, selling clothes, etc. Customers can give a certain number of conch shells in exchange for items. If they can't sell anything, those conch shells will just sit in their hands, and by the end of the month, they will have to spend those conch shells themselves. As Old Huang spoke, his eyes displayed fear, anticipation, and intoxication, a complex look. Spending for oneself? The old man pointed towards the center of the island and said, that is the center of Forgetting Worry Island, where the island master resides, called Joy Valley. 1 conch shell for 1 visit. After further questioning, Chun Shun understood that on Forgetting Worry Island, the body is capital. If you have a strong and healthy body, you can get everything you need without working. Joy Valley is a place where many female cultivators of the pleasure sect gather. The mortal female cultivators inside will charge 1 conch shell as payment for a night with the island's residents. There are also female immortals, genuine cultivators, who charge quite a lot, receiving dozens or even hundreds of conch shells at a time. But they can drain the essence of a robust adult male in less than half a year, leaving him as nothing but skin and bones. After ordering another jar of tiger whip wine, Old Huang was elated and revealed more information. This Old Huang was not originally from the island. He came here in his youth for fun, thinking he could leave at any time. Little did he know the preciousness of time. He became so immersed that he couldn't pull himself away, and after a month, he didn't want to leave, automatically becoming a resident of the island, reaping a large number of conch shells every month. At first, he was thrilled, but after 2 years, his body began to deteriorate. The nightly revelries drained him significantly, and he had no choice but to rely on his ancestral skills to sell wine here to survive. If he were to go to Joy Valley again, his old bones might be buried there. Seeing the old man sigh, Chun asked, "Why not leave?" The nearest place is the Beast Sect's subordinate city, Yobwa City, which takes about 20 days by boat, and the island master strictly controls the ships. The small fishing boats around cannot withstand the sea storms, not to mention the sea beasts lurking about. The old man was also quite old. His family members probably think he has long died overseas. It's fine. It's fine. No more struggles. Song Yufei nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the hundreds of mortals dragging them down, Chun and Song Yufei could easily leave on their own. Now, they needed a large ship that could carry people for a long voyage, which meant they had to meet the island master of Forgetting Worry Island. The two didn't delay and headed towards the center of the island with their conch shells. On the way, the streets were bustling with activity, and various shops called out to customers, creating a lively commercial atmosphere. TSK, Song Yufei spat. Chun laughed. Aren't they just trying to live a little longer? Aren't these people asking for it, indulging in worldly pleasures? Don't just condemn them all. There are many original residents of the island who have no choice. It was understandable that Song Yufei was in a bad mood. Just a moment ago, there was someone who foolishly asked her for prices while holding conch shells. Song Yufei nearly exploded with anger, wishing she could kick that meatball away, but thankfully, Chun stopped her. Now, in Song Yufei's eyes, all the men on the street were bad news. Even Chun was starting to look increasingly detestable. Joy Valley, located at the center of the island, was a low-lying area with a large lake that was the water source for the entire Forgetting Worry Island. Joy Valley was built adjacent to this large lake, with a waterway flowing into the estate. From a distance, many buildings could be seen constructed over the streams. The lake was filled with large pleasure boats. Even in broad daylight, the sounds of song and dance filled the air. Looking at the magnificent buildings in the distance, Chun praised, "This looks like a summer resort. TSK, just a pool of wine and meat." The entrance of the estate was very lively, with servants carrying out customers who were drunk. They looked like limp shrimp, being laboriously pushed into sedan chairs and carried away. Many others held conch shells, lining up at the entrance, wanting to enter the estate. The servants at the door only checked for conch shells but had no intention of collecting them, allowing them to enter freely. Chun also took out a conch shell to join the line, but was rolled his eyes by Song Yufei. She directly pulled Chun forward and said, "We are disciples of the Beast Sect, and we wish to meet the island master here. Please, 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 immortal masters, come in." A young servant led the two. This was where Chun's lack of experience showed. The status of cultivators and mortals was completely different. He hadn't adapted to his identity yet, and was still influenced by the education of equality. Entering the estate, Chun broadened his horizons. The city lord's mansion in Wu City was nothing compared to this. This was true extravagance. Corridors connected various wooden pavilions, with babbling streams beneath their feet and fish frolicking in the water. The different pavilions were elaborately decorated, colorful, and vibrant. Some were luxurious and noble, while others were delicate and exquisite, seemingly representing the different personalities of the charming people within. Between the pavilions, various fabrics were spread out, either connecting one pavilion to another or draping over the corridors like colorful clouds overhead. Bright red lanterns, even in daylight, burned brightly. Chapter 60, The Island Master of Forgetting Worry Island. Meandering through the winding paths and passing numerous pavilions, many superficial women waved at Chun without noticing the person beside him. Didn't they see someone next to him? Some of the women in the pavilions, hearing the commotion, had some chi training. They seemed to have successfully gathered yang energy and were stepping into the gates of immortality. Perhaps they were the seductive women of the pleasure sect. They were dressed splendidly, covering their mouths with their hands, smiling dreamily at Chun, their eyes sending flirtatious glances. In their eyes, someone like Chun, who had reached a certain level of cultivation, was akin to walking spiritual medicine. Ignoring the girl's intentions, the two were led by the servant to the far end of Joy Valley, in front of the grandest and most magnificent pavilion. "Please wait a moment. I will notify the island master." The servant knocked on the pavilion door, and an elderly voice came from inside. "What is it?" "Two disciples of the Beast Sect are here to see the island master." "Let them in." The door opened without wind, and an old man sat inside. Chun saw a flash of blue light in the old man's eyes. He was at the 4th level of Foundation Establishment, just entering the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment. Shin cupped his fists in greeting and said, "Island Master, sorry to disturb you." "Haha, disciples of the Beast Master Sect, a rare visit, come in quickly." Everything went more smoothly than expected. Shun conveyed his predicament and needs to the Island Master, who readily agreed to lend them a large ship for their sea journey. When the matter of the missing sailors from last night was mentioned, the Island Master showed a troubled expression. "Did the Island Master know something?" Song Yufei asked. "You should stop searching for those people. There won't be any more missing crew members in the future. You should leave as soon as possible," the Island Master said. As the master of the island, could he really be constrained? Song Yufei incessantly questioned, but the Island Master fell silent, only urging them to leave quickly. Shun realized that the Island Master, despite having a grand title, was just like the head of the Beast Taming sect, merely a manager, not the pinnacle of power on this island. A bunch of bottles and jars appeared in Shin's hands, which he handed to the Island Master. The Island Master wanted to refuse, but helplessly accepted when he saw how many there were. 10 low-grade bone cleansing pills, 10 low-grade muscle refining pills, and 10 low-grade. These were all the tuition fees Shun was offering. He looked down on the low-grade items and casually took a little as a bargaining chip. The Island Master was stunned. These were all resources needed by Foundation establishment cultivators. He looked at Shun in disbelief and asked, "Just for those 10 mortals?" Now Shun had learned to be wise, giving just the right amount to entice others within a reasonable range, avoiding stirring up greed and murderous intent. The Island Master hesitated for a while, but finally accepted the pills, saying, "This matter isn't too much of a secret. On Forgetting Worries Island, there is a disciple from the Hahuan sect stationed here, who is a true member of the Hahuan sect. As for the Island Master of Forgetting Worries Island, he was originally a loose cultivator who, by chance, was chosen as the Island Master. In the eyes of the Hahuan sect, he is merely a handyman managing the affairs of the island. He governs the people on the island entirely by following orders. His job is to spread the Hahuan sect's cultivation methods and send qualified women into the sect in exchange for some resources to aid in cultivation. The station disciple is not here to supervise the Island Master, checking if he manages the island properly, but has another task. Responsible for guarding the unique Earth Essence Stone stalactites on the island. Earth Essence Stone stalactites? The Island Master nodded. This is a unique treasure of Forgetting Worries Island, which the Beast Taming sect is also aware of. The geological conditions of this island are different. As you can see, the entire island is a dark green, which is why this treasure was formed. Song Yufei seemed to remember something and said, "So the Earth Essence liquid is produced here." Earth Essence liquid? So that's what it is. Earth Essence liquid is a good material for alchemy. Adding a little increases the success rate and quality of alchemy significantly. And it is often used for particularly precious pills. Shun had also been refining pills for some time, and the pills used during the Foundation establishment period were not worthy of such treasures. He had never seen the real thing, only read about it in books, and couldn't help but feel excited, his eyes slightly moist with greed. Seeing Shin's expression, the Island Master understood that he had become greedy and immediately poured cold water on him, saying, "The Earth Essence liquid can only produce 4 drops each month. But every half month, 2 drops will be sent to the sect, which means that for those who have ideas about the Earth Essence liquid, they can obtain at most 2 drops at a time, but it will offend the Hahuan sect." Shun's mind cleared instantly. To offend the Hahuan sect for 2 drops of Earth Essence liquid? That was a joke. The income and risk were completely disproportionate. No wonder this treasure land was not heavily guarded by the Hahuan sect. The disciple stationed on the island was proficient in music and good at using sound for cultivation. Her music could stir people's emotions, and if a resonance occurred, one would involuntarily fall in love with her, becoming her subordinate. It was indeed the flute music from that night that drew the sailors, causing them to resonate and become her subordinates. As for why the 2 of them didn't notice, it was because they were enchanted by the music without realizing it. The Island Master advised the 2, "It's just 10 mortals. Asking her for them isn't worth it." Song Yufei nodded in agreement. "We will know our limits. It's best if things can be resolved through conversation in someone else's territory, especially since they still needed the Island Master's help." The 2 inquired about the station disciple of the Hahuan sect, but the Island Master shook his head, saying, "That disciple is stationed at a critical location, heavily restricted, and cannot be easily approached. However, when she is in the mood, she will come here to perform. Just like yesterday. Guests said that she was the true courtesan of Joy Valley, the unofficial queen of this place. When will she come here again? I don't know. It could be 1 or 2 days, or it could be 10 days or half a month. It all depends on her mood. Thank you for the information, Island Master." After bidding farewell to this particularly easygoing Island Master, the 2 immediately left Joy Valley, as they could no longer bear it. Just as they were talking, there were already lewd sounds and laughter coming from nearby, all due to their overly sensitive ears. Chun Shun felt a surge of heat in his chest. Unsure if it was due to the 2 jars of tiger whip wine, Chun Shun shook his head. 10 days or half a month. We need to collect the bodies of those 10 sailors. Do we really have to trespass into the Hawan Sect's critical area? Chun Shun shook his head again, looking at the distant painting boat on the lake, and said, I have a way. On the painting boat, there was obviously a group of wealthy young masters who had come from afar, having heard of such a wonderful place, and indeed, it was worth the trip. Watching the singers and dancers, along with others playing instruments, they felt as if they were in a fairyland, not even willing to change emperors. Suddenly, they saw a man and a woman walking on the surface of the lake, and they couldn't help but exclaim, Immortal Master, there's an Immortal Master. Immortal Master, please take me as your disciple. Immortal Master, come over for a bite, have a drink. This was clearly a drunken person, being glared at by the surrounding wealthy young masters. Cultivators were revered and held in awe. How could they act as if they were friends? Inviting others over to eat their leftovers? Song Yufei stood at the bow of the boat, looking at these disheveled wealthy youngsters, and coldly said, We are requisitioning this painting boat. Chapter 61, Disciple of the Hawan Sect. There were many other painting boats on the lake, but they were slightly smaller, and their level of luxury was somewhat inferior. Soon, a painting boat came over, taking away all the wealthy young masters and singers from the previous boat. After surveying the now much emptier painting boat, Chun Shin approached an ancient zither and sat upright, extending both hands. Song Yufei blinked a few times, looking at Chun Shun with some anticipation. The sound of the zither was discordant, like someone was trying to fluff cotton. Is this it? Song Yufei was greatly disappointed, thinking Chun Shun might have some musical talent and be a hidden zither master. Chun Shin's face turned red as he said, I'm out of practice. I just need to practice a bit. Indeed, after a while, the zither music became melodious enough to be bearable. Chun Shun was certainly going with the flow. He had chosen the ancient zither thinking it would elevate his status. He had spent quite some effort learning a few ancient tunes. Soon, Chun Shun realized his mistake. When occasionally going out with a little girl, would he really carry around such a big instrument? It was completely unnecessary. It would be better to learn a harmonica and whip it out any time to show off. All his learning seemed wasted, but unexpectedly it came in handy here. Song Yufei's expression changed. This was not the effect of spiritual power, this was true talent. At this moment, the music flowed and ebbed, delicate and continuous, like a mountain spring winding down from a secluded valley, flowing gently. The melody changed, the momentum became grand, but there were also several clear ringing sounds. These transparent harmonics reminded one of the gentle splashes of a mountain spring. It was majestic, profound, solemn, and noble, as if the flowing water and towering mountains complemented each other, painting a beautiful scene. The entire Forgetting Worries island resonated with the zither music. Fishermen put down their nets. Gamblers in the gambling house stopped rolling dice, and even the lewd sounds in Joy Valley dissipated, as everyone was touched by the music, cleansing their hearts and purifying their souls. A woman in a cave full of stalactites opened her eyes, quietly listening to the zither music. After pressing the last note, Chun Shun let out a long breath. He glanced at Song Yufei, who was lost in the music, feeling a surge of pride. He had successfully shown off and was glad he hadn't embarrassed himself. Will she come? Using music to make friends. The Hawan Sect disciple who was proficient in the flute would probably be unable to resist. This was a high-end operation, unleashing his top-notch skills in flirting. If she didn't come now, it would be hard to explain. A woman stepped onto the surface of the lake, making a few graceful movements before standing atop a painted boat, her delicate jade-like feet not touching a single drop of water. Is that you? This woman was the stunning beauty that Chun Shun and the others had encountered when they first arrived on the island. At that time, she had advised Chun Shun and the others to leave the island today and not to cause any trouble. What is the name of the piece? The woman asked Chun Shun, lost in her own thoughts. High mountains and flowing water. Why have I never heard of it? Chun Shun couldn't say it was from another world, created by an ancient person, so he had to shamelessly say, I had a moment of inspiration and composed it myself. Only then did the woman regard Chun Shun with a serious gaze for the first time. She nodded and said, Impressive. What do you want from me? How did you know I wanted to draw you out? Is it that obvious? Chun Shun quickly explained the matter of the 10 missing mortal sailors. I hope you can return them to us. The beautiful woman seemed to be quite indifferent to the title of Taoist friend and said lightly, My name is Yanxia. Chun Shun and Song Yufei then remembered they hadn't introduced themselves yet and quickly stated their names. Chun Shun didn't fully believe what this female cultivator of the pleasure sect said, but since they were on her territory, he could only speak politely. Could you take us to see those people? Yanxia thought for a moment and said, Give me the sheet music for high mountains and flowing water, and I will take you to see them. Just a sheet of music, that's too easy. Chun Shun immediately took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone from his storage bag, and soon, The sheet music for high mountains and flowing water appeared on paper, albeit with crooked handwriting that resembled a child's doodle. Song Yufei stifled a laugh. But Yin Xie remained unfazed. She spread the sheet music in front of her chest and examined it closely, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Wonderful beyond words. After speaking, she solemnly put away the sheet music. Follow me. The two followed Yin Xie, walking on the waves. Instead of heading to a significant location of the pleasure sect, they arrived at a thatched cottage in the dense forest of the island. Inside the cottage, the scene was unbearable to watch. The subjects beneath her skirt? Is this the subjects beneath her skirt? To be honest, Yin Xie was so beautiful that it was beyond words. Even Chun Shin felt his resolve wavering slightly. He had once thought, if all members of the pleasure sect were such breathtaking beauties, why didn't the black hole open above the pleasure sect's mountain gate back then? The scene before him, however, made Chun Shin abandon that thought, thankful that he wasn't in the pleasure sect. Several bare-chested men were gathered there. They had their eyes closed, looking intoxicated, as if their spirits were in another realm. Some were gnawing on straw, as if eating some delicacy. Others were drinking water from bowls, their actions resembling those savoring fine wine. Of course, more were engaging in insane behavior. Some were gnawing on their own toes, which was utterly disgusting. Others were doing push-ups, sweating profusely, soaking the ground. There were also some banging on the door, which had already created a large hole. Chun Shun was dumbfounded, feeling a tremor in his body. Song Yufei, with an icy expression, asked Yin Xie, "What have you done to them?" "They are disturbed by inner demons. They will vent their frustrations here. And when they calm down, they will wake up and become members of Forgetting Worry Island." Wake up. The words Chun Shin spoke contained spiritual power for ordinary mortals. Hearing them would be like a wake-up call, but the crew there remained oblivious, continuing to vent their frustrations. Chun Shin frowned. Yin Xie said, "It's useless. I teach the method of controlling emotions and desires. They are already addicted and cannot extricate themselves. Mere words cannot resolve it." "Then let's bind their hands and feet and forcibly take them away. I hope Taoist friend Xie can open a convenient door for us." Song Yufei didn't dare to directly look at the filthy scene inside the cottage. Forgetting Worry Island has its own rules. If they wake up and wish to leave, they can choose to leave on their own. If they do not wish to, how could Forgetting Worry Island have so many cauldrons available? Chun Shin frowned and said to Yin Xie, "I hope you can be lenient. Rules are rules. However, if you can defeat me, you may act as you wish." Chapter 62. Chun Shin's Strength. Is a fist the only truth? Chun Shin looked at this disciple of the pleasure sect, his fighting spirit surging. After being here for so long, he had not encountered a master from another sect and had long wanted to test the other's skills. Yin Xie was at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, a newly entered late-stage master, which he had discovered as soon as he arrived on the island. The silent fighting spirit erupted, and the straw on the cottage was swept away in a flurry. Song Yufei wisely moved to the entrance of the cottage, leaning against it to protect the mortals inside. With her jade-like fingers, she took out a long, emerald flute, and the sound of the flute echoed, melodious and enchanting. However, in Chun Shin's eyes, it was not like that. Waves of sound surged towards him, as if the air itself contained resistance, making it difficult for him to move. After finally managing to take a step, he felt like a drunken man, his steps unsteady and crooked. It wasn't the air that was problematic. It was my 5 senses. This was easy to notice. The sailors in the cottage were still ringing the bell, their movements smooth and uninterrupted. The flute's melody began to change, becoming increasingly festive, almost diminishing Chun Shin's fighting spirit. Where am I? What am I doing? Why do I need to fight? A multitude of pink phantoms seemed to appear before him, some dressed provocatively, others completely naked, waving their delicate fingers, beckoning Chun Shin to come forward. Fortunately, Chun Shin had been through many trials. Those 100+ learning materials were not read in vain. He still retained a sliver of rationality. With my constitution, if I don't take out a piece of steel and show it to Song Yufei, wouldn't that be a social death? I cannot let her continue playing. Chun Shin bit the tip of his tongue, the sharp pain instantly clearing his mind. A terrifying scene unfolded. A mid-stage bloodthirsty ant emperor, along with a swarm of little ant minions, rushed out, transforming into a blood-red waterfall. 2 iron bloodbat kings soared high, launching sound wave attacks towards Yin Xie. A large cloud of purple thunder bees swirled, forming a tornado, also crashing towards Yin Xie. Thanks to the game space, Chun Shin, who had been feeling oppressed in the depths, was now relieved, making him feel extremely comfortable. Just as Chun Shin was about to unleash a strengthening spell, Yin Xie conceded. She no longer appeared indifferent, but looked terrified at the army of spirit beasts before her. If it weren't for her profound cultivation and her expertise in music, which neutralized the Iron Bloodbat King's soundwave attack, she might not even have had the chance to surrender. The trouble of not having a contract was like this. Control couldn't be achieved through thoughts, but had to be spoken. The bloodthirsty Ant Emperor stopped in time, and the purple thunder bees halted just at Yan Xie's nose. While the Iron Blood Bat Kings swooped down, aiming to take off Yan Xie's lovely head, but upon being stopped, adjusted their posture and flew over her head. A drop of cold sweat slid down Yan Xie's forehead as she glared at Chen Shun, angrily saying, "Do you want my life?" Not a shred of compassion for the fairer sex? Gone was her previous cold elegance. Chen Shun shouted in his heart, "I didn't mean to." But in Yan Xie's eyes, he had already been labeled a steel-hearted man, a label that he could not tear off. Song Yufei was also stunned by Chen Shun's sudden outburst. She had thought that Chen Shun had the purple thunder bees and had given them enough resources, which was why they had formed combat power so quickly. Even if there was an abundance, it could at most sustain the Iron Blood Bat King. Cultivating one mid-stage Iron Blood Bat King was already unbelievable to her. She hadn't expected the bloodthirsty ants to be involved as well. Especially the bloodthirsty Ant Emperor that she had never seen before. The bloodthirsty Ant Emperor was at a higher cultivation level than Chen Shun, in the mid-stage of the second tier, but fortunately, Chen Shun was also a high-level foundation establishment cultivator. The difference was only a small realm. The Beastmaster sect, as a major beast-controlling sect, had many unique methods to control beasts, so it was still achievable. If the Ant Emperor had been obedient back then and released in Serpent Valley, controlling a second-tier Ant Emperor during the Qi refinement stage would have undoubtedly been a true transmission. After a while, Yan Xie finally calmed down. She had truly danced on the edge of death just now. She returned to her cold demeanor, but the arrogance brought by her higher cultivation had vanished. Song Yufei was very satisfied with Chen Shun's ruthless display, her eyes filled with smiles as she said, "From now on, I'll call you Senior Brother Chen." "You're impressive, Senior Brother Chen." Where, Sister Song?" Of course, the dirty and tiring work is left to Chen Shun. After much effort to separate the two sailors in a 69 position, Chen Shun only felt his stomach churn and a wave of nausea. He quickly tied them up, wriggling like maggots still searching for food on the ground. If it weren't for the Ziluo being too strong, and the ordinary constitution being unable to withstand it, he would have really wanted to give these caterpillars a couple of injections. He was too lazy to dress the caterpillars. After all, it wasn't his face being lost. The Ziluo rose up, dragging these 10 crew members away. On the way, Chen Shun was still a bit puzzled and asked the encyclopedia beside him, Song Yufei, who knew a little about many things. "Sister Song, isn't Yan Xie a disciple of the Hahuan sect? Why isn't she here?" Song Yufei rolled her eyes at Chen Shun and said, "Are you saying there are no shameless guys like these to gather yang and replenishing?" Chen Shun awkwardly nodded. This was different from the women he had seen in the Happy Valley who sold their bodies to seek entry into the Immortal Gate. After thinking for a moment, Song Yufei said, "The physical desire is the simplest cultivation method of the Hahuan sect. As long as they keep coupling with you stinky men, that's enough." After saying this, she shot a glance at Chen Shun. "Hey, why are you looking at me? There's something deep in your eyes." Before Chen Shun could ask, Song Yufei continued, "But not everyone in the Hahuan sect practices this kind of technique. Some exceptionally talented individuals will practice others. Physical lust is only a practice for lower-level cultivators. But many people practice it, and there are still those who have advanced to high-level cultivators using this technique." Chen Shun nodded. That Yan Xie was probably a special existence in the Hahuan sect. Why was she assigned to the isolated Worry-Free Island? No wonder Chen Shun had his suspicions. Worry-Free Island was too close to the Beast Control sect and too far from the Hahuan sect. He still knew the locations of these major sections. Don't hit them. It's useless. Once their evil fire runs out, they will naturally wake up. With someone taking the lead, the other crew members also fell to the ground, starting to bow their heads. Chen Shun urged them to quickly get up. At this moment, a large ship slowly approached, and standing on it was the Lord of Worry-Free Island. Chapter 63, Wishing South City. After waving goodbye to the island lord, the large ship set sail straight towards Yobwa City. The island was filled with the melodious sound of a flute. It was the melody of high mountains and flowing water. Yan Xie had already rearranged the score and could play it on the flute. Chen Shun admired in his heart. What a musical genius. Accompanied by the flute sound, the large ship sailed further away, as if sending the ship off. The stunning woman walked to the shore, and the island lord hurriedly knelt down. "Saintess, why do you want to see these two disciples of the Beast Control sect?" Yan Xie spoke with delicate teeth and jade-like lips. "It has nothing to do with you." "Yes. Why can I resonate with your melody? The flute sound hinders hearing. Can it also help you cultivate?" Interesting. Could it be the person I'm looking for?" A nearby boatman, replaced by the island sailors, looked at the island lord with fear. This island lord was probably not as kind as Chen Shun imagined. 3 days later, the caterpillars aboard began to awaken. Old Ming directly slapped one. "Shut up. Have you lost your mind? There are no little flower girls. Your wife is still waiting for you in the city. Let go." Captain Meng was frustrated and took out a piece of shipboard with a small hole in it, scolding. "This is what you call a little flower." The sailor pushed aside the shipboard, not believing what old Meng said, still pleading. After sailing for quite a while, finally, Yobwa City was in sight, and the sailors on the ship erupted with cheers. Only those 10 sailors looked as if they had lost their mothers. The city lord had long been waiting at the dock. The commotion at sea was what he was most concerned about. A ship of such size had already attracted the attention of nearby fishermen, and the news quickly reached the city lord's mansion. "Who cursed us to death?" Chun Shen's expression turned grim. The city lord didn't say anything, but Chun Shen could guess. Besides that gold Figuan guy, he couldn't think of anyone else. Once again, there was a round of gratitude, except for those few downcast sailors. They were being pulled by a few brawny women, loudly scolding them. Some were holding a child in one hand and another in the other hand, with one on their shoulder and another tugging at their pant leg, looking utterly hopeless. Some were already in their 40s or 50s, yet being scolded by their own father, a 7-year-old man, in front of everyone, wielding a water fire stick with vigor, striking the unfilial son on the butt. It seemed that someone had already informed their families about their performance. Not using the Ziluo B to fly the two was not because of insufficient speed, but because they were too uncomfortable. After several days at sea, they had had enough. Using the wind control technique, the two quickly disappeared amid the fishermen's bows. The territory of the Beast Control Sect mainly extends east, west, and north. While the south is blocked by the Yobwa Sea, so Yobwa City is considered a very nearby town to the sect. The straight-line distance from Yobwa City to the Beast Control Sect is only separated by a huge town called Wishing South City, primarily composed of cultivation families. Being so close to such a massive sect like the Beast Control Sect, it was impossible for any imperial power family to emerge. 7 or 8 days later, Wishing South City was already in sight. Chun Shen looked at Song Yufei and asked, "Shall we enter the city?" Song Yufei nodded. "Old Lu, Xiaoli, and Huafeng. Their families are in this city. Let's go see their families." Chun Shen was surprised. They all came from Wishing South City? Yes. They were wearing the inner disciple attire of the Beast Control Sect, quickly attracting the attention of the townspeople. Being close to the sect, and with a focus on cultivation families, their knowledge was not shallow. Upon seeing the two, everyone stepped back to show respect. Song Yufei seemed very familiar with Wishing South City and headed straight to a large residence, where the plaque at the entrance read "Le Family." There were guards at the entrance, and upon seeing the two, they immediately led them in, quickly notifying the head of the family. The residence soon became lively. In the main hall, the head of the Lu family was an elder who appeared to be over 70 years old, with a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi training. A man from Wuhan also joined the gathering, and he and Song Yufei chatted happily. Chun Shen then realized that this man was Huafeng's father. Chun Shen hurriedly saluted, but was repeatedly told not to. He only had the initial strength of Qi training and dared not be presumptuous. Wishing South City has 8 major cultivation families. Most of these cultivation families did not have any special inheritance, but had a high-level person emerge from the Beast Control Sect. The Lu family was one of them. The main family member of the poison spider lineage was a cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment, and Lu Qiaoli's father was a disciple of the main family. So naturally, they rose with the tide. The most proud achievement of the Lu family head was that they produced such a son, making the previously nameless small Lu family a significant presence in Wishing South City. After the Lu family rose, they began recruiting guards, and Huafeng's father was one of them. However, unexpectedly, his son also had cultivation talent and was admitted to the Beast Control Sect. This was a major event, directly elevating him from an ordinary soldier to the leader of the Lu family's guards, with access to cultivation techniques and resources. Unfortunately, he was indeed not a cultivation talent and missed the best time for cultivation. Over the years, he barely reached the 3rd layer of Qi training. When his son became an inner disciple, he also received the news, and that was a complete transformation. The Lu family originally wanted to give him a residence, but he refused, wishing to continue his work as a guard, being a nostalgic person. "What about old Lu's family?" Song Yufei inquired. The head of the Lu family had a difficult expression. Chapter 64, the 3rd of the Fei family. In fact, even if old Lu became one of the top 10, he would still be eliminated and unable to become an inner disciple. He was already over 40 years old and had to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage before he turned 60 to enter the inner sect. Therefore, during the outer competition at Lingchong Peak, one rarely saw older outer disciples. Even if they participated, they had no hope. More often than not, they gave up their aspirations and left the sect early. But regardless, the family still produced a cultivator. How could ordinary people dare to provoke them? The problem was that the laborer produced a treasure, and when a poor person suddenly became rich, it was bound to cause trouble. They became entangled in all sorts of vices like drinking, gambling, and debauchery, and even provoked the women and children of the Fei family. who were also one of the 8 major families. The Lu family certainly knew that old Lu, Huafeng, and Lu Qiaoli were on good terms within the sect. Whenever old Lu's father had some ridiculous trouble, they would step in to handle it. But the Fei family is the foremost of the 8 families in Wangnan City. While the Lu family is a newly established family, essentially a nouveau riche, and naturally cannot be compared. When things went wrong, given the Fei family's temperament, they originally intended to directly skin old Lu's father alive. Old Lu was just an outer disciple, completely lacking in deterrence. It was still the Lu family that mediated, which spared him from death, but they broke his legs. Even so, this couldn't prevent the 3rd young master of the Fei family, humiliated and angered, from coming to their home every few days to beat him up, and it seemed he was on the verge of death. How could such a mature and steady person like old Lu end up with such a father? Chunxin and Song Yufei exchanged glances. Should they intervene? They thought it was none of their business. The guy deserved to be beaten to death. Thinking of old Lu, just having emerged from the shadow of losing the amber butterfly, if he heard that his father was beaten to death over this, he would likely fall into depression again. Ignorance might be bliss, but knowing meant they had to intervene, and Chunxin found it very troublesome. With no mood to linger, the two bid farewell to the head of the Lu family, and under the guidance of Huafeng's father, they headed towards old Lu's father's home. The road grew increasingly remote, with garbage and sewage flowing around, resembling a slum. Knowing what the two were thinking, Huafeng's father said, old Lu originally had a house in the city, and when his son was selected into the sect, he received a considerable fortune. Unfortunately, he developed a gambling habit and lost everything, which is why he had to move to this remote place. Chunxin pinched his nose, nodding. Being sensitive to smells was not a blessing here, as all sorts of foul odors bombarded his nostrils, making him feel nauseous. A dilapidated house, with no door and wind blowing through all sides. Was this really the kind of place that could provoke the Fei family's women and children? Chunxin was truly taken aback. Old Lu, I'm here to see you, Huafeng's father said as he strode into the house. Inside was a simple bed, on which lay a person. There was nothing else in the room. Old Hua, you're here. I fear my time is short, the old man coughed. Chunxin and Song Yufei also entered, looking at the frail old man on the bed, who seemed to be hanging on by a thread, ready to pass away at any moment. They were at a loss for words. Old Lu, your son's friends have come to see you. Old Lu suddenly sat up with a start, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Chunxin and Song Yufei. My son's friends? Good, good, good. Did my son bring money and supplies for me? Damn it. Why don't you just die? Even after having his legs broken, he still can't behave? Old Lu probably has more than just the amber butterfly to keep. There's also one in Wangnan City, which is why his cultivation is so slow, like an old ox pulling a cart. But to be fair, aside from his messy hair and tattered gray clothes, old Lu had a square face with thick, bushy eyebrows, resembling an ancient general. Such a serious-looking face was truly wasted. Chunxin couldn't help but touch his own. Song Yufei nodded in agreement and took out a considerable amount of money and goods for mortals from her storage bag. Chunxin also pulled out some. He didn't have these originally, but many of the deceased had storage bags, which came in handy. Old Lu, feeling the silver coins in his hands, seemed to regain his spirits remarkably, completely different from before. It was as if he had suddenly awakened from a dying illness. With dark winds and rain entering his cold window, suddenly, a commotion came from outside. Old man, today Grandpa is here to take care of you again. Upon hearing the voice, old Lu's hand trembled, and the coins fell to the ground, fear evident on his face as he looked pleadingly at Chunxin and Song Yufei. Neighbors nearby heard the commotion and quickly shut their doors, as if a great terror had descended. The 3rd young master of the Fei family had arrived. He was in his 40s, dressed extravagantly, but his face was pale and gaunt, a picture of someone hollowed out by indulgence. He was just a mortal. After all, with the backing of the Fei family, even if he had some talent, he would still be sent into the sect. Seeing the 2 white-clad inner disciples of the Beast Master sect in the room, the 3rd young master of the Fei family was taken aback. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he grew bolder and said, my Fei family has many members in the Beast Master sect, and my elder brother is the chief disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak. May I ask who you two are? Chunxin frowned. He disliked provoking enemies for no reason. Not to mention, he had no obligation to engage with the 3rd young master of the Fei family. He said politely, you are the 3rd young master of the Fei family, right? We are aware of the situation and indeed, this old Lu is at fault. However, we are friends of his son, so please show mercy. If compensation is needed, we can provide it. What compensation can you provide? That wretched person has already been tortured to death by me. Old Lu, aren't you going to accompany him? As if something in his heart shattered. Old Lu burst into tears. Jinger is dead? Woo. He began to cry loudly. Chunxin glanced at Huafeng's father, who hurriedly whispered to him. Old Lu's first wife had died long ago, and he had raised his son by himself, thinking they would live an ordinary life. Unexpectedly, his son was taken by the sect and suddenly became wealthy. At first, old Lu worked diligently, but after a few years, he married a young and beautiful wife. A man remains a boy at heart until death, and old Lu was no exception. He married the 15-year-old Jinger. In ancient times, girls could marry at 15, which in Chun-Shin's eyes was simply a crime against the nation's flowers, but here it was commonplace. Old Lu's second wife, in her 30s, was in her prime when the third young master of the Fei family discovered her and took her as a concubine. Old Lu's second wife did not agree, and old Lu had sought help, but unfortunately, her family, enamored with the Fei family's power, directly burned the marriage certificate, effectively declaring their divorce. The Fei family went through the proper channels to take Jinger as a concubine, and others had no right to speak against it. They could only blame old Lu for being useless. This matter should have ended there, but old Lu was unwilling to give up and dared to provoke them, ultimately getting discovered by the Fei family. While Huafeng's father was still murmuring, the third young master of the Fei family was eyeing Song Yufei's appearance. A greedy look flashing in his eyes as he drooled, saying, "You want me to spare old Lu's life? How about this? Let her accompany me for a night, and we'll call it quits." Before Song Yufei could speak, Chun-Shin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He glared at the third young master of the Fei family and coldly said, "You're looking for death." Chapter 65, Bloodline Eruption. Chun-Shin had seen blood before and had many lives on his hands. At this moment, with a fierce glare, how could this mortal third young master of the Fei family withstand it? Under Chun-Shin's gaze, as if being stared at by a ferocious beast, he immediately collapsed to the ground. "What do you want? Do you dare to kill me? I am a member of the Fei family. What does an inner disciple count for?" The third young master of the Fei family, sitting on the ground, was on the verge of urinating himself. Yet his mouth remained stubborn. Song Yufei's eyes were cold as she held back the ready-to-strike Chun-Shin. Chun-Shin had no intention of killing him. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. Seeing the male disciple being restrained by the female disciple, the third young master of the Fei family grew bolder. Thinking the two were afraid of him, he smugly said, "Humph, I've changed my mind. One day isn't enough. I want to play for 10 days. As Song Yufei released her grip, the centipede brother rushed out, but he was still slower than Chun-Shin. The bloodthirsty ant surged forward first, transforming into a stream of blood-red flow, charging at the third young master of the Fei family. "Stop!" a voice shouted from a distance. Chun-Shin ignored it, and, in the desperate eyes of the third young master of the Fei family, directly submerged him. This guy was a scourge to the common people. Keeping him alive was not worth it. The blood was drained. The person died, leaving only a withered body, but the bloodthirsty ant did not let up. Cracking sounds echoed as the corpse was cleaned up. An old man arrived at the scene. He was the head of the Fei family. Upon hearing that two inner disciples of the Lu family had come, and seeing his third son was missing, he felt something was amiss and rushed to old Lu's residence, only to witness such a scene. His gaze was icy and piercing as he looked at the two. Chun-Shin's eyes flashed with a green light. He was at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, which was indeed impressive, but something felt off, an indescribable sense of emptiness. Go to hell. The head of the Fei family was filled with uncontrollable rage, mourning the loss of his beloved son, a white-haired man, sending a black-haired one to his grave. Seeing that it was two inner disciples, he hesitated for a moment, but thinking of his family's power, he believed it would be handled smoothly. After all, they were only at the 1st or 2nd level of Foundation establishment, and with some resources, it could be resolved. A long sword flew out from his sleeve, the airwaves rolling, and the sword was accompanied by flames, glowing as if it had a special effect. This was a good sword. His strength seemed to increase significantly in an instant. Gripping the long sword, the head of the Fei family charged forward. The sword light transformed into a fiery blade, striking towards Chun-Shin's face first. It was sharp and magnificent, but Chun-Shin always felt something was off. The bloodthirsty ants, still devouring corpses, transformed into a ball of ants, colliding with the fiery blade. The ant ball rolled, shedding some outer layer of charred, bloodthirsty ant corpses, continuing to attack the old man. The old man swung his sword with a single strike, directly shattering the ant ball. Just as he was about to advance, the bloodthirsty ant king, like a hunter in the dark, moved stealthily, leaping out from the fallen ant swarm, and directly bit off the old man's sword-wielding right hand. Ah! A cry of agony escaped the old man as he held his severed right arm, wishing he could roll on the ground in pain. So weak. Is this a master at the 6th level of Foundation establishment? Chun-Shin sealed the old man's Dantian's spiritual energy, as if discovering a new continent. The spiritual energy density within the old man was surprisingly slightly inferior to his own, and he was only at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment. He wanted to inform the encyclopedia about this new discovery, but Song Yufei could only smile wryly at this knowledge-deficient teammate. Non-disciples of the Beast Taming sect are not allowed to practice the Beast Taming technique, and the external techniques are crude, certainly not comparable to those taught by the sect. Reaching the foundation establishment from the Chi training stage is a process of compressing the spiritual energy within the body step by step, transforming thin true essence into liquid spiritual power. However, the human body has its limits. As the spiritual energy becomes denser, it can no longer be accommodated. And thus the foundation establishment realm is established, focusing on cultivating the body's container. The Beast Taming sect's Beast Taming technique is considered a top-tier cultivation method. Even if the cultivation levels are equal, the difference in techniques will lead to different foundations. This is the sadness of many scattered cultivators. Those who are killed while trying to surpass their limits often belong to this category. So that is how it is. Chen Shun had only dealt with sect disciples and had not noticed the gap. When he saw a few scattered cultivators, they were also low-level cultivators. And he hadn't paid much attention to the small differences. It wasn't until he engaged with this old man that he realized something was wrong. The head of the Fei family couldn't believe it. Although he knew that sect cultivators were stronger, he thought the gap was just 2 levels of cultivation. With the assistance of the Fire Cloud Sword, how could he be dealt with so easily? Song Yufei looked at the old man who was crouched on the ground and asked, "Who are you?" "The head of the Fei family." The old man watched as Chun Shin picked up his treasured sword and naturally put it away in his storage bag, glaring at Chun Shun as if he were picking up his own dropped items. "Chun Shun of the Beast Taming sect, if you want revenge, come at me. But don't involve others. If I find out you harm the innocent, next time it won't be as simple as losing an arm." Killing the third member of the Fei family was entirely his own death wish. As for the head of the Fei family, he didn't dare to go all out. He had already offended him anyway. He just spared his life out of consideration for old Lu's father. Unable to stay in Nanqing any longer, Chun Shin and Song Yufei left immediately after explaining some matters to Huofang's father. As soon as they stepped into the spirit beast forest, Chun Shin saw dozens of outer disciples besieging a fierce tiger. They were all gray-clad outer disciples, none higher than the 8th level of the Chi training stage. The highest among them, Chun Shin had seen during the arena battle. It seemed to be that Gung Nine. He did not send out a spirit pet to fight, but merely hovered on the sidelines, occasionally seizing opportunities to cast spells. The fierce tiger had peak 1st level strength. It was easy to tell that it was an outer disciple of the insect peak, as various insects swarmed in, and the fierce tiger was in a precarious situation. Covered in bite marks, many ants can kill an elephant. These early to mid-stage Chi training disciples, relying on the swarm tactics, were actually able to steadily suppress the fierce tiger. Chun Shin felt like he was seeing a master being beaten by a chaotic punch. Chun Shin and Song Yufei weren't in a hurry and watched from a distance. Among the outer disciples of their peak, there was one they were somewhat familiar with. So they decided to keep an eye on things. "Senior sister, are the insect peak outer disciples trying to contract the tiger?" "That should be the case. The insect peak specializes in insect-related techniques, but it's not that they can't contract other spirit beasts. Just like Qin Shun had obtained the Iron Bloodbat King and the Ma Shui heir, he also had the Iron Bonebat King. Birds and beasts are not exclusive to the Spirit Beast Peak or the Spirit Bird Peak. It's just that few choose them. Put in more effort. The Javanese Spirit Tiger is almost done for." Unexpectedly, the Javanese Spirit Tiger was so fast that it was about to run out of the Spirit Beast Forest. Someone had already started to congratulate. "Congratulations, Brother Tian, on contracting a stronger spirit pet. Your power will greatly increase." That disciple named Tian, who was at the 8th level of Qi training, was feeling self-satisfied, seemingly fantasizing about having a new spirit pet and becoming a prominent figure among the outer disciples, sure to enter the inner sect in the next competition. Suddenly, the fierce tiger's eyes flashed with a fierce light, its blood energy surged, and it erupted with a red glow, raising its paw to swipe at Gung Nine's chest. Not good. Bloodline eruption. Chapter 66, Law Enforcement Hall. Bloodline eruption is a rare occurrence. When a spirit beast is on the brink of death or in a desperate situation, it can autonomously unleash its potential related to bloodlines, will, etc., with a 1 in 10,000 chance. In that moment, the Javanese spirit tiger became a 2nd-level entity. "Run!" The Javanese spirit tiger roared, ready to take Gung Nine's life, only to suddenly realize it couldn't move. The Iron Bloodbat King flapped its wings and dove down, pinning the Javanese spirit tiger firmly to the ground, its head pressed into the earth. At this moment, Chun Shin and Song Yufei slowly walked out from behind the trees. "You two?" Gung Nine looked at the two familiar faces, now dressed in white inner disciple robes. Recalling that just a few months ago they were also outer disciples like him, his expression became complex. The surrounding outer disciples of the Insect Peak, who had originally planned to flee, gathered around again when they realized it was safe, all bowing to Chun Shun and Song Yufei. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Gung Nine stood up and said, Thank you, senior brother and sister, for saving my life. Gazing at the already unconscious Javanese spirit tiger, Chun-Shin said, "Put it into the spirit beast bag." Gung-Nai nodded. Given his current severe injuries, it was indeed not suitable to continue contracting spirit pets. Changing spirit beasts? Chun-Shin casually asked, remembering that Gung-Nai's original spirit pet hadn't he died in battle. I was injured in the arena battle, and it will be difficult to make progress in the future, so I had no choice but to switch spirit beasts. Chun-Shin nodded, not probing further. Transitioning from familiar insect control to beasts was definitely not that simple. We'll take our leave now. After saying this, Chun-Shin and Song Yufei headed towards the sect. Once they left, the outer disciples dared to talk loudly. Is that the brother Chun-Shin who won first place in this competition? Of course. And senior sister Song is the second place in this competition. Their levels were too low. Not everyone had seen the arena battle. I didn't expect him to reach Foundation establishment so quickly. Truly a dragon among men. Of course, joining the inner sect. Who hasn't fought through thousands of troops to get there? The resources in the inner sect are good, but one must also have good talent. Yes. They all looked at Chun-Shin and Song Yufei with admiration, not knowing how many of them would have the opportunity to join the inner sect one day. In the spirit beast forest, spirit beasts are all kept in captivity, as long as one does not rashly step into their designated territories. The chance of encountering careless individuals on safe paths is quite low. Now that both Chun-Shin and Song Yufei had successfully reached Foundation establishment. Being above the mid-stage of Qi training, they would need more than half a month to traverse, but now they only needed 7 days, significantly increasing their speed. Chun-Shin, the law enforcement hall requests your presence. Song Yufei looked at Chun-Shin with concern, and Chun-Shin also felt it was strange. What does the law enforcement hall want with me? Shrugging, he reassured Song Yufei that it would be fine. Then followed the two disciples towards the law enforcement hall at the main peak of the Beast Taming Peak. The law enforcement hall at the main peak is a quaint great hall located between the mountainside and the peak of the Beast Taming Peak, black and white in color. Exuding a sense of solemnity, it was Chun-Shin's first time entering, and he was still wondering if Jin Feiguang had reported him. He had no idea how serious the charges would be for going after the core true disciples. At the top of the hall sat 3 old men in black robes, and another person in white disciple clothing, whom Chun-Shin did not recognize but felt somewhat familiar. Upon seeing Chun-Shin, the old man sitting in the middle spoke up. Chun-Shin, in Fenggu, did you kill the 4? Ji Inkai, Ji Ingshi, Inda, and Inair? After speaking, an invisible aura enveloped Chun-Shin. Those dead ghosts. Their graves are already overgrown with grass, and now they come to me? Chun-Shin replied calmly. Yes, I killed them. They brought it upon themselves. Why did you kill them? The old man continued to inquire. Chun-Shin recounted the sordid details about Ji Inkai and the need for Song Yufei's blood. Is his body still there? In Fenggu, many disciples had died, but few were murdered. Due to the large number of participants, the law enforcement hall conducted extensive investigations before narrowing down the suspect to Chun-Shin. Unfortunately, it was not timely. Chun-Shin had just gone out on a mission, and after waiting for quite some time, they finally brought him in for questioning. Chun-Shin took out a storage bag and handed it to the old man. It's a body bag. I'm not a killer by nature. Fortunately, there's only this one. If I had to drop a pile, I would have to go to the demon sect. We will verify the matter clearly. Until it is verified, you are not allowed to leave the Beastmaster sect, and your rations will also be temporarily withheld. Understood. Chun-Shin walked out of the law enforcement hall and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Just now, wrapped in that inexplicable aura, Chun-Shin felt that if he lied, no matter how much he controlled his body, he would be detected. Anyway, those individuals deserved their fate, so he spoke the truth. As expected, the old man did not question what Chun-Shin said at all and generously allowed him to leave, only restricting his freedom to leave the sect. Song Yufei had indeed not left. She was waiting outside the law enforcement hall. Upon seeing Chun-Shin come out, she sighed in relief and asked, what happened? The law enforcement hall found out about the murders in Fenggu. It's the result of inexperience. The bodies weren't even handled, leaving many clues. If it weren't for the large number of people in Fenggu, the investigation would have been slow. Otherwise, Chun-Shin would have been caught as soon as he left Fenggu. Song Yufei was somewhat worried. What did the law enforcement hall say? She knew Chun-Shin had killed someone for her. And now that the law enforcement hall was after him, she felt she bore an inescapable responsibility. It should be fine. Those 4 brought it upon themselves. The law enforcement hall will handle it fairly. Chun-Shin was not particularly worried about the law enforcement hall. The facts were clear. However, he needed to pay more attention to that Jing lie. Song Yufei felt it wouldn't be so simple, but since Chun-Shin did not say anything, and he had come out completely intact, it should not be a big issue. What do you plan to do next? I should enter seclusion, and you? All right. Since I can't go on a mission, I might as well take care of that matter. And Emperor, how prepared are you for what we discussed last time? If you want me to reproduce the next Ant Emperor, you must understand that I will lose my cultivation level in the process. Without my help, your strength will also greatly decline. Chun Shun had just barely established his foundation and could compete with foundation building experts. The Ant Emperor was at the mid-level of foundation building, and its strength could even contend with late-stage cultivators, representing a peak state of explosive strength. Making the Ant Emperor self-destruct its cultivation to reproduce the next Ant Emperor was something the bloodthirsty Ant Emperor could not comprehend. As long as you reproduce the next generation, I will let you go. I keep my word. Fine, but you can't go back on your word. Give me 1 month. He took out a specially made Spirit Beast pill and stuffed it into a Spirit Beast bag. Voices of cursing came from within the Spirit Beast bag. Despicable. Chapter 67. The Third Spirit Beast Bag. The elders gave Chun Shun 3 Spirit Beast bags. The first was from Su Yuanqing, containing the bloodthirsty Ant Emperor. The second was from Elder Rong Jian, which contained the snake demon that saved a few lives in Snake Valley. The third was granted by Elder Lu Teng Jiao Jiao. Which was this one? The Storm Thunder Eagle, a low-level spirit bird of the 3rd rank, just like the Snow Feather Vulture, had just entered the 3rd rank. After completing the task in the Yobwa Sea, watching Tang Fei pilot the Snow Feather Vulture soaring high, Chun Shun couldn't help but feel envious. He also wanted to fly high and free, as flying was a dream deeply embedded in human nature. So when he got the purple bee, he wanted to try it out, but unfortunately, it was not suitable for carrying people and could only fly close to the ground, like a moving target. When Chun Shun first interacted with the Storm Thunder Eagle, it was a particularly easygoing spirit beast. Their spirits connected, and there were not many negative emotions bothering them. After establishing his foundation, Chun Shun had communicated with it and even tempted it with the notion of freedom, but the Storm Thunder Eagle remained unmoved. It had only one requirement. If he wanted to form a contract with it, he had to endure a contest of endurance. Endure against an eagle? You're a dignified 3rd-rank spirit beast, and I'm just starting to build my foundation. How can I endure against you? Chun Shun tried it once and immediately gave up. The intense gaze of the beast was overwhelming. If he relaxed even a little, his mental ocean would be overturned. The immense sense of pressure made Chun Shun feel that he could not maintain this state of heightened tension for long without becoming exhausted and conceding. What to do? The Beastmaster sect was indeed a sect that had achieved success in spirit beast research, and Chun Shun quickly found a solution. Ordinary spirit beast pills mixed with toxins or harmful substances would be quickly detected by the high-ranking spirit beasts due to their keen insight. Even if they did not detect it, frequent consumption would cause the toxins to spread to their bones, leading to a decline in their potential. That was a low tactic. Not giving them food. Such a spirit beast that doesn't want freedom would rather stand and die than kneel and live. That's useless. But the Maui grass was different. Adding it to the spirit beast pill would go unnoticed by the spirit beast. This enhanced spirit beast pill was like a laxative, but not as harsh. It would gradually take away the spirit beast's fat through its feces. The spirit beast would become weaker over time without harming its foundation. Due to the slow effect of the medicine, at first, the spirit beast would think it was just feeling unwell, and by the time it realized, it would be too late. Despicable. You vile creature, actually tampering with the spirit beast pill. The Storm Thunder Eagle noticed. Chun Shun felt a bit embarrassed. Red Feather. I want to play the endurance game with you now. You're really despicable. What's wrong? Are you afraid? You're a 3rd-rank monster. And I'm just at the initial stage of foundation building. Then let's do it. Indeed, the proud nature of the Storm Thunder Eagle could not withstand provocation. Its consciousness connected with the spirit beast bag. In the ocean of consciousness, a pair of sharp eagle eyes stared at Chun Shun, and the immense pressure surged towards him. The Storm Thunder Eagle was clearly angry, delivering even greater pressure than the first attempt. As long as he could withstand this most ferocious wave, it would be able to jump around a few more times. The ocean of consciousness rolled like waves, while Chun Shun stood firm like a hard reef. Although he was often submerged by the giant waves, he remained steadfast and unmoving. Time passed without Chun Shun realizing it. The waves came one after another. But he did not dare to let his guard down. Sure enough, another massive wave crashed ashore, and Chun Shun found it hard to hold on. In terms of being despicable, how can you compare? You even show weakness to me? Fortunately, I am the ancestor of despicability. The pair of sharp eyes began to lose their sharpness, as if it had expended a lot of energy and could not hold on much longer. Again, time passed, and the eagle eyes began to open and close, seemingly wanting to sleep. If Chun Shun's consciousness had a physical form, he would have noticed that his eyes were already bloodshot, yet he still gazed resolutely. The eagle eyes closed, as if taking a nap, only to wake up immediately. You win. Once I rest well, I will sign a contract with you. A weak voice came through, and the connection of consciousness was interrupted. In reality, Chun Shun immediately collapsed into a deep sleep, a smile playing on his lips, enjoying a sweet dream. After an unknown amount of time, the bloodthirsty ant emperor sent a message through the contract spirit technique. Wake up, wake up. You aren't having regrets, are you? Chen Shun groaned as he sat up, his head throbbing. Calling my soul, can't you see I'm sleeping? Releasing the bloodthirsty ant emperor, Chun Shin almost burst out laughing. There it was, the bloodthirsty ant emperor, using its hands and feet to hold onto a small ant, looking as if it couldn't find a suitable place to put it. It seemed terrified that if it wasn't careful, it would crush or harm its only offspring. Aren't you always breeding bloodthirsty ants? Why don't I see you so attentive? How can that compare? Those are just cannon fodder guards, but this is the ant king I condensed from most of my bloodline. Also, I have made the ant swarm recognize the new ant king as its master. I hope you keep your word. Chun Shun took the little ant king and didn't waste time. Contract spirit technique. Release. The connection channel disappeared, and the ethereal bond between Chun Shun and the ant king seemed to be severed. The ant king standing in front of Chun Shin became unfamiliar. Like an ordinary beast encountered on the road, Chun Shin opened the spirit beast bag, and the bloodthirsty ant king transformed into a red light and drilled inside. It wasn't that the ant king wanted to follow Chun Shun, but because this was the beast control peak. If he just let it out without any cannon fodder subordinates, it could be killed immediately. It had been agreed beforehand to release it in the spirit beast forest, the territory of the spirit ant clan. Holding the little ant king, he naturally entered the game space. There were 2 barns in the ranch, and just one was vacant. It was originally the residence of the second generation of Gigi, which had to be taken out due to an underwater accident. After arranging the little ant king in the barn, Chun Shin looked again at the purple bee queen. It had been half a year since he obtained the purple bee queen. However, in the space, every day counts as a year. And now the purple bee queen was almost at the peak of the second rank, growing rapidly, unlike the iron bloodbat king, which was garbage. Back in reality, Chun Shin looked at the buzzing purple bees filling the room and felt a bit happy. As the strength of the purple bee queen increased, the purple bees produced were also gradually becoming stronger. From initially being considered fierce beasts, now they produced mid-stage first-rank bees with just casual care. They could easily reach the later stage. After all, the growth of purple bees was very fast. If it weren't for the limitation of their talent and infinite growth, this world would belong to the purple bees. Chi-Yu, are you awake? Already awake. Low-level cultivators are just low-level cultivators. Recovery is so slow. Let's make a contract. The Storm Thunder Eagle was silent for a moment and said, okay. Chapter 68, Storm Thunder Eagle. After suffering a huge loss from the bloodthirsty Ant King, if the Ant King had been more cunning, Chun Shin wouldn't have been in such a hurry to dissolve the contract with it. If one day it decided to betray him, Chun Shun would have nowhere to cry. He had originally planned to put in all his energy to revise the contract with the Storm Thunder Eagle, but unexpectedly, this guy was particularly easy to talk to. The core points of the contract were just 2. Chun Shin would not betray it, and it would not betray Chun Shun. If treated well, it would also treat Chun Shin well. As long as these 2 points were achieved, it would give its all to Chun Shun. There was nothing else. Not even a service time limit. Chun Shun was somewhat incredulous. He was still foolishly asking when the Storm Thunder Eagle interrupted him, saying, sign or not. If you're going to sign, do it quickly. If not, then forget it. Sign, of course, sign. The contract was correct, and both parties poured their spiritual power into it, establishing the contract. In the void, a connection channel was established with the Storm Thunder Eagle. Red light burst out from the spirit beast bag, and a proud and tall male eagle stood inside the cave. Its massive body made the originally spacious cave feel cramped, and its wings could only curl up, unable to stretch out. Its feathers were green, with its head and belly purple. Its beak and claws were black, but it looked scrawny. This proud posture was quite odd. Why is it that all the contracts I make are like grandfathers? Don't they have any awareness of being the master? But Chun Shin couldn't say anything against it, and immediately said, yes, big guy. The corpses of sea beasts came in handy, and he quickly threw them into the spirit beast bag, along with some untouched spirit beast pills. Chun Shun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Contracting the Storm Thunder Eagle would greatly increase his strength. As long as he wasn't caught by a core formation expert, he could even compete with them. In the pond, the golden forked swordfish swam happily, while the clams sank to the bottom, and 2 scallops kept opening and closing, as if breathing. In between, a white that was faintly taking shape. In front of it, on the muddy ground of the pond, lay a pure white round pearl, quietly resting. Shin Pearl, the main material for the longevity pill. Chun Shin didn't expect it to produce this thing. He hurriedly took the pearl out of the pond. Feeling the smooth pearl, Chun Shun felt as if immense wealth was rushing towards him. This Shun is a treasure trove. Of course, this was calculated based on the results for Qi refining cultivators. For high-level cultivators, the effect would decrease. For someone like Luo Yinhua, It was estimated that consuming a top-grade longevity pill made from a first-rank Shin Pearl could increase life by a year and a half at most. Why plant spirit herbs? Just catch more shuns and raise them. It's like getting money every day. Of course, Shin only thought about it. The farmland still had great potential. He hadn't harvested the spirit herbs in the farm. When he checked the pond just now, he saw that the spirit herbs were still growing. This time, aside from the longevity root in the red soil, the other 3 plots of land were only planted with one type of spirit herb, the 7-colored begonia. There are many types of spirit herbs. Some are valuable and take a long time to grow, while others have less value, but also take a considerable amount of time. At first, Shin only planted what he needed for self-sufficiency, but that was far from enough. Now that there were more and more purple bee subordinates, the demand for spirit beast pills was also growing tremendously. Would he cut off the spirit beast pills and feed them blood or rice? That would slow their growth to a crawl. The 7-colored begonia is the main spiritual material needed for foundation-building cultivators to advance to core formation. It is very precious and valuable. One could say that the quantity of 7-colored begonia determines the number of core formation cultivators. Its long maturation time is not the reason. Like the longevity root, it only grows in special environments or secret realms and is difficult to cultivate in the outside world. Of course, its maturation time is also not short. It takes 60 years for one cycle, blooming in one color, and it takes 420 years to bloom in 7 colors. Converted to the farm's cultivation, it would take 420 days, equivalent to more than a year to successfully cultivate, as long as it matures. Taking it to the Spirit Herb Pavilion for exchange would make him rich overnight. At that time, there would definitely be specialized personnel inquiring. Shin estimated he would have to wear the core disciple's clothing and use his master as a shield. The inner sect disciples obtaining rare 7-colored begonia is no small matter. Not continuing to close himself off, Shin planned to go to the law enforcement hall to see the situation. The bloodthirsty Ant King had even given birth to little babies and was still waiting in the spirit beast bag for him to release them back into nature. How could he continue to stay in seclusion? Old Shun, another inner sect disciple, is competing for the rankings. Do you want to come and take a look? Sure. Huafeng had invited Shin several times, but Shin had always declined due to other matters. Now that there was nothing particularly important, he decided to take a look. In the inner sect, there was a dragon and tiger list, which marked the names of the top 100 inner sect powerhouses. Even being ranked 100th means being a mid-stage foundation building expert, which cannot be taken lightly. Inner sect disciples in the chi refining stage absolutely cannot enter the list. The purpose of establishing the list is not to encourage disciples to compete with each other, but to promote true disciples. Yes, this is the only way for ordinary people without backing to advance to core disciples. Rankings matter, but they can also be said to not matter. As long as one is on the list, there is a chance to attract the attention of the sect elders and become a core disciple. Of course, the stronger the individuals on the list, the more competitive they will be. The attention on the first place is definitely much greater than that on the last place. However, there are exceptions. It is said that there was once an inner sect disciple ranked at the bottom who was taken in by an elder and promoted to true disciple. But those are special cases. More often than not, it's the top 3 on the list that are taken in. The sect elders, who are like dragons that are seen but not heard, have not taken in any core disciples for 6 years. But that still doesn't stop the disciples' enthusiasm for the dragon and tiger list. Because even if there are no sect elders to take in disciples, as long as one is a powerhouse on the list, the resources they gain will increase geometrically. The higher the ranking, the more resources one receives. And the top 3 will yield astronomical numbers. Moreover, as long as one is a powerhouse on the list, there will also be peak masters or cultivator families and other major forces extending an olive branch. Many peak masters' disciples are talents who emerged from the dragon and tiger list. The dragon and tiger list platform is not far from the law enforcement hall. It's probably because they often need to send out judges that it was built here for convenience. From a distance, many white-clothed inner sect disciples were gathered together, and Huafeng was one of them. Seeing Shin, he waved to greet him. Old Shun this. Chapter 69, The Dragon and Tiger Ranking. Shin walked quickly. Huafeng pulled Shin's arm, passing through the inner door disciples, and headed inside. Hurry up, Xiaoli is saving us a seat. The high walls surrounded by the mountains formed a semicircle, with a small opening at the bottom, guarded by disciples. Huafeng reluctantly took out 20 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the disciple at the entrance, who accepted the stones before allowing the 2 to enter. Just to watch a match, and we still have to pay an entrance fee? Huafeng said seriously. What caught their eyes was a massive monument carved against the mountain. At the top of the monument were the 3 characters, dragon and tiger ranking. On the left was a blue-eyed white tiger, and on the right was a black giant dragon. The monument had 100 names carved from top to bottom. After walking a few steps in, they were blocked by a low wall, with passageways on both sides. Huafeng pulled Chen to the right. There were steps leading up to a huge viewing platform. It turned out that the high wall outside was the back of the viewing platform. At this moment, Chen could see the bottom of the monument, which was a huge yellow arena. This looks like a sports arena. Huafeng pulled Chen along, quickly spotting a girl with an oil painting-like face. Lu Qiaoli waved at the two. After sitting together, Chen finally had time to closely observe the sports arena before him. There were not many seats. Less than 1,000. More people were arriving one after another. Looking at the empty yellow arena, Chen asked, "When does it start?" "Don't rush." The 74th on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, Xiaoning, just submitted a challenge to the 68th, Zhong Ziping, who immediately accepted it. "The law enforcement hall also needs to prepare," Huafeng replied. Chen understood why the law enforcement hall had been giving him a clean slate for so long. There were still so many issues to arrange, and there weren't enough people. The three of them exchanged recent updates. Unlike Chen, Huafeng and Lu Qiaoli were living a normal life in the inner door. They would take on some tasks, such as acting as referees for battles between outer door disciples or assisting inner or outer door disciples in capturing spirit beasts. They could take the lead for outer door disciples, but could only assist inner door disciples. Of course, there were other simple tasks as well. After obtaining resources, aside from what was necessary for cultivation, they would use the rest to listen to lectures from seniors, watch battles between experts, or buy some cultivation books. Months passed, and they had all reached the peak of chi refinement and were preparing for foundation establishment. They thought that after watching the matches, they would enter seclusion for foundation establishment. Chen also shared what he had seen with the two, but the matter of Wuyo Island was simply too grim, so he brushed over it. He also informed them about the situation in Nanshan City. Huafeng sighed. "I've heard about old Lu's father, but that's old Lu's family matter, and I can't really intervene. I didn't expect it to escalate into such a mess. What's going on?" "If a challenge is issued to the law enforcement hall, they will notify the challenged disciple. If the challenged disciple does not respond within a month, the challenger automatically advances, and the challenged disciple takes the challenger's ranking. If the challenger has no ranking, the challenged disciple is removed from the list. High-ranking individuals cannot challenge those of lower rankings. Only lower-ranked individuals can challenge higher-ranked ones. Because there are many challengers, to avoid constant challenges that delay their cultivation, those on the ranking list are extremely ruthless when they do engage. Killing someone will be stopped by the law enforcement hall, but heavily injuring an opponent or killing a challenger's spirit beast is not prevented. It's an unwritten rule, and the referees tend to turn a blind eye. Fei Xinji, the second son of the Fei family, ranked 64th on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, was suddenly challenged by the 72nd ranked a month ago. Fei Xinji directly admitted defeat, and then the 80th ranked did the same until the 97th. A non-ranked inner door disciple thought he could take advantage of this and challenged him, only to have his legs broken. Everyone then realized that Fei Xinji must have been deliberately lowering his rank to target newcomers. Now ranked 100, no one dared to challenge him. Chen looked at the Dragon and Tiger ranking and indeed saw Fei Xinji at 100. Looking up, he also saw two familiar names. Ji Yinglai, ranked 3rd, and Tang Tian, ranked 1st. Tang Tian, isn't he a core disciple? How did he end up on the Dragon and Tiger ranking? Chen wondered. This guy has a 3rd stage early snow feather vulture. Isn't he that bullying? Huafeng could only chuckle foolishly. Lu Qiaoli, having a bit of background knowledge, understood many secrets. Core disciples are not prohibited from competing for the ranking. Tang Tian comes from a fallen noble family, and without financial support. Even with the resources of a core disciple, the rewards for being first on the Dragon and Tiger ranking are substantial, which is why he claimed the top spot. Jin Feiguang, the legitimate son of the Jin family, naturally looked down on this. Ding Bingjin and Qi Jiming, one skilled in talismans and the other in alchemy, had their own ways of cultivating and becoming wealthy, so they felt embarrassed to compete with inner door disciples. People began to appear on the yellow platform, causing an uproar among the crowd. Two handsome young men stood on the platform, and Chen instinctively touched his own face, thinking, others evolve into foundation establishment and look this handsome. What level do I need to reach to get a makeover? A black-robed cultivator stood in the center of the arena, signaling for the two to begin. With intelligence on hand, Chen also learned the specifics of the two competitors. The 68th on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, Zhong Ziping, was at the 7th layer of foundation establishment in the late stage. He commanded a phantom leopard, which was at the 2nd stage, 7th layer, with equivalent cultivation. The 74th, Xiaoning, was also at the 7th layer of foundation establishment, similarly in the late stage. He controlled a star hummingbird, which was at the 2nd stage, 6th layer. Slightly weaker. However, the outcome between cultivators is not solely determined by cultivation level. If it were that simple, the lower rank side would just bow down upon revealing their cultivation. Many factors come into play, including the techniques used, combat awareness, and even mutual weaknesses. The Phantom Leopard, known as the Jungle Killer, does not slow down due to sudden turns in complex terrains. It runs quickly, leaving behind a trail of illusions, hence its name. This yellow arena is clearly specially made. Unlike the easily damaged stone platforms of the outer door, it is spacious and bright now, but not favorable for a jungle killer. Yet, despite this disadvantage, Zhong Zipping, ranked 68, clearly has some skills. Xiao Ning took the initiative, and the star hummingbirds, resembling bees, were not particularly large. Indeed, they were even smaller than the purple bees. But like bloodthirsty ants, they attacked in swarms. The leading star hummingbird led the flock toward Zhong Zipping. The star hummingbird was also a production machine. The flock didn't fly high but covered the sky, albeit lacking in quality. Most could only be considered wild beasts, huntable by ordinary people, with only a few having first-stage cultivation. However, like ants can kill elephants, being surrounded by the bird swarm is not so easy to escape. As the star hummingbird army drew closer, Zhong Zipping remained calm, directly sitting on the Phantom Leopard as if riding a horse. A flash from his storage bag revealed a shiny long spear in his hand. Chapter 70. The Weakness. The star hummingbirds passed through Zhong Zipping, and his figure slowly dissipated. It was an illusion. So fast, the shiny long spear shot out from the side, and several star hummingbirds were skewered on the spearhead. With a slight flick, the bird corpses fell onto the arena. The Phantom Leopard moved its legs slightly and carried Zhong Zipping at high speed over a long distance. The advantage of numbers was evident. If the star hummingbirds weren't so numerous, Zhong Zipping might have already had the long spear pointed at Xiao Ning's neck. The flock surrounded Zhong Zipping and the Phantom Leopard like a maze, but the encirclement was futile as each star hummingbird was skewered, blood splattering. If it weren't for the lead star hummingbird keeping a watchful eye, needing to be cautious of it, even more birds would have died. The flock could only gradually compress the Phantom Leopard's movement space, but even in a small area, the Phantom Leopard could twist and turn. Finally, they managed to confine Zhong Zipping to a small area, with bird corpses sprawled across the ground. Birdcage, a cage formed by birds, and Zhong Zipping is the bird inside. The flock of birds is about to launch their final strike together when Zhong Zipping shouts loudly, and the spear emits a silver light, piercing straight through the cage, causing a large number of star hummingbird corpses to fall. The opportunity arises as the Phantom Leopard breaks through the cage, ignoring the star hummingbirds, and heads directly for Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning, with your broken bird, dare to challenge me? Lie in bed and regret it. The bright spear tip seems to almost stab Xiao Ning, while the referee from the law enforcement hall slightly trembles, seemingly ready to spring into action. Xiao Ning laughs. He has been tightly gripping his right hand, and Chun Shun, using his observation technique, sees that he has been channeling spiritual power into something in his hand. A green seed the size of a ping-pong ball is forcefully thrown out. Countless long vines spread out, with thorns resembling a huge carnivorous flower. The Phantom Leopard cannot avoid it, and is now within the coverage of the vines. Ghost vines. They're aghast from the stance. This is not the point Chun Shun is focusing on. He is paying attention to the small movements Xiao Ning makes, which turns out to be a growth technique. The growth technique consumes all the potential of the seed, a fleeting moment of beauty. Chun Shun knows this is a wood attribute spell, but he didn't expect such a use. Ghost vines are similar to spider webs. Anything touched by them will be tightly ensnared, and the vines are strong, making them hard to cut. The Phantom Leopard's forelegs are tightly bound by the ghost vines, which continue to grow, and the thorns on top act like saw blades, leaving bloody marks on the Phantom Leopard's limbs. The vines continue to spread wildly toward Zhong Zipping above. Seeing the situation is not good, Zhong Zipping immediately jumps off the Phantom Leopard and rushes toward Xiao Ning with his spear. Xiao Ning's expression changes. He threw the ghost vine seed too early, and it spreads on the ground below. If he had been just a beat slower, it would have covered both him and the beast at the same time, ending the battle. Xiao Ning is not good at close combat. This is a common problem among beast-controlling disciples with group attacks. Like Chun Shun, who has spirit insects transforming into limbs, why bother with melee combat? The Phantom Leopard is done for, and Xiao Ning flees backward as the star hummingbirds come to the rescue with their flock. The scene turns into whether Zhong Zipping will catch up with Xiao Ning first and finish him off with a spear, or if the star hummingbirds will surround Zhong Zipping and then be ambushed by Xiao Ning, ultimately wearing him down. Although the star hummingbirds are fast, the distance between Zhong Zipping and Xiao Ning is too short. Two wind spells do not hinder Zhong Zipping at all, as he separates them with his spear, the silver light once again covering the spear's body. I admit defeat. Humph. Lie down for 10 days. The spear transforms from a thrust to a sweep, directly striking Xiao Ning's chest, sending him flying like a discarded garbage bag, with hot blood spewing from his mouth as he rolls off the stage. The referee from the law enforcement hall does not intervene. This is the price of underestimating oneself and challenging a higher-ranking opponent. The audience erupts in cheers. Chun Shun's eyes gleam with excitement. Observing this battle has benefited him greatly. More than seeing core disciples in action, Chao Ning's application of the growth technique has opened his eyes, and Zhong Ziping's body techniques have shown Chun Shun his own weaknesses. As for the core disciples' actions, to be honest, they are too advanced, providing little benefit. Ding Bing's talismans are quick, fluid, and possess unlimited firepower. As for how to achieve that, Chun Shun does not understand. The other three feel the same way. It's like a beginner pianist watching Beethoven play. The gap is too great and too far to discern anything. But if you are at level 10 in piano, you can discover all sorts of subtleties. I need to learn close combat techniques. Focusing on one's own strength is an excellent tradition of the Spirit Beast Peak. For example, Jin Feiguang, without the Earth Sea Iguana, relies solely on his own body and is still strong enough to subdue bewitched spirit pets. Master, I want to learn close combat techniques. Every time he calls for his master, Chun Shun feels a bit regretful about spending spirit stones to buy books in the library. Why didn't he think of such a convenient way to acquire knowledge for free sooner? Later, whenever he needs a pill formula, he can just call out. This is also due to Jin Xiaoyan not having a plan for her first disciple. She gives her disciple whatever they ask for. What close combat technique will master recommend to me? Anything that catches Jin Xiaoyan's I won't be a trash inheritance, saving a lot of detours. Fist techniques, finger techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, or weapon techniques. Which weapon does she prefer? Sword. A magic sword passes through the barrier and directly into Chun Shun's cave dwelling. A flying sword carries a message. There is a jade slip on the sword's body. After taking the jade slip, the magic sword falls, easily embedding itself in the ground like cutting tofu. Only the hilt remains exposed. This sword was used by Master in her early years. And now it is no longer needed, so it is given to you. I have erased the mark. You just need to drop blood to recognize it as your own. Thank you, Master. Chun Shun tries to pull out the spiritual sword but finds it stuck, as if it has rooted itself in the ground. A sword wants to bully me too? Spitting on his hands, Chun Shun's face turns red, but the spiritual sword remains unmoved. Damn. Then I'll just drop blood to recognize it. The blood used for recognizing ownership is not the ordinary blood that flows from a casual cut on the wrist, but rather blood from the heart, infused with magical power and life force. Chun Shun is currently at the second level of Foundation establishment and can barely condense 3 drops in his heart. Losing any drop would greatly harm his vitality. He points a finger at his chest, and his face visibly pales. A drop of blood as red as agate is spat out from his mouth, directly falling onto the sword's hilt. Like a spring, the hilt quickly absorbs the blood droplet. Not enough, still can't pull it out. Enduring the pain. Another drop falls onto the hilt. This time if it doesn't work, Chun Shun plans to stop. Exhausting all his heart's blood at once wouldn't just mean a significant loss of vitality. It might even affect his foundation. Fortunately, the spiritual sword shows some respect. It feels like an extension of his limbs. A connection of bloodlines is established. Smoothly, Chun Shun pulls it out. The sword's body is inscribed with 2 characters. Ling Su. Chapter 71. Ling Su sword breaks the void sword technique. You are the new master? So weak. Chun Shun is about to go crazy. Why? Why does it keep coming back to him? The spiritual sword has developed its own spirit. Fortunately, it grows extremely slowly and probably has the intelligence of a 6-year-old child, making it easy to fool. Like coaxing a child, Chun Shun happily communicates with it. Besides slightly looking down on Chun Shun's cultivation, this little guy is quite easy to deal with. Through their conversation, Chun Shun gains key information. Do not use it casually. It can absorb spiritual power. With Chun Shun's second level of Foundation establishment, he has enough spiritual power for it to take a sip, but that's just a single strike's worth. Originally, magic treasures can only be used by cultivators above the Golden Core stage. Of course, magic treasures are precious. Not every Golden Core master has a magic treasure to assist them. Many still use magical tools, just high-grade or top-grade ones. The Ling Su sword transforms into a streak of sword light, rushing into Chun Shun's Dantian, nurturing itself there. This is a significant advantage of magic treasures. They can be nurtured through their master's Dantian to elevate themselves. Chun Shun's Dantian is not yet qualified to nurture Ling Su. It is merely its habit. Not rushing to practice the sword technique, having lost 2 drops of heart's blood, Chun Shun's breath becomes much weaker and needs to recover. Thus, Chun Shun enters closed-door training in his cave dwelling. Time passes unnoticed in cultivation, and as Chun Shun sits cross-legged on a cushion, suddenly a sound transmission talisman rings. Opening his eyes, a streak of sword light shoots from his pupils, directly splitting a stone platform in his cave in half. Breaking the Void 9 Swords, 3rd layer. So this is nurturing the sword. Breaking the Void 9 Swords. This is the sword technique cultivation method that Jin Xiaoyan selected for Chun Shun. This method has a total of 7 layers, not just sword techniques, but also corresponding body techniques and stepping techniques, making it very comprehensive. Breaking the Void 9 swords progresses from easy to difficult. There are 9 sword forms, each with 72 sword techniques. The first layer consists of simple moves that any mortal can practice by following the illustrations. This is why Jin Xiaoyan sent over the Jade Slip. Oral instruction is too cumbersome, and practicing directly from the illustrations is better. There is no fear of lacking a famous teacher's guidance or improper movements. Having already established his foundation, Chun Shun's control over his body is not something an ordinary person can compare to. The second layer is sword control. Only those who practice immortality can cultivate this. They inject their true essence or magical power into the sword body, relying on the unique power of the cultivator to manipulate the magic sword, allowing it to undergo various transformations. For example, it can be thrown far away to take someone's head from 1,000 miles away. The third level is sword nurturing, relying on his decent cultivation. Chun Shun quickly stepped into this level. This is a necessary path to cultivate sword intent. As for the later stages, the more you go to the end, the fewer key points are mentioned, lacking the complicated explanations of the beginning. The last level contains only one sentence, leaving Chun Shun puzzled. Opening the communication talisman. Huafang's anxious voice came through. Chun Shun, Song Yufei has been seriously injured by Fei Xinji. The air in the cave trembled. Where? At the Longhu ranking arena. Wait for me. Boom. The cave door was shattered, and Chun Shun's figure shot towards the Longhu ranking arena like a sharp sword. Sword steps. Breaking the void with 9 swords, paired with the sword technique. The speed exceeds the wind control technique, and the straight line distance is hardly slower than the blood-burning escape technique. At the Longhu ranking arena, Song Yufei was coughing up blood. Her eyes not on Fei Xinji, but on the dead spirit beast beside her. The multi-thorn centipede is dead. Fei Xinji's long sword was tightly gripped by the referee, and Song Yufei's chest was stained red. Lu Xiaoli was using all her strength to stop Song Yufei's wound, shoving one pill after another into her mouth as if they were free. Huafang glared angrily at Fei Xinji. Destroying someone's spirit beast is a mortal enemy. Although the Longhu ranking does not prohibit killing each other's spirit beasts, such actions are generally avoided. Being heavily injured and learning a lesson is enough. And there is still a sense of restraint. Tell Chun Shun to hurry to the Longhu ranking. I wanted to make you waste your spirit beast just like you did. Fei Xinji looked indifferent. You are at the late stage of foundation establishment. Originally ranked 64 on the Longhu ranking, lowering your rank to force Chun Shun onto the stage. Aren't you asking for death? I won't let him fall for it. Huafang scolded. Fei Xinji coldly replied, I'll be waiting on the Longhu ranking. My patience is limited. As long as he doesn't T-step onto the stage. Anyone who is friendly with him can forget about ranking on the Longhu ranking. If he doesn't come up in a month, anyone born from the Spirit Insect Peak will end up like her. Arrogant. There are still experts from the Spirit Insect Peak. How dare you try to suppress those who came from there? Someone in the stand stood up, seemingly wanting to teach a lesson. What he said is also what I mean. A white-clad disciple in a corner lightly remarked. Ji Yinglai, third on the Longhu ranking. The disgruntled people in the stand sat back down. This was to roast Chun Shun over a fire, if he didn't take action. The inner door disciples from the Spirit Insect Peak in this generation, and even in the future, wouldn't be able to enter the Longhu ranking, with someone specifically targeting him. How could he make progress? How could he obtain resources from the strong on the list, be valued by major forces, or even be discovered by elders? Over time, the disciples of the Spirit Insect Peak, who had no opportunities, would selectively forget, and the culprits behind it, Chun Shun and his friends, would be isolated. They would probably end up cursing Chun Shun to hurry up and take the stage to end all this. A figure like the wind lightly landed beside Song Yufei. I'm here. Chun Shun held Song Yufei's hand, his tone gentle. It's my mistake. Song Yufei only moved the corner of her mouth, saying nothing more. Looking back at Fei Xinji still on the stage, the corpse of the multi-thorn centipede was being stepped on by him. Her tone became chilling. You're waiting for me? Fei Xinji was slightly taken aback, seemingly intimidated by the man's aura, but thinking that he was just a beginner in foundation establishment. He self-mockingly suppressed his absurd thoughts and taunted. As expected, she is your forbidden woman. With just a little pressure, you appeared. I've had to wait so long. Knowing Fei Xinji's purpose for lowering his rank, how could Chun Shun not understand? But the rules of the Beast Control Sect are strict, prohibiting private fights. If Chun Shun doesn't go on stage, there's nothing he can do. It's not that Chun Shun is afraid of Fei Xinji, but he realizes his shortcomings and is anxious to make up for them, hindered by his cultivation method. Huafang quickly spoke up, stating that the Longhu ranking is a competition for experts, with the worst being mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, and Song Yufei shouldn't be competing for it at all. Song Yufei also hadn't thought about competing on the Longhu ranking, but of course, that was temporary. In the future, when she reaches the mid-stage of foundation establishment. It would be uncertain. The problem lies with Gong Jiaqing. This son of the giant scorpion lineage entered the inner door at the same time as Qin Shun, so they were somewhat acquainted. Not long after he entered the inner door, he also stepped into the foundation establishment level and invited Song Yufei to watch him compete on the Longhu ranking. Song Yufei didn't think much of it and went. Gong Jiaqing challenged a top 93 expert on the Longhu ranking, but this expert was quite weak and was defeated by Gong Jiaqing in no time. Gong Jiaqing said that he wasn't very satisfied after being defeated by Song Yufei last time and wanted to compete with her again. At that moment, a referee from the law enforcement hall happened to be there. As long as he got permission, he could challenge, which was a convenient channel. The law enforcement hall also didn't want both sides present, needing to go through cumbersome processes, so they naturally asked Song Yufei for her willingness. Song Yufei wanted to test her recent gains, and since he was a familiar friend, she naturally agreed. In just a short time, Gong Jiaqing was defeated again. Fei Xinji then issued a challenge at the right moment, and of course, Song Yufei did not accept. However, everyone has a reverse scale, and Song Yufei's reverse scale was her abandoned past. Fei Xinji fabricated a story, saying that Song Yufei's mother was a courtesan and that she was born from a wild man, just a wild seed that should naturally be discarded. Yufei fell for it. Chun Shun's voice was cold, like the depths of hell. Chapter 72, Lizard-Footed Bull Dragon. I want to challenge Fei Xinji. Chun Shun looked at the referee. Hua Fong was anxious, advising from the side. Old Chun, a gentleman's revenge takes 10 years. Why seek humiliation now? Don't let anger cloud your judgment. This was also the view of most people. A nameless kid from the inner door who had just completed foundation establishment challenging Fei Xinji. That was a master originally ranked 64 on the Longhu ranking, asking for death. People in the stands began to whisper. Anger makes one reckless, foolish for a beauty. Hee. There is a bit of guts, though his looks aren't great. This one point really fits my taste. Sister, this is the Beast Control sect, not the pleasure cult. Chun Shun looked at the referee again and said, I want a challenge. The referee from the law enforcement hall nodded. Fei Xinji laughed. Good. I misjudged you a bit. I thought you would hide your tail and run away. I'll make him pay the price. Leaving this remark, Chun Shun stepped forward decisively. You killed my third disciple and took my family's treasured heirloom. The Fei family's dignity cannot be humiliated like this. Chun Shun, if you have the courage, let us sign a life and death contract. Life and death are our own responsibility, unrelated to others. The referee from the law enforcement hall wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Chun Shun. Good. He was speechless. Have you thought it through? Both sides nodded. A contract was taken out. Both sides pressed their handprints on it, and the referee from the law enforcement hall carefully put it away. In fact, this referee also breathed a sigh of relief. He only had late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, competing at the bottom of the Longhu ranking, and was not suitable to trouble a core formation cultivator. Everything was originally under control, but unexpectedly, Fei Xinji jumped out, and Song Yufei was seriously injured, not because he allowed it, but because he didn't have the strength to stop it. A long sword pierced through the heart. With just a little agitation of sword energy, it could shatter the heart meridian and endanger life. How to save? Fortunately, Fei Xinji didn't do that. He withdrew the long sword and was about to continue stabbing. Without the attachment of spiritual power, the long sword was stopped. At this point, there was no need to worry about stopping the two anymore. The life and death contract was perfect. Seeing that both were ready, the referee from the law enforcement hall announced, begin. The lizard-footed bull dragon, Fei Xinji's spirit beast, was a peak second-tier beast. Its feet were like those of a lizard, covered in fan-like mucous membranes. Its body was huge, standing as tall as a two-story building, with bull horns on its head and a foul smell emanating from its mouth. Fei Xinji seemed to have achieved his wish and began to introduce it to himself. The lizard-footed bull dragon, although not a true dragon, is a subdragon species with true dragon bloodline, left to me by my great-grandfather. You're dead for sure. Chun Shun's expression grew serious. Dragons. Any spirit beast with the word dragon or phoenix in its name should not be underestimated. They are spirit beasts with noble bloodline inheritance, possessing immense potential. If left to grow, even reaching tier 4 is not the end. Although they inherited the advantages of their bloodline, the long lifespan was also passed down. It's truly a battle to the death. Perhaps the master has already formed a Dan, while this guy is still struggling at level 1. Listen, great-grandfather, grandfather's father, great-grandfather, or great-grandfather's father. Generations have fought to the death. Chun Shun really wanted to say, my Purple Bee Emperor is also at the peak of level 2. And we have only obtained it for a short time. No wonder it has become the town bee spirit bug. The Sauroposeidon charged directly at Chun Shun, its massive foot thundering against the ground. If it weren't for the characteristics of the arena, it would have likely left a series of giant pits. Its speed isn't very fast, but its enormous size allows it to cover several meters in a single step, effectively increasing its speed. The bloodthirsty ant swarm surged forward like a torrent, having recognized their new ant emperor, and Chun-Shun could still command them. There was no scene of ants biting an elephant. With one stomp of its massive foot, the Sauroposeidon could crush a large area. The bloodthirsty ants desperately tried to hinder it, but only managed to slow it down a bit. Their sharp mandibles pierced into the bullhide like thick legs, like scratching an itch. The bloodthirsty ants were falling behind. The buzzing filled the arena as countless purple bees stirred up a cloud of insects, attacking the Sauroposeidon. This was the scene of many ants biting an elephant. The purple bees kept stinging, and many guard bees had already advanced to level 2. They hid among the swarm and targeted the weak points of the Sauroposeidon. Their abdomens and ears were pierced, and the neurotoxin was injected. The Sauroposeidon shook as if it were having a seizure. Its 2 eyes were tightly shut, not daring to open them at all. Although this big Godzilla had closed its eyes, it did not lose its direction and continued to charge towards Chun-Shun. This is the brilliance of the Beast Sect's techniques. Fei Shinji did not close his eyes, and through their mental connection, Godzilla still had a radar map in its mind, knowing Chun-Shun's precise location. When Fei Shinji saw Chun-Shun reveal his purple bees, his expression changed. So many level 2 purple bees were not in the intelligence reports. He wasn't just watching the show, he was letting his baby fight. The spell he was casting caused yellowish sand and gravel to swirl, covering the Sauroposeidon's body, and the attack momentum of the purple bees was significantly weakened. As the Sauroposeidon turned increasingly yellow, even these newly advanced level 2 purple bees couldn't pierce through its weak points. The Sauroposeidon was already tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, and with Fei Shinji's spell support, it became like a giant turtle shell with double defenses. A long sword fell from Chun-Shun's hand. It wasn't the treasure sword Lingshu bestowed by Master Jin Shaoyan. That thing was still sleeping in Chun-Shun's dantian. It was the one obtained from the head of the Fei family. Fei Shinji looked at the long sword with fiery eyes. Dare to use my Fei family's treasure. The Fire Sky Sword against me? So your name is Fire Sky Sword. Chun-Shun gently stroked the sword's body and said slowly. Lingshu is like a nuclear bomb, only capable of one strike, and cannot be used easily. In the cave, he practiced the void-breaking sword technique, relying on this Fire Sky Sword. For cultivators who have stepped onto the immortal path, any external item that has been refined can be called a magical tool. Magical tools are classified into inferior, middle, superior, and top grades, just like elixirs and spirit stones. For example, Huofeng's broadsword is an inferior magical tool. There is also the treasure armor that Chun-Shun bought for a high price at Spirit Bug Peak, which is a middle-grade magical outfit. Just like the white robes worn by inner disciples, the Fire Sky Sword is a top-grade magical tool. Many poor golden core cultivators, let alone magical treasures, can't even afford such things. Having superior magical tools is already impressive. No wonder Chun-Shun was envious and put it in his pocket. The Sauroposeidon staggered its steps and finally arrived in front of Chun-Shun, stomping down at him. Boom. With its foot released, there was nothing underneath, and its massive eyeball showed confusion. As more purple bees attacked, it quickly closed its eyes, like a flash of sword light or lightning, breaking through the air's barrier. The Fire Sky Sword buzzed and slashed towards Fei Shinji, just in time. Fei Shinji was also a skilled swordsman. A long sword flew out from his storage bag, grasped lightly, and he stepped forward. It was simple to deal with the Sauroposeidon, just release the Thunder Eagle. However, if the Thunder Eagle was released, Fei Shinji would have to bow and admit defeat. Even if he signed a life and death contract, it wouldn't be pretty to persist in killing. Fei Shinji became a close combat expert out of necessity. His Sauroposeidon was a massive tank, possessing immense strength and tough skin, but if someone got close, the Sauroposeidon couldn't just eliminate the enemy along with its master, right? Swordsmanship was his way to compensate for his shortcomings. Shadows intertwined, and the bright sword light danced as the sounds of swords clashing echoed, sparks flying. Chapter 73, Fusion of Sword Techniques. But Chun-Shun's void-breaking sword technique was sufficiently marvelous. Combined with his accompanying footwork, it didn't matter how strong Fei Shinji was. If he couldn't hit, it was just a waste of effort. Fei Shinji was somewhat taken aback. Sword technique? What kind of sword technique is this? Why is it so difficult to deal with? Under his sword, Chun-Shun was like a fish swimming in water, slippery and elusive. Even if he had no way to evade, when their swords clashed, it felt like striking against cotton. He wanted to retreat and let the Sauroposeidon join the fight, but Chun-Shun always stuck to him like glue, not allowing him to leave. The more they fought, the more alarmed Fei Shinji became. If their cultivation levels were equal, he feared he wouldn't be his match. He couldn't let him continue to grow. If you won't leave, then die under my sword. Fei Shinji's spiritual power surged, and his sword technique became sharper and more ruthless. Chun-Shun stood firm like a banana tree in a storm. Even if his waist was about to bend, he remained unyielding. If someone could observe his eyes, they would see a spark of excitement within. Building a car behind closed doors is ultimately inferior, no matter how standard and proficient one's sword technique is. Lacking practical application means various sword moves cannot be fully comprehended. He only knew he needed to do this, but didn't understand the reasons behind it. Chun Shun's understanding of the void-breaking sword technique rapidly increased, and his sword moves became more and more casual. Each strike was unexpected yet logical. Like the peak of a ram's horn, Chun Shun gradually stood up again, straightening his chest. Using me to practice swordsmanship? Fei Xinji was enraged. Even though the sword in his hand was being wielded with impeccable precision, he still couldn't suppress the person before him. The Sauroposeidon and the purple bees no longer contended. They had completely become bystanders, leaving all the spectators in the stands astonished. In battles among disciples of the Beastmaster sect, who doesn't fight with their pets while the master assists from the side? When has a master fought desperately in the arena while their spirit pets watched? Fei Xinji, as a late-stage Foundation establishment expert, had a physically strong body, and ordinary weapons could not harm him. However, Chun Shun wielding the top-grade Fire Sky Sword made it so that no matter how solid his body was, he didn't dare to test it. Drops of cold sweat slid down Fei Xinji's forehead. He was faster than Chun Shun, stronger than Chun Shun, and his spiritual power endurance exceeded that of his opponent. His swordsmanship and spells were not inferior either. This guy, even with the assistance of a top-grade magical tool, shouldn't be able to bridge the vast gap in their cultivation levels. Where did his swordsmanship come from? This is the crux of the matter. The sword strike he unleashed with 10 parts of his strength was easily dissolved by Chun Shun with minimal effort. His swordsmanship was also extremely cunning, forcing him to maintain a full 120 of his focus, not daring to be careless. When Chun Shun was at sea, he had tried close-quarters slaying of sea beasts, and he found himself very obsessed with this kind of close combat. The latent dragon within him gradually awakened, and the warring factor was activated. As if the seal had been lifted, Fei Xinji touched his cheek, a sinister blood mark crawling across his face. The wound was charred black, with no blood dripping. This was the special effect of the Fire Sky Sword, a result of fire attribute, sword chi damage. Again, Chun Shun continued to close the distance between them, and with one careless move, he could perish. Everyone thought he was crazy. The inner disciples wore middle-grade magical clothes, but under the might of the top-grade magical sword, they were as fragile as paper. Fei Xinji's clothes were in tatters, good garments turned into strips of white cloth hanging on his blood-soaked body. He was being suppressed little by the advancing Chun Shun. Blood continued to flow, and his stamina was rapidly depleting. There were even several sword wounds deep enough to see the bone. If it weren't for timely dodging, the vital parts of the body would have been pierced. If this continues, I will die? Fei Xinji was not flustered. He still had one last chance. This was the pride of a master on the dragon and tiger ranking. Even in a desperate situation, he would think of a way to cope. Fei Xinji began to consciously pull Chun Shun along, and the battlefield where the two fought drew closer to the Brachiosaurus. Die! The Brachiosaurus jumped up, its massive belly pressing down on the battlefield. It was like dark clouds covering the sky, and the area where the two were located was shrouded in shadow. Fei Xinji turned around, tightly entangling Chun Shun. Was he seeking death? Was it a mutual destruction? No. If it were mutual destruction, it wouldn't be the belly of the Brachiosaurus, but rather those hard iron hooves. Where was Fei Xinji stronger than Chun Shun? He was stronger in his late Foundation establishment body. He could withstand this blow better than Chun Shun. Go die? Fei Xinji laughed cruelly. Chun Shun smiled. Do you think I didn't notice? This guy in front of me, even if I harden against his sword, I must close the distance to the Brachiosaurus. I'm not a fool to show off tricks in front of a despicable ancestor. A bee needle shot out from Chun Shun's hand, containing spiritual power, breaking through layers of sword energy. Without learning any flying needle techniques, sheer quantity creates miracles. Fei Xinji swung his long sword, defending against the bee needle that was attacking his chest. Now in his ragged attire, he had no protection on his upper body. Chun Shun wouldn't give him the chance to calmly defend against the bee needle. A large amount of spiritual power flowed into the Hua Xiao sword, and a huge fire-red sword energy slashed down towards Fei Xinji's head. There was no other choice. He could only defend against the fire sword above his head. Fei Xinji tightened his skin, using his flesh to withstand the bee needle. The bee needle buzzed and stabbed into his chest, falling powerless. As if it had encountered a hard rock. Fei Xinji had just measured with his long sword that the bee needle containing spiritual power wasn't even a magical tool. Its force wasn't enough to break through his defenses, which was why he dared to withstand it with his flesh. Chun Shun smiled mysteriously. Among countless bee needles, one ordinary bee needle, containing the same spiritual power, pierced through his tough skin effortlessly, reaching deep into his muscle tissue. Chun Shun didn't even bother to look at the result, gripping the Hua Xiao sword. and executed a sword step, shooting directly into the distance. Boom. Dust filled the air as the Brachiosaurus crashed onto the arena, creating a violent roar. The Brachiosaurus did not die, nor did it go mad. Fei Xinji didn't he die? He was really lucky. As a despicable ancestor, Chunshin secretly hid a bee needle from the purple bee queen among those purple bee needles. Yes, that maggot also had a bee needle. The pinnacle of the second-level purple bee queen, although its bee needle looked the same as other purple bee needles. This thing didn't need to be refined. It was a medium-grade magical tool in itself, without the inner sect disciples' robe blocking it. Relying solely on a solid body in the late Foundation establishment stage, it wouldn't be shot through. But Chunshin's purpose was only to pierce the skin. The nerve toxin was the result he wanted. Indeed, Fei Xinji could only stand there like a dumb goose, allowing him to leave. Chapter 74. I've laid my cards on the table. Everyone was still in awe, and applause came from the audience, but the sound wasn't so friendly. Another one seeking revenge for his brother, Chunshin thought. Is it that my fate clashes with others' brothers? Ji Yinglai applauded and walked onto the arena. Chunshin glanced at Fei Xinji, who was still pinned under the Brachiosaurus. The Brachiosaurus was pressing down like this, and wouldn't move. It was probably Fei Xinji who requested it to do so. Once exposed, it would probably stab Fei Xinji again. Although he didn't show his face, he had lost all dignity. Having signed a life and death contract, he was still afraid of life and death, playing dead under the spirit beast, even if he survived. He would become a laughingstock of the Beastmaster sect. Within the sect, he probably wouldn't be able to survive and would have to find a remote place to serve as a steward. The law enforcement hall referee, who had no sense of presence, stood up. Ji Yinglai, ranked third on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, seemed to want to take action against Chunshin. This was a significant violation of the rules. Even though his scalp felt a bit numb, he had no choice but to stand up. Chunshin defeated Fei Xinji, ranked 93 on the Dragon and Tiger ranking. Ji Yinglai, you are ranked third on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, but you have no challenge qualification. Fei Xinji lowered his rank to 100. Gong Jiaqing challenged the top expert ranked 93, luring Song Yufei to challenge. Song Yufei succeeded in the challenge, severely wounding him. And Fei Xinji advanced to rank 93, while Song Yufei, heavily injured, fell to rank 100. Ji Yinglai smiled and looked at Chunshin, saying, Fei Xinji is useless. I didn't expect I would have to take action myself, just to lower his rank. Chunshin, do you dare to fight? Chunshin was currently observing Song Yufei's recovery. After swallowing a large amount of spiritual pills he had checked upon arrival, his life was not in danger. After one battle, Song Yufei was already able to speak, but her face still looked very haggard. Song Yufei advised Chunshin, Ji Yinglai is at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, just one step away from advancing to core formation. Chunshin, don't be fooled. With Song Yufei's injury right in front of him, and as a cautionary tale, Chunshin didn't have much thought to spare for guarding against the schemes of petty people behind him. It was better to solve it together. Don't worry. I'm so afraid of dying. I wouldn't joke with my own life. You? He held Song Yufei's cold hands and gave her a reassuring look, his eyes showing a contemptuous light as he looked at Ji Yinglai. Bring it on. Being low-key, careful, and prioritizing survival is Chunshin's principle of handling matters. And he did just that. Whether it was during his first descent for training, using breath-concealing techniques to hide his cultivation, or being called around by Jean Feiguang on the boat, he endured it all. As long as he didn't violate his principles, as long as it didn't conflict with his inner path, he could smile calmly. But if being low-key leads to the harm of friends and family around him, what is the use of being low-key? If that day, wearing the core disciple attire in Nanfang City, would Fei family's third son still dare to act recklessly? I won't pretend anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. I am a core disciple, the true disciple of the Grand Elder of the Beastmaster sect. Jin Xiaoyan. If any demons or monsters dare to provoke me and obstruct my path, they will all die. Chunshin's momentum changed. It seemed something in his heart was shattered, and his state of mind and path heart resonated, causing his realm to rise. In the dark, there seemed to be some sensing. After Foundation establishment, his cultivation would no longer be hindered by any bottlenecks. Ji Yinglai laughed heartily, stepping onto the arena, and shouted, everyone present, you've seen it. I have some personal grievances with him that need to be resolved. Those ranked 4th and 13th on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, please challenge me. I will admit defeat. And for 1 year, I will not challenge the Dragon and Tiger ranking. During this year, the resources on the ranking will be left to you. I am ranked 12 on the Dragon and Tiger ranking. I challenge Ji Yinglai. Good, I admit defeat. I challenge Ji Yinglai. I admit defeat. The Sacred Dragon and Tiger ranking, at this moment, seemed like a joke, as if it were a vegetable market. Many knowledgeable people began to whisper, Ji Yinglai has gone too far. Yes, treating the ranking list with such disdain Many elders from various sects might also feel dissatisfied. Haha, what do you know? Ji Yinglai is wholeheartedly trying to advance to true transmission. He can ignore the invitations from the peak masters. After several years, there is still no progress. Now, causing such a stir, perhaps he'll catch the eye of the elders. Just self-righteousness. I truly hope that Chun Shun can defeat him. Haha, you all saw the battle with Fei Xinji. His strength is only slightly superior. Ji Yinglai is different. Being ranked third on the Dragon and Tiger ranking is no joke. His strength can crush Fei Xinji. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, Ji Yinglai became ranked 88 on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, provocatively looking at Chun Shun. Would Chun Shun not dare? I want to challenge Ji Yinglai. The referee nodded helplessly. Chun Shun looked at Ji Yinglai and asked, do we need to sign a life and death contract? Ji Yinglai mocked. Signing or not signing is irrelevant. Can he still save you? Saying this, he glanced at the referee. The referee's face turned ashen. Without signing a life and death contract, if someone dies in the arena, it cannot be blamed on the attacker. It can only be blamed on the referee's incompetence. Want to save Chun Shun under Ji Yinglai's hands? That is just a dream. He is already prepared to be punished by the law enforcement hall. No need. What a pity, seeing you so cooperative. I originally wanted to leave some time for you to give your last words, but I didn't expect you to be so eager to die. If you want to fight, then fight. There is no need for so much nonsense. Ji Yinglai didn't expect to be retorted by this dying person, and his gaze became icy cold. He glanced at the referee. The referee trembled and said, then, let us begin. The killing intent, a bone-chilling killing intent, swept across the arena, and the temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. Ji Yinglai's spirit beast pouch glowed red, and a cloud of black-spotted mosquitoes filled the air. Unlike Chun Shun, who only had a few second-tier purple bee, this swarm of black-spotted mosquitoes had at least 1/10 of them at the second tier, amounting to at least 700 or 800. Among them, there was a particularly large black-spotted mosquito, the king of them, possessing peak second-tier strength. Overwhelming. It was a naked display of power, nearly 1,000 second-tier spirit beasts. Even though the black-spotted mosquitoes were not as good as the purple bees in quality, these second-tier black-spotted mosquitoes looked quite inflated, like the head of the Fei family, a bit lacking and not comparable to the second-tier purple bees, but their level was solid. Equivalent to 700 or 800 foundation-building masters attacking Chun Shun. My two younger brothers, useless as they are, have died, but they are not something anyone can easily bully. Under my black-spotted mosquitoes, they will be turned into human fodder. It turns out Ji Yinglai didn't have much brotherly affection for his siblings. He just knew that even when beating a dog, one must look at the owner. Killing his brothers would be a blow to his face. A blow to the reputation of the third on the Dragon and Tiger ranking. Not speaking up, not making a sound, others might think he is a paper tiger. He wanted to use Chun Shun's corpse to maintain his dignity, to uphold the authority of the third on the Dragon and Tiger ranking. The black-spotted mosquitoes transformed into a massive black maw, rushing in to swallow Chun Shun. Chun Shun smiled. Indeed, a strong person who could become third on the Dragon and Tiger ranking is not simple. The gap in strength is too vast, something that cannot be compensated by anything else. Purple bees, bloodthirsty ants, iron-blooded bat kings, the void-breaking sword technique, and intelligence combined cannot stop this black maw. Let the storm come even more violently. Chapter 75. All good people. The audience on the stage had already started praying for Chun Shun. The Beast Control sect lost another inner disciple. Someone mocked, deserved it, not recognizing reality, unable to see the gap, recklessly challenging, just a hot-headed fool. The wind began to rise. A wind that came from nowhere brushed across everyone's faces. A tornado broke through the cloud of black-spotted mosquitoes, and the black maw split open. The tornado burst through the high sky, and a hawk's cry echoed, startling the clouds. The surrounding clouds dispersed, revealing the sun that had been obscured by thin clouds, and bright sunlight poured down onto the earth. A pair of azure wings spread out from the tornado, followed by a head and a body. Chun Shun stood on the back of the mighty eagle, surveying the land. Everyone in the Dragon and Tiger ranking stands was stunned. They squinted against the intense sunlight, looking up at the sky. The eagle, Chun Shun, with the sun behind them. Storm Thunder Eagle, a third-tier spirit bird. Looking at his clothes, they had changed to purple, the core true inheritance of the sect. How could this be? How could there be an additional true inheritance? Not a whisper of news. Which elder's disciple is this? It's impossible for someone to be accepted in the Dragon and Tiger ranking. Could it be that he was accepted in the outer sect, or even before stepping onto the path of immortality? Why is this? He is only at the early stage of foundation building. It's one thing to become a true inheritance, but has he even captured spirit beasts for himself? The purpose of the Dragon and Tiger ranking is to allow sect elders to discover good seedlings and promote them to true inheritances. Now, An unknown character suddenly becomes the existence they aspire to. The enormous gap is difficult for them to accept. Ji Yinglai looked at the sky, his eyes about to burst. Why? Why is this kid a core true inheritance? When dealing with enemies, he has always been careful and prudent, gathering all the information about the opponent to avoid unnecessary troubles. You're a true inheritance. Why didn't you say it earlier? Is it necessary to be so sneaky? Below, Huofeng, Lu Qiaoli, and Song Yufei were also in shock, covering their mouths. Song Yufei suddenly remembered that on the building ship, Chun Shun had given her a storage pouch, saying it was extra cultivation resources he wouldn't use. At first, she thought Chun Shun had feelings for her, expressing his intentions with cultivation resources. She didn't know what she was really thinking, and without much hesitation, she accepted it, feeling a bit happy. When she returned to her room and saw the astonishing scene in the storage pouch, she was truly shocked. The next day, she sought out Chun Shun, wondering if this guy had robbed a core formation master. This is not expressing feelings, is it? The betrothal gift is even more than that. Chun Shun didn't accept it. Just as Jin Feiguang passed by, he pointed and said, I have plenty of resources, just like him. Jin Feiguang, the legitimate eldest son of the Jin family. Chun Shun from a collateral branch of the Jin family. Could it be? This guy is an illegitimate child? Realizing this big secret, Song Yufei didn't pursue it further. But don't let it make too much noise and attract Jin Feiguang, if he knows the truth. It turns out his father is a wild horse. Perhaps the thoughts of the crowd were too intense. They spoke and thought a lot, but in fact, all of this happened in an instant, and not much time had passed. The Storm Thunder Eagle looked down. Seeing the black insect cloud being blown around chaotically by the hurricane, a look of disdain appeared in its eyes. Its sharp beak opened, its abdomen contracted, and a thick purple lightning was spat out. Thunder technique. The lightning in the air split like willow branches, suddenly dividing into countless thin branches, falling onto the insect cloud. The insect cloud erupted in intense purple and white light. The black-spotted mosquitoes below the second tier were instantly reduced to powder, and those above the second tier had their bodies severely damaged, turning to charred remains, falling onto the arena. There were no techniques, no attribute clashes, and no conspiracies. It was entirely reliant on the suppression of strength. The third-tier Storm Thunder Eagle was comparable to a core formation master. Overwhelming, a complete overwhelming. It was just a role reversal. Ji Yinglai finally woke up and shouted, I concede, I concede. If he didn't concede, those half-alive second-tier black-spotted mosquitoes would all die. Chun Shin stood with his arms crossed on the back of the Storm Thunder Eagle, looking down at the people below, suddenly feeling bored. He realized he shouldn't focus on those beneath his feet, but rather on the distant layers of mountains and the vast sky. That was the greater world he was pursuing. He didn't continue to attack Ji Yinglai. He had lost interest in this opponent. The Thunder Eagle descended, and Chun Shin jumped down from its back. The referee cupped his hands in salute to Chun Shin. Greetings, true inheritance. Chun Shin nodded. The referee continued, Chun Shin, true inheritance, wins. He ranks 88th on the Dragon and Tiger ranking. Applause erupted from the stands. They had made money from ticket sales, having watched 5 consecutive battles. And now with a core true inheritance making an appearance, it was a rare sight in the Dragon and Tiger ranking. The referee took out a yellow jade tablet, infused it with spiritual power, and the names engraved on the Dragon and Tiger ranking stone monument underwent a significant change. Due to the unexpected developments in the previous battles, Ji Yinglai suddenly dropped in ranking, and many ranks changed. The referee thought to wait until everything settled down before adjusting the list. On the Dragon and Tiger ranking list, Chun Shun replaced Ji Yinglai, ranking 88th, and Ji Yinglai filled in the 93rd position. Many others also rose in rank due to Ji Yinglai's drop. But even if someone took advantage of the situation, rising from 12th to the top 3, they could not shine as brightly as Chun Shun as 88th. No one would regard Chun Shun as the 88th on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, nor would anyone see Ji Yinglai as the 93rd. As long as they didn't issue challenges, no one would foolishly seek them out for battles. They had become strong figures on the list, a special existence. Voices chattered from the stands. The Storm Thunder Eagle, a third-tier spirit beast. Chun Shin might rely on the Thunder Eagle to challenge Tang Tian, the first on the Dragon and Tiger ranking. Impossible. Tang Tian's Snow Feather Vulture is also a third-tier spirit beast. But Tang Tian is at the late stage of foundation building, able to provide support to his spirit beasts, while Chun Shun can only rely entirely on the Thunder Eagle. What about the second on the Dragon and Tiger ranking? It should be fine. The gap between classes is right here, and it's a flying spirit beast. As long as Chun Shin ascends to the sky, even if there's a refining disciple on the back of the Thunder Eagle, that guy will be helpless. That's true. They looked at the incongruous figure in the arena, dressed in purple robes, with eyes full of awe. Second on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, the king without a crown. Ji Yinglai dejectedly collected the scattered black-spotted mosquitoes that were charred all over the ground, looking at Chen Shun with a complicated expression, and said, "Senior brother Chun, I apologize. My two younger brothers got what they deserved. To die at your hands is their fortune. I won't disturb you again because of this matter in the future." At this time, Fei Xinji had already been rescued. The giant Godzilla no longer had him pinned underfoot, but he was also severely injured, with cracked skin and a sunken chest, probably having broken several ribs. Enduring the excruciating pain, he held a storage bag and said, "Senior brother Chun, I apologize. My third brother is a wastrel, and it's well known in Nanfang City. Thanks to you eliminating the threat, I just offended Sister Song. This is compensation. I will mobilize my family to help search for a spirit beast to replace the one that died. And I will ensure it is a better one to compensate Sister Song." Chen Xin noticed that the atmosphere seemed to change. Revealing his status as a core disciple made everyone around him suddenly turn into understanding and reasonable people. Chapter 76, The Turmoil. The senior brothers and sisters all smiled and were very understanding, expressing that it was no problem and that his matters were more important. Huafeng gaped, looking at the familiar person in front of him, unable to say a word. "Senior brother Chun, when did you become a true disciple?" Chun Shin sighed inwardly. This was one of the main reasons he didn't want to reveal his identity. He had already been one before entering the spirit insect peak. Lu Xiaoli said incredulously, "Senior brother Chun, why did you still go to the outer sect for training? Isn't it better to stay at the main peak? It was arranged by my master. By the way, Senior brother Chun, which elder is your master?" The way she called him Senior brother Chun, filled with reverence, made Chen Shun feel very uncomfortable. "Jin Xiaoyan, the great elder." "What?" Song Yufei was somewhat surprised, coughing twice, almost tearing her healing wounds again. "The great elder took in a disciple?" The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Everyone knew that the great elder rarely took in disciples. The strong people on the dragon and tiger ranking were all thinking about having the other 5 elders discover them. They didn't dare to hope that the great elder would even glance at them. What qualifications did Chen Shun have to enter her door? He should be the only direct disciple of the great elder. Everyone's gaze changed again, filled with even more awe. The only direct disciple. The first disciple of the founding master, and the status was different from that of ordinary core disciples. Okay, several people agreed. The current environment was indeed not suitable for deep discussion. Song Yufei was still injured and needed someone to carry her. Originally, it was Lu Xiaoli's duty, but she suddenly said she had twisted her ankle and stepped on Huafeng's foot, who immediately claimed he twisted his ankle too. In the end, Chen Shun had no choice but to carry her. On the dragon and tiger ranking, Song Yufei was now someone who could not be challenged. Everyone watched as the 4 left. Ji Yinglai and Fei Xinji exchanged bitter smiles. At this moment, a figure hiding in the corner of the viewing platform had a grim expression. Gong Jiaqing had pretended to be eliminated by Song Yufei and had hidden here. He looked at the two on the arena, his expression darkening, having bet on the wrong horse. As the son of the giant scorpion vein master, backed by a powerful family, these disturbances had nothing to do with him. But Ji Yinglai and Fei Xinji suddenly came looking for him. One was a master on the dragon and tiger ranking, and the other was Chen Shun, an unknown newcomer to the inner sect, just a matter of camaraderie from the same period. Moreover, he had extended an invitation to Chen Shun, but that guy was ungrateful and always made excuses, never coming to the giant scorpion vein, so he couldn't be considered one of their own. Now that his father was competing for the position of peak master, a top 3 master on the dragon and tiger ranking, and an older brother who was a disciple of the spirit beast peak, who was more important, Gong Jiaqing naturally stood with them, even though Chen Shun had saved him. Even though Chen Shun had shown mercy to his beloved when they fought in the outer sect arena, and despite their friendship as classmates entering the inner sect together, he cast it all aside. The figure disappeared into the corner of the viewing platform. The events spread like a gust of wind, sweeping through every corner of the Beastmaster sect. Ding Bingjin listened to the content in the sound transmission talisman, revealing a smile on her delicate face. In the underground fire vein of the spirit medicine peak, Qi Jiming was refining pills when an inner sect disciple came over to report an important matter. That inner sect disciple was one of his capable subordinates, with decent alchemy talent, often assisting him in pill refining. He stopped the furnace fire and let him in. After the inner sect disciple relayed the news, Qi Jiming seemed to understand something else, slightly furrowing his brow. Of course, there were those who were indifferent, like Tang Tian, who merely said casually, "Got it, you can go now." The outside world regarded him as the direct descendant of the Tang family, because he was taken in by the 6th elder, since they shared the same surname. It led to misunderstandings. Those with some connections knew he came from a fallen noble family, and everything today depended on himself. The rise and fall of others had nothing to do with him. In a cave dwelling on the Spirit Beast Peak, 2 people erupted into a fierce argument. "My useless third brother, I didn't want to meddle, But he is dead. So what? It's your instigation that made me act. What do we do now? Jin Feiguang also had a grim expression. Humph, I didn't know that Chun Shun was also a core true disciple. But since it has come to this, what is the use of regret? Can he still hold us accountable? Then let us crush it in the bud. You dare to act against a core true disciple? Core true disciples have died before. There will always be accidents. Hee, I think you are just jealous. As the first son of the Jin family, not being taken in by the great elder, but being outdone by an outsider, you must be feeling resentful, haha. Jin Feiguang's face turned very ugly. Clearly hit a nerve. Chun Shun carried Song Yufei into her cave dwelling. This was his first time here, even though they were neighbors. Unlike Chun Shun's simple and straightforward cave dwelling, which had a Syrian style, Song Yufei's cave was adorned with various decorations and wrapped in colorful veils. Noticing a pair of bright eyes staring at him, Chun Shun dared not say he came from another world and had to fabricate a plausible lie, saying he encountered the great elder by chance, and his master saw his astonishing bone structure and extraordinary talent, believing him to be a rare genius in cultivation, thus taking him in. As for joining the spirit insect peak and starting as an outer sect disciple, that was entirely his master's arrangement to let him compete for the Purple Swarm Queen. Chun Shun's half-truths were quite convincing and were quickly accepted by everyone. After a brief chat, Song Yufei needed to rest and couldn't be disturbed, so the three left her cave. Chun Shun gave Huafeng and Lu Xiaoli each a storage bag, saying he had too many resources to spend, so he would share some. Having already given Song Yufei hers, seeing Chun Shun's showy manner, the two were not polite and accepted the storage bags with gratitude. Like Song Yufei, they had no idea what astonishing resources were in the bags, and when they opened them, they would surely be dazzled by the pure titanium alloy. Returning to his cave, Chun Shun felt he had gained a lot from this battle. Not only had his swordsmanship improved, but he also felt a subtle breakthrough in his cultivation. What was he waiting for? He quickly began to digest the gains and entered seclusion to cultivate. Chapter 77, Letters from All Sides. A month passed, and Chun Shun's sound transmission talisman rang. It was from Song Yufei. I'm ready. Good. Chun Shun stood up from the mat, his aura seemingly becoming deeper. He had already smoothly entered the third layer of foundation establishment half a month ago, without any obstacles. He had been cultivating for the remaining half month, and had gained significant insights while practicing the third layer of the broken void sword technique, greatly enhancing his strength. But that was not Chun Shun's biggest gain. The biggest gain came from the game space. The Purple Swarm Queen had been promoted to Tier 3. The growth speed was so fast. From obtaining the Bee Queen until today, it had been no more than 10 months. Even if one day in reality equated to a year in the game space, that was still 300 years for a Tier 3 spirit beast. The spirit beast that grows in the game space, does it have no cultivation bottlenecks? If it weren't for the limitations of talent, if Chun Shun never took it out, this thing could ascend in broad daylight inside. The Purple Bee Queen continues to be a breeding machine, possibly due to its own promotion, producing purple bees or guard bees with a stronger bloodline. As long as there are enough spirit beast pills, it won't be long before Chun Shun also possesses a second-tier spirit bug army. Coming out of the cave, a beautiful figure was already standing at the entrance. Song Yufei had recovered from her injuries 10 days ago, and after preparing, finally today, she invited Chun Shun to capture new spirit beasts together. She did not choose the spirit beasts compensated by the Fei family, as spirit beasts must be compatible. If they are not, having strong power is useless. As for why Chun Shun was allowed to leave the sect, the reason is simple. After revealing his core true inheritance identity, the law enforcement hall became more efficient. Whether it was just a coincidence that they investigated thoroughly or their efficiency improved. Within 2 days, they reported the investigation results to Chun Shun. No surprises, everything Chun Shun said was true, and those 4 dead ghosts got what they deserved. Chun Shun could come and go freely from the sect now. During this period, there was an amusing incident. 10 days ago, Chun Shun received a letter from the head of the Fei family in Wangnan City, saying it was a misunderstanding. His son, as a mortal, provoked a cultivator and was killed, which he deserved. As for the Huoxiao sword, it was said to be a gift to Chun Shun, as it would only flourish in his hands. Gong Jiaqing also sent a letter, claiming it was all a misunderstanding and that he was unaware of anyone targeting Chun Shun, which also implicated Song Yufei. He even offered a small gift, stating that although he was unaware, he still bore some responsibility and wished to apologize. Nonsense, what a coincidence. And he lost so quickly, it was all an act. Unfortunately, Chun Shun had no evidence, and Song Yufei received a lot of compensation. So this matter had to be set aside. Of course, Gong Jiaqing had already been placed in the category of people Chun Shun would not associate with. Everyone around was good-natured, and killing a son was only natural. Chun Shun felt he was on the wrong path. No wonder so many second-generation heirs were so arrogant and spoiled. Don't you really want the bloodthirsty Ant Emperor? This is not the one from the Spirit Beast bag. That one agreed to be released. What Qinshin meant was the one in his game space, which had no contract and could be given to others. No need. That's part of your strength. You know, the Ant Emperor is not much help to me anymore. Song Yufei still shook her head. Well then, what spirit beast are you interested in? It wouldn't still be the multi-spiked centipede, would it? Song Yufei rolled her eyes. Isn't the multi-spiked centipede good? No. It's quite good. Qinshin had a prejudice against the ugly multi-spiked centipede. This guy was too ugly and unworthy of Song Yufei, but he couldn't say that out loud. Still the centipede. Seemingly seeing what Qinshin was thinking, Song Yufei added, the contract technique I learned has been improved by the poison centipede's master, targeting centipede-type spirit beasts. It can contract across tiers, but the greater the difference, the lower the success rate. Can you contract a third-tier centipede? So that's how it is. Qinshin nodded. Then let's go. Just passing by. Shall we handle your matter first? That's fine. The two exited the Beast Control Sect and then released the Storm Thunder Eagle, as many areas within the sect had flight restrictions. The two sat on the back of the Thunder Eagle, which soared high and soon disappeared into the sky. The area covered by the Spirit Beast Forest was like an irregular oval, but the Beast Control Sect was not located in the center. Instead, it was positioned lower down. To the south were the Spirit Bug Peak, Snake Valley, Wangnan City, and the ghostly Bohai Sea, which were the areas with the least coverage of the Spirit Beast Forest. Qinshin's few task experiences were all in this region. This time they headed west, which was precisely where the bloodthirsty ant tribe and the Emperor Centipede's territory were located. This area of the forest was much broader. The bloodthirsty ant territory was relatively manageable, but the Emperor Centipede's territory was far greater. Fortunately, Qinshin now had the Storm Thunder Eagle. If he were still in the outer sect, traveling with his chi refining cultivation, based on his previous pace, it would take at least 20 days to reach the bloodthirsty ant territory, and even longer to reach the Emperor Centipede territory. In just 2 days, Qinshin arrived at the bloodthirsty ant territory. His speed had increased by more than 10 times. Looking at the sandy ground below, with many different species of ants coming in and out, Qinshin couldn't help but sigh. The Spirit Beast Forest is a treasure land. With so many types of spirit beasts, it meets over 80 of the needs of the Beast Control Sect disciples. No wonder the Beast Control Sect can become a major sect with a good foundation. The Spirit Beast bag glowed red, and the bloodthirsty Ant Emperor crawled out from inside. Originally just a lone commander, in just 2 months, it had brought out a group of little brothers. Now they were no longer spiritually connected, and Qinshin could not understand what it was saying. The bloodthirsty Ant Emperor gestured with its limbs, and Qinshin was left with a question mark on his forehead. Smart as the Ant Emperor, it had its little brothers spell out words on the ground. And only then did Qinshin understand that it was thanking him for his credit. Being stuffed into the Spirit Beast bag, without the owner's consent, even if powerful, it couldn't escape. This involved spatial applications. If Qinshin didn't release it or resold it, the Ant Emperor could only cry without tears. I keep my word. No need to thank me, and thank you for your great assistance. I hope we meet again by chance in the future. The bloodthirsty Ant Emperor bowed again to Qinshin and left with its little brothers. Qinshin looked at Song Yufei beside him and said, let's go. The Storm Thunder Eagle soared into the sky. Chapter 78, The Emperor Centipede. In 6 days, the Thunder Eagle brought the two to a cliff. Looking down from the cliff, there was a valley shrouded in mist. Green smoke floated in the valley, with swamps scattered everywhere and underground entrances visible. There were constant rustling sounds. Is this the Poison Centipede Valley? Yes. Do the multi-spiked centipedes also obtain them here? That's right. The Poison Centipede Valley is filled with various centipede-type spirit beasts. Unlike Snake Valley, there are no third-tier existences here, only peak second-tier spirit beasts. If you ask why the sect knows so much about the details of the valley, there is only one reason. Centipedes are also medicinal materials. This is a living spiritual plant, so why not send people for regular inspections? They need to traverse the underground tunnels from these underground entrances to find the target chosen by Song Yufei. If it were surface or flying spirit beasts, the two with the Storm Thunder Eagle could easily capture them. Now that they had to travel underground, the Thunder Eagle's air superiority was no longer effective, and their strength was significantly limited. Then let's go. Song Yufei became quite nervous. No wonder. She now had no spirit beast to command. Her strength had dropped by over 80, and she was completely relying on Qinshin beside her. The two took poison resistance pills, specially formulated for this valley. Effective against centipede toxins and miasma, better than general poison resistance pills. This was one of the preparations that Song Yufei had spent so long on. On the ground, various colorful centipedes crawled around, and the two of them paid no attention to them. These were mindless beasts, even if the two let them bite. They couldn't pierce their skin. The first-tier centipedes with intelligence had long fled upon noticing the two. Chun also did not attack them. These were sect assets. And perhaps one of them was a rare breed, registered and catalogued. If they casually killed them and brewed centipede wine, it would inevitably cause trouble. There were many underground entrances on the ground, and they directly ignored the smaller ones, only paying attention to the stout entrances that could be embraced by more than 6 people. Every time they passed such an underground entrance, Song Yufei would sprinkle some powder at the entrance. The toxins left behind would change color upon encountering the powder. Song Yufei would observe, and if it was not the color she wanted, she would move on to the next target. This was how they distinguished the species below based on the different toxins of the centipedes. Chun was also enlightened. Regular troops are indeed different. The knowledge they accumulated from a young age could not be compared to Chun, who was learning on the fly. Even though he was trying to catch up on various knowledge, he had only been in this world for a short time and couldn't compare. Finally, after passing dozens of entrances, Song Yufei finally saw the color she wanted. A vibrant green, even a puddle of toxins, gives people a sense of vitality. Found it. The lair of the Emperor Centipede. Song Yufei measured the size of the cave entrance again and frowned, saying, based on its size, it seems to have the strength of level 2, layer 5. She wasn't worried that Chun couldn't handle it, but rather that she wouldn't be able to form a contract with it. Song Yufei's cultivation was still at the first level of foundation establishment. She had only taken a step forward to reach the peak of the first level, just one step away from entering the second level. Even though the contract technique had been improved by the master of the vein, making it more binding on centipede-type spirit beasts, she still wasn't very confident about crossing 4 small levels to form a contract. She thought she would give it a try. If it didn't work, she would look for another way. There was no other option. Spirit beasts are not mud dolls that conform to your needs. Limiting the species and also restricting its cultivation level is a challenge for strong centipedes. The fire decision was activated, and several fireballs spun under Chun control. The dark and damp black entrance seemed to have the sun rising. Without hesitation, Chun took the lead and jumped directly into the cave. The Emperor Centipede. The kind that doesn't bring its minions. Chun had been at the Beast Sect for some time, and he had gradually gained some insights into spirit beasts. Generally, species that do not bring minions have strong individual strength. For example, the Storm Thunder Eagle does not have minions. Those that do bring minions, if they are not particularly strong, like the Ironblood Bat King, their strength is decent. If it is a breeding machine, most of the time, its own strength is not impressive, like the Purple Orchid Bee, which has no combat power at levels 1 and 2, or the Starbee Bird, which only knows how to ambush, and the Thorn Centipede, which is just large. The Bloodthirsty Ant Emperor is fine. It is a mutated species. But the Spirit-Sucking Ant is also like that. It seems that there is a force in the dark that strives to maintain some balance. Of course, nothing is absolute, and one cannot generalize. The lair of the Emperor Centipede has one advantage. There are not so many small centipedes disturbing the passage. However, the passage is very long, with many forks, and it is easy to get lost inside without experience. At another fork, Song Yufei stepped out from behind Chun, lit a stick of incense, and the smoke drifted towards the left cave. Chun naturally headed towards the cave indicated by the smoke. The Emperor Centipede likes ventilation. Those caves without airflow are its smoke bombs, used for storing food or for escape. Descending layer by layer, Chun felt that they were at least several hundred feet deep underground. Choosing another cave entrance and moving through it, they unexpectedly entered a hall. Judging by the roughness of the surroundings, it was not natural, but excavated by the Emperor Centipede. Be careful, this is the lair of the Emperor Centipede. Chun could tell without Song Yufei saying it. In this hall, there were many fresh corpses on the ground, mostly plump centipede species, along with some flying birds and beasts, not knowing where the Emperor Centipede hunted them down. The hall was about 10 zhong high and massive, at least the size of 4 football fields. This is quite a construction. Several fireballs rose again, scattering light throughout the underground hall, illuminating the originally dark place. They did not see the Emperor Centipede's figure, but Chun showed a strange smile. His eyes glowed with blue light. Fixated on the ground in the middle of the hall, where a giant green body was concealed. Indicating the direction to Song Yufei, she nodded. She took out a formation plate, embedding several spirit stones into it, and soon the hall was filled with a layer of mist. This was a trapping formation to prevent the Emperor Centipede from escaping if it sensed danger. Such a tunneling machine must be guarded against. I'll go first, Song Yufei said. Be careful, Chun advised. Chun did not immediately take over for Song Yufei, but let her try first. It would be best if she could capture it without relying on him. Spirit beasts have their own spirits. Subduing them by hand greatly increases the chances of forming a contract, especially for beings that exceed their master's cultivation level. Even if they work together, it would make the spirit beast feel dissatisfied, greatly reducing the chance of forming a contract. Of course, there are also stubborn spirit beasts that refuse to submit even when subdued. Chun Shun's bloodthirsty ant emperor was contracted through the release of Freedom Temptation. And upon examining the contract, it was merely a partnership and did not count as recognizing a master. The snake demon would rather kill Chun Shun out of anger. Even if Chun Shun reached the core formation stage, he might not succeed in forming a contract. This is the downside of being gifted by others. Chapter 79, Fully Prepared. In Chun Shun's view, as Song Yufei approached the Emperor's centipede within 10 zhong, it began to stir in the ground, its head slightly raising to look in Song Yufei's direction, indicating it had discovered her. However, even with such movement, the ground of the hall showed no signs of upheaval. Until Song Yufei got within 5 zhong, half of its body suddenly erupted from the ground, towering at a height of 5 stories. It slightly bent down, and a red toxic mist sprayed out from its mouth, enveloping an area of several zhong. A blue magic sphere was taken out by Song Yufei, which raised a watercolored protective shield around her. The toxic mist touched the shield, causing only slight ripples, with the watercolor taking on a hint of red, without harming Song Yufei in the slightest. The Emperor's centipede was clearly a bit surprised. Its concealment technique was top-notch, and general detection spells could not perceive its existence. Every surprise attack it made usually startled its prey, causing them to panic and act recklessly. But this woman seemed to have known where it was all along, clearly well prepared. The thought flashed in its mind for an instant before it sprayed out its venom again, this time turning green. Similarly, the ripples on the shield stirred again, adding a touch of green. The Emperor's centipede is different from other centipede spirit insects. Other centipede spirit insects need to bite into the flesh of their prey to release the toxins stored in their mouths. But it is different. Its venom glands are highly developed, with a large capacity for venom, allowing it to spray it out and form a toxic cloud. Moreover, it has 2 different types of toxins, fire toxin and corrosive toxin. The red fire toxin has immense attack power, even comparable to a fire spell. Those hit may not even have time to experience the ferocity of the fire toxin before being burned to ashes. The corrosive green toxin, even if wearing mysterious iron armor, cannot resist it, like the scorching sun melting snow, rapidly corroding. It can corrode magical artifacts and treasures. The magical artifact in Song Yufei's hand was specially prepared for the Emperor's centipede. Water is gentle, countering fire toxin, while water also has the effect of diluting and diffusing, reducing the concentration of corrosive toxin. This water shield is far better than any armor or spirit armor. Of course, the water shield also has a limit. It cannot resist indefinitely. The deepening color indicates that it cannot exhaust the Emperor's centipede's venom glands. Would Song Yufei just stand there and let it keep spraying? No. A green seed was thrown out by her, rolling onto the exposed abdomen of the Emperor's centipede. Vines spread upwards, like a climbing tiger, directly binding the Emperor's centipede. This was the trick that Xiao Ning used against Zhong Zipping. How could such a clever trick not be shared? Song Yufei was learning and applying it on the spot. The Emperor's centipede stopped spraying venom, trying to break free from the bindings. Could a level 2, layer 7 phantom leopard not escape? And you, level 2, layer 5. Think it's possible? Song Yufei avoided the front of the Emperor's centipede, and a slender magic sword appeared in her right hand while she condensed a fire spell in her left. Using both hands to attack the back of the Emperor's centipede's head fiercely, sparks flew, and the attacks landed like strikes on hard iron, leaving only white marks. Although the Emperor's centipede was still spewing toxic mist, the front was always thicker, while the back had thinner mist. It was impossible to break through the water shield's defense. If this continued, before the water shield shattered, the back of the Emperor's centipede's head might not be able to withstand Song Yufei's frenzied output. The half-buried body of the Emperor's centipede became the key to reversing the situation. Suddenly, a gap opened up in the ground, and its tail shot out like a spear, directly sweeping away Song Yufei, who was still attacking madly. Song Yufei fell heavily against the wall of the hall, but fortunately, she had the water shield for defense and was not seriously harmed. However, the water-colored shield shrank significantly, becoming much thinner. To facilitate the attack, the blue magic orb hanging at the waist has become much dimmer. The ghost vines have stopped spreading. They grew wildly for just a moment, wrapping around everything they touched, and a large part of the vines covered the ground. The giant tail of the Emperor's centipede also had countless limbs, which were not entangled by the ghost vines and were constantly tearing at the vines wrapped around its upper body. Soon, the vines fell like rags, and it wouldn't be long before they were all torn off, allowing it to regain its freedom. Song Yufei got up, glanced at Chun Shun, and Chun Shun understood. The Storm Thunder Eagle was released, and with a loud eagle cry, thick purple lightning directly engulfed the Emperor's centipede. As the Storm Thunder Eagle unleashed its lightning with great vigor, Chun Shun interjected with a sudden thought. Do you want the Emperor's centipede to die? The lightning disappeared, and a burnt smell filled the hall. There was no longer the earthy-colored Emperor's centipede, only its charred silhouette. The poor Emperor's centipede. with its two long antennae now completely black, was blown by an unknown breeze, turning to dust that fluttered down to the ground, leaving it bald. The Emperor's centipede was clearly still alive, having fallen to the ground, its body still struggling and trembling. Song Yufei hurried over, using the contract technique to connect their minds. After a long time, the light from the contract technique faded. This was not the commotion caused by a successful contract. Chen quickly asked, "What happened? Did you fail?" Song Yufei shook her head and said, "No, the various targeted restrictions I placed on it are still recognized by the Emperor's centipede, but since I didn't defeat it myself, it still wants to test me. I must pass its test to ensure it will serve me." After saying this, Song Yufei took out the spirit beast bag and stored the Emperor's centipede inside. Another test? Can't we just make the contract smoothly? However, a spirit beast that can test its master is still quite good. I'm just afraid of encountering a soft bone or a hard bone. Soft bones can be contracted with a single blow, but when it comes to a tough battle, they might run away, which could be fatal for the master. Hard bones, on the other hand, are resistant, refusing to submit, making it impossible to form a complete contract. Let's go. Song Yufei should be able to pass the Emperor's centipede's test. Chen had confidence in her. It was just a matter of time. There were many messages. Huofeng and Lu Xiaoli had gone into seclusion. They had made sufficient preparations for foundation building, and with Chen Shun's abundant resources to support them, they sent their thanks and notifications to him. There were also some invitations, even from unknown female disciples, inviting Chen Shun to explore the Tao together. He was increasingly aware of the messages his communication talisman received. He needed to change to a new one soon, as it could greet anyone. Just as Chen Shun was about to close the communication talisman, a special message popped up, task from the affairs hall, a call to all disciples with flying mounts to undertake a sect mission 8 days ago. Disciples could take on tasks in the main hall at their discretion or based on their wealth, without any strict requirements. It was somewhat like side quests in a game, optional to take. Sect missions were different. They were directly assigned and were akin to main quests in games, which must be completed. Sect disciples have their benefits, but they also have obligations to complete the tasks assigned by the sect, unlike free cultivators. Chapter 80, Sect Mission. This was not Chen Shun's first visit to the affairs hall. He had come once right after joining the inner sect to register and receive his inner sect disciple seal. Ha ha ha, Chen Shun, the core disciple graces my humble abode, making this affairs hall shine. Hallmaster Du, I apologize for the delay. What kind of task is it? It was still that baby-faced Hallmaster Du Wanla, who left a deep impression on Chen Shen. This guy had a childlike heart, and once pretended to hand Chen Shen an empty spirit beast bag, claiming it contained a purple bee king. Completely unaware of his poor acting. Currently, the affairs hall was not just Du Wanla. Several inner sect disciples were assisting with the work. They watched the two purple-clad figures chatting happily, their eyes filled with envy. When it came to business, Hallmaster Du stopped teasing and took a booklet from the table, flipping through it while saying, "The Beast Control Sect is surrounded by the Spirit Beast Forest, and mortals cannot pass through. Every 7 years, we must send disciples to the Beast Control Sect's territory to recruit disciples. If we don't do this, the Beast Control Sect will face a break in succession, and its development will be hard to sustain. The territory of the Beast Control Sect is vast. Those nearby are fine, not needing to wait 7 years. As long as they pass the tests, they can be accepted into the sect. However, there are many remote areas where no disciples of the Beast Control Sect have set foot for years, making long journeys dangerous for mortals. Hence, there are recruitment activities every 7 years, sending disciples specifically to discover local talents and bring them into the Beast Control Sect, thus entering the Immortal Gate. The Great Desert Kingdom is the most remote mortal nation to the west of the Beast Control Sect's territory." Suddenly, Du Wanla laughed. These little rascals have picked all the nearby places, leaving only a few remote ones. Chen Shen, you can choose for yourself. After saying this, he handed the booklet to Chen Shun. Chen Shen took the booklet and casually flipped through it. Each page represented a territory under the Beast Control Sect, arranged from near to far. The nearby territories had already been taken by disciples, and some had already set off. What remained were the leftovers picked over by those sly ones. This was the downside of coming late, missing out on the hot meals. The territories required 2 to 6 people to go, and when Chen Shen flipped to the back, he found a familiar name, Yanshu. My master? Isn't he the master of the same pulse as the spirit insect peak? Is he also taking on a task? The spirit insect that can be dragged and flown does not count as flying. It is not among the targets of this sect mission, leaving Chen Shen puzzled. Du Wanla smiled and said, Yanshu has 2 spirit beasts, one of which can carry people and fly for long periods. So that's it. The Beast Control Sect has this unique lineage that doesn't contract spirit beasts but cultivates them from a young age like sons. If it weren't for limited resources, directly raising dozens of different varieties wouldn't be a problem. and Yangshu took on the task 8 days ago. Why did the first wave of task takers choose such a bitter and cold place? Seemingly aware of Chunshin's thoughts, Du Wenla continued to explain. This Sangbei kingdom is in Yangshu's hometown, so every time the sect recruits disciples, he actively requests to go. The Sangbei kingdom is the most remote country to the north of the Beast Control sect's territory. Although the Sangbei kingdom is not small, its population is sparse. So only 2 sect disciples are needed to go, and Yangshu has already signed up, just waiting for someone to choose this leftover place and go together. Let's go to the Sangbei kingdom. Okay, I'll notify Yangshu to come over. No need. I'll go directly to the Spirit Insect Peak's same pulse residence and call him to leave right away. There just happens to be someone familiar there to see how he's doing. That's good. Du Wenla knew that Chunshin came from the Spirit Insect Peak, so it was perfectly normal for him to have someone familiar there. After Chunshin left, Du Wenla did not continue to stay at the affairs hall. He needed to report to the law enforcement hall. The core true disciple leaving the Spirit Beast Forest for an external mission required arranging protectors. The inner sect disciple who handed Du Wenla the booklet saw the 2 purple-clad cultivators leave and said to his companions that he had something to take care of for a while. And his companions didn't pay much attention. That disciple left the affairs hall and said a few words to the communication talisman. The other end responded with a good. And then there was no further news. A month ago, a rare spirit bird appeared in the Great Desert Kingdom, forcing the peak master of the Spirit Bird Peak to lead many elites to search for it. Chunshin went out to hunt the Emperor Centipede, coincidentally catching the sect's recruitment task announcement. The sect's recruitment tasks do not have a fixed start date each year. They are arranged when the personnel of the Spirit Bird Peak are most sufficient, but this time it went against the norm. Everything seemed so coincidentally reasonable. Arriving at the Lingchong Peak's Xinshin Vein Station, An Yangshu warmly welcomed Chunshin, but with only a few dilapidated thatched huts, there wasn't much to offer him. When he encountered Old Lu, he learned about the situation in Nanyang City, which he had originally planned to keep from Chunshin. Unexpectedly, the turmoil was so great that it couldn't be hidden, and he expressed his gratitude to Chunshin. Old Lu also showed Chunshin his new spirit pet. Still an amber butterfly, a small one that fluttered around him, still just a wild beast, not a spirit beast or demon beast. Chunshin offered Old Lu some supplies, which Old Lu declined, saying he had already troubled Chunshin enough and couldn't accept more from him. However, Chunshin didn't think that way. When he first entered the cultivation world and went on his first mission, Old Lu had taken great care of him, like an older brother. At that time, Chunshin hadn't revealed his identity as a core disciple, yet he received support, which showed Old Lu's character. Chunshin was also someone who valued old friendships. If others treated him well, he would repay them. He directly stuffed the storage bag into Old Lu's hands and pulled An Yangshu away. The 2 left the Beast Control sect, and An Yangshu released his flying mount, a large goose, at the mid-stage of the 2nd rank. Chunshin also released his Storm Thunder Eagle, causing the goose to tremble under the pressure of the Thunder Eagle. It was awkward. The goose couldn't fly. Not only was the speed of the Thunder Eagle far superior to that of the Goose Spirit Beast, but even if it could keep up, it wouldn't dare to go faster under the pressure of the rank. Wouldn't that mean it would always be lagging behind, slowing down the Thunder Eagle? As a senior, An Yangshu didn't care about appearances and calmly said, "Let's stick with yours for now. When the Thunder Eagle gets tired, we'll switch to my Iron-Feathered Goose." This is also why the mission requires more than 2 people. Chunshin silently gave a thumbs up to the Vein Master. It made sense. Chapter 81, The Kingdom of Sangbei. The Kingdom of Sangbei is thousands of miles away from the Beast Control sect, even if the 2 exchanged spirit pets and flew at full speed. It took over 4 months to reach their destination. An Yangshu even claimed that their speed was quite fast, citing an example where a teammate was ineffective, and the speed of the spirit bird was slower than his, causing them to spend more than half a year to arrive. No wonder they only recruited once every 7 years. If it were once a year, wouldn't they be delayed on the road? During the 4 months on the flying bird, Chunshin didn't waste time and continuously consumed pills to enhance his cultivation. An Yangshu was dumbfounded, realizing that core disciples were wealthy, but just like a pig. Consuming so many pills could also turn into a spirit beast, right? Chunshin began to understand what the text said about cultivators becoming increasingly heartless. It wasn't that they were heartless, but as you and your friends from back then grew further apart in cultivation, you eventually became figures in 2 different circles. Just like himself, now he was doing missions with the Vein Master, and in the future, he might even do missions with the Peak Master or even elders. If his contemporaries couldn't keep up and were still struggling in the outer sect, would they still be friends with him? The Kingdom of Sangbei has a large land area, but most of it consists of glacial rivers and low temperatures, making it unsuitable for human habitation. The places where people can live are quite small, with dozens of cities densely scattered in the habitable areas, basically gathering over 90 of the country's population. On Yangshu drove the large goose over the small towns, heading straight for the royal city of Sangbei, which resembled a cluster of stars surrounding the moon. As the iron-feathered goose approached Sangbei City, its height gradually lowered, casting a huge shadow of the iron-feathered goose on the city, startling the residents. Fortunately, the goose flew quickly, and the disturbance was only momentary, bringing Chen Shun into the royal city of Sangbei. In fact, from a high altitude, Chen Shun had already noticed the royal city, not only because of its vast area and grand architecture, but mainly because its scenery was completely different from the outside. Outside, everything was covered in silver, with heavy snow blanketing the roofs of the houses. Even the roads, though often cleared, were thick with frost. However, the royal city seemed like entering another world, with spring-like weather year-round, lush green grass, and flower gardens bursting with colors, completely lacking any sign of a northern kingdom. The iron-feathered goose landed in a wide square in front of the palace hall, and immediately many armed guards rushed over, gripping their weapons tightly and looking at the two with tense expressions. This should be a place for the king to inspect the army, Chen Xin thought. When a figure resembling the leader of the guard saw their attire and recognized On Yangshu, he immediately commanded the guards to lower their weapons and led them to kneel on the ground. After bowing, he raised his head, with bloodstains on his forehead, but greeted them with a smile. This must be the envoy from the Beast Control Sect, after 7 years apart. The entire Sangbei city had been looking forward to this day. The banquet was lively and extravagant, with the sound of silk and bamboo music filling the air, and drinks and conversations flowing freely, creating a joyful atmosphere. However, it was evident to anyone with keen eyes that Chen Shun and On Yangshu were quite bored, merely exchanging pleasantries with the ministers and the king of Sangbei. The two sat at the head of the royal palace, while the ministers occupied the lower positions. Even the throne of the king of Sangbei was moved down a rank below them. The king of Sangbei clapped his hands and dismissed the dancers, having realized that the newcomer Chen Shun, like his old acquaintance On Yangshu, did not enjoy this kind of entertainment. On Yangshu raised his cup for a light sip and looked at the king of Sangbei, asking, "Your Majesty, regarding the Beast Control Sect's recruitment ceremony, I wonder if preparations have been made. With many affairs at hand, it was best to address this urgent matter first. We have been waiting at the Ascension platform." "All right. This matter will be handled by the National Master. I will have him take people to the Ascension platform right away." As he saw On Yangshu off, the king of Sangbei let out a slow breath. As the two walked along the road, sensing Chen Shin's confusion, On Yangshu casually asked, "Tell me, if we do not rely on the royal power and solely depend on ourselves to find potential children, how long would it take? Without relying on the machinery of the state? Even if the population of the kingdom of Sangbei is small, it's still a country with millions of people. Checking one by one, how long would that take?" Chen Shin couldn't calculate it. On Yangshu didn't need Chen Shin to have an answer and continued, "We must rely on the royal power. If you were the person in power in this country, and children entering the immortal gate is like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, achieving success in one step, what would you do?" "What to do? The Beast Control Sect is their master. They will do whatever their master arranges, right? Can they still be sly?" A lightning bolt flashed through Chen Shin's mind. Why couldn't they be sly? Of course, there are loopholes to exploit. Dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. The sons of rats know how to dig holes. If I were the person in power of the state, and the sect needed my help for initial selection and recruiting disciples, wouldn't they stuff the royal children in there with all their might? The children of nobles and ministers would also be scrutinized to see if they are of the same kind. If not, they wouldn't be given a chance. Seeing Chen Shin quickly grasp the key, On Yangshu praised, "Exactly. I haven't entered the immortal path yet, but the old king of Sangbei did just that. I was originally from a commoner's family, and entering the immortal gate had nothing to do with me until I was discovered by a senior from the sect who came to recruit disciples when I was over 20. Although I missed the best cultivation time, my aptitude was excellent, and I was still accepted into the Beast Control Sect. No wonder. He entered the sect in his 20s and had already established a foundation. If he had entered at a younger age, On Yangshu definitely wouldn't have been sent out of the inner sect due to age restrictions. This was also why he was wearing the blue robe representing foundation establishment but hadn't been assigned outside the sect, still lingering within the sect. Exceptional talent. There was even more potential for advancement. The old king of Sangbei was already dead, and the new king of Sangbei was somewhat perceptive, at his request. Commoner children also got a chance, though there were still some petty matters that needed his oversight. Chapter 82, Ascension Platform. Chen Shun understood why the royal city had spring-like weather year-round. The reason was this altar-like existence before him. The Ascension Platform. A country has many children of the right age, and checking each one for spiritual roots would be exhausting. It was like a celebrity continuously signing autographs. After signing for thousands of people, Their wrists would probably swell up and be unable to lift. To simplify work and increase efficiency, the Beastmaster sect assigned personnel to connect the entire underground veins of Sangbei City and set up a massive formation. The eye of the formation is located right in the center of the royal city, which is this ascension platform. As the eye of the formation, it continuously emits spiritual energy, which has changed this land and made the royal city eternally spring-like. In the past, when sect disciples came here to activate the formation, they were too lazy to bother and let the royal family arrange for suitable children to be initially screened. Most of them were descendants of nobles or wealthy families who paid the ascension tax, thus having the opportunity to take part, while the descendants of the poor had no chance to come here at all. And Yangshu has a story. Watching him over the years, he still looks somewhat indignant. Did he really kill the old king of Sangbei? Chun-Shin maliciously speculated. Prince Anyang? Princess Anyang? Does the main line of the An family have a household in Sangbei City? And Yangshu frowned and said, I never admitted to being Prince Anyang. Being poor in a bustling city goes unnoticed, while being rich in the mountains has distant relatives. This is the most accurate portrayal of an Yangshu. With such a remarkable figure emerging from his country and having opened a vein on Lingchong Peak, the existence of a main line is significant. Everyone is eager to bestow titles upon him, even his deceased parents, whose graves were relocated to the royal mausoleum and posthumously honored as nobles. As for the person in front of him, named Li Xiaoying, she is the daughter of the current prime minister. As for how she became his wife, that was a marriage granted by the emperor. At the time of the betrothal, he was still at the Beastmaster sect and was completely unaware. 7 years ago, when he returned to recruit disciples for the sect, he found himself unwittingly becoming someone else's son-in-law. And Yangshu was filled with anger, but this was done out of goodwill. As Li Xiaoying had already kowtowed before his parents' grave and entered the family. This is the downside of ancient customs. Parental orders and matchmakers' words can even drag the deceased into the matter. And Yangshu saw that the cemetery was well maintained, so he didn't explode in anger on the spot. However, he never acknowledged this marriage, nor had he ever stepped into his father-in-law's home. Seeing that Princess Anyang was still ignoring him and treating him like a venomous snake, she wisely bowed and retreated, saying she would wait for him at the royal mansion. Watching in Yangshu's twitching facial expression, Chun-Shin almost laughed out loud. He gained a deeper understanding of how cultivators distance themselves from worldly entanglements. The wise sayings of predecessors are all lessons learned through blood. Ancient people do not deceive me. Soon, an elder with Qi training arrived. This was the only person with cultivation that Chun-Shin had seen in Sangbei country. Upon meeting, he greeted the two with respect, laughingly saying, Welcome, two senior brothers of the Beastmaster sect. I have been in closed-door training and could not come to welcome you, my apologies. And Yangshu also smiled. The national master is polite. However, regardless of the situation, the elder was still a disciple of the Beastmaster sect and had been arranged by the sect to take root in Sangbei country. So he had to be granted some official position. The position of national master was specifically set up for this purpose. And Yangshu had already introduced this to Chun-Shin on the way, so the elder calling them senior brothers was not surprising. And Yangshu did not immediately give the sect's resources to the elder, but wanted to verify his task completion before distributing them. After some casual conversation, and Yangshu said to the national master, We will activate the formation. Please bring the children who meet the sect's requirements over. Understood. The elder left, and Yangshu and Chun-Shin stood on either side of the altar. Activating this formation was simple. It just required placing spirit stones, and then using spiritual power to drive it. Dozens of medium-grade spirit stones were embedded in the grooves left by the eye of the formation, and the ascension platform began to emit a bright luster. The two placed their hands on the eye of the formation, which resembled a stone sphere, and under their spiritual power, it slowly started up, like an ancient machine that had been sealed for many years. This long-neglected ancient machine took a full half an incense stick's time to start up, and a white dome finally spread out from the eye of the formation, completely enveloping the entire ascension platform. At this moment, a crowd had gathered below the ascension platform, most of them dressed luxuriously and accompanied by young children, gazing eagerly at the high platform. Some of the children were very small and were crying, while the adults were desperately covering their mouths, seemingly afraid that the children would disturb the immortal masters. This formation can be activated for 10 days. Let's hope we can finish screening the children within 10 days, and Yangshu said seriously. The national master saw that the two senior brothers had completed the preparations and, like herding sheep, directed the children of these nobles and officials to step forward. There were still preferential treatments. Chun-Shin's keen eyesight allowed him to see some commoner children waiting at the back after passing through several gates of the royal city. It was just a matter of waiting a bit longer. The road was not blocked. What can I compare this to? Passing through security checks is indeed the most fitting metaphor. One by one, children were being carried, pulled, and lined up by their guardians. entering from the front of the altar and exiting from the back. The spiritual energy flowed through the white dome, entering the bodies of the adults and children. And after circulating around, some completely dissipated, while others retained a portion. But none of this could enter the eyes of the two. Some nobles wanted to linger a bit longer in the white dome, but they would immediately be scolded away by the national master. Though they showed dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to comply, as it seemed the national master still held some prestige in Sangbei country. Chunshin seemed to understand how in Yangshu was discovered by the sect, and asked beside him, "Masterin, did you also accompany children back then?" And Yangshu nodded. "Back then, I was working for a wealthy family, and that landlord paid the ascension tax for his only son. Originally, it was that old wealthy man taking his son. But I was just in charge of their living arrangements in the royal city. I didn't expect that the old landlord suddenly got a stomach upset and had to let me take his only son to the ascension platform, which led to the sect discovering me." Chunshin nodded. "No wonder. A mortal just happens to come into contact with a cultivator, and by chance. The cultivator gives him a chance, and he happens to be a good seed for cultivation. The probability of this is undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack." One by one, mortals walked down from the ascension platform, looking at their children with disappointment in their eyes, and some extreme ones were crying their hearts out. However, these young children still blinked their bright eyes, unaware of what had happened. Unable to cultivate, they ultimately become ants, extinguished in the mundane world. In their naivety, their fate was already pronounced. Truly, the variety of human experiences can be seen, from nervous anticipation filled with hope to returning in disappointment, in just a few short steps. The future had been defined. The path is heartless. Chapter 83, Deception. Chunshin frowned, but neither the national master nor Yangshu said anything, and Chunshin felt it inappropriate to scold. The spiritual energy drilled into their bodies like a mud ox entering the sea, settling down like that. There are indeed some qualifications, but how could the age be? And Yangshu spoke up. These are all royal relatives, princes and grandsons. Every time the sect recruits disciples, they will come to the ascension platform once, hoping to enter the immortal gate. Their qualifications are good. How could they not be accepted? With the strength of the nation, there are always some heavenly treasures to assist and slightly alter qualifications, which has improved a bit compared to 7 years ago. These disciples were quite perceptive, not looking at Yangshu but eagerly gazing at Chunshin. Yes, aside from being a little older, they all met the sect's minimum cultivation qualification threshold. As long as Chunshin nods, they could leap into the dragon gate and step into the immortal gate. And Yangshu did not conceal his displeasure. Chunshin finally understood why those big shots in the palace were so eager to flatter him. It was all to get Chunshin to give them a chance for their children to join the immortal gate. As for not flattering Yangshu, they probably knew his temperament. Flattering him would be useless, a waste of effort. The future of these few people was held in Chunshin's nod. But Chunshin did not nod in agreement. It was not that he was concerned about Yangshu's thoughts, but rather that the actions of these people made him feel disgusted. They were supposed to line up properly. Given their status, they would definitely be in the first sequence. Instead of following the proper order, they insisted on highlighting their status and casually cutting in line. With such a superior attitude, once you enter the immortal gate, don't use Chunshin's title as a core disciple to attract trouble for him. No way. The expressions of several princes turned grim, but still, due to their upbringing, they left after a brief exchange with the two. There were still too few suitable candidates for cultivation, even though it seemed like an assembly line. Screening candidates in batches until dusk, no suitable candidates appeared. Finally, under the moonlight, a woman stepped onto the ascension platform holding a child's hand. The spiritual energy changed. Fluttering like butterflies in front of the child, who was only about 5 or 6 years old, laughing joyfully as he tried to catch the little butterflies. The spiritual energy transformed into butterflies, indicating above-average aptitude. Both Chunshin and Yangshu exclaimed in surprise. This was a special effect of the formation, signaling that the child had reached mid-grade aptitude, allowing the immortal teachers to identify better. The woman gently covered her chest, her eyes filled with joy. But she glanced at the child still chasing butterflies, revealing a hint of reluctance. The nobles and aristocrats waiting in line below the ascension platform were also exclaiming in surprise, continuously flattering the woman on stage. The son of Colonel Ruan actually possesses cultivation aptitude, and it's above average. Colonel Ruan is indeed blessed. Congratulations, Madam Colonel. Colonel Ruan may soon be promoted to general. Not just a general, it's even possible for him to become a marshal. Those who oppose Colonel Ruan will surely suffer. Haha, who told him he didn't have such a good son? And Yangshu took out a booklet and asked the woman, "What is the child's name?" "Ruan Jingtian." She replied, and Yangshu wrote the child's name in the booklet and said to the woman, "Bring the child to the ascension platform in 10 days. He has been accepted by the sect." Yes, the selection ceremony had not yet concluded, so they had time to prepare and say goodbye to the child. As the night passed, another child with mid-lower grade aptitude emerged from the noble group, and he was also asked to prepare. The next day, it was finally the turn of the commoners. After a night in the cold, some weaker children caught a cold, but they merely drank some ginger soup and didn't leave. Once these children stepped onto the ascension platform, they were baptized by spiritual energy, as if consuming spiritual medicine, quickly alleviating their cold symptoms. Day and night. This continued for 10 days, barely completing the testing of all suitable children of age. One child with above-average aptitude, one with average aptitude, and 8 with mid-lower aptitude. A total of 10 people were accepted into the Beastmaster sect by Qinshin and in Yangshu. There were actually more than 30 children with lower aptitude, but they did not meet the sect's requirements for disciples. The Beastmaster sect requires at least mid-lower aptitude. They do not cultivate children with lower aptitude. Of course, if they still wish to pursue the path of cultivation, they could try their luck with other small cultivation families or sections. However, under the suppression of the massive Beastmaster sect, the territory where they are located could hardly develop decent small sects or cultivation forces. How could others sleep soundly with a tiger at their side? The Anyang royal residence, though Yangshu had never set foot in it, did not hinder its existence. Looking at the still serene and lovely Anyang Wangfei, she suddenly tore off her mask, revealing a devilish side. Your Highness, I didn't break the cup on purpose. Please spare my life. I didn't say you did it on purpose. Just be more careful in your next life. After saying this, Li Xiaoying let go of the 2 vicious dogs she was holding, and the dogs lunged at the maid, who was kowtowing like a garlic peeler. The maid was soon torn apart by the 2 vicious dogs, her blood staining her clothes, and she quickly lost her breath. A round of applause came from behind the screen, and a sinister male voice said, "What a pity, if only you had some cultivation aptitude. With your venomous heart and meticulous mind, you would be quite suitable for my Eye-Soul Demon sect." It seemed that the words struck a nerve with the Wangfei, and she coldly replied, "What are you doing here?" The immortal envoy of the Beastmaster sect is currently in Sangbei City, unlike before. What? Afraid they will discover your collusion with my holy sect and be purged by the Beastmaster sect? We have major matters to attend to, not like usual. Your arrival in the royal city doesn't match your usual style. This time is different. I came here to kill one of the immortal envoys of the Beastmaster sect. Oh, Qinshin. The Wangfei didn't think of her husband, who was not worthy of such attention from the Eye-Soul Demon sect. Don't underestimate it. The foundation-building cultivator who came within Yangshu this time is a core disciple of the Beastmaster sect. I see. Then, a middle-aged cultivator with snow-white hair, resembling an old man but with very tight skin, stepped out from behind the screen. He laid everything out and seemed to be waiting for the guidance of this mortal woman. As you said, directly targeting Qinshin to kill him is indeed inappropriate. I have a plan. What do you mean? And Yangshu, with a petty mindset, would always go to other towns to check after the selection of disciples at the Ascension platform, fearing they might interfere and miss good candidates. Find an excuse to provoke a conflict with him to attract Qinshin for help, and then take the opportunity to kill him directly. This way, even if the Beastmaster sect investigates, it would only be seen as in Yangshu dragging them down, not an intentional killing of their core disciple. Good. I knew I didn't ask the wrong person. This excuse is worth pondering. The Beastmaster sect is bound to suffer a loss. You say Qinshin is a core disciple, so he must have a protector. How do you plan to deal with that? We have our ways. You don't need to worry about it. I hope you won't delay the major matter. It won't go wrong. After saying this, the white-haired demon sect cultivator touched the Wangfei's well-rounded bottom, saying some lewd words, and the Wangfei did not resist. Soon, sounds of debauchery emerged from the Anyang royal residence, and the servants were so frightened that they covered their ears, pretending not to hear. And Yangshu was inexplicably burdened with a hat. Chapter 84. Eye-Soul Demon Sect. Next to the Ascension platform, there was a specially constructed reception place called the Ascension Pavilion. The families of the accepted children were qualified to stay there with their children, except for a few nobles. Most commoner families directly stayed there, saving a lot of expenses. After the selection at the Ascension platform concluded, 2 noble families hurriedly brought their children to stay. The immortal envoy can leave at any time, and if they miss it after 7 years, there will be nowhere to cry. 10 days of sleeplessness could be exhausting for chi-refining cultivators, but for foundation-building cultivators, it was nothing. Even though Qinshin was a core disciple, and Yangshu was a late-stage foundation-building cultivator, higher in rank than Qinshin, and still addressed him as junior brother. And Yangshu had his plans, and Qinshin was aware of them. However, he was the local snake, and his efficiency in filtering out overlooked candidates was far superior to Qinshin's. So Qinshin didn't want to complicate things. Moreover, there were currently 10 children in the Ascension Pavilion that needed supervision, and they were already considered assets of the sect, Chun Shun needed to ensure their safety. Chun Shun arrived at the Ascension Pavilion and finally released the surging spiritual energy within him, sitting cross-legged to cultivate. A mysterious aura enveloped Chun Shun, leading to a moment of enlightenment. Enlightenment is something that cannot be sought. It is profound and cannot be measured. Some achieve enlightenment between life and death, while others feel a sense of inspiration from certain sights. During these 10 days, Chun Shun witnessed many human emotions, joys, and sorrows. But he still had tasks at hand. Suppressing his thoughts, and now that the tasks were finally completed, he carefully reflected on his experiences during these days, inadvertently entering this mysterious realm. 5th level of foundation building. Originally at the peak of the 4th level of foundation building, he could have reached this realm in about a month with diligent practice. But now it was achieved in an instant. The spiritual power was still rising, and the thin spiritual energy in the surrounding air no longer satisfied him. In a daze, Chun Shun naturally opened his storage bag, and high-grade spirit stones piled up in the room. It was unclear how much time passed. It could have been a moment. But Chun Shun gradually awakened from his dazed state. The peak of the 5th level of foundation building, just a step away from entering the 6th level. What did I eat? This was Chun Shun's first thought, his first moment of enlightenment, lacking experience. Without allowing Chun Shun to think too much, the communication talisman suddenly rang. And Yangshu, encountering enemies, provide support. A whirlwind burst out from the ascending immortal pavilion, transforming into wings in the air, and a majestic eagle appeared in the sky. Chun Shun stood on the back of the storm thunder eagle, determined the direction, and quickly disappeared into the horizon. In the northern country of Sangbei, a vast territory, only a small area had a slightly higher temperature suitable for mortals to live. 90 of the population lived in towns, while the remaining 10 were scattered across the ice plains, like scattered stars. This team had quite a few children, and currently, there were no children of appropriate age in various cities. They were all concentrated in the royal city, making them stand out significantly. It was already quite difficult for the national teacher to gather 90 of the eligible children within the coverage of royal power to the royal city. So it was unreasonable to demand too much from the small tribes spread across the ice plains. How could Yangshu let go of the unselected eligible children right under his nose? Revealing his identity, he had this nomadic team bring the children over for him to test. The name of the Beast Master Sect was well known, and even if they were in a remote area, they had certainly heard of it. They all came over to let the immortal master take a look at their children. Not finding any hidden gems, these children were all ordinary people. Just as Yangshu was feeling disappointed, he noticed that one child did not come forward to be tested. Why aren't you coming over for the test? Without waiting for the child to respond, he grabbed the little hand. Spiritual energy flowed in, encompassing all rivers. High-grade immortal talent. High-grade immortal talent is a rare talent even for a large sect like the Beast Master Sect. They only recruit every 7 years, and the number rarely exceeds 5. Although these individuals also have to rise step by step from the outer sect, once they enter the sect, they become the favorites of various branches or peak masters, enjoying many special privileges. And Yangshu was excited. He had discovered such a good talent, and the sect would offer significant rewards. Unexpectedly, the woman beside him said, "Immortal Master, my child has already accepted a master, and we came to Sangxiao City today for this matter." In the territory under the Beast Master Sect, only the Beast Master Sect is qualified to recruit disciples. Could it be that someone from the sect has come? Who is it? It's also an immortal master, passing by our tribe, saying he came to Sangxiao City for business, which is why we came here. Where are they? They are right here. Before the woman could finish speaking, a burst of laughter rang out. Haha, a cultivator from the Beast Master Sect, right? What? Are you interested in my newly accepted disciple? I Soul Demon Sect? What brings you to the northern country under the Beast Master Sect? Do you even dare to recruit children within my sect's territory? Have you forgotten the rules set by the 9-sect alliance? This trip is merely to go to Sangyan Market, just passing through. As for this child, he has an extremely high talent for alchemy, and we intend to send him to the Valley of the Alchemy King. The Valley of the Alchemy King has not joined the 9-sect alliance. Nonsense. How can you tell that such a young child has talent for alchemy? Hehe. Believe it or not, I really will send this child to the Valley of the Alchemy King. If you don't believe me, you can personally verify it. The blue-robed cultivator attempted to grab the child's hand, but was stopped by Yangshu. What? Do you want to fight us? Leave now, and I can pretend I saw nothing. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Otherwise, go to hell and repent. The cold weather seemed to grow even colder, and the woman hugged the child, shivering. The opponents were all late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, but as the Pulse Master of the Beast Master Sect, and Yangshu was not afraid. As long as he could hold out until Chun Shun arrived, the outcome would soon be revealed. Under a secret gesture, and Yangshu quietly sent a message to Chun Shun. But he did not see the leader of the Eye-Soul Demon Sect cultivators reveal a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. Chen Shun, riding the Storm Thunder Eagle, quickly reached the battlefield and saw a shocking scene. And Yangshu was outnumbered 3-1, but was not at a disadvantage. And Yangshu's entire body surged with spiritual power, injecting it into the Iron Feather Goose. The feathers of the Iron Feather Goose fell off one after another, madly shooting like a Gatling gun, wave after wave. Within Yangshu's support of spiritual power, the Iron Feather Goose quickly grew new feathers. Unlimited firepower, how unscientific. The 3 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Eye-Soul Demon Sect continuously raised ice shields. After a while, the shields were broken, and they raised new ones again, struggling to withstand the onslaught under the Gatling fire. Occasionally, when they tried to sneak an attack, they were also blocked by Yangshu's army of insects. The insects were very familiar to Chen Shun. They were the armored insects of Huafeng, but compared to Huafeng, they were much stronger. Chapter 85, and Yangshu's Strength. As soon as Chen Shun's Storm Thunder Eagle entered the scene, it intimidated this group of petty villains. The disciples of the Eye-Soul Demon Sect wore clothing he had seen in the sect's records, recognizing this colossal entity from the northern part of the Beastmaster sect. However, since they were in conflict with Yangshu, Chen Shun did not intend to investigate the reasons further. He first let the Thunder Eagle give them a shock to wake them up, then capture them afterward. The Thunder Eagle was about to attack when a massive pressure locked onto Chen Shun and the Thunder Eagle beneath him. As juniors, I didn't want to interfere, but I didn't expect a third-tier Storm Thunder Eagle to join the battle, so I have to intervene. Another voice rang out, knowing it's a third-tier spiritual bird. A cross-dire contract. It must be a core true inheritance of my sect. Do you still dare to act? Guardian? What does core true inheritance matter? My holy sect has killed such beings before. What is there to fear? Die? The pressure vanished, and intense fighting sounds erupted from high above as the clouds split apart, as if cutting the sky in two. Chen Shun's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. It was the core formation stage, and it was a late-stage existence. To exert such pressure on him, did he also have a guardian? He did not know who it was. Before Chen Shun could feel pleased, another wave of pressure came, but it was much weaker than the previous one. Another core formation master, a white-haired cultivator from the demon sect, stood in midair in front of Chen Shun. A faint pressure radiated from him, and the Storm Thunder Eagle looked alert, staring intently at the cultivator before him. He did not attack immediately, but instead observed the battle below, as if he were an old friend, and asked Chen Shun, "Who do you think will win?" 50-50, was Chen Shun's inner thought. If Yangshu had enough spiritual power and could keep exploding like this, he would definitely win. But without that much spiritual power, it would depend on how long Yangshu could last, and how long those 3 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Eye-Soul Demon Sect could hold out. This was a war of attrition, but Chen Shun would not say it like that, as it would raise other spirits while diminishing his own. Mastering can win. The white-haired cultivator smiled and said, "They are just holding back a little, trying to use a delaying tactic to exhaust the opponent's spiritual power. Even if it comes to a direct confrontation, my holy sect is not incapable of contending." After saying this, he addressed the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Eye-Soul Demon Sect. "Stop playing around, finish it quickly." Yes, the battle changed originally. The cultivators of the Eye-Soul Demon Sect were only passively defending, using ice shields to continuously deplete Yangshu's spiritual power. Now, they turned from defense to offense, and the snowflakes flying in the sky became their weapons. The snowflakes were controlled by them, forming ice spikes that attacked the Iron Feather Goose. On one side were the feather projectiles like a Gatling gun, and on the other side were the ice spikes like machine guns. The 2 streams of fierce firepower collided in the air, producing bursts of sonic booms. All things in heaven and earth have their own natures. The Beastmaster sect's clever tactics ultimately reversed the situation, unlike my holy sect. Chen Shun sneered. I cannot agree. The Beastmaster sect, controlling spiritual beasts, assisting spiritual beasts, and integrating with spiritual beasts to exert combat power, is often seen as a clever method by many in the outside world. For example, a spiritual beast that can use lightning. The disciple of the Beastmaster sect cannot use lightning themselves, but they inject spiritual power into the spiritual beast to allow it to unleash a stronger lightning attack, significantly increasing their ability. There is some truth to it, yet it is not entirely reasonable. Cultivators can regard magic tools, talismans, formations, and elixirs as part of their own strength. Why can't spiritual beasts? Spiritual beasts are the natural magic tools of the Beastmaster sect cultivators, existing as growing magical tools. Moreover, the existence of spiritual beasts is a creation of heaven and earth. Even after tens of thousands of years of development in the cultivation world, humanity has not become the ruler of this land, exterminating spiritual beasts. The monster beast continent still exists to this day. In Anyang Shu's battle with the Iron Feather Goose and the Armored Bug, one was offensive and the other defensive, with the attack also dominating the air supremacy, making it an invincible presence. Unfortunately, the opponent had the advantage in numbers, preventing a single strike from achieving complete victory. Feeling the rapid depletion of his spiritual power within, it could no longer be described as a trickle, it was more like a waterfall. In a little while, his spiritual power would be completely drained, making continued combat impossible. This couldn't go on any longer. The Iron Feather Goose shifted from a fixed firing position to moving through the air. The advantage of air supremacy was now in play. Instead of blocking the attacks, it allowed them to miss entirely. The Ice Soul Demon Sect's foundation-building cultivators on the ground were not foolish enough to act as live targets. They also began to move, dodging the barrage of feather Gatling fire. Chun Shin smiled. The main force of Onmai has won. Unity brings benefits, division brings harm. The feather barrage alternated between sparse and dense, quickly sending a hapless target flying, bloodied and seemingly without breath. With one down, they pressed on with the Gatling fire. The remaining 2 Demon Sect cultivators learned their lesson quickly, immediately grouping together to defend, but with one less person, it was difficult to even defend, let alone counterattack. The Ice Spike Storm began to take on a shield-like form, and the white-haired demon cultivator's expression turned extremely ugly. Useless. The white-haired cultivator raised his hand, seemingly intending to attack Anyang Shu in the distance, and a bolt of lightning shot towards him. Changing his gesture, he pushed his palms forward, quickly conjuring an ice wall to block the lightning spell. Am I not here? Let's fight somewhere else. Hee indeed. It is not suitable to interfere in the conflict between foundation-building cultivators. I'll deal with you first. The Storm Thunder Eagle whipped up a tornado, shooting towards the distance. And the white-haired cultivator immediately followed, no longer caring about Anyang Shu. Anyang Shu watched the two leave, breathing a sigh of relief. Battles at the core formation level were too powerful, and the aftermath could alter the terrain and destroy towns. However, his expression quickly turned grim again. While he had the upper hand over the 3 Demon Sect foundation-building cultivators, his consumption was greater than the combined total of their spiritual power. Just now, he had exhausted himself to kill one, leaving him nearly depleted of spiritual power and unable to mount a decent attack. Without his spiritual power to channel, the Iron Feather Goose's rate of feather regeneration would slow down, and the dense barrage would cease. Just as he was feeling anxious, the tornado left in the sky began to dissipate, leaving 2 crimson bodies hovering in the air. The Iron Bloodbat King. The Iron Bloodbat King was also a flying spirit beast, but after Qin Shun acquired the Storm Thunder Eagle, the 2 were no longer sufficient. Merely resting in the spirit beast pouch, but now they played a role. The silent sonic wave attack became the best support. While the 2 Demon Sect foundation-building cultivators were celebrating the weakening of Anyang Shu's offense, they were struck by a sonic wave attack, interrupting their ice spike spell for a moment. Fortunately, they were indeed more skilled, splitting up to attack the Bat King with spells, but the advantage of air supremacy showed. The Bat King nimbly dodged in the air, not sustaining any damage. Anyang Shu gained some breathing room, swallowing a few pills to recover in secret. The Armored Bug flew, and Anyang Shu no longer used the Iron Feather Goose's feather attacks, as countering attacks consumed too much energy. Now, he relied on the Armored Bug to withstand the barrage from below, resembling cannon fire. Chapter 86. The White-Haired Demon Cultivator. Core formation cultivators can fly, but they are no match for the Storm Thunder Eagle, which was born to be the ruler of the sky. Usually, they might use wind power to glide and take it easy, but in battle mode, describing the speed of the Thunder Eagle as lightning fast is not an exaggeration. The white-haired Demon Sect cultivator would be left in the dust in normal weather. But this was the northern region, where heavy snow was falling continuously, and the north wind was harsh. The might of nature served as an obstacle to the Thunder Eagle's speed, but for the Ice Soul Demon Sect, which specialized in ice, it was a boon. The howling north wind and snowflakes naturally formed an ice and snow corridor in the sky, and the white-haired Demon Sect core formation cultivator flew swiftly behind Qin Shun as if walking on the ground. Core formation cultivators can control the power of heaven and earth within a certain range. This is where their strength lies. The Storm Thunder Eagle was the same, allowing it to harness hurricanes and fly at great speed. Qin Shun surveyed his surroundings. This was an ice lake, with no signs of human habitation. So he let the Thunder Eagle come to a halt. The ice and snow corridor quickly approached, and the Ice Soul Demon Sect's core formation cultivator arrived as well. So, have you chosen your burial place? This scenery is quite nice. Better leave it for yourself. To be honest, Qin Shun had been unwittingly caught up in a life-and-death struggle. But the world of cultivation was like this. The strong are revered, and Qin Shun could only adapt quickly out of necessity. How could the disciples of the Beastmaster sect, who possessed spirit birds, contend with core formation cultivators? The sect's records already provided the standard answer. In Chun Shin's understanding, it was guerrilla warfare, retreat when the enemy advances, disrupt when they camp, tire them out, and chase them back when they retreat. It is absolutely forbidden to engage in a head-on battle. The Thunder Eagle could withstand the enemy's attacks, but Chun Shin could not. After all, it was a flying spirit beast with a higher degree of agility. And the Storm Thunder Eagle circled around the Demon Sect Cultivator, constantly bombarding him with lightning spells. The Storm Thunder Eagle, riding the hurricane, flew swiftly, its lightning attacks powerful, making it an invincible presence. The white-haired Demon Sect Core Formation Cultivator used an ice wall to deflect the lightning strikes, then seized the opportunity during the gaps in the lightning to leap into the air, charging toward Chun Shin with a long spear. Under Chun Shin's command, the Storm Thunder Eagle immediately distanced itself from him, and the results showed that Chun Shin's action was correct. The long spear waved toward the Storm Thunder Eagle, unleashing countless ice balls like hailstones toward Chun Shin, but fortunately, the distance was far enough to allow for evasion. The hail struck empty space. Chun Shin executed his guerrilla tactics to perfection, planning to wear down the Core Formation Cultivator before deciding whether to unleash a burst of power to see if he could hold him back when he showed signs of fatigue. The white-haired Core Formation Demon Cultivator appeared quite passive under Chun Shin's tactics. The speed of the lightning attacks was too fast, far exceeding the speed of his frost spells. As Chun Shin continuously gauged the distance, he managed to evade the spells, while he could not dodge the Thunder Eagle's purple lightning. Each strike forced him to use an ice wall spell for defense. However, he did not seem anxious. Instead, he took advantage of the moments between lightning attacks to launch hail attacks at Chun Shin. The Storm Thunder Eagle's speed also decreased significantly, its wings coated in frost. Not good, Chun Shin thought, urging the Thunder Eagle to quickly escape this area. Want to leave? Too late. The white-haired Ice Soul Demon Sect Cultivator formed hand seals, channeling his entire magical power like a tide, surging in all directions, quickly spreading over 100 zhong radius. The entire environment seemed to undergo a transformation. The air froze, and from a distance, it appeared as a massive ice sphere towering between heaven and earth. Changed the world. Although the white-haired Demon Cultivator was a powerful Core Formation Cultivator, he knew he could not match the Thunder Eagle's speed. If Chun Shin genuinely wanted to escape, he might not be able to intercept him. Using formations was quick, but it made quite a noise. Chun Shin saw that if he changed the battlefield, everything would have been in vain. Therefore, he preferred to gradually alter this environment. By the time Chun Shin noticed, it was already too late. Chun Shin managed to notice in time that the transformation of the world had not reached its maximum effect. Had he discovered it any later, he might have been frozen within. But even so, it felt like swimming in ice sand now, not truly flying. The Storm Thunder Eagle flapped its wings desperately, trying to break free from this space. Although it was fast, it was still affected. It couldn't match the speed of the white-haired Demon Cultivator approaching. The thick purple lightning was directly cleaved apart by the long spear, and the residual lightning waves struck his body, only causing his upper body to tremble unnaturally while his legs continued to push forward. The long spear slashed towards the Thunder Eagle, forming a crescent-shaped frost strike that hit the Thunder Eagle, causing it to cry out in pain as a large patch of its blue feathers was knocked off, and one of its wings became frozen, making its flight posture extremely uncoordinated. Another strike of purple lightning was intercepted by the long spear, and the white-haired Demon Cultivator's shoulder was charred black as he launched another attack. A Demon Cultivator is indeed a Demon Cultivator, exchanging injuries for injuries like this. A suicide squad appeared, a large number of bloodthirsty ants forming a gigantic ant ball, pushing against the strike. The ant ball shattered, becoming two pieces of ice sculpture, paying the price of hundreds of bloodthirsty ants' lives to barely withstand this blow. The enemy was getting closer and closer. Chun Shin glanced and concluded in his heart that the Thunder Eagle wouldn't be able to escape this frozen realm before the Demon Cultivator got close. He couldn't just stand on the eagle's back and get hit. He had to break free. His eyes met the Thunder Eagle's, and the eagle's purple head nodded slightly. Chun Shin immediately hid under its other uninjured wing. The blue wing flapped vigorously, and with the force of a hurricane, Chun Shin shot towards the distant ice lake like an arrow released from a bow. Chun Shin was small, and with the Thunder Eagle using all its strength, it was like a small bike equipped with a rocket launcher, achieving incredible speed that left the white-haired Demon Cultivator helplessly watching as Chun Shin escaped into the distance. Humph, let's trap it first. Without the Thunder Eagle's help, where can you escape to? The white-haired Demon Cultivator didn't intend to continue battling the Storm Thunder Eagle. They were opponents of the same level, and killing each other would take too long. The reason human cultivators can fight against most demon beasts of the same rank is simple. They use many tools. The white-haired Demon Cultivator pointed, and ice pillars began to form. He also took out a formation plate embedded with several spirit stones. Under the influence of the formation plate, the ice pillars transformed into a cage, rotating around the Thunder Eagle along a special trajectory. The purple lightning struck the ice pillars, shattering them. But the formation plate flashed with light, and a new ice pillar was generated in place. The Red Lotus ice pillar locking dragon formation. Watching the Thunder Eagle being trapped, the white-haired demon cultivator walked along the icy corridor directly towards Chun Shun's escape direction. Chapter 87. Ice Toad King Poison. Chun Shun, carried by the hurricane, quickly escaped from this frozen space. He felt dizzy from the spinning wind, but as the hurricane diminished, he finally regained some balance and could see the situation ahead. A vast expanse of ice was under his feet. If he fell onto the thick ice layer, he wouldn't die but would be seriously injured. As Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't fly, a buzzing sound arose, and Chun Shun was pulled by the purple wasps, avoiding a hard landing. His spiritual connection with the Thunder Eagle remained unbroken. The white-haired demon cultivator had not attacked the Thunder Eagle, but had only trapped it, and was now pursuing him. Should he release the Wasp Queen? The Wasp Queen was also a Tier 3 spiritual beast, but this production machine was slightly weaker than the Thunder Eagle. The opponent clearly distinguished between primary and secondary threats. If the Wasp Queen didn't block him, it would be troublesome. He could no longer confront him openly, and had to resort to tricks. Chun Shun took out the Fire Cloud sword and directly carved a hole in the ice surface. Looking at the cold lake water bubbling beneath the ice layer, he jumped in without hesitation. Soon after, the white-haired demon cultivator arrived at the hole. He frowned slightly, sneered, and jumped in like Chun Shun. The Beast Sect not only had many spiritual beasts, but also had an abundance of poisons. The Beast Sect had a vast array of spiritual beast poisons, including various types like Song Yufei's centipede poison and Chun Shun's purple wasp poison, among others. At this moment, Chun Shun held a bottle in his hand, which was given to him by the second Elder Guxing when he first joined the Beast Sect after a scientific explanation that greatly inspired him. The bottle contained the Ice Toad King poison. Although it was a type of poison, the second elder didn't give it to Chun Shun to poison others. It was a type of spiritual medicine. Pills made from it had excellent growth effects on cold attribute spiritual beasts. Originally meant for the snake demon, it was left behind when the snake demon escaped. As a poison, it dissolves in water, with its toxicity increasing in colder water, earning it the title of Cold Pool Killer. This thing also has an antidote, which is to take a fire poison antidote that counters its attributes. And it must be a strong fire poison to use poison against poison. The Ice Soul Demon cult follows the path of ice. And Chun Shun deduced that even if the white-haired cultivator knew how to detoxify, he wouldn't take fire poison. The attributes are too opposing. Even if he neutralized the Ice Toad King poison, he would suffer from the fire poison, damaging his foundation, and might even shatter his golden core. It would be better to endure the Ice Toad King poison instead. With his right hand, he quickly pulled out the bottle stopper. But before he could throw the bottle with his left hand, a frost rapidly spread from his left palm towards his shoulder. His left hand was already numb, and with a gentle wave of his right hand, he pushed the bottle that had been frozen on his left hand away. Once the bottle was far enough, the frost on his shoulder finally stopped its advance, almost covering his head. He took out a fiery red fire poison pill from his storage bag and immediately swallowed it. A wave of heat surged within him, but he didn't need to take any detoxifying pills. The cold water around him was the best detoxifying medicine. The frost covering his entire left arm gradually melted. The blue light in his eyes flowed, and he quickly noticed someone standing on the ice layer above him. With a splash, the person jumped down. Breath concealment technique. Chun Shun was like a lifeless stone, hiding at the bottom of this rocky ice lake. The breath concealment technique slows down the flow of spiritual power within the body, misleading others about one's cultivation level, making it an effective tool for pretending to be weak. It can stop the flow of spiritual power entirely, even concealing vital signs of life. If concealed to this extent, one would appear as a lifeless object under various detection methods. There is also a downside. Once discovered, the spiritual power cannot be rapidly increased, and the flow speed cannot keep up. It's like a car at the starting state that can't reach 100 miles per hour in 1 second. However, if at high speed, it can quickly reach from 90 miles per hour to 100 miles per hour in 1 second. This is why even if one pretends to be weak, they don't dare to lower their cultivation too much. You'd better not let the tiger eat you before you get to eat the tiger. The white-haired demon cultivator entered the water and began to perform a spell, sending ripples spreading from his fingertips. He frowned. The Ice Soul Demon Cult's detection method had not found Chun Shun. Breath concealment technique? Don't let me find you. The white-haired demon cultivator seemed to go mad at the bottom of the lake, wildly attacking the surroundings with his long spear, creating ice blades that smashed into the lake bottom, stirring up clouds of black silt. Soon, the vast lake bottom looked like torn cloth, with one tear here, another there, and many pits. Not here. The white-haired demon cultivator thought to himself. In fact, Chun Shun was right beneath him, covered by the lake bottom silt. Just a moment ago, an ice frost strike had nearly cut him in half, missing by just a hair's breadth. Even a casual strike from a core formation cultivator was not something his flesh could withstand. It can't be, he must be at the bottom of the lake. The commotion of escaping from the lake bottom couldn't deceive me. The white-haired demon cultivator continued to attack frantically at the lake bottom. Chun Shun was sweating coldly. Why hadn't the ice-toad king poison acted yet? As if hearing Chun Shun's inner call, the white-haired demon cultivator suddenly stopped his attacks. His two white eyebrows covered in frost, his face pale. Poisoned? When did this happen? The white-haired demon cultivator felt as if all his strength had been weighed down by a heavy weight, moving with great difficulty. This was a sign of cold poison. What cold poison could erode me? Can't the cultivation method of the Ice Soul Demon cult resist it? Why did Chun Shun choose cold poison? Besides the antidote being a fire poison pill, it was also inspired by the earlier experience of being frozen by this guy in the frozen realm. Boiling frogs in warm water is the hardest to detect. The Ice Soul Demon cult cultivates ice attribute techniques, which have a significant resistance to cold poison. The slow erosion characteristic of the Ice Toad King poison made it hard for him to notice it immediately. By the time he realized it, it was too late. The poison had already penetrated deep into his bones and blood, reaching the depths of his organs. The white-haired demon cultivator could no longer afford to continue searching for Chun Shun. He needed to leave this lake and find a safe place to detoxify. Wanna run? The wheel of fortune turns, and today it comes to my house. Aren't you the one who freezes the heavens and the earth? I unleash the poisonous ice lake. This is my domain, Chun Shun. A streak of sword light shot out from the mud at the bottom of the lake, intercepting the white-haired demon cultivator. Chun Shun jumped out from the lake bottom, his aura rapidly ascending, reaching the 6th level of foundation establishment. Chun Shun inexplicably broke through, a few hours ago. In a daze, he had reached the peak of the 5th level of foundation establishment, and after taking this fire poison pill, his spiritual power unexpectedly allowed him to ascend another level. However, Chun Shun also had a vague feeling that his current physical strength could only support the spiritual power of the 6th level of foundation establishment. He must continue to enhance his physical body to keep progressing vigorously. The white-haired demon cultivator hesitated. Should he continue to fight in this dangerous poisoned area? Or should he take advantage of the currently mild poison gas to quickly end the battle and kill him? Chun Shun would not allow the white-haired demon cultivator to think too much. Gripping the fire sky sword, he executed his sword steps and swiftly charged at him. Seeking death. The white-haired demon cultivator was furious. He was poisoned, but even in this state, he was a core formation cultivator, not someone a foundation establishment cultivator could provoke. Moreover, Chun Shun was only a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He thrust his long spear towards Chun Shun. Chapter 88, Golden Fork Swordfish. The clash of swords and spears produced a thunderous sound. The white-haired demon cultivator was indeed a core formation cultivator. Even though he was affected by the poison of the Ice Toad King, making his mana difficult to operate, he was still not something Chun Shun could contend with. A tremendous force slammed Chun Shun back down to the lake bottom. Coming fast, going faster. Rather than feeling disappointed for not being able to defeat the white-haired demon cultivator, Chun Shun felt a surge of joy. This guy had already been injured while dealing with the Thunder Eagle, and just now he had been frantically attacking the lake bottom, consuming a lot of energy. Plus, being affected by the Ice Toad King's poison, his strength was further reduced. The attack from a core formation expert on him, aside from being pushed away by the force, had not caused him much harm. He could withstand it. The Ice Toad King's poison in the lake was still present. As long as they continued to entangle, the white-haired demon cultivator's condition would worsen, and that would be the moment to settle the outcome. The white-haired demon cultivator chased towards the lake bottom, and Chun Shun fought, while retreating under his spear attacks, stirring up muddy water at the lake bottom. The white-haired demon cultivator practiced cold attribute techniques, and wherever his spear passed, a layer of hard ice would form. Fortunately, the Fire Sky Sword was a top-grade fire attribute artifact, easily preventing ice from forming on the sword's body. Chun Shun focused entirely on defense, avoiding even a single touch from the long spear. This solid ice was not just about freezing the body, it could also freeze the spiritual power within. If he were hit, everything would be over. In the sky, the Thunder Eagle opened its mouth, a purple lightning bolt hidden within. But as time passed, the lightning emitted from its mouth produced increasingly unsettling fluctuations of mana. The Thunder Eagle's lightning attack was a chargeable attack. As long as it was given enough time, the power of the lightning would grow stronger and could break through this ice column trapping array. It had tried just moments ago, but unfortunately, this red lotus ice pillar locking dragon array was no ordinary trapping array. It had almost broken it, but this time it needed to charge for a longer duration. The Thunder Eagle's eyesight was incredibly sharp. From high in the sky, it could clearly see the situation of Chun Shun and the demon cultivator in the ice lake. At this moment, the hard ice layer above the ice lake was shattering, turning into chunks of ice sinking to the bottom. The lake water was occasionally stirred up into huge waves, with whirlpool waves constantly rising. This was no longer a calm ice lake. It looked like a boiling pot of soup. In the eyes of the Storm Thunder Eagle, there was a human-like anxiousness. Chun Shun was like a punching bag, being violently beaten by the white-haired demon cultivator. A single strike could send him flying far away, and Chun Shun's aura was continuously weakening. Fortunately, the demon cultivator was weakening even faster. The power of each strike was gradually diminishing. Perhaps not long from now, Chun Shun would be able to turn the tables and suppress him instead. The white-haired demon cultivator looked at the seemingly indestructible cockroach in front of him, feeling troubled. This guy had donned the purple robe of a core disciple, which was also a top-grade artifact. A significant portion of the power he exerted on him was blocked and dissipated by the robe. The cold poison was still continuously attacking him. If this continued, he would be defeated. He couldn't keep going. After another strike sent Chun Shun flying, the white-haired demon cultivator swam towards the lake surface. Trying to escape? Not happening. A yellow ribbon fish was released by Chun Shun, the golden fork swordfish, a descendant of the SHN, having acquired it from the YUBC. The golden fork swordfish had been raised in Chun Shun's fish pond for over 10 months, equivalent to over 300 years. Although it hadn't reached the 3rd tier, it had reached the peak of the 2nd tier. The golden fork swordfish could be seen as a spiritual sword, a sword of the water. As if unaffected by the resistance of the water, in an instant, the golden fork swordfish caught up with the white-haired demon cultivator. The long spear swung out, but the golden fork swordfish executed a nimble turn, using the falling floating ice as cover to evade the strike and change direction to launch an attack on the white-haired demon cultivator. This was one of Chun Shun's trump cards, not fearing that this guy would escape at the first sign of danger. Chun Shun had been passively beaten and had not released the golden fork swordfish at the first opportunity for this very reason. The white-haired demon cultivator, affected by the Ice Toad King's poison, had significantly weakened. A peak 2nd-tier golden fork swordfish was extremely difficult to deal with, let alone escape from. Chun Shun forcefully stepped on the lake bottom, like a sharp sword unsheathed, attacking the white-haired demon cultivator. Under the combined assault of Chun Shun and the golden fork swordfish, the white-haired demon cultivator found it extremely difficult to defend himself. Time slowly passed, and the internal situation of the white-haired demon cultivator worsened, his strength plummeting as if a fast-forward button had been pressed. With a swing of the fire sky sword, blood mist erupted, directly creating a large hole in the white-haired demon cultivator's shoulder. The white-haired demon cultivator clutched his shoulder, spitting out a piece of red ice stone, a result of his blood coagulating due to the cold poison's invasion. The expression of the white-haired demon cultivator turned frenzied as he roared, "You forced me." The long spear was thrown, and Chun Shun instinctively sensed danger and retreated. Boom! The spear exploded, releasing a violent shockwave that sent Chun Shun and the golden fork swordfish flying. He actually self-destructed his weapon? Chun Shun spat out a mouthful of hot blood, which contained fire poison, creating a hissing sound in the lake water. The power of the artifact's self-detonation still injured Chun Shun. Ice Soul Earth Burial. Around the white-haired demon cultivator's body, ice flowers began to crystallize, rapidly extending outward. Like a blooming garden, the pure white ice flowers radiated stunning beauty. The speed of the ice flower spread was incredibly fast, even faster than the golden fork swordfish swimming at full speed at the lake bottom. There was no escape. Chun Shun gripped the fire sky sword, slashing out 2 streams of sword energy. The formless sword energy collided with the ice flowers, as if the sword energy had transformed into a tangible object, solidifying and remaining still, while even more splendid ice flowers bloomed upon it, turning the sword energy into its soil. The golden fork swordfish did not escape this calamity either, being caught up by the ice flowers and sealed within. Soon, the ice flowers spread to Chun Shun's front, about to engulf him. Chun Shun's eyes were calm as a deep well, and a bright long sword appeared in his pupils. Ling Su. The sword in Chun Shun's hand changed, transforming from the fire-red fire sky sword into the treasured artifact gifted by his master, Ling Su. There were no fancy sword moves. The Ling Su sword in his hand was like a bloodthirsty leech, instantly draining all the spiritual power from Chun Shun's body. When Chun Shun was at the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment, Ling Su had stated that the amount of spiritual power he possessed was enough for a single strike. Now, at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, after such a long battle, he had expended quite a bit of spiritual power, but the remaining quality was still sufficient for one strike. Chun Shun felt as if his body had ceased to exist, merging with the sword. The Ling Su sword carried him, shooting towards the center of the ice flowers. Time seemed to stand still as the tip of the Ling Su sword shattered the ice flowers inch by inch. As if encountering the sun, they transformed into nothingness. The Ling Su sword pierced through the barrier of the ice flowers, stabbing through the white-robed cultivator and breaking the surface of the lake, its brilliance continuing to shine forth. Directly piercing a hole in the white clouds above, Chun-Shin stood on the surface of the lake, looking up at the sky in astonishment, then glanced at the sword in his hand. At this moment, the Ling Su sword had lost its dazzling radiance, returning to its original state. Quietly held in Chun-Shin's palm, like an ordinary weapon, lightning illuminated the sky, and the storm thunder eagle finally broke free from its cage, spreading its gigantic wings and flying in front of Chun-Shun. The lake beneath froze instantly, and a voice echoed before Chun-Shun. Chapter 89: Borrowing Objects to Exit. The core true transmission of the Beast Master Sect is no simple matter. It can actually kill my holy sect's foundation-building cultivators across levels. I suppose you are a prodigy cultivated by the Beast Master Sect, but what a pity to meet me, an old man. Chun-Shun was sweating coldly as an old man appeared before him. Chun-Shin did not recognize the old man, but he was familiar with his voice. It was the one who fought his protector, a late-stage foundation-building cultivator. Chun-Shin wanted to move his fingers to open his spirit beast bag, but he found that his fingers couldn't move at all. He wanted to blink, but his eyelids were similarly frozen. Unbeknownst to him, he had frozen himself, rendering him immobile. Where's the protector? Did he deal with this old man? Is a late-stage foundation-building cultivator really this terrifying? Did I not even have a chance to react? Chun-Shin was still struggling, but his situation was not optimistic, and it was foolish to think he could break free. The old man was not in a hurry, slowly walking towards Chun-Shun like a cat playing with a mouse, as if welcoming death. Finally, standing before Chun-Shun, the old man teased. I know you can't open your mouth, so you don't need to ask for my name. Just be a fool. It pleases me greatly to see prodigy cultivators crushed in their infancy. The old man wore a twisted smile, and with a push of his palm, he was going to kill Chun-Shun on the spot. In the old man's eyes, Chun-Shun was now an immobile ice sculpture, with just a little force. He would shatter along with the ice sculpture, just as his palm touched the ice sculpture and was about to exert force. A dazzling light erupted from the necklace on Chun-Shin's chest. It was the life-saving necklace given to Chun-Shun by Jin Xiaoyan, which he had always mocked as a cheap item. A figure familiar to Chun-Shun emerged from the necklace, radiating brilliant light. It was his master Jin Xiaoyan. Though she seemed different, her form was transparent, not solid. The old man appeared to have encountered a terrifying existence and exclaimed in disbelief, Sun God, borrowing objects to exit. How could a cultivator do this? How is this possible? He wanted to flee, but as he turned his body, he hadn't even taken a step. Jin Xiaoyan waved her hand slightly, as if sweeping away garbage, and the old man directly turned to dust, scattering across the ice surface. The ice around Chun-Shin melted, and he could finally open his mouth, exclaiming in disbelief, Master? How are you here? Jin Xiaoyan nodded, her ethereal and melodious voice emerging, still familiar. When you encounter danger, this necklace will sense it and notify me. I've encountered danger so many times. Why didn't I see the necklace react? A cheap item is still a cheap item. Of course, Chun-Shun didn't dare to voice his thoughts and showered his master with compliments, loudly thanking her. After speaking, the luminous figure of Jin Xiaoyan transformed into a streak of light and once again entered the necklace. Above the nascent soul is the exit. Cultivators who exit can free their nascent soul from the bondage of the physical body, known as the Sun God. As long as the Sun God is not extinguished, the cultivator does not die. Cultivators who exit also possess a secret method to borrow objects to exit. This object must be specially refined for this method by an exiting cultivator. Exiting carries risks, and refinement must be done with caution. It's not that the object is precious, but when borrowing objects to exit, the strength will degrade to varying degrees depending on the distance from the original body. Just now, Jin Xiaoyan's Sun God was only at the nascent soul stage. If enemies knew about this and deliberately lured Chun-Shun to force Jin Xiaoyan's Sun God to borrow an object to exit, once the Sun God was killed, Jin Xiaoyan would die as well. Cultivators who exit do not easily refine objects for borrowing. Every time they do, there is immense risk. Not only does their cultivation diminish, but the Sun God cannot bring along magical treasures or spirit beasts, relying only on raw cultivation. Naturally, Chun-Shun was unaware of these intricacies. He was happily rummaging through the ashes of the old man. Indeed, hard work pays off. Among the old man's ashes, Chun-Shun found a white ring in his hand. A storage ring. This guy must be wealthy. The storage ring, even the worst one, has a larger space than the best storage bag. This is the secret of the 100 Treasures sect, and only this sect can refine such treasures. It involves various technical barriers, making it difficult for other sects to crack. Just like the Beastmaster sect, the refining peak can refine spirit beast bags, and being able to create a relatively large storage bag is worth celebrating. Storage bags are inexpensive. Isn't it just a matter of having a few more bags? But the price of a storage ring is 100 times more. And the space does not increase by that much. A storage ring is an imported item. Quickly putting it on his finger and looking towards the sunlight, Chun Shun revealed a smile reminiscent of an ant, wondering if Huafeng and the others would be so jealous they would turn ugly, and he could show off again. Taking out the fire sky sword, he began to dig a hole in the refrozen lake surface. There was still a dead ghost down there. Even a mosquito is still meat, right? Adhering to the principle of not wasting, soon Chun Shun had another storage bag at his waist, like a thief who stole treasure. Chun Shun summoned the Thunder Eagle and quickly left the ice lake, flying over 100 miles until he saw an ice mountain. He dug a hole in the ice wall, entered, and sealed the entrance again. Chun Shun began to meditate and heal inside. After 15 days, with the assistance of a large number of spiritual pills and spiritual stones, Chun Shun became a man like a dragon again. However, his brow was furrowed as he looked at the ring on his hand. With one strike, how could any storage ring remain? That was the result of her deliberate control. Not only was the ring undamaged, but she also conveniently lifted the restrictions on it. Today, Chun Shun finally restored his injuries and cultivation. And only then did he begin to search inside it, discovering some remarkable items. Sangyan Fengshe. The sound transmission talisman is very much like a phone. It is affected by distance and environment. In the northern country, with heavy snow, if the distance is slightly far, it interferes with it. Feeling the connection of the two Bat King's bloodlines, Chun Shun felt nauseous, thinking, I am not your father. The storm Thunder Eagle carried Chun Shun, disappearing into the sky, leaving only a gap in the ice mountain's ice wall, indicating that someone had been here. The two Bat Kings lay on the ascension platform, soaking up the sun, when suddenly they stood up, looking towards the sky. A gust of wind approached, and the figure of the Thunder Eagle appeared in the sky. The Bat Kings flew towards Chun Shun, chirping with a tone of grievance and happiness, thinking that their father no longer wanted them. Ha ha, Chun Shun, you are indeed fine. If it weren't for seeing that these two Bat Kings were not acting strange, I would have sent out a rescue signal to the sect. My master, I worried you. An old man in a black robe emerged from the Ascension Pavilion, his aura fluctuating. Half of his body was covered in frost that kept appearing on his surface, leaving a silvery white on the ground. He was from the Beast Master Sect's Law Enforcement Hall, the protector of Chun Shun, and it seemed he had been heavily injured by the demonic sect's old man. After the protector left, Chun Shun and In Yangshu gathered together, finally having time to ask about the situation, having fought a chaotic battle without knowing the reason. Chapter 90 False Account. In Yangshu detailed the incident to Chun Shun, also showing him the child with superior qualifications. The child's eyes were filled with spiritual energy. A good seed for cultivation. What about the 3 Ice Soul Demon Sect foundation building cultivators? Are they all dead? They are not dead. One is heavily injured. And the other 2 I captured alive. My master is impressive. Haha, mainly thanks to your Bat King's assistance. Chun Shun's expression became serious as he said, where are those 3 Ice Soul Demon Sect cultivators? I have some questions for them. In the dim prison, 3 Ice Soul Demon Sect cultivators lay weakly on the ground. Having been fed secret medicine, their cultivation completely restrained. Now they were just 3 more durable mortals. Hearing the sound of the prison door, 2 of them crawled up, while only one, heavily injured, remained lying on the ground, gasping for breath. If it weren't for Yangshu giving him spiritual medicine to keep him alive, he would have likely died long ago. When they saw Chun Shun and the others approach, they showed no signs of panic or despair, but instead shouted defiantly, Are you going to let us out? Hasn't my holy sect sent word yet? Chun Shun met someone and had In Yangshu go out for a while, as he had important matters to handle. In Yangshu left without suspicion. What are you doing at Sangyan Square Market? Just transporting and exchanging some supplies. Not honest, huh? You won't tell the truth until you see some blood. Looking at the one on the ground who was still barely breathing, Chun Shun directly severed his head with a sword. The other 2 disciples of the holy sect were stunned. Who was the real demon sect? One of the foundation-building cultivators from the demon sect exclaimed in disbelief. The 9-faction alliance. How can you kill at will? Chun Shun was now filled with killing intent, having danced on the edge of life and death. He deliberately showed them the ring in his hand and pulled out an account book from inside. Do you know what this is? The cave master is dead? You have his storage ring. The 2 looked at the ring in Chun Shun's hand, their faces pale, their eyes fixed on the ring. Not even glancing at the account book. Chun Shun frowned. Did they not know? After another round of interrogation, they only knew there had been a conflict with In Yangshu, ordered by the cave master's eldest disciple, the white-haired core formation cultivator, and the other 2 knew nothing else. Failing to get the answers he wanted, the sword light fell, leaving only 3 headless corpses in the cell, deliberately provoking In Yangshu. No, it was for me. No wonder the Ice Soul Demon Sect had 2 core formation cultivators accompanying them. They had calculated their own combat power, even the strength of their protectors. Who is it? It must be someone from the sect. Pushing open the cell door, a heavy smell of blood wafted outside. And Yangshu frowned and entered the cell. Coming out after a while, looking at Chun Shun with questioning eyes. Chun Shin did not mention that the demon sect cultivators had deliberately provoked him to lure him into action. That was merely his guess. Instead, he handed in Yangshu the account book. And Yangshu furrowed his brows and, after flipping through it, looked at Chun Shun in confusion. Is there a problem? Damn, no education. Truly terrifying. To be honest, it wasn't that in Yangshu's level was insufficient, but that the accounting methods of this era were too primitive. Even professionals would find it hard to spot the oddities. The account book used a single-entry bookkeeping method, recording income and expenses as symbols. For example, on a certain date, what materials were received, what was sold in the afternoon, and what was received in the evening, all the daily cash flow details concentrated on one page. Even more frighteningly, these revenue records were written in traditional Chinese characters, increasing the difficulty of calculations. Then, accounts were audited every 6 months, mixed with non-cash transactions, making the entire account book even more obscure and difficult to understand. How did Chun Shun discover the problem? He simply drew a table and converted the traditional characters into Arabic numerals. He categorized and recorded them one by one, and in the end, it was clear that the income and expenses did not balance at all. Moreover, he discovered that many goods, although clearly out of stock, were still being shipped, indicating that goods were not being shipped according to their true categories, and there were also duplicate entries. This was clearly a fake account, a muddled account. This was found on the body of a core formation cultivator from the Ice Soul Demon Sect. This was not the main point. Moreover, it wasn't from that white-haired demon cultivator. This stuff was extracted from the storage ring of a late core formation expert. And Yangshu, realizing this later, coldly said, "Found on the demon sect cultivator?" Chun Shin nodded. Flipping to the cover of the account book, it was boldly written, Beast Master Sect, Sangyun Square Market Accounts. Chun Shin showed the organized account table to Yangshu. Although Yangshu could not understand those strange symbols, he could comprehend Chun Shin's final conclusion. The manager of the Beast Master Sect's Sangyun Square Market had been supplying benefits to the Ice Soul Demon Sect. This was serious. After a moment of thought, Chun Shin said, I need to go to Sangyun Square Market. Understanding in Yangshu's concerns, Chun Shin did not force him to come along. Iron Feather Goose couldn't carry that many people, and with the protector heavily injured, Chun Shin decided not to trouble him with this trip. Seeing the old man's firm attitude, wanting to continue secretly protecting them despite his injuries, Chun Shin had no choice but to show him the snow-white ring in his hand. The old man's expression changed. How could he not recognize the ring of that heavily injured person? Looking at Chun Shin again, there was awe in his eyes. Being able to kill that old monster meant he could also kill him. Although he did not know what method Chun Shin used, strength was paramount. The protector no longer insisted and, within Yangshu, took the child and flew into the sky, heading toward the sect, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Chun Shin summoned the Storm Thunder Eagle, heading in another direction, also vanishing into the skyline. The territory under the sect's banner was different from that of Mortal Emperor's territorial expansions. For Mortal Emperors, the territory is defined by where their iron hooves can reach. The sects, however, valued resources. Whether it was spirit stone mines or valleys of rare flowers and fruits, that was what they focused on. Of course, population is also a type of resource. Naturally, the Beastmaster sect would try to list the areas of resources they could control as their own industries. If it was an enclave that the sect's influence could not cover, it would only be a nominal territory. Chapter 91, Ice Ghost. The Sangyun Icefield, although located within the borders of Sangbei Kingdom, is not considered the territory of the Beastmaster sect. The reason is that there is a treasure land there, with treasures produced underground, called the Sangyun Mine. It produces Xian ice. Depending on the years, Xian ice can be used for cultivation or refining magic tools. It is of great benefit to cultivators practicing cold attribute techniques or cold attribute spirit beasts. Such a treasure land is certainly a place of contention for military families. Both the Beastmaster sect and the Ice Soul Demon sect value this place and want to include it under their control. Through resource allocation and dialogue among the sect's powers, the Sangyun Mine ultimately evolved into 2 factions, each controlling half. Adjacent to the treasure land, the population naturally flourished, and thus Sangyun Square Market was born. Where there are treasures, there will also be terror. The Sangyun Mine, which produces treasures, gives rise to many ice ghosts. They often kill the mortals mining in the cave, which requires cultivators to participate. Ice ghosts are powerful and elusive, and the sect does not want their disciples to take such risks, so they simply let the expendable loose cultivators participate. Over time, as the Sangyun Mine was dug deeper, it seemed to have damaged the ice ghost's habitat, and now even the entire Sangyun ice field would have ice ghosts appearing from time to time. Originally a place with few human traces affected by the ice ghosts, Even the few tribes that existed moved away with their families, making the Sangyun ice field even more desolate. Sangyun Square Market is not far from the Sanxia city where the Ice Soul Demon sect was encountered. Chun Xin planned to stealthily investigate the situation, arriving outside Sanxia city and dismissing the Thunder Eagle to proceed on foot, once again using the concealment technique. He lowered his cultivation to the first layer of foundation building and changed into a common loose cultivator's outfit. Chun Xin was quite satisfied with his new appearance. Suddenly, a transparent phantom emerged from the ground ahead, neither human nor beast, lunging towards Chun Xin. Is this the ice ghost? With one sword strike, the creature's form faded significantly, but it still moved nimbly, seemingly unharmed. Chun Xin dodged and struck again, cleaving it from head to toe. The ice ghost did not split in half, but became even more translucent, and with a snap, it dissipated into the air. The ice ghost was not a physical entity. No wonder it was so difficult to deal with. It required loose cultivators to participate. His attacks only accelerated its dissipation, without causing any injuries or decreasing its power. This was still with his considerable attack power. If it were an attack from a chi refining stage cultivator, it wouldn't be as simple as landing 2 strikes. Chun Xin, for some reason, thought of a game. The ice ghost was like a game character, and being injured just meant losing health points, without causing much impact. As long as the health bar wasn't empty, even if it was down to 1 drop, it would still be in peak condition. The closer he got to Sangyun Square Market, the more frequently the elusive ice ghosts appeared, and even their strength increased. A small hole suddenly appeared on the icy rock wall, and an eye emerged from the hole, resembling a scene from a ghost story where spirits are lurking. Looking extremely terrifying, the eye gazed at Chun Xin, who was walking on the ice field, muttering to itself, dressed lightly, unafraid of the cold. Must be a Foundation establishment cultivator. I might need to inform Old Bai about this. After saying this, it took out a sound transmission talisman, seemingly notifying someone. Chun Xin did not seem to notice anything unusual and continued walking straight ahead. After a long while, he suddenly killed an ice ghost that had emerged. Suddenly, the ice beneath his feet cracked open, revealing a white pit, in which a cultivator was hiding. Clad in a white cloak, he blended in with the snow. A snow-white long sword suddenly emitted a dazzling white light and stabbed upwards. An ordinary person, if caught off guard, would be blinded by the white light and lose their vision. In an instant, a head rolled into the pit. A faint blue light flickered in Chun Xun's eyes as he looked at the corpse in the pit. Foundation establishment level 5, if it weren't for some sneak attack, he wouldn't have died so quickly. The sword move drew a beautiful half circle of blood in the air, and this cultivator fell into a pool of blood without even a groan. Foundation establishment level 1, slaughtered like a dog. Not even as tough as an ice ghost. The cultivator still had a breath left. Chun Xin crouched in front of him and asked, "Why did you ambush me?" To his surprise, the cultivator smiled. Even as his life was slowly ebbing away. A disciple of a sect, perhaps from the Ice Soul Demon sect? No, it should be from the Beast Control sect. Chun Xin's gaze sharpened. He hadn't even used a spirit beast and had deliberately disguised himself. How did this dying man figure it out with just a few words? He wanted to ask, how did you see through it? For someone about to die, Chun Xin didn't mind giving a bit of respect. You big sects have divided all the resources. We loose cultivators survive in the cracks. Who isn't risking their life? Death is already a trivial matter. Who doesn't know the dangers of entering Sangyun Square? You travel alone, not following a merchant caravan, and still ask why someone would ambush you? It's really laughable. After saying these few words, the loose cultivator fell silent. Chun Xin buried him with snow, his eyes reflecting deep thought. This continent is severely competitive. The big sects have divided up all the resources, and small sects have no soil to survive. Without resources, they can't produce outstanding figures. Chun Xin thought of those children who had been filtered out. If they also wanted to step onto the path of immortality, perhaps being loose cultivators was a way out. As joining small sects wouldn't provide them with much resource either. Resources have already been controlled by sections. For loose cultivators wanting to advance, they either have to take risks and venture into places that big sects refuse to enter to seek opportunities, or they have to survive by ambushing other cultivators. Should he find a merchant caravan to join? Being alone was indeed a bit conspicuous. Unlike the way loose cultivators acted, no wonder he was seen through. Chun Xin thought, summoning his Thunder Eagle and flying into the sky. Let's see. If there's no merchant caravan, can't just wait around, right? He thought to himself. When luck comes, it can't be stopped. In the high sky, Chun Xin quickly spotted a merchant caravan. They were transporting large quantities of goods. From what he could see, it seemed to be food supplies, nothing precious. Originally a long line of merchants, they had now formed a circular formation, with commoners in the middle doing the hard labor, and loose cultivators fighting ice ghosts on the outside. Old fan, didn't you say this road was safe? Why are there so many ice ghosts appearing? The two speakers. Both at the early stage of Foundation establishment, were handling the ice ghosts before them with relative ease. The other loose cultivator guards only had chi refinement cultivation, and a few in groups were struggling against one ice ghost, with some even pierced through by ice ghosts, lying on the ground, uncertain of life or death. Should we take another route? The leader, Old Fan, found it hard to decide. He wasn't afraid of a longer journey. The main concern was whether the ice ghosts would be fewer on other routes. Moreover, the bandits on this road seemed to understand the principle of drawing water from a dried well. As long as they were given some supplies, they would let people go. Other routes might not be so easy to negotiate. They might not only rob everything, but also leave people's lives at risk. It was as if they had stepped into an ice ghost's den, with ice ghosts continuously emerging from the ground. The speed of killing them was far behind the replenishment of their numbers. The defense line was slowly collapsing, and it looked like they would soon be overrun by ice ghosts, leading to the death of commoners. Suddenly, a figure rushed from a distance, striking down an ice ghost with a swift blow. A Foundation establishment expert, Old Fan did not feel joy at the unexpected assistance. Instead, he moved his battlefield closer to Chun Shun, subtly showing his vigilance. Who is this sword expert? Now he was a loose cultivator. Bringing the Thunder Eagle over would reveal his identity as a Beast Control Sect disciple. If someone had a bit of insight, they could even guess his core disciple identity. How could he secretly infiltrate and investigate the situation? With the sword in hand, slicing through with a mysterious arc. Each strike was so decisive that the ice ghosts could hardly touch Chun Shun. The addition of a Foundation establishment cultivator sped up the killing of ice ghosts compared to adding dozens of chi refinement cultivators. The balance of victory quickly tilted towards the merchant caravan. Is he testing my limits? Chun Shun thought to himself. The minor skills passed down in his family had indeed caught the attention of his companions. Thank you for your help. My name is Su Fan. Here as a small token of appreciation, I hope you accept it. After saying this, he took out 30 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, his face showing a pained expression as he handed them to Chun Shun. Is this how you treat a beggar? A Foundation establishment cultivator's help is worth so little? Chun Shun controlled his expression, refraining from voicing his thoughts. While declining, he said, "It's just a coincidence. I helped out casually. My name is Shin Shun. I wonder if your party is also heading to Sangyin Square?" Chun Shun flipped his name, using a pseudonym. He was already quite famous in the Beast Control Sect as the only disciple of the Grand Elder. It would be hard not to be known. Yes, our purpose for this trip is indeed Sangyin Square. That's great. I'm also heading to the square. But it's my first time going, and I'm unaware of the dangers on the road. May I join your caravan? Su Fan did not agree immediately. Instead, he thought for a moment and said, "All right, but until we reach Sangyin Square, Shin Dao, you should not move around freely and stay in one place, okay?" "Sure." Su Fan brought Chun Shun into the caravan and arranged for him to sit at the very back of the group, on a cart carrying supplies. Another Foundation establishment cultivator of the caravan walked up to Su Fan, looking puzzled and saying, "Old Fan, letting an unknown cultivator join halfway is a big taboo for caravans. Why did you? I'll keep an eye on him. Don't let him have access to everyone's food." The chi refinement cultivators who had been pierced through by ice ghosts were now placed in the middle carts of the caravan. They weren't dead. Instead, they had been afflicted by the cold energy of the ice ghosts and needed time to recover, which would take 3 to 5 days. The caravan didn't want to wait too long. Ice ghosts are ethereal beings that don't cause physical harm to humans. However, they can penetrate the human body repeatedly, drawing away heat and leaving behind cold energy that harms. After many penetrations, when all the heat in the body is gone, they can reside within, taking away the last breath of life from the person. Fortunately, these chi refinement cultivators were only pierced once by ice ghosts, and then the ice ghosts were drawn away by their companions, avoiding further harm. With commoners in the caravan, their speed had slowed considerably. Su Fan kept moving around the entire caravan, sometimes at the front, sometimes at the back, seemingly carefully protecting the entire caravan's safety. However, Chun Shun subtly understood that he was on guard against him. Luckily, he had helped them a little. Otherwise, it would have been hard to blend in. Chun Shun secretly complained. The cart Chun Shun was sitting on was not a luxurious one. It was a cart for transporting food, and he was sitting on top of the grain bags. The driver was a young man, very talkative, with nothing much to do on the way. The two naturally struck up a conversation. Through the young man's descriptions, Chun Shun gained a deeper understanding of the caravan's existence. The Sangyin mine in the treasure region requires a large number of mortals and loose cultivators, primarily chi refinement practitioners, which consumes a vast amount of food. The harsh environment of the northern country is not a food-producing area, and it is already a struggle to barely maintain supplies, let alone trade food for Sangyin. This necessitates countless merchant caravans to be dispatched from the southern countries, where food prices are lower the further south one goes. They are considered caravans that travel a long distance. Along the way, people need to eat, right? How can each of your carts be fully loaded with food without any wastage? The pleasant conversation continued, and Chun Shun gradually understood the necessity of this convoy. Chun Shun, being a well-fed person, couldn't comprehend the hunger of the starving. He thought that escorting this little bit of food was nothing, just a few storage bags to fill. Why bother with all this effort? He believed he could transport it all by himself. It turned out that storage bags were also rare items among loose cultivators. Only 2 Foundation establishment cultivators in the entire convoy owned them, and they were the worst quality, with a space of only a few cubic meters. Their storage bags were used for holding goods, not food, but rather some elixirs and spirit stones, as the loose cultivators in Sangyun also needed to cultivate. And these could exchange for great benefits. Along the way, ice spirits occasionally appeared, but they were not as numerous when there were no merchant caravans around. If an ice spirit appeared behind the convoy, Chun Shun would deal with it effortlessly, while others would handle any threats ahead. After several days of travel, Chun Shun was jolted by the carts to the point of discomfort. Without the comfort of the Thunder Eagles, he couldn't relax enough to cultivate. Just as he was planning to get off and stretch his legs, a group of people approached from ahead, led by 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. With the leader being a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, they had a group of underlings with them. Another encounter with bandits. The old man seemed to be very familiar with this group of bandits. There was no conflict as expected. He pulled out some bottles from his storage bag and handed them to the bandits, who generously allowed the merchant convoy to leave without much blame. As the convoy moved ahead, Chun Shun, at the end of the line, finally had the chance to closely observe the bandits on either side of the road. They were ragged, happily distributing the bottles in their hands, completely oblivious to Chun Shun's gaze. Were these cultivators? They seemed worse off than refugees. How had loose cultivators ended up like this? Chapter 93, Sangyun Market. With no more bandits along the way, it seemed they had divided their territories. The 2 individuals Chun Shun had killed must have been lone wolves, different from the families just now. They had their own considerations, which made them easier to deal with. Chun Shun did not look down on the cultivators turned bandits. Instead, he felt a bit of admiration. They were not far from the northern country of Sangyun, where any one of them could easily enter the court and wait for high positions and wealth. Yet, for the elusive path of seeking immortality, they would rather stay in this harsh place, just for a glimmer of a mortal chance. Indeed, reading thousands of books is not as useful as traveling thousands of miles. Merely not being lazy was not enough. He needed to work even harder. Chun Shun's determination to cultivate became even more steadfast, and surprisingly, it was the sight of those loose cultivators, resembling beggars, that served as a model for him, making his faith more pure and resolute. The 9th sword of breaking the void, 3rd layer, nurturing the sword. The Lingshu sword rolled in his dantian, its aura becoming sharper. After more than 10 days of travel, they finally caught sight of their destination. Sangyun Market was a basin surrounded by ice mountains, with only one winding canyon leading into it. Su Fan saw that Chun Shun was indeed very obedient, not wandering around the convoy, but keeping an eye on the rear. Now that the convoy was about to enter the canyon, where there were no more dangers, Su Fan finally relaxed his guard and started a conversation with Chun Shun. Chun Shun's understanding of Sangyun Market deepened further, moving beyond the descriptions in the sect's jade slips. Although Sangyun Market was located in a basin, the surrounding ice mountains created a unique geographical condition that kept the basin windless, preventing the cold air from dissipating, forming clouds of cold air resembling clouds inside. Walking within, it felt like standing on top of clouds, hence the name Sangyun. This basin was protected by joint formations set up by 2 sects, ensuring that no ice spirits would emerge on the ground, making it the safest area. The 2 sects jointly managed this precious land. Besides extracting resources, it naturally evolved into a trading place for resource exchanges between the 2 sections. With the addition of loose cultivators, this market prospered even more. This was the general introduction from the jade slips. However, from Su Fan's mouth, Chun Shun learned that this was old news. Sangyun had gradually formed a 3rd major force, which was the loose cultivator faction. In this small market, they had become a force that could not be underestimated, and many matters could not be decided by the 2 sects alone. Negotiations were necessary. Indeed, it was the cultivators who had a better understanding of Sangyun Market. And during their conversation, Chun Shun continuously gathered more information about the market. Though it was called a canyon, the road was not narrow. 6 carts could travel side by side without feeling crowded. All kinds of merchant caravans from any direction would pass through this canyon. At the entrance of the canyon, Su Fan's convoy encountered another caravan. Their goods were mostly iron tools, such as hoes and shovels, used for mining. Su Fan clearly recognized the leader of the other caravan. He left Chun Shun and engaged in friendly conversation. Within the canyon, white clouds floated beneath their feet, albeit these clouds were quite cold. The mortals wrapped themselves tightly in their cotton clothes, and those in better conditions wore rabbit fur coats outside to resist the sudden drop in temperature. Soon, the merchant convoy exited the canyon and truly entered this land contested by the two sections. A massive market appeared before Qinshin's eyes, seemingly floating on the white clouds. The sounds of stalls and vendors filled the air, and a few young people, stepping into this realm of immortals for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. 3 individuals approached to register. From their attire, one represented the Ice Spirit Demon Sect, another the Beastmaster Sect, and the third was likely representing the Loose Cultivator faction. Su Fan was quite adept at handling this. After a brief exchange and showing the escorted food supplies, they quickly passed through without any individual inspections. Even Qinshin was treated as just a passing loose cultivator, not scrutinized closely. Thus, naturally, Qinshin blended into Sangyun Market without causing any disturbance. Upon arrival at the destination, Qinshin didn't rush to leave the convoy, but first observed how Su Fan handled the goods. Su Fan, not minding, generously showed Qinshin. These food supplies were essentially the entry permit for entering and exiting Sangyun Market, reaching the required quantity allowed for tax-free entry. Otherwise, a large amount of spirit stones would need to be paid, making the trip to Sangyun not worthwhile. So that is how it is. Qinshin initially thought that these mortal foods could be exchanged for resources for cultivators here, but it turned out they were just a ticket. It made sense. If these foods and iron tools could be traded for cultivation resources, the prices would be outrageous, and Qinshin could travel back and forth every day. Using this ticket method to allow cultivators to bring the food supplies needed by mortals was a necessary compromise. After all, ice spirits roamed the icy plains outside, and without cultivators escorting them, it would be a dead end. Qinshin now understood why that loose cultivator recognized him as a major sect cultivator at first glance. Going alone without a ticket would require a hefty amount of spirit stones, which was not something a loose cultivator would do, not just due to strength reasons. Let's first process this batch of food supplies. Su Fan really thought Qinshin was just a passing loose cultivator, a kind-hearted cultivator who was honest along the way. Earning his trust, the food supplies brought were indeed tickets, but they were not free provisions. They required equivalent exchanges, and they were also a source of income for mortals. Brokers had already come to negotiate with the mortals of the convoy. They were all buyers needing food, and the quoted prices were quite similar. With competition, there was no specific high or low price. Only slight differences in the quality and condition of the goods, and the payment methods varied, not limited to gold and silver. Next comes the main event. Su Fan led the cultivators in the merchant caravan deeper into the market. Although there were still sounds of trading here, it was noticeably different from the outer circle. The sellers were all cultivators, and the goods they sold were all supplies used in the cultivation world. The chi refining cultivators guarding the merchant caravan took out some spiritual herbs and ores from their personal bags, casually finding a spot to sit down and start selling. Su Fan also took out 2 storage bags from his waist, which were bulging and clearly full. He pulled out many detoxification pills used by chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. There weren't many varieties, but the quantity was considerable, and he began to operate his stall on the street. Is this all free trade? The sects don't charge any fees? Qinshin asked Su Fan, somewhat puzzled. Su Fan, while setting up his stall, replied, originally, any transaction had to pay a portion of the profits to the 2 sections. With both sides needing to pay, there would be hardly any profit left. Without a trading environment, loose cultivators could only rely on protecting mortals in the mines to earn meager incomes. And very few came here. The 2 sects also recognized the problem and decided to relax the trading rules, firmly controlling the Sangyun mine, which is how the Sangyun market gradually flourished. It's about grasping the big while letting go of the small. There are still capable people in the sections. Qinshin nodded secretly. Chapter 94, Jin's Spiritual Treasure Pavilion. Qinshin also noticed that there were many buildings around, filled with treasures, but very few people went inside. Unlike the bustling street stalls. Before Qinshin could ask, Su Fan proactively explained to him that he could see Qinshin was indeed visiting Sangyun Market for the first time. And he couldn't help but mock his cautiousness along the way. These are the trading posts set up by the 2 sections. Although the items are good, the prices are high. Unless necessary, we want to buy things inside. It's better to stroll around these outdoor stalls. Who knows? We might find the supplies we need for half the price. Seeing Qinshin continuously looking around without a selling posture, Su Fan curiously asked, Daoist Shin, you're not thinking of going into the mine, are you? That thought did cross my mind, Qinshin replied. He had already seen the massive cave at the deepest part of the basin, which looked like a steep cliff, even with clouds floating above. It couldn't hide the size of the cave entrance. There was no sound of mining tools being swung, indicating that the mine had been excavated very deeply. Is this still a mine? It's practically an abyss. The area around the entrance had many buildings on either side, with many figures moving about. From their clothing, it was easy to distinguish. One side belonged to the Beast Taming sect, and the other was naturally the Ice Soul Demon cult. Su Fan glanced around to see if anyone was paying attention to them before saying, "I advise Taoist Shin not to go down. Please enlighten me, Su Taoist." The reason why the loose cultivator forces in Sangyun could engage in equal dialogue with the two sects was mainly because the loose cultivators had formed an alliance in the mines. It was difficult for outsiders to infiltrate, and only loose cultivators who couldn't survive would take the risk to fight for a chance. The Sangyun mine is controlled by our loose cultivators? Chen Shun was somewhat surprised. This was significant, as it was the core asset here. How could outsiders intervene? Were the managers all dead? Not exactly. Through Su Fan's explanation, Chun Shin learned that the two sects only controlled the entrance and exit of the cave, which was a necessary route, regardless of the filth below, as long as someone came out. Their belongings would be checked to ensure that loose cultivators wouldn't take out treasures that didn't belong to them. The management method was crude. They would allow the equivalent of 100 worth of items to be taken out, keeping one for themselves, just standing at the entrance like local landlords, collecting rent to survive. The management underground was completely handed over to loose cultivators, as long as they met the required quantity each month. The sect forces couldn't be bothered to check the mines. Originally, it wasn't like this. The sect forces would also personally supervise and monitor each other. But seeing that the loose cultivators managed well, they became comfortable acting as third parties. Without supervision, the loose cultivators underground formed an alliance from a scattered group. They occupied quality assets that were easy to mine and had fewer ice demons, allowing mortals to do the work, and wouldn't let other new loose cultivators take over. New loose cultivators could only be forced to go deeper into the veins, where there were many ice demons, unsuitable for mortals to mine, and could only rely on cultivators to work. Thus, risking death, they had to give a portion to the loose cultivator forces to leave. Both sides would scrape a little profit at the same time, leading to the prevalence of bandits outside the sect. Those were later loose cultivators who didn't join any forces and simply resorted to robbery. The risk was much smaller than mining, and they gained quite a bit. Despite that, many cultivators were willing to go down the mines, most of whom were chi-refining loose cultivators who weren't qualified for robbery and had no one to take them in. Su Fan had completely set up his stall. Surprisingly, these obscure pills were selling quite well, and business was getting better. Noticing that Su Fan didn't have time to attend to him, Chen Shin excused himself and left the place. Chen Shin's first stop was to head to the trading post set up by the Beast Taming sect. The sign of the building selling treasures read brightly, Jin's Spiritual Treasure Pavilion. To be honest, Chen Shin was so invested in the Sangyun market not only because of the sect disciples, but also because of the forces involved. The Sangyun market was an industry managed by the Jin clan of the Beast Taming sect, which was related to his master. There were connections between the Jin clan and the demon cult. Was it just resources? Could there be more that he didn't know? He had to investigate thoroughly to find the pests and ensure his master wouldn't be implicated by them. The Jin's Spiritual Treasure Pavilion was well stocked, with various goods filling the shelves, resembling a supermarket. Among the items were magical weapons and clothes, all of which were of low to mid-grade. High-grade items were not sold. There were also pills, array plates, talismans, and spiritual plants, mostly common varieties, occupying such a large space. The majority consisted of materials from spirit beast bodies and various spirit beast venoms, which were specialties of the sect brought over. Every sect had some specialties for business. What were the specialties of the Beast Taming sect? Spiritual herbs? No, the Medicine King Valley would be the first to disagree. The specialties of the Beast Taming sect were the vast spirit beast forests, which had various species of spirit beasts. Selling live spirit beasts? Although the sect had this practice, very few cultivators from other sects engaged in this, and it was not very profitable. Then there were the corpses of spirit beasts. Their bodies were treasures and could be used to refine magical treasures, swords, talismans, etc. Many spirit beasts themselves were medicinal materials and could be used for medicine. However, the Beast Taming sect clearly understood that overexploitation was a poor practice and would never kill spirit beasts in large numbers for temporary profit. They would only eliminate a portion if certain spirit beasts overbreeded and invaded the territories of others, maintaining a suitable ecosystem where they wouldn't interfere with each other and prosper together. Spirit beasts naturally shed their shells, scales, skins, teeth, etc. And there were also non-natural resources, such as various spirit beast venoms. For instance, Song Yufei's centipede venom could be sold, and the beast stingers pulled out by Chun Shun could be sold for money. These renewable resources occupied a large part of the Jin's Spiritual Treasure Pavilion. They were rare resources seldom seen in the market, and most loose cultivators bought these items. Inside the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion, it was a long time before someone was seen entering. When Chun Shun walked in, there wasn't even a single customer. The clerk at the counter was dozing off, his eyelids drooping and rising, fighting to stay awake. Chun Shin's entrance startled the clerk awake, but instead of being pleasantly surprised by a customer, he wore a sour face as if blaming Chun Shun for disturbing his good sleep. What do you want to buy? If you're not buying anything. The Jin's Spiritual Treasure Pavilion doesn't allow casual visits. Do you buy items? Chun Shin asked, as the loose cultivators from the outer door were not knowledgeable. Huh, what good stuff do you loose cultivators have? If you come here to cheat, be careful you can't walk away with your skin intact. Although the clerk was still rude, he sat up. That fake account included the business of the Jin's Spiritual Treasure Pavilion, with records of their purchases, and perhaps he could discover some clues here. Chun Shun took out a spiritual plant, purple rhythmic ginseng, from his storage bag. The whole ginseng was a deep purple, aged over 1,000 years. This was something the elder found in his storage bag. This item can enhance the power of foundation-building cultivators even when consumed raw, but it's too wasteful. If mixed with a few common spirit herbs and refined into a Ziyun pill, one could maximize its benefits. Chun Shin's advancement was too rapid. His cultivation was completely suppressed by his physical vessel, so he had no use for this treasure. Chapter 95, Xingyun Mine. Ziyun Ginseng? Where did you harvest it? The attendant's eyes lit up, losing any trace of previous indifference, and he solemnly accepted it. I got lucky and stumbled upon a plant in the mountains. The attendant had no doubts. The Ziyun Ginseng indeed grew in ordinary forests, as Chun Shin mentioned. However, at under 500 years of age, it looked like an ordinary ginseng. Entirely yellow, many of which had been picked by mortals, wasting this treasure. 10 mid-grade spirit stones? Are you dismissing me? This item is worth more than that. Even at the upper-grade spirit stone level, but Chun Shun didn't show it and instead acted overly joyful. Really? I told you it must be worth more than 1 mid-grade spirit stone. The Jin Clan Spirit Treasure Pavilion is fair. Haha, indeed. The attendant carefully hid his disdainful gaze and prepared to take out the spirit stones to settle the payment, only to be stopped by Chun Shun. What? Do you want to raise the price? Don't you see where this is? The attendant's expression darkened. Chun Shun smiled and said, how could that be? I just noticed that the supplies you sell happen to be what I need and wanted to buy a bit to settle the payment together. I see, I misunderstood. The attendant awkwardly realized his error but felt a bit pleased. Coming and going, he could earn a lot, encountering a Navi customer. The attendant happily retrieved the monster materials Chun Shun needed, and Chun Shun began to subtly inquire about the details of the Jin Clan Spirit Treasure Pavilion. The attendant, feeling good inside, answered Chun Shun's questions readily. The owner of Sengyun? Our owner is quite remarkable. He belongs to my Jin clan, entrusted to manage by the young master. Jin Figuang, it really is you. Chun Shun's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold glint as he looked at the attendant's back. His voice still warm as the wind. I see that the Jin Clan Spirit Treasure Pavilion doesn't seem to be doing well. Isn't your owner worried? After taking the monster materials and the change from the spirit stones, Chun Shun quickly left the Jin Clan Spirit Treasure Pavilion. A pair of eyes watched everything from afar. This was the pavilion where the Beast Control Sect was stationed at Sengyun Mine. Chun Shun's eyes glimmered with blue light, flashing briefly. Fearing that his divination might be overused and discovered by those inside, there are foundation-building cultivators stationed. It would be difficult to infiltrate. As Chun Shun pondered how to blend in, he heard two people talking nearby. Second uncle, are we really going down to mine? Those two also noticed Chun Shun and followed him all the way. Although they hadn't spoken, they recognized each other. Through their conversation, Chun Shun learned that this second-in-command was named Zhu Ding, and he had a regular partnership with Su Fan. The wealth they brought was traded in the market, and whether they gained or lost was their own responsibility. Unfortunately, the market was filled with mixed fortunes, and he had been deceived by fake treasures, losing his entire fortune on counterfeit medicine. After speaking, Zhu Ding took out a few bone-refining pills, commonly used by foundation-building cultivators to temper their bodies. The lower-grade bone-refining pills were dull in color, and I could smell that they were fine. Unexpectedly, these were made from scrap pills, kneaded from the core. Scrap pills would have blackened parts, and the blackened bits were removed and kneaded into pills, turning waste into treasure, which opened Chun Shin's eyes. These fakes were quite crude. A cultivator skilled in alchemy could spot the difference at a glance. Unfortunately, how many loose cultivators could master the craft of alchemy? It was clear that Zhu Ding's chi-refining cultivator nephew was somewhat worried. Second uncle, didn't you say the Sengyun mine was controlled by powerful forces? And going down would only mean danger? Zhu Ding was already obsessed, holding on to a chance of hitting the jackpot. Chun Shun was about to leave when Zhu Ding's words changed his mind. I have some research on mines. I once mined for spirit stones. Let's first check the spirit vein map in the Beast Control Sect Pavilion and see if there are any good places. Can we get close to that pavilion to mine? Chun Shun's eyes lit up as he said, I also want to go down and try my luck. I wonder if I can join you. Zhu Ding was delighted to find a companion. Great, then let's go together. In unfamiliar territory, he was initially worried. But now having someone familiar to watch over and help each other felt reassuring. Even if it meant facing danger, at least there would be someone to share the burden. The two set off, leaving the helpless chi-refining cultivator behind, stepping into the Sangyun mine area. Halt! What are you doing? The two quickly encountered a checkpoint. The person checking was also wearing the Beast Control Sect's outer sect attire. We want to go down to mine for Xian Ice, and would like to see the vein map first, Qin Shun interjected. Follow me. The checking disciple was used to this. Every day, loose cultivators would go down to the mine, but most only had a fleeting acquaintance and were never seen again. They were still quite generous with the requests of the dead. Arriving at the Beast Control Sect Station Pavilion, the checking disciple said, "The map is on the first floor. Do not go up to the second floor. You have one day. I will come to guide you down to the mine tomorrow morning." After saying this, he turned and left. He wasn't worried about the two causing trouble. The elder of the Jin clan and foundation-building cultivators were present upstairs. Anyone wanting to cause a ruckus wouldn't be interested in living. The first floor of the pavilion was a hall, and apart from a sand table-like vein map, there was nothing else, making it feel empty. Zhu Ding eagerly leaned over the sand table, carefully observing the vein distribution. Chun Shin couldn't understand this. He raised his head and looked towards the second floor, where the foundation-building cultivator was located. How to get up there? Night fell quickly. While Sangyun Market was bustling during the day, it became much quieter at night. Chun Shin finally heard the faint sound of knocking coming from the mine. Suddenly, a shout came from the mine. "It's a cave-in! It's a cave-in!" The oppressive aura from the second floor vanished. Chun Shin moved his feet. There was a small pit underfoot, dark and murky, indicating the mine had collapsed, a result of Chun Shin's doing. Zhu Ding had already fallen asleep beside the sand table, unaware of Chun Shin's actions. With a flash, Chun Shin headed towards the second floor. Time was tight, and he needed to act quickly. Chapter 96, A Dive into the Mine. The foundation-building cultivators on the second floor had not set up restrictions to prevent outsiders from going up. From the attendant of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, who quickly ran upstairs, it could be seen that this was not a closed-off area. He often received guests. And setting up restrictive formations would be troublesome. The strength of a foundation-building cultivator itself served as the most reliable restriction. Who could intrude? But tonight, it was met with an unexpected guest. The room was spacious, simply decorated, with no rare items in sight. This is the downside of cultivators. Any valuable items are usually kept in their personal storage bags, not left out to attract thieves. Chun Shin could only search for clues in the details. Chun Shin soon discovered a book resting on the desk. It was a mortal's book, and clearly, the Jin clan elder did not value it. Upon opening it, he found a list of death row inmates from the Sangbei Kingdom, detailing their names and crimes. The list contained thousands of names, with no further records. A small head peeked out from the small hole, seeing Chun Shun with joyful eyes. A new bloodthirsty ant-emperor. The new ant-emperor had only been raised in Chun Shin's farm space for half a year. It couldn't compare to the rapid growth of the purple hive emperor. And it was only a low-level spirit beast at tier 2. Chun Shun hadn't planned to bring it out so early, but since the bloodthirsty ants were far from him, they weren't as obedient. Unable to complete the task and fearing leaving too many traces, he had no choice but to let the ant-emperor take action personally. Zhu Ding woke up, thinking he had been too absorbed in observing the sand table and didn't realize Qin Shun was causing trouble, and continued to examine the vein distribution on the sand table. As expected, the foundation-building cultivator upstairs did not arrive quickly. Qin Shun waited a long time, and that oppressive aura only suddenly appeared again upstairs. Qin Shun's eyes sparkled with intensity. Sangyun Mine required mortals to mine. Although there were dangers, they were all recruited. They are willing to take this risk just to obtain a substantial income. The Sangyun Mine is no longer in its initial excavation phase. Where there is danger, there is also safety. The scattered repair forces are more adept at navigating this, and the danger level is not significant. In the Sangbei Kingdom, death row inmates, like the one upstairs, only needs so many people. As for what crimes they committed, he does not care, which is why he casually left them on the desk. It really is necessary to explore the mine. After a night passed, Zhu Ding was full of excitement, pointing to a vein and saying, "It's right here." Others might find it hard to notice, thinking it's just an ordinary vein. But if we dig deeper, it should be the hidden convergence of spiritual veins. Definitely a rich mine. Chun Shin curiously asked, "How did you figure that out?" "I once dug a spirit stone mine. The vein's trajectory there is similar to this one. Where high-quality spirit stones are produced, the core areas are quite alike. So it was just a hunch," Chun Shin thought to himself. How could it be so coincidental? Spirit stone mines are different from ice mines. One can't just apply the same logic. Chun Shin kept these thoughts to himself, not wanting to dampen Zhu Ding's enthusiasm. The disciple of the Beast Taming sect was very punctual. Just as dawn broke, he came to call Chun Shun and Zhu Ding. Following this disciple, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Sangyun Mine. On the edge of the cliff-like entrance, There were actually 2 scattered repairmen, judging by their shriveled appearance. It seemed to be their first time in the mine. These new scattered repairmen didn't go to the attic to study the vein's trajectory, but stubbornly entered directly. Shin speculated secretly. All right, everyone is here. Let us go down together, the Beast Taming sect disciple said directly. What? Shin glanced at the huge opening that looked like a devil's mouth, dark below. How were they supposed to go down? Jumping down would surely lead to a fall. And foundation-building cultivators couldn't fly. Besides, these 2 newcomers were merely chi practitioners. While Shun was still puzzled. The disciple of the Beast Taming sect had already jumped down. This action startled Shun, who hurriedly ran to the edge of the opening and finally understood the guide's intention. It turned out that a circle of stone steps had been carved into the cliff of the mine, spiraling downwards. Shun hadn't noticed this crucial detail earlier. The 4 hurriedly followed down, their figures gradually disappearing into the darkness. After a long walk, they finally reached the bottom of the mine. Shun looked up at the sky and found that the huge opening of the mine was now no bigger than a bowl, allowing only a small glimpse of the blue sky, truly like sitting in a well and watching the sky. At the bottom of the mine, there were many horizontal tunnels, brightly lit, with hot air rising, unlike the cold outside. Several tunnels had piles of earth and stone at the entrances, along with broken support timbers, which were the good deeds of the Ant King from last night. Shun looked at so many small openings with so many tunnels inside, unsure of which one to choose. Zhu Ding quietly said beside him, "These tunnels are interconnected, they all lead to each other. Digging out so many openings is just for convenience." Shun nodded. It was like an ant nest. Newcomers have arrived, haha. You should have heard about the rules of the Sengyan mine. Any marked mining path is not to be excavated. You must choose elsewhere. Unmarked paths can be freely excavated. After digging, if you want to leave, report to me. I need to check before you can go. Shun understood that this check was to skin the scattered repair forces, and this strong man had the confidence to do so. He was a foundational stage expert. In the scattered repair world, it was the first time Shun had seen someone who could form a core. Before the strong man could finish speaking, a figure stumbled out from a tunnel, ragged and half dead, dried up. A miner's small leader chased out and first saluted the strong man, then yelled at the fleeing scattered repairman. "If you don't want to dig, at least give us 30% of what you've mined. I only dug 300 pieces in total. If I give you 30%, that's only 210 pieces. If I go out and keep 100, I'll only have 2 pieces of ice left, risking my life for this little? Haha, it's the rule. If not, don't leave the mine yet. Trade me some supplies. Look, I'll take 100 eyes for this cold-repelling pill. 2 pills can relieve your suffering. How about that? You." The strong man glared at the scattered repairman, who immediately lost his bravado. After thinking for a moment, he said, Fine. Right now, leaving with nothing isn't worth it. I might as well trade for pills and take another shot." After saying that, the scattered repairman traded 200 pieces of ice for 2 cold-repelling pills with the miner's small leader. Shun remembered that the market price for cold-repelling pills outside wasn't worth a trade of 200 pieces of ice. At most, it should be around 40. This was more than a 5-fold markup. Chapter 97, Treasureland. When new scattered repairmen have good luck and don't die, exhausting their supplies, and manage to dig up a certain amount of treasures, when they want to leave the mine, they are skinned by the scattered repair forces. Moreover, there are sect rules that dictate keeping 100 and giving 1, leaving very little for the scattered repairmen in the end. After all the hard work, without any profit, how can they leave? They can only stay in the mine, trading treasures with them in exchange for supplies to continue digging. It's a monopoly business, and one can imagine how outrageous the prices would be. Once the trade is completed, there won't be much left. New scattered repairmen need to continue digging in dangerous veins, and after several rounds, only then will they have the capital to leave. But how many can be so lucky to return unscathed? No wonder Su Fan said that only scattered repairmen who can't make a living will take the risk. Zhu Ding should also know these ins and outs, but since new scattered repairmen are all suffering, no one goes down. Yet there are still occasional lucky individuals who accidentally dig into rich mines and become 1 in 10,000 lucky ones to leave the mine. This does happen. However, after they leave the mined-rich veins will be marked by the scattered repair forces and come under their control. The existence of new scattered repairmen is merely to clear the land for them. After so many years, how many undeveloped rich mines are left? That remains unknown. While Shun was lost in thought, the core-forming scattered repairman had already left. He just needed to show his face. And then he left the complex matters to his younger brothers. The miner's small leader explained some precautions for entering the mine to the 4, avoiding unnecessary deaths, as having such good labor is beneficial for them too. After finishing, he left without checking their storage bags or anything. The mine hasn't even been excavated yet. What is there to check? A group of poor fools without a way out entering the mine won't have anything good on them. Let us go, Brother Shun. Okay. Wandering aimlessly in the tunnels isn't a good idea. It's better to follow Zhu Ding first. Chun Shen followed Zhu Ding into a mining cave. While the other two newcomers didn't follow along, they were both Qi practitioners and not familiar with Chun Shen and Zhu Ding, fearing they'd get dragged in as pawns. Entering the tunnel, Chun Shen understood that marked places couldn't be excavated. It wasn't about what was drawn on the walls of the mining path, but rather the oil lamps. Each oil lamp had small words engraved on it. Those who are not part of the Sangyun Scattered Repair Alliance, if caught digging, will die. Wherever the light of the flames shone, it belonged to the territory of the Scattered Repair Alliance beneath the mine. The substance burning in these oil lamps was also strange. It was unknown what kind of beast fat it was, glowing and heating without any signs of depletion. As they walked deeper, Zhu Ding stopped frequently, continuously discerning the paths ahead, and after descending hundreds of feet, they finally saw some figures. A group of mortals was desperately digging in the firelight. When they encountered the hard-to-excavate ice, Scattered Repair Alliance cultivators would step in to help. This exposed area was no longer rock layers, but ice layers, with profound ice embedded within, looking like deep blue gemstones in a pure white jade plate, extremely beautiful. This wasn't a place that Chun Shen and Zhu Ding could excavate, so they continued to move down. And the Scattered Repair Alliance cultivators didn't pay them any mind. Even if these people were only Qi practitioners, they felt superior to Chun Shen and Zhu Ding. The distinctions of strength and rank from the outside world vanished in the Sangyun mine. Only the difference between Alliance cultivators and non-Alliance cultivators remained. Once again passing through several places with ice crystal mines, all illuminated by firelight, where mortals and cultivators were digging. By chance, Chun Shen saw a mortal digging for ice crystals when an ice ghost suddenly emerged from the ice layer, passing through the mortal's body, causing instant death. Behind him, several cultivators from the Loose Cultivator Alliance joined forces to use fire-based spells and killed the ice ghost. After witnessing the demise of the ice ghost, the surviving mortals continued their digging as if they were accustomed to such scenes. An elderly mortal remarked while mining, "It's unfortunate for that little guy to encounter an ice ghost after half a month without seeing one." The other mortals said nothing more, just moved a bit closer to the firelight. Ice ghosts feared heat and instinctively avoided areas with firelight, but a few had no choice but to enter the mines. Chun Shen began to understand why there were so many ice ghosts in the icy plains. The extensive mining caused significant destruction to their habitat, which explained their erratic behavior in the ice fields. Chun Shen and his companion continued forward when a kind cultivator from the Loose Cultivator Alliance advised, "Deeper in, there are dangerous veins." "Thank you." Indeed, there were no oil lamps embedded in the rocks or ice walls, and the mine tunnels quickly became pitch dark. Both of them used spells to conjure small fireballs as they ventured deeper. The tunnels remained densely cobwebbed, and the number of ice ghosts increased. Chun Shen discovered that using fire spells was quite effective against ice ghosts, whereas it would take 2 strikes with a sword to kill one. A single fireball could eliminate it in one go. Along the way, they encountered several non-allied loose cultivators, who were quite wary of Chun Shen and his companion. Chun Shen had a faint understanding of why this was, which was confirmed when they passed through another tunnel and came across a corpse of a loose cultivator. His throat cut by a sharp weapon, definitely not the work of an ice ghost, and his storage bag was missing. Indeed, while navigating the mine, one had to be wary of ice ghosts as well as fellow cultivators. Killing was the quickest way to obtain treasures. They did not continue downward. Instead, Zhu Ding led Chun Shen sideways, slaying several more ice ghosts along the way. At a fork in the entrance, a cultivator was guarding a mine tunnel. Chun Shen's eyes narrowed. This was a cultivator from the Ice Soul Demon Sect, not a loose cultivator. Although the person was dressed like a loose cultivator, Chun Shen had fought against cultivators from the Ice Soul Demon Sect before, and he recognized the cold energy emanating from this person's body, which was unmistakably from the same source. Zhu Ding wanted to approach, but was stopped by the cultivator. This is a critical area of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Was there really a forbidden area in this Sangyun mine? Zhu Ding had no choice but to take another path, saying, "This mine tunnel is interconnected. Let's take a different route to the treasure I found." "That cultivator might be guarding the treasure you mentioned," Chun Shen suggested. "It shouldn't be. We can see from other paths." Zhu Ding was somewhat uncertain now. After following Zhu Ding through several mine tunnels, they encountered guards at every turn. He had lost hope and sighed. "It seems that treasure has been discovered. We can only seek elsewhere." However, Chun Shen felt elated by following Zhu Ding. He had accidentally stumbled upon the right place. Those guards, along with disciples from the Beast Control sect, were familiar to him. He was well acquainted with the aura of their techniques, and there must be something sinister going on inside. Zhu Ding wanted to explore other veins for opportunities, and Chun Shen pretended to do the same as they split up. Chun Shen had just passed by Zhu Ding and had memorized the location of the treasure. mentally sketching a map of the mine, eliminating the paths with guards. Above the treasure, at a distance of about 10 zhang, there was a tunnel that passed through without any guards. This dangerous mine was no longer a mix of rock and ice layers, but rather thick, impenetrable ice. Chen Shun navigated through the ice caves and soon arrived at his target location. Any guard he encountered would be easy for him to deal with. But he was unsure if they had any alarm devices, like the jade tokens in the Bee Valley. Acting carelessly might alert those inside. To avoid the possibility of a botched operation, Chen Shun opted for a more complicated method. He had the bloodthirsty ants dig a tunnel. The Ant King led the bloodthirsty ants into the mine tunnel. With a leader present, the ants worked differently, organizing their efforts efficiently and digging through the ice with great effort. While bloodthirsty ants were skilled at digging soil, even with the Ant King leading, they were still slower than when digging through dirt. Layers of ice shavings were excavated, and after a while, a suitable hollow was revealed. Chen Shun jumped down, and the entrance was sealed with a layer of solid ice. The swarm of ants stirred beneath him, and countless ice fragments flew around. Chen Shun had to take out his storage bag to collect them, just as he was busy gathering. An ice ghost emerged from the ice wall and pierced straight through Chen Shun. He had been careless. No wonder the underground mine was built so grandly. It was designed to allow for sudden attacks from ice ghosts. Its appearance instantly created a vacuum in the narrow ice cave, and with a slash of his long sword, the ice ghost dissipated into mist. The Fire Sky Sword, a fire attribute spirit sword, was particularly effective against ice ghosts. To avoid being exposed as a loose cultivator, Chen Shun dared not use such magical tools casually. He carried an ordinary low-grade magic sword, which was quite suitable for a base-building loose cultivator. Not wanting to keep the tunnel so small, Chen Shun quickly instructed the bloodthirsty ants to expand the ice cave. They had been lucky that only one ice ghost had emerged. If they had stumbled into a gathering of many ice ghosts attacking him simultaneously, he would have been in serious trouble. The deeper he went, the colder it became. Even Chen Shun had to put on his magical robe. His brow furrowed. This was not cold that mere mortals could withstand. Had he guessed wrong? Were the condemned prisoners not brought here to mine dangerous veins? Having descended quite a bit, Chen Shun estimated that he might encounter an open space if he went down another 10 zhang. The ice layer produced a hollow sound, unlike solid ice. After collecting the bloodthirsty ants, he left only the Ant King to continue digging. Its mandibles were sharper, quietly excavating the ice layer as if cutting through tofu. Chen Shun took out a cloak from his storage bag and draped it over himself, channeling his spiritual energy to turn the cloak ice-colored, blending in with the surrounding ice walls. This was a trophy obtained in the Sangyun ice field, stripped from a corpse. The cloak was also a magical tool, but rather than focusing on defense, it could change color to blend into the environment, making it a rare item. 10 zhang beneath him was not the mine tunnel seen on Zhu Ding's sand table map, but a vast hollow space, large enough to resemble a small mountain. With a trapezoidal shape, this was not excavated but formed naturally. Inside was a smaller mountain, but it was a mountain of corpses. There were bodies of cultivators, but more were those of mortals. In this unusual icy underworld, the corpses did not stink and rot like in the outside world. Instead, they appeared as lifelike as when they had just died. A massive magical formation surrounded the mountain of corpses, its purpose unknown. Ice ghosts continued to be drawn to the mountain of corpses, approaching it like returning swallows to their nests. Suddenly, long, pink tongues, resembling tongues, extended from the gaps between the bodies, giving the immaterial ice ghosts a semblance of substance. The long tongues wrapped around the ice ghosts, pulling them into the mountain of corpses, producing crunching sounds as if chewing on ice pops. This was no mere mountain of corpses. It was a monster that devoured people. At the very peak of the corpse mountain, in stark contrast to the horror below, a gigantic white lotus flower was growing. The lotus had not yet bloomed, still a bud, but its emanating purity was incongruous with its surroundings, making one's scalp tingle. Many cultivators in this space were crushing various rare spiritual plants and stones, ultimately turning them into a puddle of spirit-infused mud, which was then poured over the lotus, becoming its soil to absorb. Unbeknownst to anyone, at the top of this space, a small patch of ice suddenly lightened in color before returning to its original state. A single eye remained, quietly gazing downwards, like a stare that suddenly appeared behind a mirror. When will this ice spirit mature? The ice Tai Sui of the Ice Soul Demon Sect is about to emerge. The ice Tai Sui absorbs negative energy and resentment, and even the 90 of the spiritual treasure resources have been absorbed, with only a bit of life essence transformed for the ice spirit's needs, which certainly cannot compare to the rapid maturation of the ice Tai Sui. What if the ice Tai Sui is born first, and the ice spirit hasn't been successfully nurtured yet? The elders have calculated that the day the ice Tai Sui emerges will be the day the ice spirit successfully nurtures its life, so there's no need to worry. I'm still worried that the Ice Tai Sui will emerge first, and the Ice Soul Demon Sect will take it away, leaving our Ice Spirit without its incubation. With so many resources invested, it would all be in vain. You're overthinking it. Even if that is the case, the family elders won't agree to let the Ice Soul Demon Sect take it away. Chunshin looked at these two cultivators, watering the lotus with soil transformed from precious spiritual materials while chatting, his eyes revealing a contemplative expression. The Ice Spirit, the Ice Ghost, has no physical form, and the Beastmaster Sect's contract technique is ineffective against it. The Beastmaster Sect can only contract beings with a physical presence. If Ice Ghosts could also be contracted, it wouldn't be called the Beastmaster Sect, but the Contract Sect instead. The Ice Spirit is different. It exists between the physical and the illusory and can be contracted. However, it has been extinct for many years. It's not just in the Sushian domain, but the entire Hanging Continent is full of ancient texts mentioning this creature. From their conversation, these two foundation-building cultivators seem to be trained by the Jin clan. And although they are part of the Beastmaster Sect, they are closer to their family than to the sect. Are they trying to cultivate that existence through methods unknown to Qinshin? The two Jin clan foundation-building cultivators took the soil ground from the spiritual herbs they received and got a bit closer to the corpse mountain, throwing the spiritual mud towards the lotus bud. They just wanted this bud belonging to their family to absorb a bit more nutrients. Chapter 99, The Letter. A long tongue shot out from the cracks in the corpse, wrapping around the body of that foundation-building cultivator in an instant. Senior brother, help. The foundation-building cultivator barely had time to scream before his whole body froze into ice shards. The nearby foundation-building cultivator drew a long knife burning with flames, and with a swift motion, he severed the long tongue, saving his comrade. The corpse mountain began to tremble, and countless long tongues emerged from the gaps in the bodies, as if the corpse mountain had suddenly sprouted writhing spikes. A tremendous pressure emanated from the corpse mountain, filled with a dead silence. The foundation-building cultivator quickly grabbed his Ice Shard junior brother and fled the scene. Meanwhile, the Ice Soul Demon Sect cultivators changed their expressions upon witnessing this scene. There was a small well beside them, into which countless pieces of mysterious ice were thrown. A network of veins appeared on the ground, connecting the magic array to the small well, and the magic array surrounding the corpse mountain emitted a blue light, enveloping the corpse mountain. This small well was clearly the core of this magic array. The corpse mountain became peaceful, but the faces of the Ice Soul Demon Sect cultivators looked grim. One of them walked towards the half of the Beastmaster Sect's base. The two factions did not coexist harmoniously, but were clearly divided into two groups. It was said before that the Ice Tai Sui was growing, and its attack range was constantly expanding. We shouldn't get too close anymore. The Ice Shard junior brother scoffed, and secretly said to his senior brother, if we hadn't irrigated the supplies from the Ice Lotus last time, and discovered that the Ice Lotus was growing faster, we would have been kept in the dark. Junior brother, don't say that. This time the Ice Tai Sui going mad was caused by us, draining them of a lot of resources. Humph, even without us. The Ice Tai Sui going mad is a common occurrence. It's just bad luck that we encountered it. Alright. The ice spirit that the young master needs still requires their assistance. If it weren't for the Ice Soul Demon Sect having this unique cultivation secret technique, we wouldn't need to cooperate with them. It's better not to tear our faces apart. I just can't stand it. They also want the Ice Tai Sui to cultivate demonic skills, which was supposed to be mutually beneficial, yet they want us to provide most of the resources. Who told their cave master to grasp the secret technique? By the way, their cave master hasn't been here for a long time. What exactly has he been doing? He used to not want to leave this place for a moment, but now he has been gone for so long, and even his eldest disciple hasn't come. He might have died outside. That would be great. After all, it's a private interest alliance. Our family's elders could collect all these riches without leaving anything for them. That would be the best. The two exchanged smiles. Chunshin realized he had been mistaken, completely mistaken. The Jin clan of the Beastmaster Sect and the Ice Soul Demon Sect did have a collaboration, but it was not the kind of benefit transfer that Qinshan had imagined. He discovered records of the Beastmaster Sect's Sangyun market accounts on the demonic cultivator, which contained so many false accounts. Where did the resources go? The first hypothesis was that good things were secretly transferred to the Ice Soul Demon Sect, with no need for a second guess. The results indeed showed that resources were embezzled from the sect, but were invested here. From their dialogue, it was clear that the Demon Sect had mastered secret techniques, and the Jin clan contributed most of the resources to jointly cultivate the Ice Spirit and the Ice Tai Sui. Why did that dead ghost cave master have a ledger? It became an unsolved mystery. Could it be that he was good at falsifying accounts? Did the Sangyun market accounts require his intervention? As for the Jin clan's treasure pavilion clerk, he said that most of the profits were in the mines, which was exactly what he had in mind. 100 exchanged for 1, and the 99 were all supplied to the sect. The power holders of Sangyun would also keep a portion. He was too low-level to understand anything. To be honest, knowing the truth did not stir any waves in Chun Shun's heart. It was too common for a sect to have rats using resources for their own benefit, which sect didn't he? But collusion was collusion. Eugene Feiguang let the Ice-Soul Demon sect attack and kill me, and if I don't teach you a lesson, do you think I'm a soft persimmon? You don't hesitate to risk collusion and invest heavily, even creating false accounts, just for the ice spirit? This ice spirit is mine, Chun Shin's. Let us see if you can go mad. Chun Shin looked towards the corpse mountain again. There were clearly young people inside. Had they truly committed unforgivable crimes? Was that criminal record real? Chun Shin seemed to have touched upon darkness. A letter was brought into the Sangyun market by a mortal army. Even though they hurried, they set off as soon as Chun Shin left the royal city, but they could not match Chun Shin's speed. The letter was not delivered to the Ice-Soul Demon sect, but was handed to the elder of the Jin clan in the Beastmaster sect, in Sangyun market. It was opened by the elder of the Jin clan. The elder was somewhat familiar with this ambitious woman, but unfortunately, she lacked the aptitude for cultivation. The death row prisoners in the secret place under the mine were provided by her. A little girl, a mortal. But the elder of the Jin clan was also a cold-hearted person. He merely frowned slightly before looking at the next line, which made his heart race. She said Qin Shin came to Sangbei country to select cultivation seedlings, and the demon sect attempted to assassinate Qin Shun, but failed. And it seemed that Qin Shun had already arrived in Sangyun. The demon sect tried to assassinate Qin Shin? What was Qin Shun doing in Sangyun? Where was Qin Shin now? A message spread from the attic, and within the Sangyun market, the secret channels belonging to the Beastmaster sect suddenly became active. There was only a portrait and a single sentence. Find this person. Countless eyes monitored the bustling crowd in the market. Restaurants, inns, trading spots, all had people investigating. Even the mines were not spared. In recent days, only a few people had come. News quickly came from the mine that Qin Shun had gone down the mine. But no one knew where he had gone. Zhu Ding never imagined that a foundation-building cultivator from the Beastmaster sect would come knocking. Looking at the precious treasures placed before the elder of the Jin clan, and then at the numerous ice ghosts weaving through the mine, he didn't hesitate at all. He explained clearly how Chun Shun joined the merchant group and how he went down the mine. The elder of the Jin clan tossed aside the treasure, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Zhu Ding held the treasure, still somewhat incredulous. Who exactly are you?